The first day of Championship Week was a doozy. Spanish fever took over the Cartama Oval. In fact, the hosts, they beat England in the first game of the week. But I tell you what, 5 really strong teams here. I don't know who's going to miss out. Only one will raise the trophy. It's the biggest week of the year on ECN. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is the Championship Week, the top 5 teams in Europe playing in the Euros of cricket. And of course, on Friday night, we will crown the champion. And we're starting today with match 6. It's going to be the Scotland 11 versus the Netherlands 11 this morning. Well, both these teams did taste some success last night. Let's see who had some success at the coin toss, because Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Tails.
Tails is called. Ooh, it's a runner.
It's heads.
It's heads. We'll have a bat.
So I can tell you that it is Ali Evans of Scotland that has won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. I don't mind that at all. I think that both teams probably did want to bat and defend in this game. I've got to say that Ollie Hares was very, very powerful last night. His 70 set up a big win for Scotland against the England 11, and it made it a pretty miserable day for the English, no doubt. I'm sure they will come back strong. But yeah, I think Scotland, they have just bolstered their squad a little bit. They've got a few more options with the bat and the ball, and I think there's a few that we haven't even seen break out yet, like Chris McBride. Got to say that Taimur Ahmed, I think that he batted pretty well yesterday for the Scotland 11 as well. Let's talk about the Dutch though, and they were red hot last night. Hurricane Musa was in full swing. He went absolutely crazy in match 5 against the Italians. He'll be really hard to stop. He's someone you do have to get early. We'll see him in the second half of the game with the bat. The Zulfikar triplets will be reunited, as well as Asad Zulfikar will be back behind the stumps for the Dutch in this game. Got to say that Udit Nashir, he was very, very clever as well. They just keep unearthing these spinners, the Dutch, and I think that they are a big force this week. There's no easy games this week, we know that, and I think this once again will be a very even contest. Let's talk about the weather today. It was a slightly different kind of a day today on the Costa del Sol. We do have the risk of a thunderstorm or two. We avoided it yesterday, so that's good. Hopefully we get lucky, but there is a lot of cloud cover. It's a little bit hazy as well, so maybe not the visibility that we normally expect at this time of the day. Well, here's a man that is always visible on the European Cricket Network. Rico Full is in the dream box as we get ready for the start of play on day 2. I can tell you Scotland 11 have won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Well, he was talking about Musa being on fire yesterday and red hot. Well, Vinny Sandhu looking red hot as well. I don't know you're wearing the Spanish colours today. Of course, Spain had a sensational start here. And talking about it being on fire, well, just look back at that. I think Vinny was on fire himself. A bit of smoke in the background there. Yes, hello, good morning. Muy buenos dias to you cricket lovers around the globe, wherever you're tuning in from. And welcome back to day 2 of Championship Week. What a day we had yesterday, and what a day we're going to have here today. What a start. Scotland are taking on the Netherlands. As the Netherlands side, they are unbeaten so far in this 2022 championship. They just seem to be getting things right, and you just heard Vinny mentioning some of the top performers for them yesterday. Lovely sight there, the Aloha Colegio de Marbella, the kids from there. Well, I saw them early this morning playing a little bit of cricket, being put through the paces by Jay Wild and Kevin out in the back. And now they've got an opportunity to see the players as they go out onto the field of dreams. Scotland, they're going to have a bat. Now, look, these two, they did meet yesterday in match number 2. Netherlands just put too many runs on the board for Scotland, 156. And they had main contributors all the way through. All of their batting clicked. Ryan Klein, 27 of 12. Clayton Floyd, 26 of 10. Musa Ahmed, he was on fire all day, wasn't he? 26 of 12 as well. And then we also saw Boris Gawley, who made a quick fire 24 of just 7 deliveries. And Sikandar Zulfikar, well, he didn't lose that either, getting runs on the board. Scotland in reply, 130 for 7, and that was mainly thanks to a quick fire 40 of 12 from Jack Jarvis, who was player of the match in that one, and also Kasajad made a fine 47 of 21 towards the end. So Scotland falling 26 runs short. But this time, they're having a bat first, and they're hoping to put the runs on the board themselves and put the pressure on the Netherlands. But the Netherlands, as they showed against Italy yesterday, whether they bat first or whether they chase, they're pretty good. They beat Italy with 8 wickets with 16 balls to go. So they're a team that are on fire. Scotland, they got an emphatic win themselves, getting a win over England. More on that later. Let's go to the start of this match. In comes Kingma for the first ball. This gets played out to the off. They'll take a single. Bit of a wild throw there from Musa, but well backed up. So off the mark. It's McBride and his Jarvis. That's out there with him. Yeah, I was just talking about that win that Scotland had. So after falling to Netherlands by 26 runs, they then beat England by 32. That's an amazing victory. And that's the one that's probably sent a few shock waves around the globe. Scotland 118 for 6. England 86 for 7. And it was Ollie Hare's 71 not out of 31 deliveries. Player of the match performance from him for Scotland. He was sensational. Kingma now to Jarvis. Beats him with a beauty straight through. Nice to see young Vivian Kingma bouncing around. I know he had a few issues in the group stages with his knees, which meant that he missed out a few games, though he did come back and play the final. But he was in good form yesterday. Picked up 2 wickets in that win against Scotland, 2 for 30. And was exceptional in the field as well. Made some really good stops, as well as take a great catch. So he's all fired up. Here's Kingma, and he comes once more. And another big swing and a miss. Looking to get this one over the man at mid-off. He's inside the circle. 2 attempts, 2 misses. 2 men out at the moment. Is long on is back. And the mid-wicket to Jarvis. Some of the players doing a few of their warm-up exercises. You can see, looks like Clayton Floyd was doing some stretching as well there at the point area. Kingma once again to Jarvis. This time is overpitched, and this is hit in the area he's looking for. This will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. I think the umpires just check it. It went pretty quickly, but I think there's probably just, yeah, there you go. There's the signal there. Cuatro carreras. So the first boundary of the day, and it's one that Vivian goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. And Jarvis this time keeps his shape and punches it straight down the ground. Nice clean hit. That'll give him a bit of confidence. First runs on the board for him, and the first boundary of the day. And now he goes into that long on area, but just dropping short. Trying to get it in between long on and mid-wicket. Mid-wicket comes in. Zulfikar there. Covers a lot of ground to get there to Saqib. Just have a look at this. Does it carry or not? Is he able to get his fingers underneath this? And, well, it just, looking at that, maybe it just doesn't carry. But he does well to push it forward and make sure the ball doesn't get past him. Takes the single. McBride comes back on strike. Kingma looking to finish the over well. 6 off it so far. McBride straight back at Kingma. Kingma gets a hand to it. Either way, I think it was only going to be a 1. He's got protection behind him. So a good start from Vivian Kingma. 7 off the over. Was that almost a chance? Almost had Jarvis caught by Saqib there. Coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. Steady start, I suppose, from Scotland there. Look to accelerate what we did see yesterday. Just as we suspected, after having low scores in Group C and D, we were certain that things were going to get fired up in Championship Week, and that's exactly what happened. Look at that rate, 12.7 yesterday. And there were some big scores, weren't there? I mentioned Netherlands. They put 156 on the board. And, well, all the matches, teams scored 100-plus runs, and that's why we see that amount up there. Deep in thought in the camp there of Scotland. Oliver Ellen Bass has been given the ball early. Oh, well, he starts with a full toss, which should have been put away, really. That's one that Christopher McBride is wondering how he misses out on it. Yeah, full tossed. The bowler losing his footing there as well. Does a press up or two to warm himself up. Picks himself up and says, okay, we'll try that again. Well, that one came out all wrong, but it's the batter that loses out. Full toss, missed out on it. So a good bit of contact on this, but a much better delivery from Ellen Bass as well, right up there. Very good morning to our umpires. Stefan Gooch is at the bowler's end. And that square leg, good Azad. No, none of that. Not while the camera's on yet. Ellen Bass. Looking to get it in the gap, and he does. A lovely shot. He goes aerial, but it's all about the placement and the timing. And Jarvis gets this one through the gap. 4 runs. Nice shot. Yeah, just waits for this, and really well executed. It was in the air. Just a few shout-its were shouted out, but that was hit too well and plays too well. It's a nice shot from Jarvis. And this is an edge which will fly all the way. This is going to be 6 runs. Well, that's the first Maximo of day 2 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and maybe a little bit fortuitous, but if you're going to swing hard, and fortune favours the brave, and that's exactly what happens here. This does go all the way. It's shaka time. It's a nice shot there of Richards. Richards thought, well, it's one incoming. Almost goes into the cube. Richards, our cameraman, is in. Ellen Bass. Oh, 4 and 6, the last couple of deliveries. Jarvis looking to attack. And he does continue to attack. This is big. Balle, Ginnasona, Shaka Lagya. Well, this, folks, is what we call a Maximo. And, well, that was in danger of destroying a bit of the equipment out there. Here he goes. Bang. And that man had to move pretty quickly. Well, if you're in the fan zone, you've got to be careful. Well, I said that's a Maximo. There's a Maximo in the house as well. Welcome into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's good to be back. A nice bit of fielding by the spectators. But yeah, pretty bright start this now for Scotland 11. And after 2 overs, the score is 25 without loss. Yeah, big good morning to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on the ECN or one of our international broadcast partners. Great to have your company. Let's have a look at the table after day 1. And Netherlands 11 topping the table with 2 good victories, but also on 4 points is Team España, the host nation, with big upset over England 11 and then a win later in the day against Italy. And yeah, the big news, I suppose, England 11 without any points after day 1. And I don't think anyone picked that, Rico.
No, nobody picked it. And don't think anybody's picked the colours that you're wearing today. I mean, come on. I mean, 2 wins for Equipo España, Rojo. And here you are wearing the Spanish colours.
Spanish fever. It's real. And it was around this ground for sure. The atmosphere was electric. Obviously, a lot of English supporters in as well. Big expat population here on the Costa del Sol. I just think it's going to be interesting to see if they can follow it up. We'll see them a bit later in the day. Right now, here's Sebastian Braat for the Netherlands, and he gets pumped, but this is in the air, and it should be caught. Should be a wicket, and it is taken. And that's smart fielding by Ryan Klein, holds onto it. So Jarvis started well, but he goes for 22 off 10 balls, and in the 3rd over, it's 25 for 1.
Yeah, nice catch taken there by Ryan Klein. He's not going to make any mistakes there. He goes a long way up in the air. It's never easy. I always think, Vinny, that when you're playing with these sort of skies, you know, there's a bit of cloud about there, quite hazy as well as the sun's trying to break out. When that kookaburra, the white ball, goes up there, you know, it's sometimes you see that there. I mean, it's going through the different shades of whites and greys, not the easiest to pick up. So, and it goes up, it's swirling around as well. Good catch, good technique, and no mistake there at all.
Yeah, nicely taken by by Ryan Klein. And you're exactly right. This kind of a sky, it's just an awkward kind of background to pick it up. But Jarvis, he does his job, I think, gets them off to a good start. He goes for 22, and it's 25 for 1. Interesting for me, they didn't open with Ollie Hares after his 71 yesterday. So obviously Scotland 11 trying to just manage their squad somewhat. And just a reminder, you can get in touch with us, and you can either do it in the comments section on ECN, or you can message us directly, and it's my social media there on the left, at Mr. Maximo, and you can also get Rico at Rico Full. Don't forget to follow at European Cricket to keep up to date with all the best bits, and there's lots of them every day. Question from Surab Zalpuri in the comments section. I'll come back to that in a second. Is Naylor coming out at number 3. A bit late to catch up to this one. He's asking any favourites emerging after day 1. Netherlands and Spain, perhaps. I just think it's far too early to say, though, Rico, because, okay, England 11, we always wondered how they'd go, having not played this format for a year. They've made a bit of a slow start, no doubt, but I'm not ruling them out for a second.
No.
And Spain, I mean, we'll see if it's a flash in the pan or if it's something more substantial. But I think this is going to be probably the week of the year to switch on to ECN, and don't turn away. Clear your schedule, because it's going to be high quality cricket all week. And on Friday night, we'll crown the second ever ECC champion.
Yeah, we certainly will. I mean, and also, don't rule out the Italians yet either. We know sometimes they're slow starters. Look, in both their matches, they batted first. They put, the least score, 116, 118. They're looking to bounce back strong as well. And I think the next match against England is going to be a cracker, as this one's hit hard along the ground. Great effort there from the fielder trying to stop it. That's Sukhinder Zulfikar, but he can't get to this. It's just beautifully placed. You can't hit it any straighter or any better than this, and that's why he gets 4.
Yeah, we have seen sometimes the fielder straight down the ground. It's only really Spain that are doing that at the moment. This shot would probably be stopped. It was a bit too spicy for Sukhinder. He's one of the 3 Zulfikar triplets that are playing once again in the 11 for the Netherlands today. Slow ball. This would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be out. And Klein takes another catch. McBride chases a wide one. And we've all been there. And now Scotland 11 have lost both openers with the score at 30. And that's the end of the power play. It's 30 for 2.
Yeah, clever bowling there from the captain of the Netherlands. That's what he does so well. I mean, I remember in 2021, the one bowler that had more variations than anyone else was Brat, and that's why he picks up these wickets. And you're absolutely right, it would have been a wide ball, but look, he's already drawn the player into the shot, so he has to follow through with it. It's too wide from him. He can't get any power in the shot, and as a result of that, it's another straightforward, simple catch taken by Klein this time. And a second wicket for Brat, so 1 over from him, 2 for 5 from it. At the end of the power play, it is 30 for 2. And I just think that's what the power play does. I mean, that's probably why we got those 2 wickets there. Batters are thinking, okay, this is the time to try and go over the 30-yard circle. After this over, the men will be back. And I think that's exactly what Naylor and probably Jarvis have been sent out there to do earlier. You'll probably find now perhaps it will be Ollie Hares that comes out. He didn't bat well yesterday, but I would say it's a 50-50 start. I think Scotland will be happy with the 30 on the board. Netherlands, of course, they've picked up 2 key wickets.
Yeah, they have. It's, tell you what, Scotland, they've got plenty of batting still to come. And interestingly, just having a look at around the ground, the 3 Ghosts cube. I think the Ghost cube has been taken over.
Somebody is going to get spooked tonight, because somebody has gone into the 3 Ghost cube. They're not going to like that. They are not going to like that. Clayton Floyd is going on to bowl.
Yeah, Floyd, he's a wicket machine really, isn't he? He's very, very clever with his variations. He normally starts wide of the off stump and just turns it away. He'll vary his pace. And, this should be a very good contest. Clayton Floyd to Ollie Hares. He's coming in at 4 today. But he smacked 71 yesterday. It was one of the innings of the tournament so far. That was after he scored a golden duck in his first game. So he'll be hoping for more like the second game, not the first game here this morning. And, Floyd gets one past him. And Alson Zulfikar likes it. It's the body language of Floyd told me he wasn't convinced. Hares goes within a hair of edging it, but he survives.
Yeah, I mean, the bowler doesn't react here at all. Nah, there's nothing there. I think the wicketkeeper has just gone with the amount of turn that Clayton has got, thinking there might be something on it. You can see Clayton Floyd just turns around and says, I'm not sure, but look, I'll have it if you're going to give it. Well, this one is going to be had by the batter. Hayes goes across the line, thumps it pretty well. And that one is going to go into the overgrowth there, into the scorpion zone of the ground. Nice hit. But look, Clayton Floyd, he is, like you said, on something sensational. About 22 wickets he has already in this championship. It's just amazing. And what an economy rate. Strike rate of 6.18. He really is on fire, Clayton Floyd, doing what he did in 2021.
Such a good shot. I mean, he reaches for that, and he gets it just right. 1 out of 2. That's not too bad. Floyd with the reply. He tosses it up a bit more. It's a slight false shot, but it's still going. That's going straight into the ghost cube.
The alarm goes off. Well, that batter here can pick up his ice cream later. And, well, we're going to get a chance to see who has invaded the ghost cube. Well, who's in there? Well, whoever it is. Well, that's what happens. I told you. You go into the haunted cube, and then you take what comes your way.
Got it into the gap. That's what saved him there, Hares. This time he goes in a similar direction, and this is going to be more runs. So Ollie Hares breaking out, and he's not wasting any time out there. Yep.
He's a big unit, isn't he? I mean, look, big, broad shoulders. And once he hits it, it stays hit. And just too wide off the field.
That's got all the way, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe it hasn't. There you go. It's a clear 4. Shows how angles can mess with you a little bit. But, yeah, 4 runs in the end. It's going to come over the wicket now. So this is why, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, late in the day. It's so important to have some left-handers to break up your order. I think Floyd to left-handers, completely different proposition than he is to right-handers. He's turning into the wheelhouse of Ollie Hares. Enjoying it this morning, the Scots. Why wouldn't you be? You're cruising it over to a ball. This is good keeping by Asad Zulfikar. Fired down the leg side. Don't know if that's deliberate or not. Maybe hoping you can stump Ollie Hares off for wide, but he does very well to block that, Asad.
Yeah, good stop, isn't it? Otherwise, that would have been 5. Well, he decides he doesn't like it coming that way. He's going to go back.
Just be 1 to finish the over, but a pretty successful over for Scotland as Floyd goes for 19 in the 4th. And after 4 overs, it's 49 for 2.
Yeah, that's when you can take one of the top bowlers for 19 and get the acceleration boost that you want. I mean, this is where they wanted to be, I think, at this moment of time. If they can bring up 55, 60 at this point, you're certainly on 120 course, and with wickets in hand, you've still got good batters to come. I mean, Taimur Ahmed was in great form, and we know all about the abilities of Callum Garden as well. So they're in good shape here, Scotland, in good shape to put good runs on the board. But, of course, they will know about the Netherlands attack. I mean, Netherlands chasing Italy's 117 yesterday for victory when they got there with 16 balls to go. I mean, that's how strong they are. I mean, Musa, you mentioned it early, Vinny. Musa Ahmed was just on fire, 75 of 25 in that player of the match performance in that night match yesterday. So they know they've got to be looking really, I would think, to a sort of a score between a 130 and 140. I think that's what they like to get to here. So I think Ollie Hares is going to be absolutely key. They're going to go for spin. So it's going to be Zulfikar.
Yeah,
and this an edge straight away. So he's unlucky, Saqib Zulfikar. The difficult one for Garden, but sorry, for Asad. He's a triplet brother, but not able to snatch hold of it.
Yeah, this is why I think the wrist spin is a slightly different proposition, especially the left-hander, because they're more unpredictable, and Hares is going to be a little bit worried that it might be the wrong one, and he's not quite sure which way it'll go. Whereas Floyd, the finger spinner, you can be pretty sure it was going to do what you thought it was going to do. This is the orthodox leg spinner, and it's cut away by Naylor. Slight fumble, but just a single.
Yeah, Naylor, I think probably is his preferred shot. He's a very good hitter on the offside. We've seen him play some marvellous cut shots, and he's really good at playing shots in through the covers, and he's good at getting it in the gap there where you've got normally point and cover. But now back to the left-hander. So 3 men on the leg side wait.
Tosses it up wider, and Hares thinks of going after it, decides against it. No call from the umpire.
Yeah, a bit of a groan there from Hayes because he misses out on it, gets beaten by a clever delivery from Zulfiqar. A bit quicker.
And this time it is the wrong one, I think, but it's picked and it's smacked away. And Maximo! Holy Hayes. Oh, what a revelation he's been for Scotland. Doesn't matter where you bat him at the moment. He is on fire. And you can see that one. I think it was the one that is the wrong one, but if he picks it well. And that one's whacked over the offside for 6.
Yeah, tremendous shot. And Jack Hogarth, well, he enjoyed that one, as well as his partner, Naylor, at the other end.
Oh, this is going to be gone. Extra bounce from the spinner. Saqib Zulfiqar does the trick, and Hayes goes for just 24. That's a big moment in this chase because that could save you a bunch of runs. So credit to the bowler. He got whacked away for 6. The next one surprised the batter, and he just holds out to point. That's a 3rd wicket down now for Scotland. It's 57 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big one. But again, as you said, it's clever bowling from Saqib Zulfiqar. And after... Well, he beats him with a quick one outside the off. Then he gets thumped away. And this one, he gets it to come back in. That's the difference there. The bounce and come back in. Bit of an ice cream cone there from Clayton Floyd. And he's not the one who's getting an ice cream. It actually will be what he hears that can go back and have his ice cream because he hit one in the cube, the ghost cube. And at the moment, he's just thinking about that one. He's just getting himself out at the wrong time. Just when he was getting going. 24 off 9 deliveries from him. Played some nice shots. But, well, one thing I do like about all the Scottish batters that have come and gone, they've gone out there and they've played their shots confidently. They really have changed, certainly changed big time from the way that we saw them in the group stages. When they had a few issues, didn't they, in getting going in Group C, but they seem to have learned quickly, and all the batters that are coming out are playing their shots. And this man yesterday, I think he was in tremendous form, was Ahmed. Let's see if he can keep going as well and just keep this rate clicking the way it is. Got a ball to deal with from Saqib Zulfiqar.
So Saqib gets a crack at Taimura, who batted pretty well yesterday. He's one guy that found it pretty comfortable, considering it was his first entry into the tournament. And he'll retain the strike, because that's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 58 for 3. Well, it's great to invite you here into the Dream Box, where we are watching proceedings right now. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico Forth. Crickathon question is on the way as well in just a couple of overs, including yesterday's winner. But yeah, I've got to admit, I've caught a bit of the Spanish fever, okay, because I just think they played incredibly well yesterday. Let's see if they can keep it up today, though, Rico.
They were on song. They really were. The thing was, what I liked about it yesterday, there was, sometimes you could watch a team play and say, yeah, they had a bit of luck, whatever. No luck involved. They were just pure class. They were a joy to watch. And, yeah, let's hope they can perform today as well.
You don't win series on day one, though. Something to think about. As new bowler comes in, it's Udit Nashir, who bowled very well yesterday. But, again, finger spin, not really doing the job at the moment for the Netherlands 11. This is probably a little bit too short. Not by much, but allows the batter to kind of track the line and the pace of the delivery and smack that away between long off and deep cover for 4. Good shot by Timor. And now he gets a little edge and he gets lucky. But Kingma, he's been a bit of a ball magnet this week. He just counters round to his left to make the stop.
New shoes, new player, that's what I say. He's got the brightest shoes.
I still think he might not have found all his luggage because he's not wearing his normal number 23
talking of shoes,
shirt.
well, that's somebody else maybe needs some new shoes. Well, chance taken. Good catch. And, well, Nashir gets another wicket. He's been a revolution, hasn't he, the youngster? 17 years old. We saw him open up yesterday in this championship. First time we seen him, and he just keeps on taking wickets. And that was nicely taken. Very good catch there. Fielder diving, full stretch to the right. But Udit Nashir, what a moment for him. And isn't he having the time of his life at the moment, performing on the big stage?
Yeah, he's still youngster. He's only 17 years of age. Saqib Zulfiqar, good catch by him to his right. Almost slips catch style the way he dives at the last moment. And, well, no, maybe not too much sun out there, but Skander's still rocking the sunglasses. It's working for him. Unfortunately for Naylor, could never get going that innings. He goes for just 3, and Scotland 63 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. And once again, it seems to be, as you've said, a lot of times in this championship, And here at the Cartama Oval, it seems to be the spinners that are doing the job again. So spin to win maybe. And Netherlands, they know the virtues of having a good spinner. Though Clayton Foy was a little bit expensive. We've got Saqib Zulfikar and now here Udit Nashir have come on. And they've causing a few issues. Well, you talked about his shades. He says, well, the only reason they work is they've got to keep them clean. So he gives them another polish as he zips them on and gets ready for the next victim.
Here's a guy I think is ready to launch. Callum Garden comes in at number 6. Played some very good innings for Scotland 11 in their group week. He'll do the wicket keeping as well. And he's going to have to deal with Nashir first up. He has a wicket halfway through his first over. Garden misses out. Bit of extra bounce again, doing the batter.
Garden comes out with 162 runs to his credit so far, but he's looking to add a few more to it, looking to go big in championship week.
Too short. Garden maybe a bit lucky to get away with this. Just flat bats it down the ground. Let's just say spinner's doing very well at the moment for the Netherlands 11. Remember that, because I just had a sneak peek at the Crickathon question, which we're going to bring you in just a couple of minutes' time. The question of the day for Tuesday. Better length this time. Big swing and a miss from Taimur Ahmed. This will be the end of the over. The score at the end of 6 is 64 for 4. They've done well in the Netherlands 11 just to stay on task here. They weathered the storm of Hares, were able to get him out, and just looks a very different innings without him at the crease. 2 for 5, Brat. Still got one to come back. He normally comes back in the last over. Also wickets for Saqib Zulfikar and Nashir. So 2 wickets to pacers, or a pacer. 2 wickets to spinners so far. Just remember that, Rico, because it might become relevant pretty shortly.
Bit of discussion. Sebastian Brat and the bowler just discussing maybe field positionings here.
There's Kessajard probably ready to come in next. And they are going to go back to the spin of Saqib Zulfikar. I wonder if Asad Zulfikar picks Saqib better than average, just because they are brothers. He picked that one okay. The batter just stepped away and missed it. Yeah, so Zulfikar's got a clever action. I just think when you are a wrist spinner that has a good wrong and you don't want your wrist action to be too slow, you want it to be whippy. So the batter's second guessing. I find it's the quicker you can kind of whip that wrist over, the more difficult it is for the batter to pick and even the keeper to pick. This time's a bit short. It's not a great shot. Wraps his bat around. It'll get 2 here. The Ellen Bass wasn't too far away from catching that.
Yeah, good effort. Ellen Bass flying through the air. Seeing if you can get that one to land into his the palm of his left hand. It just eludes him. The batters will get 2. Here we go. Tremendous effort.
Yeah, did well to bounce straight up. Tossed up, hit, and hit straight to the fielder. And this has gone. Sebastian Brat doesn't drop too many catches, and Garden, frustration for him as well. So some of the batters that were so successful for Scotland 11 in the group week, just finding it tough going here in the championship week. And this is Garden, who just flat bats that. Doesn't get enough elevation to get it over the fielder. And an easy catch for Brat. And once again, we see a Scottish batter dismissed for 3. And the score is 66 for 5 now in the 7th over.
Yeah, well, Sebastian Brat, as he said, he's not going to drop that. He's taken some sensational catches in this championship so far. You could just have a reel of the Sebastian Brat catches. There's been some good ones. Yeah, Garden going for the big hit, but just doesn't get his feet into the shot. And that's the difference here. They're trying to hit the spinners who are not putting any pace on the ball. They're trying to hit them without really getting to the pitch of the ball. They're staying in their deep in their creases and hoping that power alone is enough, but it's not. And it's another one that goes. He's going to be a little bit disappointed, of course he is. But, well, so are Scotland, because at one point they were definitely eyeing up the 120, especially when at the halfway point they were 58 for 3. And we were saying that they probably need to be looking at around about a 130, 140 score, because Netherlands have just been so hot with the bat. But at the moment here, they're just whittling away. They may even struggle just to get to the 100 here, because they're losing wickets at a little bit of a rapid pace, as it's 66 now for 5. 3 balls to go in the over.
Saqib gets 2 wickets to his name now. I think he wants the 3rd. Kessajard comes out. This can't be easy starting against this kind of leg spin. Attacks the stumps, but it's a really nice sweep shot, and this is going to be 4. Really smart batting by Sajjad, who just turns on this one. Pretty much a stand-up sweep, but it gets him 4 runs, and nice shot to get him going.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Sajjad has been in good form. I was impressed with the way he played in the group stages. He scored a fine 40 in that, and he scored 47 yesterday with 21 deliveries against the Netherlands. So it's somebody that the Netherlands know they want to try and get hold of him pretty quickly. Otherwise, he maybe could get him to that 110, 120 score here.
Yeah, good adjustment. I had a quick question from Gordon. And what are the ground dimensions? And it's basically 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. So a straight hit is 59 metres straight down the ground. And yeah, it's one of the features of ECM. We'll talk about that more in a second because we get some business to attend to. This will finish with a dot, and Keeb bowls very, very well here in mat 6. He takes 2 for 15. It's the end of the 7th over. It is 70 for 5. Okay, crickathon time, everybody. And remember, I was just saying how many wickets have been taken by spinners versus pacers. And this is the question today. Who will take the most wickets today? Will it be spinners or will it be pacers? And that's across the whole day on day 2 here in Championship Week. Yesterday's winner was John Golding from France. It's nice to see a winner from France. We've had winners from all around the world, you know. And don't forget the question of the week. How will you predict the winner of this European Cricket Championship using current and historical tournament data? Now, that is a bit more of an open question. We want you to be creative with that. And remember, you could win an internship with our partners HCL Software. And they have over 280,000 employees all around the world. So yeah, this is the ongoing Crickathon, and I should just emphasize you can register for Crickathon at crickathon.com no matter where you are watching from around the world. Get involved, and look, it's a 50-50 today. Spinners or pacers, what are you thinking? Let us know. Nashia's back, and this one gets through everyone. Could be a bite. Let's have a look at the signal. It is a bite. Just swung and missed at that.
Congratulations to John Golding to getting the question right yesterday.
Yeah, great to see a winner from France as well. It's a little bit short, and it's Adios Pelota. That is struck very, very sweetly by Taimur. Well, he hasn't had too much of the strike, but he was very good yesterday, given the opportunity. And he certainly made the most of a slight, and I mean slight error in length from the young left arm orthodox spinner there.
Yeah, made a fine 28 of 11 deliveries against England. How important and how vital that contribution was in that victory over England by 32 runs. He can hit the ball pretty well. I tell you what, that sounded beautiful out the middle, didn't it? That really did sound good.
He's kind of a quiet achiever, but there was nothing quiet about that shot from Taimur Ahmed. He absolutely smashed that. I like looking this year, though. Doesn't seem to be phased. No, he's okay. Occasional one. They're going to get hold of me. Makes the adjustment, but he over-adjusts. This is in the air, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Well, the Ghost Cube getting a bit of a workout today, and that was just an over-adjustment, wasn't it? He was a little bit too short the ball before. This one was a hanging full toss, and it was smashed over the offside out of the ground. And Taimur maybe providing his own commentary as well to the key passer, Zulfikar.
Yeah, just over-pitched, and this one again, it just sounds beautiful. Sweet out of the middle of that back. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai.
Gets it right the third time. Unless it's an inside edge, and this will be the last ball, the over coming up. Looking at the time, no real problems there, I don't think. It's great to have that time up on the screen, thanks to our official timekeeper, Frederick Constant of Geneva. A little bit short, not that short. Sajjad has to get his skates on because he's got to run straight away. Anyway, Sebastian Brunt will do the fielding. It's the end of 8 overs. It's 86 for 5.
Wow. I wonder if Sajjad didn't realise that Bratt was there. Because tell you one thing, the Netherlands boys, they do camouflage quite nicely with this stronger together background.
Actually, that's a really good point I hadn't thought of. I mean, there's normally a long on. That was straight to him. Anyway, let's have a look at this inning so far. You can see they just seem to keep losing wickets at fairly regular intervals. And that has just held them back a little bit. And well, let's see if they can push towards that 100 and above. You'd imagine they would, but Again, don't take anything for granted against this Netherlands team.
Yeah, once again, just having a discussion. Looks like maybe it will be Floyd that comes back. I mean, Sebastian will probably fancy bowling the last over. But, yeah, they took a liking to Clayton Floyd in his first over. He went for 19.
That was left-hander. Left-hander. Yes, got after him, but this one is going to be gone, and this hangs in the air too long. I think once again the bounce doing the batter there. Bounce a bit more than Sajjad thought. It was nicely taken out there. I think it's Klein that runs around and takes the catch. And so Scotland 11 loses 6th wicket at the start of the ninth. That's 86 for 6.
Yeah, Sajjad, it's a hard shot to play to try and get this over the boundary. I mean, that's probably the hardest one, isn't it? Getting there 6 outside the offside boundary. And especially when there's no pace on it, the ball just getting away from a bit. So he's reaching for it a little. Very difficult to get the power in that. But yeah, Klein comes in. It takes his 3rd catch. And Clayton Floyd, well, he may have gone for 19 in his first, but he picks up his 23rd wicket in this championship. Isn't he having a ball out there? And I'm pretty sure as the new batters come in, they're going to try and go after him. I think he's sniffing a few more wickets here.
Yeah, Floyd. Yes, he's a wicket factory, isn't it? That's what he's producing time and time and time again. He was the MVP of the inaugural ECC 12 months ago. Well, here's a guy they call the Bison, Jack Hogarth. And he was in commentary and he told us the reason was because he has an unusually flat face. But I think that he's a real character. We'll see him and his wrist spin a little bit later on.
He's a lovely guy, isn't he, Jack Hogarth? And what a difference he made to his team when he came into the side.
Not wasting any time, but can't get hold of Floyd here. I'm sure all his teammates from Forfarshire are watching. That's the Scottish club which have qualified for the ECL at the start of 2023. That's a really good shot, and he uses his feet and he pumps it down the ground, bangs off the side screen. Maximal, where the Bison is on the attack.
Well, that's a tremendous shot, and Tamoon Ahmed, he liked it. He came over to him and gave him a nod of appreciation. What a lovely shot this is. And this is what I was talking about. I think some of the batters have got out earlier to the spin because they haven't really challenged the spinners. They haven't used their feet to get to the pitch of it. And Jack Hogarth gets that spot on.
Oh, a little edge on this. Yeah, and it gets away from Zorfico, but he couldn't really do too much about it. I guess it was a significant deflection. Now they might get another one if they're paying attention, but they're not. Only one of them is. Hogarth just thinking about life instead of watching the ball. So it'll just be one, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Tamoon Ahmed gets a chance. And that's the only thing. I think since he's been there, he's been a bit starved of the strike. He's only faced 8 deliveries, but he's been pretty good when he has faced up. Charges at this one, but he spoils it really.
Yeah.
Because he almost yorks himself. Would have been a nice length to get under had he stayed at home. As we get to the last ball of this over. 94 plus this ball plus the last over. Where are we looking at? Maybe 110, something like that. That's what they'd be looking for. Netherlands will be pretty comfortable with where they're at in the game at the moment, considering how well they batted last night as well against Italy. There's the reverse. It's not a bad option. Doesn't get enough of it to beat the infield. Kingma cleans up, and after 9 overs, Scotland 11 are 95 for 6.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, safe hands from Kingma. He's patrolled that area pretty well. A much better over from Clayton Floyd as well. Just the 9 come off that one, so he takes 1 for 28. And when we have a look at this scorecard later, you'll see that it's the spin bowlers that have been doing the trick. I tell you what, the batters, though, have been doing pretty well so far, going by day one.
Yeah, if you go by the whole tournament, though, 107 is par. So that's, you know, with all the ups and the downs. And, yeah, yesterday was pretty high scoring, no doubt about it. But, yeah, I just think, get that 105 to 110, you're in the game. I think par for me, at this level, it seems about 120. That's just what I'm feeling. It's what I said in the championship week last year as well. Last year, overall, it was 11.5 and over, so 115. But, well, this is going to be a wicket to start the 10th. That's really good bowling by Sebastian Brandt, who's bowled very, very well this morning. This one just yorks Jack Hogarth, who has to walk. But handy little contribution from Jack, who did get a 6 in his innings. But as he departs, it's 95 for 7.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. And that's the 3rd wicket for Sebastian Brandt. Picked up 2 in his first over. And 3 for 5 at the moment. But, yeah, that's the perfect ball to bowl, isn't it? Look at that. A little bit of in-swing. It's on the off peg. And Jack Hogarth, well, he knows he gets done by a good one. He's just after any length to try and put the ball away. Doesn't get given any. And a very intelligent player is Sebastian Brandt, and that's why he's the captain. He leads well, he performs well as well.
The perfect Yorker, I've kind of realised this now, we always talk about the crease, or the popping crease being a perfect Yorker, but sometimes the batter's moving around. I've recognised good Yorkers, they bounce between the batter's feet. So they bounce between the batter's feet. Your perfect Yorker actually bounces halfway between the batter's feet. That's pretty much where that one bounced there. And so Ali Evans comes out, not a bad number 9 to have up your sleeve. We've seen his power on occasion this week.
Don't mind this, the battle of the captains. Ali Evans, yeah, we saw him hit a huge straight 6 yesterday.
Another pretty good Yorker though. Kingmore will come around, keep it to a single. Yeah, Taimur Ahmed, he came out at number 5. Okay, so he came out with 31 balls remaining in the innings. So since then, I'm just going to try and calculate. We've had 27 deliveries. He's only faced 9 of them. So he's only faced a third of them. And others have faced 2/3. So I think he's just been a bit frustrated. He hasn't had too much of the strike. He's Brandt 3 for 6. And this is going to be a lucky one. It's going to be a teaser for the field up. He does very well. He launches himself at that one, Clayton Floyd, to keep it in the field of play, but they will get a couple.
Yeah, good work from Clayton Floyd. I like the way that he watches it keenly as it goes over him, and then he says, you know what, I'm going to get you. Not too many catch up with the Kookaburra, but Clayton Floyd does. Great bit of action from him. And gets the knock back with the fielder. They only get the one as well.
Only get the one there, okay. Maybe should have got 2. They only got the 1, so it's Evans. He drives down the ground. They'll only get 1 again, so 99 now. It's been a good closeout, hasn't it? I mean, Brutt is very, very reliable in the 10th over. It's more than a coincidence now that we're seeing very tight 10th overs when he's been bowling.
Yeah, it's all about those variations that we talk about, not just in the pace, but in the length as well.
Once again, he's just so good at hitting that Yorker. And yeah, you don't even have to mess around with too many variations if you can just bowl that. There's not too much you can do with that delivery. Brings up the 100 though now, as we go to the last ball. And yeah, yesterday, Scotland batted reasonably well against the Netherlands, but they were chasing. They were chasing a lot of runs. That was the issue for them yesterday. Here's the last ball. And he overcooks it this time, and Evans gets enough of it out of the ground. Maximal. And that's ECN cricket, isn't it? You just make a slight mistake.
Yep.
And look, at this level, the batters are going to pounce. Even Evans, who's come out, hasn't had to look at too many, but he was able to send that one over mid-wicket for 6. So Scotland 11 will finish 106 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands, though, they'll be very happy with the work they put in there. There was at one point when Scotland looked like they were going to get the acceleration in. It was 49 for 2 after that expensive over from Clayton Floyd, over number 4. But the breakdown between the two halves were 58 off the first 5 and then just 48 off the second 5. So that's how well Netherlands came back into it. And you've got to say it's because of the spin. They introduced the spin, and I think that Nasher and also Saqib Zulfikar bowled beautifully.
Just a quick adjustment to the score. I think originally on the screen they actually scored 2 for that. It was only 1, so it was 99 before the last ball. The 6 takes it to 105, so just confirming there that the correct score is 105 for 7. The target will be 106 when we return. It'll be the Dutch with the bat. Well, as you can see, it was a bit of early morning reflex trading for Mr. Maximo in the box.
Show me the honey, Mummy. Show me the honey.
Isn't it great to see the kids from Aloha College Marbella as well? They'll be involved as well as the day goes on. And we had seen over 1,000 kids getting involved in the Cricket School Project over our time here at the Cartama Oval. But they tried a new opening combination, not opening with hairs. And although they had kind of fits and starts, they never really seemed to get a run on. As you see, Netherlands 11, they're normally so solid. Klein took a couple of good catches in the innings. And all the players, of course, enjoying their ECC experience. Yeah, Jarvis looked pretty good early as well. Nice to see him making some runs. But yeah, this man, Ollie Hares, he hits the ball so well. He was the key to the Scottish innings. He got a start, but probably would have loved to have made a few more.
Yeah, he could have a few more. I mean, they did move the batting order around slightly. I mean, McBride coming in, didn't quite click, did he? But Jarvis said, Naylor, we know that if they can get going, they can hurt you. Here's maybe, or maybe he needs to come up slightly earlier in the order, try to use him in the power play. But the catching again from Netherlands was very good. The fielding, as you expected to, was, and well, there you go. You want to talk about passion and desire. You can see it there from the bowler from Zulfikar. He did really bowl well, and well, the fielding was top draw as well. And just kept on finding the men. Line took some good catches. Sebastian Brandt there in the action as well, but also he bowled beautifully. I think when we have a look at some of these bowling figures, you're going to see that some of the contributions from the two spinners and Sebastian Brandt was fantastic. But they'll be disappointed that his last ball was pumped away for the six. But when you're bowling those Yorkers, every so often you are going to get it right. Well, this was when he came back into the attack for the final over, gets the wicket of Jack Hogarth with an absolute beauty. What a Yorker that was. Ali Evans from Scotland, though, their captain, came in and he made a good contribution there towards the end that gets them past the 100 mark, 105. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, I think Scotland know that to be competitive against Netherlands, not only do you have to bowl really well, but you've got to try and get the runs on the board. They'll probably think they're 15 to 20 runs short. There's the scorecard for you. Jack Jarvis made 22 of 10, good innings from him. Also from Ollie Hears and also Taimur Ahmed. Taimur Ahmed, as Vinny pointed out, didn't get as much of the strike as he probably would have liked, but he finished on a healthy 23 off 11. And well, a little flurry there towards the end from the captain, Ellie Evans, gets them past 100. But these are the bowling figures. Sensational. Sebastian Brandt, 3 for 15, bowled beautifully. He'd be disappointed though with that 6 hit off his last ball. Saqib Zulfikar, I loved what he did too for 15, but I'm loving the bowling with Udit Nasir, the youngster. Really liking him. Well, what a future that he has. 1 for 21. So that's the mid-match summary there. Scotland, a little bit low par. It's a 115, we would say, is about a par score here. So they're going to be short on that, but they've got to be bowling out of their skins because the Netherlands with the bat have been absolutely ruthless. They really have. So scores made by Hayes, Ahmed and Jarvis, but they weren't able to go on and put a big score on the board. That is probably reflected on the score being around about 105, but take nothing away from the Netherlands attack. Captain led them well, Sebastian Brandt, 3 for 15. Saqib Zulfikar was quality once more, and the youngster just seems to be getting better and better. Udit Nasir. It's going to be an interesting one. Join us in about 10 minutes time. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me will be Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 6 on day 2 of Championship Week. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. We've just seen some of the kids from the Aloha Colegio de Marbella out there in the middle, having some fun and getting ready for doing some intros for you a bit later. Out there with Vinny Sandhu and the founder, Daniel Weston, and a few other of the dignitaries. We'll see that bit later. Looking forward to it. Also looking forward to the conclusion of this match. Scotland follow the umpires out into the middle. Asad Ali and Stefan Gooch as they get ready to defend. 105, that's what they scored. So 106 will be the target for the Netherlands. Netherlands have been just sensational with the bat, haven't they? We saw when they batted first, they put 156 on the board against Scotland, and they were able to win that match the first time these two teams faced, winning by 26 runs. Scotland, though, did make a good effort, getting 130 on the board. And then we saw them late yesterday in the night match, chasing down the 117 required that Italy put on the board, and they did that, winning by 8 wickets, but getting those runs with 16 balls to go. Musa Ahmed has been in very good form for them. He's certainly going to be one to watch, but I think there's one or two other batters as well. I mean, they've just, you've seen the likes of Ryan Klein, Clayton Floyd, Boris Gawley as well, and even Sekindo Zulfikar all have been in the runs. And last night, though, it was all about Musa Ahmed and also Boris Gawley, who made a very fine 23 not out of 9 deliveries. So it's going to take something special from Scotland. One man that has been doing really well for them has been the spinner, Jack Hogarth. It'd be interesting to see when they deploy him. Do they wait to the end of the power play, or will they be forced to use him earlier? But they've also added the strength of the captain, Ali Evans. He's bowled really well with the pace as well. So a number of options there are available to them, but they need to get breakthroughs early. As you have a look at the man who's been in great form, Musa. Been sensational, but Musa's going to be at the non-strikers, then it will be Clayton Floyd who's going to face the first delivery. So Floyd it will be to face. Making a lot of noise out there. Scots trying to G each other up, trying to ruffle the Netherlands batter slightly. So here we go, first delivery. Bobbled. Beautiful start from Bradley Curry. Both teams looking for a good power play. Netherlands will be hoping that score of 45 and upwards would take this match away from Scotland. Scotland themselves know, well, 3 wickets in it could put them right in the driving seat as well. It makes himself a little bit of space. A hit here and he's gone. Well, I reckon this is out. I am confident this is out. And Musa Ahmed, well, he will go without facing a delivery. What a start this is from Scotland. Well, this is what we're talking about. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket here on the Costa del Sol. And, well, Musa Ahmed, he's feeling blue because he has to go. Excellent work, a great pickup, great throw. And the man who was in invincible form, he goes without facing. Gives himself some space. As soon as this is hit, they won it. But what a pickup. You got to say, it's right there, isn't it? And Liam Naylor has an easy pickup. But look, you still got one stump to aim for here. And he smashes them. Have a look at this again. This is absolutely sensational. Adios, amigo. You have to go. And, well, you've got to say that's probably one of the most unluckiest ways to get out, isn't it? When you don't even get a chance to face the ball. The Musa Ahmed has run out. To run out without facing the ball. And that was absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational from Naylor. Well, Naylor, well, he nails it, doesn't he? And Musa, he makes his way back. He was very distraught. The long walk back when you're not getting any runs on the board. So the perfect start for Scotland. Yeah, well, we know who that is. There's only one man that bats like that. Is Boris Gawley. He spends more time on his backside, I think, than he does on his feet when he's batting. Young Boris. But he's got a big smile on his face. And he just goes to show that he has no pressure on his mind. There he goes, down he goes. He gets down, but he gets up again. No doubt about that. And what he shows, one thing that Boris shows, that he never gets under any sort of pressure, does he? He goes out there, they've lost a wicket, no run on the board, and yet he's trying to scoop. Curry, what's his reply going to be? Well, if at first you fail, we'll try again. Well, he does. He'll be smiling even more. There he goes, says the smile. He says, oh, what about it? Little shrug. Well, there he goes. I told you, more time on his backside than he does on his feet. I tell you what, I reckon he practices this. I reckon he puts out one of those gym mats at home and he just practices diving around. That's why he doesn't get bruised. Well, he's got some strong muscles at parts of his body that you and I, folks, have not. Curry. And this time he gets it. Oh, well, this is really, really disappointing. This is a huge error from behind the stumps from Garden. It goes straight through. He almost goes through him and he helps it. Look, yeah, okay. I thought he does get it in his gloves. He doesn't. It just bounces just before him. Well, a little bit of a conversation happening with the bowler. To Curry and Gawley. I like that. A bit of spice out there in the middle. Curry, though, maybe should be talking more to his wicketkeeper and saying, hey, buddy, you've got to stop those first runs on the board, courtesy of extras. Oh, wow. Talk about putting a little bit extra in this. Well, he puts more into this. He throws himself into the delivery. And Boris Gawley misses another. And Curry, well, he's giving his own commentary now. Well, he's having it. He's liking it. Well, that is a maiden. It is a maiden that's bowled. That is quite sensational. The only runs that have come was from the 4 byes. And this one, well, it absolutely cuts Gawley in half. And, well, watch this. Talk about putting everything into delivery. This is 110%. Throws himself into the delivery. Does the rock and roll and tumble. Gets up and says, hey, what's going on there? But that's a maiden. And I think that's the signal there. He says, do you see that? That's an M. It's not where you go for some fast food. That is a maiden. And I've just bowled one at you in a T10 match. Sensational stuff. But they do get 4 on the board, courtesy of those byes. So what a start this is. They will go to spin straight away. So Hogarth comes into the attack now. And they're taking him on. Has he got enough of this? Yes, he has. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka Lagia. First runs off the bat. And it's a Maximo. And speaking of Maximos, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, is back in the dream box. Welcome back.
Yeah, not a great start for Hogarth, was it? With the full toss. What a first over. Full of action. Not a lot of runs. Like you say, nothing off the bat, just the 4 byes. What about the run out from Naylor, though, as superb. Well, to run out Musa Ahmed, who was absolutely setting the ground on fire last night. He doesn't even get to face the ball. This is ECN cricket at its best. 2 teams going head-to-head, and Hogarth with a comeback ball now. This is hit pretty well. This will probably beat the long on. It does. So 6 and 4. Floyd is hungry for more. Hogarth just a little bit short that time. Wasn't a terrible ball, but Floyd was there and he was ready to capitalise.
It's a cracking shot and it sounded absolutely beautiful as well. I mean, this is what we're talking about, folks. You don't get better than this. This is the Euros of cricket. It is action-packed entertainment all the way. What a cracking shot that was from Floyd.
What's Hoagie going to do now? Well, he won't get a batter that faces up. It's interesting, isn't it? Maybe Floyd just hadn't looked up, and so he was surprised by Hogarth, but it's kind of his responsibility to be ready, really. Probably get away with one of those.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd, 165 runs in this championship so far. Boris Gawley, 181. So you got 2 men out there that certainly have been in fine, scintillating form.
See here, Floyd's got his head down and comes up, and yeah, they've given dead ball. But I would say that don't know the microphones have been turned up, but Scotland not too impressed with that. And Floyd has the answer, and he pumps this one long and strong out of the ground. Maximo. Well, when he was watching, he was dangerous. Floyd gets 6 more.
Well, yeah. Well, whatever was said about it, Floyd has the perfect response, and he's looking pretty good, isn't he? 6-4. And now another 6. So So Hogarth, who's probably one of the main weapons in the bowling attack for Scotland, he's being pumped here at the moment.
The way he's batting at the moment, he could probably hit sixes with his eyes closed anyway. It's a slightly false shot. I won't get a run here. That's Jack Jarvis, who does the fielding in the circle. So just the over that the Netherlands were looking for, isn't it? Considering they only got 4 off the first over. It was a fake maiden. It was a maiden to the bowler, but there were 4 runs off it. Full toss, trouble, and it's going to be Cuatro Cadenas Mas. And Floyd moves to 20. This over goes magical now for Hogarth.
Yeah, ball to go. That was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? I mean, the balls before, you've got to give credit to the batter. Just a superb batting from Floyd. But when you're going to bowl a full toss down the leg side to the batter who's seen the ball as well as Clayton Floyd, it's going to go just to one place. That's the boundary.
Can't find his length here. This is better, but still not great because it's going to be 4 anyway. And Floyd whacks 24 off his own bat in the second over. And the Netherlands roar back in front in this cricket match. It's 28 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, that's a perfect reply, isn't it? And that's why the Netherlands are so good. They are able to absorb sort of those bad starts, aren't they? When something bad happens, they can absorb it because of the talent that they've got still to come in. Floyd is on fire. And that's the standing so far. The Netherlands and Spain are sitting there at the top with 4 points apiece. And you see Scotland, they're trying to join them. Scotland can pull off a remarkable victory here. It certainly makes things very entertaining at the top of the group, but also puts a bit of pressure on the likes of England and Italy. Italy, of course, and England playing next. And what a match that's going to prove to be.
Yeah, exactly right. I just want to say a quick shout out to Pete Gething. Well, Pete is one of our helpers here from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, and it's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Pete. I hope you have a great day from everyone here at ECN. And let's get ready for the start of another over. And it is time to see Adrian Neil, who's back in the side. Just played the 1 game yesterday, Adrian. He's a very, very tall man. He gets good bounce off this pitch. I'll be curious to see how Gawley plays him. He's a perfect guy to probably get under and get a bit funky, go backwards because of the extra bounce he gets. And,
in the group stages, it was interesting. After opening, it didn't work for him. He came and bowled a lot later in the innings.
He's a very good death bowling option for Scotland.
Yeah, he was. And I think this was the reason. I think he was just getting sometimes just too much swing. He wasn't able to control it. So he came on and bowled later, and he was very good. But they're trying it up early. I think basically what the captain, Ali Evans, is saying is, look, you're a main strike bowler. I need you to try and get it right because I need to use your pace and your bounce early on.
Yeah, true. Such an awkward customer to face. Yes, you see, it's not actually that short because the bounce he gets turns into a kind of half pull shot from Clayton Floyd. Yeah, so everyone that's in the comment section, just saying happy birthday to Pete. If you see Pete around the ground today, make sure you say hello and say happy birthday to him if you are here at the Costa del Sol.
Feliz cumpleaños, Pete. Hope you have a wonderful day. And I'm sure later on we'll have a victory or two with Pete, won't we?
Or 2. Straight through him. He's hit the ground here. Wasn't convinced with this one.
Sound, wasn't it? I wonder if that's one that does maybe it does catch a bit of the bat but goes into the ground first.
See what we can pick up. I just think this goes straight through him. He might have flicked his own pad. He might have flicked the ground. Yeah. Not out, but still a good ball. And Crawley a bit lucky to survive any time the ball goes between the stumps in your body. It's not really what happens to batters of that caliber very often. Now he goes straight down the ground. He goes pretty well. And will it get there? It does. So 4 runs. It's a despairing dive from Ali Evans. But Netherlands 11 get another boundary, and they get Neil to the rope for the first time.
Yeah, Gawley, he needed this because he was a bit under the cosh, wasn't he? He came out, he tried to do the ramp a couple of times, got it wrong. No runs. He chewed up a few dot balls. And, well, that one sort of gets him out of a hole, really. He finds the middle of his bat, gets a boundary, but he's still just 5 of 7 deliveries.
And Neil with the comeback ball now to Gawley. I have a feeling he likes to get funky, but they've got the deep fine leg. They're protecting that at the moment. That's why we're not really seeing it. So he just stands and he hits. And, wow, this is just pure power from Boris, who goes Maximo. What a shot that is.
Yeah, go Indy, go Indy, chasing after that one. And Gawley, look, I love the way when he hits his shot. Just have a look if you got on the replay. Once he hits it, he gives himself a nod of appreciation. He says, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now he's feeling better.
It's a good chase by Indy, wasn't it? Had to go a long way. Shows you how hard Gawley hit that ball.
Yeah, and you can see there on the bench that Piers Fletcher was very happy with that one, the coach.
Good Yorker though. Yeah. Well, it becomes a human speed hump momentarily here. Can't stop the single.
I love the way Clayton Floyd, he has to hurdle over the huge figure of Neil there to get to the other end. There we go. Right, it's hurdle time. Off you go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, Clayton's not the tallest, so he had to pull out the big steps to get over Adrian. This is where you're happy that they're not wearing spikes, although that can end very badly. Anyway, it's the end of 3 overs and a pretty good power play considering they only got 4 runs off the first, and they were buys actually. So 42 for 1 after 3. And Netherlands 11 back in control of this chase. Scotland 11, they need wickets, they need them quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. Well, there you go. Stefan Gooch is giving the signal to the scorers to say, well, that's the end of the power play and the good one. This is what I was saying. That's what the Netherlands will be trying to do, get into the 40s. They've done just that.
Say a quick hello to Auntie Cara and Nana watching Clayton Floyd in Auckland, New Zealand. So hello to you guys. Hope you are well. As we see Evans coming in and exiting and pretty quickly. A little bit short and smacked away. Maximo. Netherlands, they are on the charge now.
What a shot that is. I mean, the sound of this. I mean, it's still echoing around this ground. It's clean, sweet out of the middle. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo. It really is. What a cracking shot that is. So, the captain of Scotland, Ali Evans, his first ball has been dispatched.
Now this is hit into the gap as well, and it beats the fielder. Even Neil can't track this one down. And this is brutal stuff from the Dutch. They bring up the 50 now in just 20 deliveries.
Yeah, what hitting? Well, you got to ask the question. A lot of people probably asking the question, if this young man can stand tall like this and hit the ball, why does he try the funky stuff? I mean, he's tried that to ramp shot a couple of times, got it badly wrong, missed out on it, 2 dot balls, and, well, he just gets his trousers dirty.
Pitched up. Neil will cut this one off. Well, the robot piping up in the comment section saying that I think the robot met Auntie Cara and Nana at Seddon Park in Hamilton last year. Yeah, so Clayton, he's been around the world a little bit. No, he's got a bit of family all around the world. He's facing up now, doing a very good job for his team. They must be very proud of Clayton, of course, last year's MVP in this series. And Corey asked, can you get 2 watches? That's what he won for it last year. That's what he'll get this year as well. I said, well, he's got 2 arms, doesn't he? So maybe he can win 2 watches.
I thought our watches were coming. What happened to our watches?
Looking forward to getting our watches. Thanks to Frederick Constant.
It's time. It's time for us to get our watches, I reckon.
Very clever.
Yeah, I think we should have. You know, we've got to keep a time on things, haven't we?
If Floyd keeps this up, he might have 2. He might have one going cheap.
Yeah, actually, I'm in first for that one then. I'll put my name in the hat. Okay, it's like changing the field here. They're pushing backward point, bringing square leg up. So basically, sort of saying, right, go across the line if you want to. Take me on if you want to.
Steps across is the bouncer. It'll be okay. It's over the shoulder, but not over the head.
Well, Clayton Floyd does want to. You can see he gets himself into position pretty early. Look, moves across, says, yeah, I'm going to go for it. And he does go for it, but he gets beaten by the pace of Evans.
It's a good bouncer. Good bouncer. It's very difficult to catch up to that one. And the line of the bouncer was good as well. I had to go and try and fetch it from outside the off stump. So now, because you've spent the bouncer, you're going to do something different. So they're going to put the deep square leg back. Interesting one, because normally you'd probably do the opposite. They bring the point up. So it tells me this will be a Yorkie. He's going to jam into leg stump. Yeah, tries a Yorker, overcooks it, turns into a full toss. Half a chance for a run out, but only half.
Yeah, it's the slower delivery as well. I think he's just trying to play with the mind of the batter. This is what bowlers have to do. When you know that 2 batters are in, they're playing very well. They're playing the pace ball well, the short ball well. You've got to try different things. You've got to try something that's going to get them out, and he tries to slow one there. Just playing a few mind games as well, moving fielders around, trying to get the batter guessing, right, is he going to do something different? Is he going to bowl it short, pitch it up?
Evans gone for 13 in this over. This is a slow ball, but it's picked and it's escorted out of the ground. Maximo! That one's a roof topper. And Boris the Bopper goes to 29. And Netherlands 11 in control of this match. After 4 overs, it's 61 for 1.
Yeah, he picks it, gets in line beautifully, and waits for it. Just holds back a second, and then smashes that away. He's got his little signal back to the team, hasn't he? Puts that hand up over his helmet. It's almost like an acknowledgement of something, or maybe we can find out what that's all about. But these two going well and looking extremely dangerous. 61 on the board, 4 overs gone.
So, I mean, they lose Musa without facing a ball. I suppose that literally doesn't waste any balls. And they still back themselves, Netherlands 11, to bat deep. And this is one of the things we see about their order. I think we have players listed down at 7, 8, 9 that are very, very good hitters. And so, yeah, they don't want to rely on any one person. I mean, Musa batted so well last night, but even without him contributing, they look to be doing this fairly easily. Clayton Floyd drives this into the gap, and that one's going to be 4 to start the new over. Jack Jarvis comes on, and he gets blasted through the offside. Cuatro carreras. And Netherlands just seeming unstoppable at the moment.
It's all about positioning, isn't it? Sometimes we go on about batters don't get into the right position. They're not moving his feet. Look how quickly he creates a room for himself. Look where he is. He's already waiting for it, and gets himself in a position where he's able to angle that ball into the gap. 4 runs. Cracking shot.
Yeah, Jarvis, what does he do here? Maybe block hole. Slight cutter, I think. Hit pretty well as well. They've kind of tightened that gap now by bringing the deep cover around, so that he's got 2 fielders quite close together in that position. So they stop this one, they still get 1. The run rate required now down to about 7 and over. Netherlands 11 beat Scotland yesterday in a fairly high scoring game. Netherlands put a big score on the board, batting first, so they seem to be having a pretty good time against this Scottish attack. It was 156 to 130 in match 2 yesterday. And this is going to be more runs. It's going to be lots more runs. No ball as well. Worst case scenario, as it's going to be Maximo. And, well, Siete Carreras, because that's a no ball plus 6 free hit coming up.
Yeah, Gundy ball, slow ball goes wrong, ends up being a nice, juicy full toss. And Boris Gawley, who now has gone past 200 runs in this championship, he is not going to miss out on this. Well, that's 7, and now he has got the license to go the full Monty.
This has potential to be a real net run rate killer for Scotland and a booster for the Netherlands. And, yeah, Jarvis left that one in the oven too long. Look how deep in the crease he is. And he can't be hit wicket, I suppose. It's a free hit. And now it's going to be just knocked down the ground for 1. They've noticed this with modern players. It's a very tape ball thing as well. They'll get right back in their crease. But because they move outside off stump, their backlift almost goes behind the stumps. If you were standing in a more orthodox position, you'd actually knock your stumps over in the backlift. But because they're getting outside off stump, they don't. It's a very, very innovative way to play and create length. Over to Floyd. He edges, and he's going to be gone. Kestajad takes the catch and just chases this one, gets a little bit of bat on it. Floyd has to go for a pretty brisk 31, but he will be the second wicket to fall. It's 74 for 2, and some reward for Jack Jarvis.
Yeah, I mean, he'd take nothing away there from that innings from Clayton Floyd. Just 14 deliveries, and he gets 31 on the board. He hit the ball so well, but they get the breakthrough. But like you said, Vinny, there's plenty of batters still to come. And yeah, just slices this to Kestajad, who says, yeah, thank you very much. So Jarvis gets the breakthrough. So even though he got hit around a few times, he's going to make his way back. So it's been a marvellous innings. And he'll get a good round of applause as well. So certainly helped his stats there, smashing the ball around all over the place, but it's the way that these two have hit them. Bear in mind that when Gordy went out there, he struggled to get anything on the bat onto ball, and he's raced on. He's on 36 or 15, but that was a really good partnership between those two. When you consider, like you said, that they did lose the likes of Musa without even scoring, so a fine partnership of 74. So Klein comes out.
Klein's a good striker as well, isn't he? And he has to go straight away. Sajad, well, gets close, but needs the go-go gadget arms. So luck's of fortune for Klein, who gets a little edge that races to the boundary. 4 more runs to the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Jarvis. He sees the early movement from Klein and he says, well, okay, I'll follow you. Klein's a fair way down the crease as well. But, well, this time round, the same man could have been involved with the action, but he's too wide from him, Castellard, and he will go for 4 runs.
It's an important position that once the Judd's in, though, because it does become a catching position.
Hasn't that become, yeah, I mean, that's one field position that really has become key in this format of the game.
Goes after this, Klein. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder on the boundary. It's Neil out there, does the fielding, keeps it to 1. Klein keeps the strike after 5 overs. It is 79 for 2. Well, Rico, of course, this is just the first of 5 matches today. And I know that we have a blockbuster coming up. And it's going to be Italy versus the England 11 in match number 7. And I can tell you news from the toss. Italy winning the toss, electing to bowl first. I think that's all to do with the fact that when England have been beaten, they've been beaten when they've been batting first. Their only 3 losses at ECC have been when they have been batting first. So Italy take the opportunity to make them bat first. Italy will be chasing in the second half of that game. That's also how Spain did them over yesterday morning. So join us for match 7. It starts in around about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Here's Ali Evans trying to pull something out of the fire for the Scotland 11 here. Klein hits him down the ground for a single. That's Ollie Hares. We saw batting at 4 today. He looked very dangerous. You just feel, look, if he needed to make more with that start, and that's the way the game goes. I mean, didn't do too much wrong, but I mean, I thought his wicket maybe cost the side 30 or 40 runs. Potentially.
Good Yorker from
when we see,
Evans.
Yeah, when we see really big scores, by really big I mean probably 140 plus, it normally is because one batter has got in and stayed in for a while.
Yeah.
And we can still piece together a score of kind of 110, 120 with guys hitting 20, 25s. Yeah, but normally it's one batter having a dominant time. And that's really how Scotland beat England last night as well, was the back of that big score from Ollie Hares. Little French cut, beats the keeper, beats the field, 4 runs. Well, everything running orange this morning, isn't it? And Klein, well, master of the edge so far. If you average those 2 out, you find the middle of the bat. He's got one of his outside edge, one of his inside edge, but Netherlands running away with this match.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the keeper. He's getting ready to take the ball outside the off stump, and then well, there's the inside edge. A desperate lunge, but he can't get there. 4 runs.
Now, once again, Klein gets an edge, and this is going to be a friendly bounce, has some top spin on it, and so it runs away from Sajjad. And I think Klein actually has a bit of a laugh with the bowler. He doesn't find it that amusing.
Well,
how about
this is nice from Klein. I mean, he could just turn around and say, well, just look in the book. But he knows he's been very lucky here. The inside edge and then the outside edge. And then, well, look, here he is. He just says, sorry, bud. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Anyway, Evans, well, he has a sense of humour about it in the end. Bowls a short one, but it's going to be called wide. It's just a little bit too wide.
Well, he's saying there, well, if you think we're buddies, just patting me on the shoulder thinking, you know, we're buddies. Well, we're not. And he goes for the short one, but he just gets his, I mean, he's bowled a very good short ball in this spell already, but this one just goes a little bit too wide. Well,
it's big wide.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't move before the ball's bowled, and it's well outside the tram
He's
line.
not happy about it, though, is he?
Nope.
Not happy about it, is the Scottish captain.
He'll be knocked down to long on for a single. Anyway, Netherlands 11 just looking ahead. So there's Day. They play the England 11 in the 4th match today, match 9. That should be a really good one. Scotland 11, they have a pretty interesting match against Spain coming up in the 3rd match of the day. So we'll see both these teams later on, of course. Each team plays 2 matches every day at the ECC. Side edge here, saves him. So Evans doesn't have a great morning at the office. He goes for 31 off his 2 overs and 6 down. It is 91 for 2.
Yeah, finishes with a beautiful Yorker. Gets a little bit of edge onto it. So he does beat Gawley. But Gawley gets a bit of the woodwork that saves him on that one. So yeah, hasn't quite gone to plan. You see his figures there, 0 for 31. Jack Jarvis, he went for 18, but he did pick up a wicket, and that one over from Hogarth was also an expensive one, went for 24. But it's worth trying him again, because don't forget, it was Clayton Floyd that really took a liking to him. So I just think with Clayton back here now, well, maybe it could have gone with Hogarth, but deciding not to, want to stick with the pace.
And going back to Jarvis, not really much to gain here. You feel it's one of those moments, Scotland 11 are just riding out the clock. I suppose you do have to try and push it as long as you can in order to preserve that net run rate somewhat, but in Netherlands 11, it's been a very dominant performance with the bat. And considering that first over was a maiden, and well, you know, Curry might be considered for another over at this stage, see if he can reproduce the magic. You need a bunch of dot balls here to even be back in the conversation. Wow, this is a step across, fall down hook shot, and it's a good shot from the batter, Gawley, who moves to 41 in style. Jarvis decided to follow him, bang it in short, and Gawley was waiting for it.
Yeah, nice shot from Gawley. I mean, after that first over, when well, he was the one who was guilty of allowing that maiden, when he was trying to get funky, he stood up and he's batted properly, and he has batted really well as well. And, well, that flag is going to be flying high again, you would assume, because they remain unbeaten. Another really good polished performance from the Netherlands.
Wow, it's another innovative stroke. Some thoughts of a run, but it's hard to run when you're lying on your back, as Gawley finds out. And so it'll just be a dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's well bowled from Jarvis. I mean, Gawley's getting ready to play the shot, so Jarvis just takes all the pace off it. And Gawley, as he said, once again ends up on the floor. And just when I said he started to stand up straight and bat properly, he gets dirty. A slight delay here, folks. Maybe just something technical. So the umpires are just saying, hold up just a moment. You'll notice that the clock should be stopped.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, sometimes they'll let it run, but they'll add on a minute or two for a technical delay. So they'll make the adjustment. Yeah, it's just a slight technical difficulty.
Hey, isn't our man I mean, he looks the part. I mean, he's from Italy. And how come all Italians, all they have to do is put the shades on and they look super smooth? Asad Ali.
Yeah, stylish.
Stylish, top umpire as well. Umpiring stand has been brilliant. Well, look, we're going to carry on. And back to the match. Here comes Jarvis, once again to Gawley.
Just reach for this one. It'll get a single. And so, well, Netherlands 11, I mean, they have made the early running, haven't they? But it's a long week, 5 days of cricket, and teams will be up, they'll be down. I think that Netherlands are not getting ahead of themselves at all. I think it'll be a very interesting game later on when they play the England 11. Because England 11, of course, no points yesterday, but they will be pretty focused on turning their week around and quickly. Hit hard from Klein, and he does get enough. Maximo. Well, that one's headed towards the kids from Aloha College Marbella, who see right up close how hard a cricket ball is, I think, here. That's blasted over long on.
Yeah,
long
good,
off. Powerful
shot. And we've seen a lot of batters who opt to play this shot when they're hitting it long and flat. They're not getting enough height on it, and they're getting caught on the boundary. Klein just gets enough. Very powerful hitter, isn't he? Still having those issues with his slight injury, hip injury, that he picked up when he was playing, I think, against Zimbabwe. As a result of that, we're not seeing him bowling as much as he would normally do. But he's still, you've got to have him in your side. He's such a good player, very talented young man. I was having a chat with him earlier today. But yeah, hits the ball really well, and when he hits it, it stays hit. 100 on the board now here already, so not that far away from it. Just
flying away, aren't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
Just 2 to win now. Can do it this ball. And they will. Oh, will they? Oh, it's gone high up. I think I've cooked this one. Oh, well, maybe they will.
No.
They will do it. Well, the sound was deafening, but it turns out it was straight up in the air. And, well, not the way you want to end a cricket match, but we'll end on a drop catch. This game's over. Don't even bother trying to run him out anymore because it's going to be the 2 runs required. Neil takes it on the shoulder. Can't find it on the rebound. And, well, I suppose I was right the first time. I shouldn't have corrected myself, but...
You put him off big time, didn't you?
With 7 overs
the
down.
Life out of, he might be a big man, that Adrian Neil, but when you said, well, that's it, it's done, you gave him the shakes, he puts it down, and they do win the game. Well, afterwards was interesting. The throw comes in, the batter misses it, the wicketkeeper has to duck under it, and so does Kasajad. So, well, there was almost a wipe out there, but... it's all smiles on the faces now as the 2 teams, as we've seen all the teams do. I mean, the sportsmanship in this championship has been absolutely fantastic. You can see Jarvis and Klein having a bit of a chat there as well. But Boris Gawley, well, he's receiving the handshakes from the other from the opposition as well. It was a great match, an entertaining match, but once again, Netherlands just too hot, just too spicy.
Yeah, too hot to handle. And yeah, it did finish in bizarre circumstances. And there's Asali looking pretty cool. And there's another.
Talking about hot and spicy, Sir Rob.
Yeah, another Flying Dutchman. How about that? It was an incredible run out from Liam Naylor that ran out Musa Ahmed before he'd even faced the ball. And you just felt there was a sense of optimism there that it might be Scotland's innings. That was pretty quickly shut down, even though the first over was basically made and it hit the helmet actually after it went over the boundary line. But 4 byes the call. And look, yeah, Gawley just could not get anything on Curry early. Couldn't handle the Curry and said, that's a maiden. And I tell you what, it was all downhill from there because the second over went magical and really there was no way back for Scotland 11 as this partnership grew between Floyd and Gawley. And yeah, just have to say, yeah, probably some of the areas weren't quite where Scotland wanted to bowl them, but really take nothing away from the batting. I think it was top class. It was top class, and when you take into account, apart from the 4 byes, that first over was a maiden. Technically, you're saying they did that in 6 overs. Yeah, well, that goes to show the strength of the Netherlands. And when you have a start like that, a lot of teams would buckle, you know, but not the Netherlands. They have belief in themselves, they have belief in the squad that they've got, they have belief in each other, and they just go out there and do the job. And it was a fine batting performance, fine reply, wasn't it, from Boris Gawley, and at that time Clayton Floyd, and this was the way things end up. Yeah. And that maybe sums up the way that match probably went for Scotland, not the way they want. I mean, Adrian Neil, we know he's got a safe pair of hands with you. You frightened the life out of him. He puts it down. He's going to be after you, you know. He is going to be after you. I went on the sound, and I thought that was never coming back, but it did go high in the air, and Neil unfortunately dropped the catch, and that was the end of the game after 7 overs. This is what's coming up next, exactly 30 minutes away from the first ball, so you don't want to miss this one. It's Italy versus the England 11. The Italians, their captain, Baljit Singh, won the toss and he's selected to bowl first. I think that's exactly what England wanted to do, so they say, no, you are going to do that instead, and we're going to try and catch you on the hop. England 11, look, Lincoln, Ward, Bev, and the top 3, they both, or all of them I should say, failed yesterday in both games. And I think that even if one of them fires, I think England 11, they're a very different looking outfit. I liked the injection of Jafford Showan, for example, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table when we return in about 25 minutes time to take you into that one. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Musa with a diamond duck, but Floyd 31 of 14 was handy. Gawley was more than handy, 42, not out of 20 balls. And I like it, he's not overusing, I think, the funky stuff, though it still is there, you have to say, but he had the field set for it. He was willing to stand up and play some shots. He couldn't overuse it because Bradley Curry was, well, that Curry was too hot for him to handle because he couldn't get bat onto ball. He was more on his backside and he was upstanding, and then he thought, okay, I might as well stand up and play properly, and in the end played a fine innings. But yeah, Curry, I can't believe that he doesn't get a second over. I can't believe that Hogarth doesn't come back there as well, because I think that maybe Scotland, they missed the opportunity for taking that match a little bit deeper. Yeah, potentially, but yeah, I suppose the Netherlands were up and away, and maybe they decided just to keep an over for Curry in the bank, but later on to not overuse him. But yeah, still, it was a very simple victory in the end, and Klein came in to finish it off, 24 out of 9 for him. Jarvis, the only wicket taker for Scotland in that game, but Curry bowled none for none off his 1 over. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, and when we do, it'll be a very interesting clash between Italy and the England 11. But always interesting when those two meet in international cricket. Until then, it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, back shortly from the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Su calle, disfrutar su ambiente.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're out here in the middle with the kids from the Aloha College Marbella, and it's great to have them here as part of our cricket school project. Really big game coming up. It's match number 7. It'll be lucky for one of the two teams. It's Italy versus the England 11. Well, whenever Italy and England meet in international sport, it's going to be exciting. And who could forget that Italy actually beat England last year at the ECC in one match. Let's go over to the coin toss. Rob Kemming has a special guest. Thomas Kloos will be tossing the coin here in match number 7.
Dream11. Oh! You ball first. You ball first.
So the news from the toss in match 7 is that Italy have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. I think that's because England, they love chasing, so they'll have to bat first. And when they have been beaten, that is how they've been beaten. And we're really looking forward to this game. England 11 without any points. Same with Italy. So one of these teams will be rooted to the top, to the bottom of the table after this game. And I'm sure both these teams don't want to be that team. Anyway, guys, we've had a lot of fun today, and you've been pretty quiet. So let's make some noise. 1, 2, 3, charge! Let's go over to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Easy does it, easy does it. Lovely to see the kids from the Aloha Colegio de Marbella having some fun out there in the middle. It was great to see them playing some cricket earlier as well. They're certainly loving their time out there. And well, so is people all around the world loving their time watching this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket happening here. Well, right out there at the Cartama Oval of this Cartama cricket ground is in the province of Andalusia in Spain, the host region of Malaga. And look, if you're in the area at all and you want to watch this match or any of the cricket that's on here, and remember, just come on down. We're on the 87059, the road that goes from Cartama to Coin. Loving that, the kids getting to see some of these national team players and high fives. And you saw that Italy taking the field. They've elected to have a field first. You saw that from the coin toss. A bit of a surprise for me. They do like to have a bat first in their matches. But look, I suppose they're thinking, or the captain Baljeet is thinking, we batted twice, and on each occasion we haven't got enough runs on the board, and maybe we'll try chasing first, and maybe we'll see if we can try and restrict England to a low score and knock them off. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. And even though Italy have had all those wins under their belt in the group stages, it's still 116 to 112 in favour of England. So the bat versus ball wall is saying that England will be the team that registers the win here. That'll be their first in Championships week. Italy, that means if it goes to that, will be 3 without a win. So what we do know though is one team, the two out there, will register their first win here today. See the batters out there, Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln. Dan Lincoln just going through his normal sort of little warm-up preparation before he gets started. He'll be at the non-striker's end. Harrison Ward is down to face the first delivery, the very strong left-hander. He's looking to bounce back. Remember, got a first bowler last night against Scotland, and he didn't look a happy chappy, did he? I mean, very quickly, England, we saw them lose to Spain in the very first match, the opening match of the championship, putting 104 on the board. Spain knocked them off with 13 balls to go. And then it was Scotland who defeated them. Scotland put 118 on the board. England not able to get them, losing by 32. Italy 118 on the board against Spain. Spain knocked them off with 2 balls to go. What a close encounter that was. And then Italy, well, they found Netherlands, like most teams have, too hot to handle. 116 they did put on the board, but Netherlands knocked them off with 16 balls to go. That puts the two teams together here, both without a win. Here we go, the start of the first. Hassan Ali to bowl it. Bowling to Harrison Ward. This is being hit powerfully. Should be stopped. It does get stopped. Single to get off the mark. We've got some furry friendly friends up here in the dream box as well. Well, I tell you what, the bugs here just get bigger and bigger. We've got a friendly friend, our little mascot, up here with us. There he is. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. There's a few people that have just jumped out of the skin just now. Sorry about that, folks. I know there's a few of you a bit squeamish. I put it away. There we go. Back to the cricket. Hassan Ali. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. To the England captain, Dan Lincoln. I have to admit, I'm okay with toy spiders, but if it was a real one, I would not be in this box. Yeah, it's a few things that give you a fright. The spiders is one of them. Ali once more to Dan Lincoln. This is a nicely played shot. The fielder, though, is perfectly poised to do the fielding. Italy, after having such a good time in championship week, well, I'd say in the group stages, I should say, in Group D, only lost the one game there against Norway, but then they got better and better. They were tested a few times. I mean, Germany tested them, but they always came up trumps. So they've probably not liked the introduction to Championship Week so much when they've had to endure 2 defeats. This one will scrape through the fielder. A good effort there from Producer Fernando. But though he gets a little bit of something on this, he's just checking that the ball hasn't taken any of his fingers with it. Yeah, he's feeling that. But it still gets through for 4 runs to the first boundary of the innings. And it is the powerful Harrison Ward that gets going. Slight change in the field. Well bowled, good comeback from Ali. And Italy, like they always do, attacking the runners. A very warm welcome to everybody wherever you are. And yeah, someone Raza just pointing out, Harrison Ward. He is a Sussex player and hoping to get things going for himself in this championship. Yeah, nice to have so many of you enjoying the cricket, and yeah, what a moment this is also for the likes of somebody like Hassan Ali. I mean, I mentioned the one thing I love about this European Cricket Network and this, well, this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. You know, it's the Euros of cricket, but a lot of these players, including Hassan Ali here, as he comes to look to finish the over well, and he will. That goes over the stump, so will be a dot, trying to make him give himself a little bit of room there down Lincoln. He makes the room, but isn't able to put the ball away. So not a bad start at all from Ali. Just 7 runs from it, containing these 2 big hitters at the moment. But yeah, I mean, the likes of Hassan Ali and some of the players here playing for Italy here. Maybe you could say the same about Jagmeet Singh, who's out there as well, and Krishan Kulagame. These are guys that we've seen in the European Cricket Series, and here they are now wearing the jerseys of the team. The top batters for England, well, Rishton surprisingly is the man at the top at the moment, the school teacher. Dan Lincoln and Sam Pearce are more or less level pegging with them, but we know that this England team haven't really got clicking yet. I mean, have a look at that now, memorize it, and then let's go back to that, say, on Thursday. I think it will be looking very, very different. There'll be other names up there, I can assure you of that. Just waiting to get going, waiting to find their feet out there. And they're looking to find their feet against Gujarat. Coming off the bowl here now. He's taking over sort of the place of where, I mean, normally here you'd expect Baljit Singh to be having a bowl, but Baljit hasn't been bowling as much or as frequently as I would expect him to. Gujarat gets this one played out to Jagmeet, does the fielding, keeps it to 1, so now the field has to change here for the left-hander, so there's going to be plenty of hustle, and they have to hustle as well. Got to make sure that they move around quickly, because that clock is always ticking. The official clock from official timekeeper, Frederique Constant from Geneva. Of course, a big shout out to all of our partners. Gujarat, this has been lofted, is an opportunity, and gets taken. First wicket, and Sekundar Abbas takes the catch, and well, he'll be happy he takes this one, because do remember in that match against Spain, he was the man that unfortunately put down Hamza Salim Dar, who then went on and smashed the ball all over the place, and really, I think that was the catch that if it was taken, the result could have been different. We will never know, but important moment first up there. When the catch taken, so Gujarat does get the wicket, and Dan Lincoln, he does fall for just 1 of the 4 deliveries that he faces. So the troubles continue for the top order here for England. And Rabas taking the catch. That removes the captain from the frame. But Dan Lincoln will have to depart. A very warm welcome to everybody that's on the viewers chat. Lovely to have so much conversation going there. It's buzzing at the moment. And I know that global family around the globe is buzzing as well. This is going to be an exciting match. And it's nicely played. And once this gets past the diving figure there of Kalamgage, it's always going to be a boundary, and it is. That's just pure timing and placement. Desperate dive from Krishan here, but he can't get to it. Just nicely played. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's just all about placement. And once that gets past you, it's 4 runs. There's nobody patrolling the offside boundary. The 2 men are back on the boundary, mid-wicket and square leg. So Bevan off the mark with a beautiful shot. And this time he's quite happy just to drop the bat onto it, take the single. He gives the strike back to Harrison Ward. Isn't he focused on getting a big score here? 7 on the ball from him so far, 7 of 4. Wants to make a start, wants to get into the groove, and once he starts finding his feet on this surface, I'm pretty sure that he's going to find the sort of form that he was in last year when he was creaming the ball to all parts of the boundary. And well, this is what he does best. Straight down the ground. That is huge. A mammoth hit. Just losing his line slightly, Gujar. He puts it right in the slot. And that's a smile that we want to see. That's the Wardy that we know. Well, what a lovely shot. This is absolutely cracking. It's right in the zone. Well, this one stays hit. And it's still going. That has gone a long way. Massive hit. And 6 runs off the middle of Harrison Ward. This is a little false shot there. Get surprised about this one. Well, they do tidy it up. It gets through the initial fielder. Backing up Amir Sharif, but somebody's backing him up. So they keep it just to a 1 to finish the over. That's the end. And 21 on the board now. And they've got that 1 wicket to Gujar. He does go for 14, but he picks up the prize scalp of Claydon, of Dan Lincoln. He'll take that as we have a quick look at the standings. Netherlands flying high, unbeaten. 6 points. Spain, well, played a game less, but right behind them. They're looking forward to joining them at the top, I'm sure. Got a tough match up though. And then you can see the other teams, these 2 teams right at the bottom there, looking for their first points. One of them will get them. Who will it be? Amir Sharif starts with a wide. Be interesting to see how Italy do respond, not just in this match, but the other matches coming up. Remember, first time there's sort of been any sort of pressure in terms of performances. Well, sticking to the wide length, but this one has been cracked over point. It's a lovely shot. It'd be 4 runs. Yeah, it's doesn't want to. You can understand what Sharif is trying to do. He doesn't want to put the ball in that zone where Harrison Ward can get a good full swing at it, because once he connects, well, the ball disappears. So the plan is to keep him wide, but that's always the risk that Wardy's going to get under it like he does there. And this is going to be another one. It's 4 more. Really good hitting. And Amir Sharif straight away says, right, okay, I need another one out there. And Buzzy saying, well, you do realise that means you're going to leave yourself with just 3 men on the leg side. Are you sure? And that conversation continues. Well, what he does in the end, he just brings up the man that was at square leg into the circle. That pushes a man out on the off. This is dangerous. I think Wardy will be eyeing up this. Yeah, he does. And he gets a wide though. Sharif is keeping it wide of him to try and prevent him from playing the shot on the leg side. But you can see the initial early movement from Harrison Ward. Takes a step across to the off stump, looking to get hold of it. Doesn't, but does get a wide. So they're certainly taking on Amir Sharif here. He's under a bit of attack, under a bit of pressure. Clubbed, gone, bowled balle, Ginna zona, Chacalagia, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Starting to find his rhythm, starting to find his form. And once he gets there, well, then you're in for a bit of a hiding. That's Ward now starting to look the part. And Amir Sharif, well, he's in danger again. Forget magical, supersonic. Hit hard to the fielder, no run. Baljit Singh does the fielding. Captain of Italy. Probably will be looking to go for spin. Maybe not straight after this over. They tend to get 4 in first from the seamers before they go for spin. Morty just having a look as that field gets changed around again. Up in the air, false shot, opportunity, big moment, and it gets taken. That is a key moment, and it is Rajmani Sandhu that takes the catch. Not an easy one because this has been sliced in the air. I think it's swirling around, but that's the wicket that they needed. Hazem Ward was starting to look dangerous. 28, he blasted off to 10 deliveries, but that one, the 11th, is the one that sees the end of him. And it is Amir Sharif that gets his wicket, and that's one that they needed. So Wardy, just when he was starting to look dangerous, and yeah, look, comes up high off the bat. The slightly shorter delivery, but again, it's areas. That's what it's all about. So credit to Amir Sharif. He kept that ball, kept persisting and keeping it outside the off, and he gets the wicket, but it took a good catch from Rajmani. But they do send back the dangerous Ward. And well, as Wardy makes his way back, well, another man makes his way back into the dream box. And it's a man who is certainly flying with the Spanish colours today, and that's Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Yeah, Spanish fever, it's real. We'll see Spain in the next game, but right now, pretty interesting clash, England versus Italy. And Ward, better, still not as many as I think he wanted. Geez, that straight 6 he pumped was massive. Anyway, big wicket to get, 37 for 2 is Callis.
Lovely looking shot. Oh, that is beautiful. That is top draw. What a delightful shot that is, and what a way to get off the mark. It wasn't a bad ball at all from Amir Sharif, and he thinks he's probably bowled a good one to the new batter, but that on drive was as good as they get.
Yeah, hold the pose, and Bevan saying where's the effect of? Nice shot. As we get to the end of the power play. 41 for 2, a pretty decent power play. They've been climbing into it, haven't they? As you just see the 3 overs getting bigger and bigger. 7, 14, 20 as the third went magical.
A lovely sight there of the views around this ground. You can see that's a fair bit of cloud cover today. The Sierra de Cartama. You can just see it behind the clouds. But by no means is it cold. Temperature still around about 24, 25 degrees here. Right. They will go for spin.
Yep,
Jagmeet
spin.
Singh.
So yeah, spin twins here. We'll have Jagmeet Singh, we'll have Krishan Kalugamage. That will bowl probably the next 4 overs, we'll have to see. So yeah, Jagmeet's a left arm orthodox spinner. Kalugamage bowls mostly leg spin, can bowl a bit of off spin as well.
Chance, opportunity, big moment. Baljit Singh takes the catch. That's the captain, safe hands. And it's another wicket, and it's Thomas Bevan that has to go. So Jagmeet, he does it again. He just always finds a way to get the breakthrough, doesn't he, Jagmeet Singh? He's been very good all the way through this championship. And that's his 16th wicket, so he'll be right up there along with Krishan Kalugamage for Italy as the top wicket takers. Both of the spinners on 16, and that's why, well, that tells you a story. That's where they've been so successful. The seamers haven't always performed. They played around with them. Gujar has taken over the plays there of the captain, taking the catch there, Baljit. They've used Amir Sharif more as well. But it's when the spin comes in that the job is done. Well, that's a good wicket to get. So picking up the wicket of Harrison Ward and now Thomas Bevan with the balls of each other. Italy, well, they'll be boosted by this.
Yeah, Bevan just couldn't resist, could he? And yeah, didn't quite get close enough to be in control of that shot. Baljit, well, he's had the yips occasionally with his catching, but he's normally a very safe pair of hands. He holds on. England 11 now, 41 for 3 in the 4th over. Here is Andy Rishton, and I think he was a shining light for the England 11 with the bat and the ball on opening day. One of the few. Let's see if he can get them on the right track here. I mean, the run rate's fine. They're going at more than 2 a ball, but just those 3 wickets would be a bit of a concern because that is the top 3 we talk about back in the pavilion with the score at 41.
Nicely bowled, just takes the pace right off this, gets it in the right areas. I mean, you've got it. I mean, you can go after Jagmeet. We've seen that. We've seen batters being positive and go after him. You've got to use your feet though, and you've got to get it absolutely right. Right now though, England don't want to be taking any unnecessary chances. Goes back, plays it out, taking it on. There comes the throw. Oh, wow. This would have been close. And, well, Krishan Kalagamage is probably warming up to come on the bowl when he was warming up with the throw here. Yeah, that would have been out. Great work from him, and also great work from Spring Productions, our production partner. Well, this is launched. It's just a little bit too short, and that's what happens if you get the length wrong. Well, that's a cracking shot from Rishton. Well, it's lovely to have the kids here from the Lahoa Kolehio, the Marbella. Well, they've been supporting the cricket and enjoying themselves here. And I'll tell you what, the kids from the school that Rishton is a teacher at, they'll be pretty happy as well. I'm pretty sure that the old television is on at the school so they can see some of this cricket and their teacher playing and playing so well. He's been in good form.
Yeah, has been good, hasn't it? And now the 50 comes up for England 11 off last ball, the 4th over. It is 50 for 3 after 4. Well, it was a pretty famous day last year, 29th of September 2021. It was match 11 of Group C in the inaugural edition of this ECC, where England 11 were restricted to 87 by Italy. Italy chased it down with 4 balls remaining. And yeah, I know that was a bit of a shock loss at the time. But I think, you know, you speak to the England camp, they'll tell you, look, we are kind of blown away how quick these teams have improved, these continental teams. And England 11, okay, let's be fair to them as well. A lot of them haven't been able to play too much cricket recently in the last few weeks. It's not the ideal preparation, but you know, they're being severely tested at the moment.
So it will be Kalangamage that comes to the bowl, so the spin attack continues.
I should mention the championship week, they met again in match 11 last year on the 6th of October. This time it was Italy that were restricted to 80 and England chased it down. So there seems to be a bit of a trend that teams batting first haven't had too much success when these two teams have met.
Well, nobody's catching this. The placement is beautiful, and well, he times it pretty well as well. He goes all the way. A nice lofted shot over extra cover, and all timing. That's what this is. All timing from Kalis. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it was a really good shot. There was a gap there, so it had a bit more of a margin of error. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Kalis. Been brought into the squad. One of, I think, 6 new faces in the England 11 squad, compared to the team that won it last year. Yeah, early days for them in this tournament. They would love to get their first win in this game.
Short cut. Should be fielded. And it has been, well, a little.
Trouble.
Oh, he's going to be in big trouble. Well, you never run off a misfield. And, well, we teach that to the youngsters. And, well, we know got the youngsters here from the Aloha Kolehio, the Marbella. Well, that's what we say, kids. Never run on the misfield. Why? Because this is what normally happens. That is a bad wicket to give away. And Kalis, after playing a lovely shot, well, he gets this wrong. They do see the misfield. They try. I mean, there's a big shout of 2 early. And when they see the misfield, they think, yeah, we'll go for it. But look, credit to Anik Ahmed. He doesn't get flustered, gets a good throw in. Perfect throw. Look, just here. Perfect throw.
Yeah.
Into the gloves. Adios.
Have a look at that. Rishton knew it. It's a classic mismatch of speed. See, Rishton spots it and he's ready to go. But the problem is, because it's side on, it's about equal distance to each end. So Kalis just not as quick. And Rishton knew as soon as he came through that he was fine, but he hadn't really thought of his partner. And Kalis looking good, but he's run out for 12. And potentially a big moment in the game, 58 for 4.
Yeah, that is a big moment because he just played some beautiful shots and he played with so much time. And looked dangerous. And you just said it. He's a good addition. Well, he certainly is. But you don't want to be running him out. He's not as quick as Rishton, and we saw that.
It's a harsh one. Does this turn onto the line as it passes the crease? That's the question. Yeah, it's a really line ball call. take a run here. Hey, a few people saying there was never 2 there. Well, there was 2 there if there were 2 Andy Rishtons at the crease. But I think for Callis, it was always going to be a struggle, and he's gone by a couple of steps in the end, wasn't he? Well executed, though. Yeah, it was the kind of fumble that the ball never got that far from Anik out there on the boundary.
Nicely hit. And it'll just be a single once again. It is Rishton that is thinking about the 2. Clayton is ready to go, but decides against it. Ben Clayton has joined Andy Rishton out there.
This will just be a single, patted down into the offside, and Clayton is out there now. Ben Clayton for the England 11. After 5 overs, the score is 62 for 4. Welcoming you into the Dream Box, and it's great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. Swinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full, and it's great to see the sport making waves. The fact it was on Spanish TV last night, the news here. I know that a lot of people have turned out in the fan zone. Give us a big wave, guys. And I want to say thank you for joining us here on day 2. And I know we've got a lot of English supporters in. They would love to get their first win right here against the Italians. But the Italians, they're no easy beats. We know that. And, of course, they are without points as well. So, very important clash here in match number 7.
Massive, massive match. And you pointed out that these 2 teams, when they met last year, they shared the spoils as well. Italy know that. And I think that had a lot to do with Italy winning the toss and doing what they don't normally do, which is field first. They're probably thinking, well, last year we were able to contain them to around about 80 before they really got into their stride. They haven't got into their stride here yet. Let's try and keep the pressure on their batting, because that seems to be the weakness at the moment. And let's see if we can be the team that get our first points in the standings here, Championship week, and put more pressure on the England 11. The defending champions, remember. Well, this was absolutely cracked. And the wicket keeper, well, Zain Naqvi behind the stumps here.
Yeah, so giving
optimistic catch it.
They're giving really good argue the game off here. The 47-year-old keeper, first choice keeper. Naqvi's a bit of a talisman. He can do a bit of keeping. He's also a decent bowler, actually. This is going to be hit across the line. Clayton will get a single. Yeah, Ben Clayton, he's a guy, he's a hard-hitting batter. Plays for Suffolk in the NCCA competition. He scored a couple of hundreds this year. Both under 60 balls faced. So obviously he's very, very quick once he gets going. And there's the decision. He's gone, and it's just Gajar who comes in and forces Rishton into a shot that he probably doesn't need to play across the line. And Tyrone Peters had no hesitation in getting their finger up in the air. So 5th wicket falls now in the 6th over at 65 for 5.
Yeah, as soon as I see this, I think he's going to be out. I mean, we'll have a look at it again. I think he goes down on one knee. The ball hits him sort of right, I think, in front of the stumps here. Look, yeah, I can't see. And umpire's got to decide. The only thing you have to look at is the height, but because he's so low, look at that, where it makes impact. That's hitting middle stick.
Yeah, I think that's out in the middle leg. And it's Sikander Abbas, pardon me, as I just spotted the action of Abbas. And yeah, he's just slower than you think. He's slower than you expect. And so Rishton does contribute to Maximo, but he has to go for 11. And 11, yeah, just keep losing wickets at regular periods at 65 for 5.
Yeah, but not a bad man to be coming in now, Sam Pearce. I mean, he's a very good hitter of the ball, very good all-rounder. And can he click? Somebody has to click here. There's only been that contribution from Harrison Ward, 28 of 11, but nobody else has really been able to get going. That's nicely played. It's a risky shot once more because Abbas was right up there, very full delivery. What Abbas does, he goes very wide off the crease. Have a look when he's bowling. He gets pretty wide and angles the ball in, and it's that angle, I think, that fools batters sometimes, and they end up going right in front and missing. Just watch how wide he leans. He leans pretty wide and then darts it in. They're asking again, but I get a feeling this may have taken a bit of the bat on the way through. Keep an eye on the umpire. Yeah, no signal. So the bat saves him. Otherwise, this is another one that would have been really close.
It's close. For me, it might have just been sliding down the leg side. He's going very wide of the crease there. But it will be the end of the over. And so 6 overs down, and England 11 are 67 for 5. So, yeah, run rate not too bad at the moment. Just over 11 and over. So, yeah, I think with England's attack, they would kind of fancy defending something like 110. I think they'd be fairly comfortable with that. 6 different bowlers used. So plenty of options available for the Italian captain, Baljit Singh. Now they're going back to Jagmeet to bowl over number 7.
Oh, hit on the up. Gets it past the infield. But, the field again perfectly poised. Anik Ahmed's been doing a good job out there patrolling the offside boundary.
Such an interesting matchup, isn't it, between these two teams? I mean, Italy, they've been picked pretty much on their form in the ECS. You could say that based on the fact that we spent 5 weeks there in July. And you know, England 11, they are very good short form players, there's no doubt about that. But they're a bit rusty, that's clear. And it is still quite different going from something like 20 over cricket to 10 over cricket. Slightly different skill set, slightly more compressed game where you're forced into taking more risks earlier.
Up in the air, opportunity goes a long way up, and it's well taken once more. And I think that's Sikander Abbas who takes another one. And remember, he's been in the war sometimes, hasn't he, with his catching. But at the moment here, he's been spot on. Well, I think they've made him practice and practice and practice, especially after that game against Spain. But it can happen to anyone. We've seen him drop. I mean, talking about drop catches, remember Danny Dolkaya, he's dropped a few sitters in compared to the catches we've seen him taking in the past. So sometimes it's all about the pressure. And Sikander Abbas, he's absorbing the pressure pretty well here at the moment. And well done to Jagmeet. Look, he was pretty unlucky with the ball earlier, which just went through and over the stumps. How he didn't hit the stumps was disbelief to him and a few others. But they do get Pearce in the end. So, well, I was thinking that Sam Pearce may have been the one that's able to put a good contribution together. He is not. He goes for 1 of 3 deliveries. Jagmeet in the wickets once more.
Yeah, I suppose it's not so much the run rate that they're scoring at that's a problem for the English team here, but they just keep losing wickets. They're running out of batters pretty quickly at the moment. New batter comes to the crease, and it's going to be Jaffet Chohan, who comes out at number 8. Of course, he will be facing up. That is the rule now in all cricket. And if you get caught, the batters have to return to their original ends. New batter will replace the outgoing batter at the striker's end. And he's gone first ball. Wow, how about that?
Beaut.
You know, Jagmeet Singh, he's on you so quick. We've seen it time and time against surprising new batters, and suddenly he's on a hat-trick.
But this is, yeah, I'm with you. But this is about the pace. So watch his delivery. This is just world class. This is such a good ball. I mean, it's getting me excited here in the dream box. Such a beauty. He slows it right down. It takes forever to get there. But the thing is, he's his radar. No wonder they're excited about it. Watch this. Oh, that is such a goodie.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
look at
it's pace off, but he's still somehow late on the shot. He's late on the shot.
What's the reaction? This is what it means to you. If you think, oh, there's the passion, there's the desire. And, well, maybe we'll capture it better here, but just watch him. Oh, yeah, that's what it means to him. Jagmeet Singh says, Ale, Jagadite fatte paronte khake. He's loving his moment out there. And Italy take another. He's going to be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, well, hat-trick number 34 on the cards here as Arthur Godsall comes to the crease. There are some of the names. I love these names that are on this list, including Atif Mohammed and Mohammed Kamran. But it has been, how long is that now? 5 days since we saw Jason of Switzerland take the last hat-trick on ECN, and Godsall has 2 balls to negotiate from Jagmeet, who's got 3 for 10.
Jagmeet Singh, hat-trick ball, 3 for 10 so far. Flights it up there. No run. And, well, they have a shy, and they're still undecided whether they want to go for this or not. It's a good throw there from Baljit. I think he would have just got back. But you don't play about with the Italians. They're going to have a go no matter what. Dot ball. They're looking to finish well. 68 for 7. Last ball of the 7th over. And it will be stopped. And what a great piece of bowling. Well, if somebody, look at that. That says it all. That says it all. Let's see that again, please. That says it all. You know, that is what it's about. The captain just goes straight over to Jagmeet and says, yeah, what you've just done here is absolutely amazing. I mean, it's about giving 110%. He makes a stop there, and then the captain, Baljit Singh, yeah, look, that's what it's all about. That's one thing. That's why I've loved the Italians all the way through here. They've really backed each other. They've been dynamic out there, and they've enjoyed the cricket they played. And it's rubbing off on them. It's rubbing off on us as well.
Yeah.
We look pretty happy there, don't we?
We're very enthusiastic about East End cricket, as we always are. Let's come back to the action, and it's going to start with a 6 in the 8th. Maximo. Christian Kalagamage gets hit straight back over his head, and Clayton doubles his score with 1 hit.
Big hit, especially after that last over. Just a 1 run came off it, and the 2 wickets. So they needed something special, and that will help. And he's got to go for it. It just has to. So Clayton taking on the spill of Kalagamage. What's going to be the reply? Upish. Doesn't carry. 1 bounce. As Anik Ahmed gets the throw back in.
So I have been enjoying getting all these messages. So if you'd like to send them to me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. A few people asking for shout-outs as well. You can get Rico at RicoFull. Bounce there from Kalagamage. This is the thing with leg spinners as well. I think with the overspin they get on this pitch, it does seem to surprise a lot of batters.
Firmly hit and not going to be stopped by the fielder. And this one, well, it hits the post off the ghost cube. Somebody else is lurking in there now. Well, they're all dicing with the spooky stuff. You know you're going to get haunted tonight, folks, if you're going into the ghost cube. But nice shot off the back foot. Gets plenty of power in this. That's Godsall. And a little bit too much there for Umar Gujar to get to.
Maybe the ghosts have gone on holiday and they've leased out their cube.
Oh, this has been absolutely laced. That is big. That goes a long way. Boom. Shaka. And there's Mary. Hello, Mary. Give us a wave. Magic spray, Mary gets in the action. She's got to. Hey, listen, she's playing cricket now. That's why.
I can tell.
She wants to get to the ball pretty quickly. Yeah, playing up here for the Costa del Sol women's team. And, well, always in the action. Godsall goes for another one, and he's going to get it. Well, this is the over that England needed. They're going after Kalagamage, and it is Arthur Godsall who's played some outstanding shots here. He races on to 14 of just 6 deliveries. This is exactly what England needed.
Yeah, Kalagamage getting the treatment, isn't he, at the moment? That over went 6-1.464. It goes magical. 21 come off the 8th. England 11, despite losing all these wickets, they are on track for a very defendable total. It's 91 for 7 after 8. Yeah, Mary, Magic Spray Mary, as we call her. She rocketed that throwback into Skander Abbas. He might need the magic spray after handling it, but isn't that a great story? Mary getting involved by being the medic at this tournament, but now playing women's cricket here on the Costa del Sol.
Yes, fabulous. And that's the story. That's what we're all about. It's about cricket growing and developing. Played down the ground, so this will take them into the 90s now. So 90 will go up on the board.
Yeah, 12 balls to go. Now 11 balls to go, 22, 112. If they get 2 a ball from here, they could still get 120 if Godsall keeps up this pace.
Oh, this is a lovely pickup. This will go all the way as well. Nicely done. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, what an innings this is turning out to be when he needed something special, needed somebody to go out there and hit cleanly and play with no fear. And Godsall is doing it. Well, this one will be called a wide, so the right idea from Abbas to try and keep it out of that swing zone of Godsall. Has been hitting pretty well.
So Godsall didn't play the first game yesterday. I think it's more or less to give some of the new guys a go first up, but he looks hungry right now, doesn't he? 20 off 8.
Oh, well, this is hurt. It's an opportunity, but always hard because he's going really wide to deliver. Once the ball is hit straight, he's got a lot of work to do to try and get there. Will go down as a chance. Bear that in mind. Godsall being dropped here on 20.
Yeah, it's a half chance at best. Just reacts. Doesn't get the middle of the hand anywhere near it. Clayton on strike now.
He's hit well and doesn't chew up any deliveries. Just doesn't waste any time in getting the hard-hitting Godsall back on strike.
Yeah, this is what you want from your lower order batters. The skill is coming in and being able to hit boundaries straight away, and that's what Godsall's done.
Yeah. Richard Logan and Tom Lambert, watch on. And is there any bat on this or not? Well, keep an eye on the umpire. No signals yet. Looks like there will be now a leg by signal. So let's have a look at this. Well, that
hit him outside the line.
Well, does it? I'm not convinced it does, you know. I think the only thing could be the umpire decides.
Look at the off stump. There's the off stump.
Probably
Look at
going
that
to go
front pad.
on to...
Hits him outside the line.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
This one won't be. It could be run out, though, and will be. And, just for a moment there, I thought Abbas was going to fire this in anger. But he manages to calm himself down and just throws a gentle little throw back to Nakvi, who gets involved. Well, there we go. More hugs from the Italians. They are a friendly team. They like giving each other lots of hugs. I don't think he knows where this is, so he starts running. He has no idea. And then he thinks, hang on a minute, how does that ball drop in front of me? It surprises him, but it doesn't surprise Abbas or Nakvi. They perform well together. Little pick-up, just a gentle throw back into the gloves of Nakvi, who takes them off. So that is the end of Claydon. Well, he's played his part in what has been a very handy, important and fruitful partnership between him and Godsall. He'll go for 15 off 11 balls.
Good little partnership there, wasn't it? I think they put on 32, and they do that in just 14 balls. So he played his part. The 100's up now. 100 for 8 at the end of 9 overs. Will be Godsall on strike for the start of the last.
And it will be Hassan Ali to bowl it. Bowled a very good first over, just 7 from it. It's always very difficult to get away. He does get a good Yorker length delivery in as well. Let's see if he can keep his composure and finish on a high for the Italians. This is a lovely clean hit, and it will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Godsall, he is motoring at the moment. What a fine shot this is. And, well, he says, you put it there, I'm going to put it away. So, Hassan Ali.
These are really handy runs, considering they were 68 for 7 at one point. Godsall is having an absolute day out here. Batting at number 9.
He gets this one through, yeah, but batting with no fear. And that's the thing. He's come out there, no fear, positive attitude, and he's hit the ball clean.
He really has. I don't think they've bowled that well to him. I don't remember him really having to deal with the Yorker. They've given him a pretty comfortable length all the way through. There's Harrison Ward. Again, controversial haircut. Come back to that shortly.
Well, has he got enough power in this? Yes, he has. And power is the word. The fielder doesn't have too much to do, but maybe a couple of meters away from him. But he takes a few steps and the ball is already crashing into the boundary fence. What an innings this is. This could make the difference, in this match.
Too much length for a 10th over against the guy that's up and motoring. You heard the call from the Italians. Una, Chris. Keep it to 1, keep it to 1. Well, in the end, couldn't even make the stop and it goes to the boundary.
And now he overcooks it, and this is another one that will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una más, una grande. It's shaka time here at the Cartama Oval. And Arthur Godsall, he is having an innings of his life here. Just everything he touches is sailing away to the boundary. This is the way to do it.
Such a good shot. Such a good shot. Because, yeah, it's a full toss, but still, so often you're late on a full toss because you're not really expecting it. That was about knee high, and it disappeared over mid-wicket. And now England 11, this is a pass score right now, I think. And they've got 2 balls to try and improve on it. They've used pretty much all their resources here, but they have got to a score that I think they should probably defend with their attack. A couple to come, though.
This is going a long way up in the air. Rajmani Sandhu eyeing it up and can't get anywhere near it. And they'll get 2, thinking of 3. And yeah, it's never going to be easy. Well, hang on a minute. They're going to get 3 in the end. What has happened here?
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good overthrow because it costs you a run. But it means that Godsall's not on strike. You got Dennis coming in, and okay, he gets to face the ball. Actually, I wouldn't have taken that 3rd run, and I wonder if they deliberately threw it away. I don't think there's anything deliberate about this. So from Rajmani, it was so high, and he just couldn't track it. Ended up in the wrong spot. Godsall, pretty unselfish.
Well, they've got chase on. Can he get anything on this? Yes, he does. Well done. They take 2. They'll keep running, and well, I think they're asking the question, was the bat down here or not? I get the feeling that he may have just put the bat down in time. Let's have a look.
I actually think they complete 2, and I actually think he's run out here.
And
he is. But it doesn't matter because they already completed the 2. So they'll get two. They were looking for a third. Well, they wouldn't have got too far, judging by that. But, hey, what a good comeback that is by the tail, wagging for England 11. They're going to finish 121 for 9. And, yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase, isn't it? 122 required as we get ready for the chase. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights, and a pretty interesting one. The top three miss out again for England 11.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the split here is exactly sort of 62 to ended up 62 to 60. As this has been, you see, have a look at this. That was the first boundary, really. The ball that goes under the diving effort from the fielder, and that was Fernando early on. It's normally pretty tight out there, but Italy, give them credit. They just kept finding a way to get the wickets. Harrison Ward, well, he was the man that was causing issues for them. I mean, there was 1-6 here that he hit. I think it's this one here. That was humongous. It was huge. It went a long, long way. He made 28 off 11 deliveries, but they needed to find a way to get him gone. And what Italy often rely on is their spinners that come in and do the damage. And it was very much the case here today as well. Though one of the spinners was pretty successful, and that was Jagmeet Singh. The other, not so. Rajmani taking a very good, comfortable catch. Well, he was able to hold on to that one, but in a similar catch later on, he wasn't able to, which ended up costing them maybe 2 or 3 runs, I think it was, because they did run 3 on it. And Jagmeet, though, yeah, he had some that didn't go his way, but he had some that did. He's such a passionate player, and well, he certainly wears that shirt, the Italian jersey, with a lot of pride, and he shows it. He shows his emotions as well. This was crazy, a crazy bit of running, which was the end of Callis, who was looking good at the time. Sikandar Abbas, well, he came on, and not only did he bowl and get some wickets, but he was pretty good out there in the field as well. Well, no, he didn't bowl and catch it himself. That's just the way the highlights worked out. That was an absolute beauty from Jagmeet, and wasn't he happy about it? He was pumped up, and he was getting hugs from everyone, including his captain, because his captain knew what an important part that he played in restricting this England 11 to this score around about 120. But look, England still needed something special to happen, and though that partnership was broken between Claydon and Godsall played some fantastic shots. But, he really made the difference in this innings. I mean, scoring 40 runs of just, I think it was 14 deliveries. That's quite exceptional, and that's what's given England this score. And maybe they've been given, I don't know, maybe just 15 runs more than what Italy would have liked. But still, it's a score that Italy, I think, can quite easily go out there and chase. But I think the way things were going, they were hoping it was going to be around about a 105, 110 score, not so much a 120. Let's have a look at that scorecard. So Harrison Ward, he was good at the top, and they'll be happy, even though he hasn't scored a big score, they'll be happy the way he started to time the ball. And then you saw a couple of batters like Callis and Claydon, who got going. Claydon made a very good partnership, but it was all about that finish there at the end from Arthur Godsall. That was such a good innings. The bowling figures here, Hassan Ali, his last over was an expensive one, wasn't it? I mean, up until then, he'd only gone for 7. The last one goes for 21. And we also saw a very expensive over from Kalagamagay when he went for 21 as well. But the pick of the bowlers there quite easily, Jagmeet Singh, just picking up those 3 wickets and continuing to do what he does so well. He's been absolutely outstanding with the ball. 3 for 10 from him. And the other bowlers were pretty tidy, really. I suppose you could say that Sikandar Abbas, he also bowled really well. 1 for 15 from him of his 2 overs. So they were the main contributors with the ball. But for me, this was all about that, well, you've got to say, master blaster innings from Arthur Godsall. And I think those 40 runs that he's put on, and also put in a very good partnership there with Claydon, they could prove vital here. Italy, look, this match is still within their grasp. They're a team that we've seen them make some incredible chases of around about the 150 mark. So they shouldn't be too deterred from this, but it's not going to be easy. England's going to fight everything at them. England want this victory, but Italy, well, if they can get their batting together, if one of their batters can click, well, they're capable of knocking this off. Well, what it will be is a very exciting finish. 122 required for Italy to register their first win in Champions League. If they're not able to do it, then it will be England who register their first. Everything to play for both these 2 matches. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos. Hasta pronto. Hello and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval for the conclusion of this match between Italy and England. England managed to get runs on the board eventually thanks to a super knock from Godsall. 40 off just 14 that helped him and his team to put 121 on the board. So 122 will be required for Italy, and it's going to be Rajmani and Sharif that are going to be the two batters to open up. They've been the opening duo for the Italian side. They have at times put some good partnerships together, but both of them are not going to be hanging around. They want to try and get going quickly, trying a good power play in. It looks like it's going to be Sam Pearce. It's going to be opening with the ball to the left-hander. So Rajmani Sandhu looking to give his team a good start. And he goes up straight away, and oh well, it's a goalkeeper-style effort from the fielder. It's hit hard, it's hit on the up, and it's going to be, I think, Chauhan who has the attempt here. Diving full stretch, he's disappointed, he's not able to hold on to it. Let's just see how much of he gets of this. Well, fingertips really. And you can see how hard it's hit because the ball still keeps going. And this time, Rajmani is quite happy just to push this out again to the same fielder, Chauhan, who stops it and gets the throw in, gives them the single though. So, little bit lucky, Rajmani. We have seen him on occasions, he goes early, but that's the way he plays. He just goes out there with the mindset to go after everything. If he clicks, well, he can take the game away from you. And Sharif, to give himself a little bit of room to play the cut shot. He's probably eyeing up the gap between the man on the inside, third man, and also backward point. But this one will be more fruitful because he goes for the shot right across the line. It's a little bit short, and he swings on this pretty quickly and gets it, and he goes all the way. 6 runs. So that's the second boundary. Seen a 4 from Rajmani, and now the 6 from Sharif. Yeah, picks the length pretty quickly. He's a bit ill-directed, going down the leg side as well. She's short down the leg. Very quick on it is Sharif. Now goes straight down the ground, and he's going to get 4 more. That's a cracking shot. There's 2 men there, but this is hit dead straight and gets the power in the shot as well. So Amir Sharif makes a good start. As well, the coaches, they look on. And shot that of Hamanta Jayasena and Kamal Karyawasam. Jotting a few notes down, no doubt. And that will be the end of the first over as well. And it's a pretty good one. Could have started tragically. As Rajmani, well, he went blazing out the off. Got a bit of the hands of the fielder. He wasn't able to take it, Chauhan. That could have been Rajmani gone for 0, but they get 15. You've also see up there on your screens, 54 matches now without a golden ball. Golden ball, of course, is when the scores are tied at the end of the second innings. And then we go to the golden ball. Nice shot there again for Hamanta and Kamal. And the golden ball is just 1 ball to any batter that has not been out, and they need to get 2 runs. Any bowler can bowl that 1 ball. Speaking of bowler, Christian comes into the attack. And asking the question straight away. Sort of a half-hearted appeal from the England team. I think they probably realise this is probably just, pitching outside leg, can't be out. And straight away, the umpire shakes the head. Segender Abbas bowled and fielded very well. He's hoping that he won't be required with the bat, and that the openers are able to give them a good start. Rishton. Good work from the fielder. You can shout from, you can hear from the England fielders. They all say, get down, get down. And he does. Jaffa Chauhan, he does get down on it. Makes the stop. The hat does eventually come away. Been a busy man, Chauhan. Going from one end to another. And that his favoured fielding position. And And if he's able to get hold of this Rishton, he probably had a chance to be involved with the run-out. Leg bias being signalled. I think this is a slightly slower one from Rishton. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it was. Asking the question, and a bit of hesitation for both the batters. But they do scramble through. Gets the leg by. You can see just in the background there, some of the Spanish boys starting to warm up. They've got a very big clash coming up. Taking on Scotland team. Bit more tiki-taka. Rishton has bowled well. Not too many coming off the bat. And those that are, it's just singles and then a few leg buys there as well. A lot of people undecided which way this is going to go. There's some people back in England to win it. And then there's others like Fahim Ahmed that thinks it's going to be another defeat. Well, this is just poor cricket. You're going to say Rajmani trying to get funky, trying to get clever. And, well, he sees better than that, and he just ends up giving his wicket away to Rishton. It's a very easy catch taken by Dan Lincoln. And, well, yeah, poor execution from Rajmani. I don't think he needs to do this. Nice to see there, Callum, he's trying to G up the boys. Yeah, it's the sort of length which he could quite easily have been playing the shot to sort of behind square, ends up going, or trying to go for the scoop. He tries to get funky, gets his all wrong, and just ends up giving an easy catch to the England captain, Dan Lincoln. And that's the end of the hard-hitting left-handed Rajmani. And he will be disappointed as he has to depart. He'll be disappointed because of the shot selection. He goes for 5 deliveries. And England have their first victory. And it's Baljit Singh. And now comes that. Number 3, position that he's made his own, and he's made some outstanding innings at 3. But he comes in to the firing line. Rishton's bowled very well, 1 for 2. Got a ball to go. Just making sure he gets his field right. And he, along with Captain Lincoln, get it spot on. Yes, Vinny Sandhu joins us for the last delivery in this, the second over.
Yep, we'll have to wait, won't we? But Baljit, he just seemed a bit out of sorts yesterday, didn't he? With the bat, just some of his shot selections, he went very heavy, leg side dominant, or attempted to be, with very little success. When he holds his shape, I think he's so much more dangerous. Rishton, what an over this is. 1 for 2. Last ball coming up, and he has 1 crack at Baljit Singh.
Bump ball, don't get too excited, plays it into the ground. This time again it's Johan. You just get the feeling that he's going to get his moment, he's going to get his limelight. Let's have a look at this, and yeah, straight into the ground.
It's one of the all-time great bump balls. Almost went over the infield for 4. Anyway, it is the end of the over, and a very good one from Rishton. So the score is 19 for 1 after 2. Let's have a look at the table. It's starting to take shape, but it really is a case of the haves and the have-nots, and both these teams have not got a win yet. One of them will by the end of this one. The other one will be stuck on 0 points. Not where you want to be, but still a long way to go in this one and a long way to go in Championship Week. Here we go with Arthur Godsall in over number 3.
Godsall over pitching here on the pads, but missed out on by Amir Sharif. He'll be disappointed he hasn't latched onto this. It's a real loosener from Godsall. But, well, what an impact Arthur Godsall has already had in this match. He's 40 of just 14 deliveries is what's got England this score. Now he's trying to do damage with the ball. In he comes. Well bowled, well pitched up. There's not too much that he can do with that. So Sharif plays it out, gets a single. Baljit Singh, the captain, goes back on strike.
Yeah, so the rate required, about 12 and over from the get-go. That's what you're trying to track at. If you're Italy, you don't really want to fall too far behind, considering the kind of players you've got available to you. You don't want to put them under too much pressure. You've got to attack this power play. Baljit yet to score.
And he'll score here. It's another badly aimed delivery. It's a slower ball, but it's the direction of it that's wrong. He starts off with a ball that was down the leg side that Sharif wasn't able to put away. It struck him on his pads. And this time round, though, he just clips his away. Well, there's some work to be done by the staff there. They do find it eventually. Well, I say staff, I think that was the Netherlands captain. Just having a little bit of me time. Ends up having to find this ball as it goes under our giant screen. So 4 runs to Baljit. It wasn't a good delivery, and he just tickled it away. Little paddle.
Oh, I like that. 2 balls came back. And I think they got the right one now. Came back to Godsall. Yeah, just lost his line a little bit there. Into a low full toss. Well put away by Baljit.
Nice hit, and this is firmly struck, gets it over the 30-yard circle. Good shot to be playing in the power play. You know, there's only 2 men that can be outside that circle, so you get it right, get it clean, you're going to get your value for money. That's exactly what Baljit does here. Nice confident shot, gets enough of his bat underneath this to take it over those infielders.
That's a proper cricket shot from Baljit. That's the kind of ball he was hacking across the line at yesterday. That shows me he's on. Danger man at the crease for Italy. Oh, well, back to the yesterday. I suppose this was a little bit shorter, but I suppose the other thing is he knows exactly what he has to do here. He knows, exactly what's required and how crazy or not crazy he'll have to be. I think yesterday Italy were batting first against Spain. He just had a bit of an off game, Baljit. Godsall though, sometimes when you bat well, carries into the bowling. Gone for 10 this over. Last ball of it coming up.
And this has been swung at hard, but doesn't really get the timing, get the single. So Godsall does finish his over well, just a single from it. And he'll go for 11 off his first. And that score moves on to 30. So they're at the 10 and over pace, but every time they don't quite hit the right mark, that rate will go up, and it's now moved its way up to about 13. So they won't want it climbing any more than that. I mean, England are not going to bowl you too many overs when you're going to be hitting more than when you're going to be hitting around about 15 and over. And so already it's a difficult task for them.
Yeah, sure is. Game just hanging in the balance here. Italy probably half a dozen behind where they want to be, but I don't think they're that dissatisfied. I'm going to say quick hello to a few people that have messaged me, and I'm loving all the interaction with the fans. It's going to be Jafford Chowan to bowl over number 4. But I do want to say a big hello to Sam Jones and everyone at the Riverina Cricket Club in Hay, New South Wales. Great name for a town there. Hay.
Hey.
It's called Hay.
H-A-Y.
Hey. Yeah. Hello, Sam. Glad you're enjoying the action. Probably on Fox Sports Australia.
Goes for it, and he gets it. It's a powerful hit. Hitting this from his back foot, but getting it clean out of the middle of the bat. And over it goes. Manos arriba time from the umpires. Put him up like you just don't care, because this is 6 runs. Powerful. Right out the middle. And that goes all the way, 6 runs.
These are the kinds of balls that have undone a lot of batters with the overspin that the spinners get. Sometimes you can top edge this or miss time this, but Sharif gets this one just right.
Johan, first ball goes for a big 6. And this one is hovering up there in the air. Where's his going? It goes all the way over. Not the cleanest of hits, but it's back-to-back 6s. Boom. Shaka lagia. Well, are we going to see 3 on the spot? Well, no hay 2 sin 3. Que grande, que guay, que genial. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, and takes on and wins just enough. Good club selection, as we say in the classics. And Jaff, he's not too pleased with that. It was a challenge delivery. It wasn't a bad ball at all. Sharif could have quite easily gotten it wrong. And, well, you see there. This will melt your concentration. This one's melted out of the ground by Sharif. It goes bang, bang, Maximo. That was a lot more convincing and powerful from Ahmed Sharif.
No hay 2 sin 3. This is Calypso style. Boom, 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 blastic. 3 out of 3 from Amir Sharif.
Yeah, this is a very good shot through the line this time from Sharif. It's a safer shot.
Short. He goes for another one. He's going to be 4 on the spin. Shaba, shaba, shaka, shaka time here at the Cartama Oval. Cartamania taking the world by storm. And Ahmed Sharif is turning on the style. And you can see every time he hits one, Baljit Singh goes up to him and says, okay, look, stay calm. You don't have, we've got the runs here. You don't have to go for another. Well, I don't think you're going to stop him here. I think he's getting excited. 4 out of 4.
What's Italian for go back to your end? he's going big, 4 out of 4. They've got the Southern Crossfield here, which is basically a straight fielder, and then a wider long off and long on. Will he go for 5 in a row here?
Float it up. He hits it, and he will get 5 in a row. He ends up being a full toss, but it still hasn't been put away. The power of the man. Amir Sharif has hit 5 on the spin of Jafar Chauhan. Are we going to see something magical? Are we going to see history in the making here?
Oh, boy.
Wow. Are we going to see 6 sixes in and over? Amir Sharif is looking to do something sensational here at the Cartama Oval.
Oh, the 4th over has gone supersonic, 30 off 5 balls. We've never seen it here at the Cartama Oval. You got to go for it, don't you?
It's got to go for it.
Sharif
Here we go.
On the verge of 6 sixes in and over.
Oh, he misses out on it, and I think he might have been gone here as well. Well, I think Dan Lincoln is sure he's got his man. Well, Johan, he looks like he's gone for 5 sixes, but he may have got the wicket of Amir Sharif here. Let's see, does that foot come up or not?
Does it lift?
No, it stays down, so he's okay. Well, that is the end of the over. He's not out, but that was sensational. Of course he was going to go for it. And Baljit Singh saying, is he in? Is he out? Let me know he's in. And then he smiles. He says, all right, we're happy now. That's the over they needed, Vinny.
Yeah,
the over
well,
they needed.
They doubled the score in the 4th. It was 30 off 3 and it's 30 off the 4th, so 60 for 1 after 4. Yeah, I think Lincoln was excited. I suppose he did put some weight down on the foot and maybe gave the impression that it was landing, but it was always grounded, wasn't it? So Sharif 44 off 15. What an over. I mean, we've seen it. He opens the batting for Fresh Tropical, which I still think is one of the best club names in world cricket. And right now, he's come up with a bit of magic and showing. Well, back to the drawing board for him. That's for 5 Maximos in a row.
Yeah, and the only other person who's done that was, well, remember Baljit Singh did it in the group stages. Go back to Godsall, starts with a slow delivery.
Yeah, Baljit probably wins on account back because he hit the last ball for 1 at least. Yeah. Sharif whiffed at it. I just think, no matter the game situation, if I ever hit 5 sixes in a row, I'm going for the 6th. It doesn't matter what's smart or not. It's
without doubt.
Could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Without doubt, you are.
What's the most sixes you've hit in and over? You weren't really about it. You're more of a bowler, weren't you?
Probably 3. Yeah, 3 maybe.
3's decent.
Short. Goes up in the air a long way. This is catchable. And it gets taken. And they do get... Sharif, who's trying to bring up his 50 with another Maximo, but he's not able to. He hit 5, missed 1, and then hits 1 straight up in the air, and the catch has been taken. Godsall gets the wicket that they desperately needed.
Yeah, I think he bowls this kind of into the pitch, and it's not a real pacey delivery, but he wants to lure Sharif into the shot. You can see, yeah, he bowls that into the pitch. He makes him go fetch it from outside off. Very difficult shot to play to get it over the leg side from there. And a simple catch taken there by Bevan. But one innings from Sharif, but after the fireworks, he blew himself up and he has to go. And the score now is 61 for 2.
Yeah, he goes, but look, you've got to say he's done his part, hasn't he? I mean, after the start that England had, particularly after they were, well, some really good bit of, I mean, Godsall, it was himself, he bowled really well. He saw Rishton bowled a good over, so I really restricted them. But then Jafar Chauhan, he goes for 30 in that 1 over. And like that, the game changes. But now he's gone. And that means another batter has to come out and take over. Well, this man hasn't done too bad so far, has he? I think Umar Gujar has got better and better when we've seen him. So he's looking to put a good partnership together here now with Baljit Singh.
This should be good. I mean, for all of that, they've only got the rate down to around about 10.8 and over required.
Nice looking shot. Shot off a guy that's in good form.
Yeah, so Gujar was so good against the leg spin yesterday of Lorne Burns. He took him to town. And just thinking of the leg spin options that England will probably use here. You've got Pearce, you've got Alex Russell, you've got Chauhan if they bring him back. Could be an interesting contest.
Be a wide delivery. Nice take there from Dan Lincoln. You can see just trying to draw Baljit. Well, Baljit will go after these. I can understand the bowler's having to go. He's not going to shy away from anything that's out there.
Yeah, that's a wide. Catches a bit of a line on the way through. Good take by Lincoln. He's a very solid gloveman, Dan Lincoln. Also a very good footballer. But right now, he's got his hands full with this game against the Italians.
Good Yorker, and well blocked effort by Baljeet. Bowled this a few times, hasn't he? So it's a slower ball, but it's a Yorker-led delivery, which is so difficult to get away.
I think it's interesting. Italy, obviously, a few new faces in their side this year, but they would have confidence they can beat England. They beat them last year, don't forget, in the group stage. Match 11 of Group C. And Baljeet kept out a good Yorker. Can he get something he can cash in here from Godsall, who's bowled pretty well?
A good bit of action there. So once again, he goes for the pitch-up delivery, which Baljeet seems to be having trouble putting away. He's blocking it out okay, but he's getting no runs. So it's these dot balls again that mounting up.
It's just a good ball from Godsall, and you can't do too much. You don't want to give your wicket away going after something like that, swinging across it, something like that. I mean, you got to think that Godsall isn't going to give you those kind of Yorkers every ball. Fake ramp, stands, hits, and trouble.
Yeah, it's up in the air. It's going to be easily taken, and it is. So Baljeet, not the first time we've seen him do this. He does that fake ramp, and then he hopes that he's able to get something he can capitalise on, but he's not. All he does, he finds the safe hands off Harrison Ward. So Baljeet will have to go as well. So that's two big batters that have gone within balls of each other, and it's Godsall that is producing and performing here today. And already you think you might as well put his name down as player of the match, because he's batted beautifully to give the scores to England, and now, well, he's taken the wickets that matter as well.
Yeah, so 5 overs down, 63 for 3. You got to still trying to work out what that celebration was from Harrison Ward, but let's just say he plucks the catch without too many problems. Baljeet's going to have to go. Wasn't quite on today, except for a couple of shots. And so he goes for 10 off just 8 balls. The score is 63 for 3. Yeah, I just think sometimes that fake ramp, it kind of throws the batter's timing out more than the bowler. Like, what are you trying to achieve by it? The fact that, yeah, what are you? You're then going to stand up and hit the ball anyway. So he probably puts himself up more than the bowler. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, and our new friend here. There we go. We're going to think of a name for him. Maybe the viewers can send in some suggestions for some names.
Yeah, actually, why not?
It's bigger than your spider. What's so funny is you had a little spider.
I did.
And that spider's gone missing now.
He's
somewhere. Since our friend here has come. But I want to say a big thank you to some of the Spanish supporters that donated this to us. It's a bit like a backpack. It's got a bit of weight to it, actually.
You've got the Spider-Man colours on today as well, I think. So
you can call me Spider-Man. Well, Spider-Man's probably more red and blue, but it's maybe I'm the Spanish Spider-Man. Anyway, having a bit of fun here in the Dream Box. And how could you not have fun? It's been a festival of cricket. It's a gala of the game. Here's Dennis, who's going to bowl over number 6. Shot, and he's cut that away, and he smacked it really. Good jar, short and wide and cashed in. And Italy, despite losing their captain, is still tracking pretty well in this chase.
This is a cracking shot from a man who is in sensational form at the moment. Good jar. And while he's out there, anything is possible. He's been joined out there by Nick Ahmed, who himself has played some crucial innings back in the group stages for Italy. So these two more than capable of putting a good partnership together.
Dennis has to straighten it up.
This one's another one that just goes right up in the air, but it drops in no man's land. So gets very lucky. That's a good job. It's not the type of shot that...
I think this is a back-of-hand slower ball. Oh, no, it's not. It's just a slower ball. I think he just holds it back in his fingers slightly, but it's certainly fooled. Good jar. And, well, gets away with it. Gets a bit lucky there, you have to say. A question from Fahim Ahmed. Thanks for your question in the comment section. I'll answer it in a second. First is Dennis.
Oh, good delivery. Gets it right on the money. He says, oh, that one does a bit. I don't think it does. I think it's just a straight delivery that he plays down the wrong line. So nicely done. So Nick Ahmed, and, he gets welcomed out there. The bowler, though, struggling to keep his feet.
Is winning the name contest so far. He wants to call the spider Mr. Nibbles. I've got to say,
Mr. Nibbles.
That's going to take some beating. Sometimes the first can be the best.
Oh, he's got to get back quickly, and, well, perhaps a better throw may have had Nick Ahmed in trouble. He wants to go straight away, but there's no single there.
Yeah, true. That could have been big trouble for Gajar if he'd gone through with that run. Lincoln didn't have the ball, so no real question of a run out. Yeah, the question was from Fahim. He's asking, why don't we sit in commentary? Well, we do have chairs. We'll sit on occasion. But I know that, Rico, you've got me in the habit of standing up. The action's just so fast.
Yeah.
It makes you want to get on your feet, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. On your feet, moving around. And, maybe we get a little bit nervous as well for the players out there as well. But no, yeah, always prefer to be on the feet. Much better view. And this should be out. It's a straightforward catch, and yes, it is. So another one goes. I think Ahmed, he's going to have to go for a free ball. So disappointment for him. So the Italians, they made a slow start, and then there was something special with 5 sixes in 1 over from Amir Sharif. But then after that, he missed the next one and got called off the next. And then he's been followed by his captain, Baljit Singh. And also now, Anik Ahmed back in the dugout. So leaves Umir Gujar out there, but he's running out of partners. He needs somebody to stay there with him if they are to get close to this score. And that rate, well, after they brought it down from around 13 back to around 10, it's now on its way back up again to that 13 mark.
Yeah, it is. So it didn't come off for Anik, who is going to step up and gives Gujar some support. I mean, Anik takes it on, but you can't really be too critical of the stroke. It's just a thick outside edge and it holds up. Catch was well taken by Andy Rishton, and the score 68 for 4. A few people a bit surprised that we don't have these big cushy commentator seats, but I think you've got me in the habit of standing up. I think it's a good habit to have. And Spain for Sport in the chat. It sounds like Andy saying that Corey needs to stand, otherwise he can't see over the monitors. Well, that's a bit accurate.
I'm liking that, Housey. I do like that. Good shout there.
Anyway, no, look, I think if you, as we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 68 for 4. How many do they need here off the last 4? They need 54 runs. 54 runs off the last 4, so it's getting up there 13.5 and over. They need another one of those magical overs. That would put them in the box seat. And Gujar's just the kind of guy that could bring it. He's got some leg spin to play here, and he played this so well yesterday. Let's see how it goes against Alex Russell, who's a very good cricketer. I think most people, it's like any job, right? We're doing long stints, so if you're standing, I think it's actually a bit better for you as well. Trouble.
He's in trouble. Is he going to get lucky a second time? He does. Well, that's unbelievable placement from Gujar. That's twice he's managed to put the ball just in that area and gets lucky. He's disappointed with himself. He should be. He knows he's a better batter than this. I don't know how and why he's playing this shot.
It's the kind of shot that he played yesterday and got away with. It's risky. But that's one time the Southern Cross cost them, I think, because a regular long off would have taken that easily.
This one is going to be put straight into the hands of the fielder, and he slices at this as Fernando. He's going to be another Italian batter. That's going to join each other's up back in there, the pond at the lake end. Well, he's just sliced this. He doesn't get any power into it. It comes on the top of the bat, and an easy catch taken on the boundary. So Fernando has to go. It's another one of those. And, well, the lake at the far side of this ground is certainly filling up.
Yeah, it's no good for Fernando. I guess he only uses 2 balls up. I need someone to come in and be on. And Gujar hasn't quite been himself from yesterday, but he did very well against the leg spin. He won't be facing now, of course, the new batter will face up. But, yeah, England certainly with their noses in front, maybe a bit more than a nose at the moment, as Italy have lost a 5th wicket. It's 69 for 5.
Yeah, that's disappointing. Producer Fernando, he's another one of those guys that he can come in at a time and really start plummeting the balls to the boundaries, and he can make a change for you. He can certainly play you a match-winning innings. We'll talk about match-winning innings, but this man, maybe Cristiano Fernando, is probably the last of the renowned batters to come in. And let's see if he can get something going with Gujar. That's what Gujar's hoping. Gujar has been lucky himself, really. Put the ball up in the air twice and got lucky. A nice start there from Kungamage, gets into line and just pushes this out. But a good start from Russell.
Yeah. Russell, very, very good cricketer. Seems to be able to bowl despite wearing those giant oversized sunglasses that must weigh a lot.
Oh, opportunity missed from Dan Lincoln. Maybe Dan Lincoln needs to have those kind of sunglasses as well, because he totally misses this.
It just bounces more than even Lincoln thinks, and it allows the batter back in. Yeah, Lincoln is a very, very smart gloveman, but look, if it's fooling the batter, it can fool the keeper as well. And I think that dipped a lot and then jumped past the outside edge and above the middle of the gloves of Dan Lincoln.
Well, this one will go to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs, but good job. Well, maybe luck is on his side today. We've seen him hit the ball up in the air twice, and it lands safe. And now we see the miss-stumping there. It definitely was a big opportunity to remove him. And then he does get his feet into play and gets it right and gets the boundary. So that's what the Italians have to do here now. Just put a few boundaries together in every over. Run hard, take this deep, not lose any more wickets. And then we could have a real flurry at the end. And, well, this is a spot of luck as well, but they will only get just the one.
The one's fine, last ball of the over. So we'll retain the strike here. And Italy 75 for 5, 47 off the last 3 overs. Well, this is kind of where Spain were yesterday against Italy. Spain actually needed 45 off the last 3 overs and ended up doing it in the last over. It's hard to see it happening. Good job, though. You're right. He has had a few slices of luck, a couple of sky balls that could have easily gone to hand. He ran past one, but Lincoln couldn't complete the stumping in that previous over. They need something to happen, and Tom Dennis, he is going to bowl over number 8. I'm trying to convince the robot to put a poll up to decide if it's going to be Mr. Nibbles or Webster, by the way. And here we go with over number 8 with Dennis.
It's nicely played. It's a lovely shot. That's when he's at his best, when he's stroking the ball and not trying to power hit it down the ground. Nicely played. One good over. That's what he'll be saying to themselves. One good over. One good sort of magical over gets them back in this match and takes it right down to the wire. I like Webster. Webster's a good name. Somebody put some thought into that, Webster.
Yeah, well done. I think it was Mike that came up with that.
Good leave. Good decision. Take the wide. Yeah. Once again, not for the first time. Dennis just losing his footing when he's following through. We've seen him slip a couple of times in the first over he bowled, and here again you see just lands and just starts to slide. Just puts the effort in, but not able to get grip on this surface.
Yeah, Dennis, he's put to the test here in the 8th. Italy want a big over out of this.
Firmly hit down the ground, but will just be a single. So they need something now from Kalugamage. Can he produce? Can he pounce? Can he get a boundary or 2 for each team?
Yeah, he's a recognised batter, Kalugamage. Pretty correct player. Of course, we've seen his leg spin be pretty important to Italy as well during this tournament. Italy going with the same side. They got them through Group D last week. Yeah, pretty tense at the moment.
Shot. Well, that's what they needed, and they got one. This will go all the way. Manos arriba. Balle. And what a shot this is. Well, hitting a big 6 over the point area. Gets a width, and this time he completes the shot, and it does go all the way. Beautifully hit. 6 runs. Game on here, Vinny. Game on.
Yeah, what a shot that was. Back foot drive. Straight over cover point for 6. Once again, Dennis giving too much width to the batter. And cashed in by Krishan.
I see the question, and he's going to get the wicket. As Tyrone Peters puts the finger up. So after hitting the big 6, it's a quicker delivery here from Dennis. And this time, there's no room. He's right at the stump. And it's, well, smashing into the pads off Kalugamage. And the umpire decides, yeah, you're a goner. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. The only thing that could save him there is the height, really, because he does shuffle right across. Just look at this again.
I don't think it's going over, and I don't think it's missing, if I'm honest. He definitely takes a little shuffle, puts the pad straight in front of the stumps. So Dennis decides to roll the dice with the straight delivery, and it comes up good for him. And Krishan goes 6 and out, but still, handy little mini contribution to him, and his side advances the score, but the score now is 87 for 6.
Yeah, he goes for 7 of the 3 deliveries that he does end up facing. Like you say, he doesn't chew up too many deliveries, and he does get that one big boundary. But, you know, we haven't seen yet, and I'm really, really surprised. And maybe this has got to be him now. Hey, Naqvi.
Yeah. He's been floating up and down the order, sometimes batting as low as 9. Occasionally he's even open, but we've seen him thrown up to like 4. And Nakvi, yeah, he's a guy that can absolutely smash it. He normally opens batting with
I
Sharif.
was going to say, this guy normally opens,
Yeah,
and
very
they
fresh
are the
tropical.
most explosive opening partnership you can see. They don't always click, I'm going to say that. But when they do, I tell you what, fresh tropical bring up a fresh tropical storm. Nakvi is it. He faces, he'll be swinging. Swings hard, and he's going to get 4 runs, despite the effort from the fielder. And once again, is Jafar Chauhan, who's diving, trying to stop this, but this is going pretty quick, and he would have done well to get anything on this.
Yeah, but it's the spin here. Look at the little spin, and grabs a fingernail on it. But yeah, but that gains speed off the grass, and it might be Richards doing the fielding there on camera 4.
There you go, Richie.
Doing a bit of everything, isn't he? Our crew, mate, love their cricket, and we love that they love it. They do such a great job. All right, last ball of the over.
Slower delivery, gets one through Nakvi, so we'll finish with the dot. Well, hang on a minute, there's more issues here. Well, we've said he's been slipping around a few times. It looks like this time he may have done himself a little nasty.
If he has, I'd probably sit still.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's trying to do here. He just turned his ankle here. Trying to hop off, but yeah, this will be an interesting replay.
Well, yeah, I mean, he has gone down a few times. Here he goes again, and
Yeah.
yikes.
Don't need to see that one again.
Oh, yikes. Ooh,
Just wish he'd stayed down then. Look, I don't think it... Look, because he was able to get up and hop around, hopefully it's one of those ones where there's no actual structural damage. Aye.
Yeah.
All right, that's one time. I'd say we no need for another one.
Not good. I mean, okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, when you do something like that, I mean, instinctively, you just want to walk. You think you're going to be able to walk it off, but he's not been able to. He's tried. He doesn't now. He's going to have to be helped off the field of play. Well, it looks nasty.
Yeah,
Let's just hope.
There's 2 types of those, though. There's sometimes it depends exactly whether you've bent something or whether you've actually damaged something or whether you've hyperextended something. As someone that's happened to before, it's never an easy thing to watch, but hopefully it isn't too serious for Dennis. He's definitely going to go off. It was also at the end of his 2 overs anyway. He took 2 for 21. 8 overs in. We are 91 for 6 here in game 7, and at the moment 31 required of the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope that's nothing that's too serious or too nasty. I mean, obviously he's in a fair bit of pain at the moment. Clearly, that's why he's been helped off the field of play. But nobody likes to see that. And he has had a few issues when he's been sliding, but that wasn't a slide. It was just that I think he just put his foot right on the edge of the pitch and the ground. I mean,
The fact he got up and walked
good sign,
on it, even though it's going to be sore for a bit, but the fact he was actually physically able to do that, I think is a good sign. But yeah, definitely, I think it's probably worth getting it checked out to see exactly what the damage is. Anyway, 9th overall happens in the 9th, and Italy need it to happen.
This is just going to be a very soft dismissal, and yeah, there's the catch taken. No mistakes there from Alex Russell, who comes on to bowl his 2nd over and gets a wicket straight away. So there you pick up his 2nd. Well done to him. 2 for 7 he's taken, and well, that was the one that he didn't want to lose. Gujar again though, but that's the shot that gets him into trouble. He's played it a few times, he gets it wrong, slices this up in the air, doesn't quite get the his feet in the right place. It is slightly down the leg side. I mean, this is one I think you'd like to see the batter trying to have play the sweep shot at, but he gets it straight up in the air, and he goes. He's caught and bowled for 17. Off that was the 10th ball that he faces, and well, with them needing 16, around 16 and over, you need somebody like him out there. Well, he departs. Still got Nakvi at the other end. We know he can be quite explosive, but the question is that any batter that comes in now has to be trying to find a way to hit the boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Gujar did that, and he did it very successfully against Burns. But it's a risky strategy to keep swinging across the line at a leg spinner that puts you in a pretty good spot. Alex Russell coming through for his team here in the 9th. Skander Abbas, the new batter. Can he do something?
Well, he hits it pretty well, and he's going to get 6 runs. And this is exactly what Italy need. Every batter that comes out there has got to be prepared to whack it hard and get the boundary. He does. And There's an outstretched hand there from the fielder. He does whatever he can to stop it. He can't. 6 runs. Game stays alive. And sliced. Watch the spin. He does. He gets a single. It's not a bad result. Boundary, single. Nakvi now on strike. Let's see how Nakvi deals with the spin.
Very good, nice and fine.
Yeah. Need to get it down. What, maybe next 3 balls, get 1 boundary, get down to 15. Stay in the game.
Well, this will help you stay in the game. This is big. Ball, shaka, lugya. Well, that'll help. It's a short delivery, which needs to be pumped, and it was. And Nakvi, he shows us what he can do. Big hit, 6 runs, game on.
These guys are teammates at Fresh Tropical out there. I think sometimes that can help you just relax a little bit. They'd be really familiar with each other, Zain Nakvi and Sikandar Abbas. 18 off 8, and Russell, rare bad ball. That was a half tracker.
This one is on the legs as well, and this will be punished too. It's not a good delivery. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. Bel colpo. Qué grande, qué fantástico. Así me gusta, 6 más.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, the first one was a bad ball he hit. This wasn't a terrible delivery. It's the length I think that Russell was going
Down
for.
the legs, yeah.
But he rolled the dice and came up double 6s. Last ball, the 9th now.
And he goes for another, and he's going to get it, you know. It's going to be 6-6-6 from Nakvi. Nakvi, we've seen him do this in Italy. We've seen him do it for Fresh Tropical. Now he's doing it here in the middle at the Cartama Oval. Cartamania taking the world by storm. Nakvi, well, he enters the big stage, and he delivers.
Well, this is why we love ECN cricket, because you'd say when Gajar skied and got out that they are no hope. But then Newpatter comes out. He's 6-1, 6-6-6 to finish the 9th. Well, it's 6 to win now. They can win 1 swing of the bat, but if it doesn't go that way, and Rishton's bowling, I think he's a very good bowler. We could go to a golden ball if there's 5 off this over. England versus Italy. They gave us a really, really entertaining couple of games last year. Right now, could we have golden ball 37 just a few minutes away? It's been, how long since our last golden ball? A couple of weeks, I suppose.
Batters have to keep their cool. Run a ball. Think about it. Run a ball. That is what's required. Can't be swinging and missing.
Wow, Rishton. I'll tell you what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and go full. He's trying to get it just inside the wide line. But if he misses, again, the value of even a single run here doesn't really want to give away a wide. But I suppose he really can't give away a boundary. So the Fresh Tropical teammates in the middle at the moment for Team Italia. Needing 6 off the last 6. I mean, that over ended up going for 25, Rico, and it started with the wicket of Gujar. You just never know what's around the corner.
Well, what did we say when we said, look, Nakvi, don't forget Nakvi, and Nakvi delivers. But he's at the other end at the moment. Abbas, he's played his part as well. Gets one on the legs. Whipped away. That's the single.
No need to throw away a run out here either, especially against the England team that are pretty much going to gun you down, going for that 2 9 times out of 10.
Nakvi, does he play a little safe shot, or will he be swinging from the hip? Well, I suppose he can swing from the hip, and if he stays there, he's bound to get one over the ropes, right?
I think that you just play the ball as it comes to you. You're looking for one, but of course, if it's a bad ball, you try and put it away.
Hits it well.
So
Get another single.
I think what you don't want to do is swing and miss wildly, and that's the only way you get into trouble from this point. So even though, you're not trying to hit a boundary, but what I'm saying is score first. That's your focus. Yeah. Score first, and you'll instinctively put a bad ball away or go after a ball that's in your zone. So 4 off 4 now.
Rishton, if there's one bowler that can do it, I mean, look at his bowling figures. He can. His first over was fantastic. 4 from 4. Rishton coming into Abbas.
Just okay.
And that's the dot ball. And Rishton just smiles back at Abbas and saying, you wish, buddy, you wish. Yeah, that's a perfect delivery. But look where Abbas goes. He tries to give himself too much room. 4 from 3.
3 singles for a GB. Dust off the golden ball case, Rico. We could be going.
Well, let's see. Bit of chit-chat going there. Abbas being...
Don't step away.
Rule
1. Why would you step away to Rishton? You know he's always going full and wide.
catch on it. They run hard. That's what they need to do. Nakvi now goes back on strike.
England probably should have had a golden ball on finals day last year against Belgium, where Belgium threw an overthrow to hand them the game. That was in qualifier 1 back in October 2021. 3 of 2. 2 singles gets us there. I think we're on. I'm tingling pretty hard right now. Golden ball tingles here in match number 7.
This will be bowled outside the off. Nakvi will have to move across and belt it. Will he? Let's see. He does it. It's a dot. And it's not a wide. And you can see Richton saying, what are you talking about? And this is fantastic bowling. Really is. Spot on.
You know what you're going to get here. You know what you're going to get. I'd be tempted to make a late movement across. Yeah. Number one, you got to hit this, right? If you miss this, forget it. Game's over.
Well, so hold on. Yeah, they need 3 of the last ball, Vinny.
Oh, so 3 off the last ball now.
3 of the last ball.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, he's
so 2 to tie now.
Yeah, 2 to tie. He's snuck in. Look, they're having a bit of a debate here about the field. They've got time to do this now. Of course, the time is no longer an issue because we are into that last over.
The other thing is the non-striker is off with the pitch here. The non-striker is going, knowing that they need to make 2.
Yeah, but I'm surprised with that last delivery that I didn't see Secunda try to get there. He should have read the situation better. Now, really, I think, unless he's going to the boundary, England have got this match.
Yeah, I still think you're more likely to get a 2 knowing you need a 2. Because then there's going to be no hesitation. So if you did hit into a pocket of space, you're more likely to get 2 than usual. And see, Dan Lincoln, he's got as much time as he likes to set his field here.
Yeah, this also plays in the mind of the batter, Nakvi. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised that both these batters, Secunda and Nakvi, haven't taken that step across the off.
Settle in here. 2 for a golden ball, 3 to win it for Italy. Last ball of match 7 coming up. You could cut the air with a knife right now. Hassan Ali saying, pretty happy I don't have to bat. I'm sure he'd be in next. Anyway, here we go. Can Richton deliver for England? Nakvi on strike.
Hits it hard. It's going to go all the way. Italy are going to be victorious. It's 6 runs over extra cover from Nakvi. Oh, look at them. They are pumped. What a hit that is. And, well, it is the last word to the bowler from Nakvi. Well, whatever Richton said to Nakvi, well, Nakvi has his own say back. Richton is on the floor. He can't believe it. England have lost 3 from 3. Italy have won their first match. And it is Nakvi who is the hero for them. He came out and he blasted Alex Russells for 3 huge 6s in an over that went for 25. It was a magical 9th over. And now in the last, with the ball to go, he smashes the 6 that gives them victory. What a match. What a victory for Italia. Que grande, que guay, que genial. Italia ganar ese partido. Ganado de primero partido. Pero Inglaterra has no ganar. Inglaterra jugando 3 y falla 3 partidos.
What a finish. Richton got it so right for so long.
Watch this.
I saw it live.
As soon as this is being smashed, he knows what's happening here. Look at the joy here. They couldn't wait. And watch. Yes. Yes, says Jagmeet. They're up and about. Look at them. Well, I don't know who's jumping the fence this time around. But here we go. This was the moment. And absolutely clobbered. Well, there's the bowler's reaction. I want to see the batter's reaction again.
You can actually pinpoint the moment his heart breaks, Andy Richton. And, well, how about this from Nakvi? He knew straight away that was it. That's the bat flip. Cricket style, unbelievable work from the Italians, and they do it. England, they still are without points. They're 0-3 in Championship Week. What a match of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. You will never see cricket like this anywhere else in the world.
What a match. I tell you what, it's pretty warm out here on the Costa del Sol. Well, it got a little bit hot and spicy there in the middle as well. Well, I think Richton and the 2 batters were both having words, and you can see there, they're saying, hey, what was going on out there? And Nakvi now telling his captain what was going on, but that's the way to do it. Well, whatever words are spoken, there's only one way to do it, and that's to perform. That's to show what you can do out there in the middle. And it was all about the bowling of Richton and the batting of Nakvi. Richton, well, he bowls superbly well. He's got to hold his head up. I mean, I know he does get pumped for a big 6 there, but his figures were sensational. But what about Nakvi? What a sensation. We know all about him. He's something special. He can explode, and he can take a game away from you, and that's exactly what he did to England. That 9th over is when it all happened, when Russell was pumped for 25. And then, well, they held their nerve and got the 6 they needed off the last, even though it went right down to the wire.
Well, we thought we were going to have a golden ball there, but it turned out to be a golden fairy tale for the Azzurri, but weren't there some twists and turns along the way? I mean, I've got to say that there are a few teasers here for the English, and who knew that this would come down to the very, very last ball. But remember this, Sharif went bang, 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 high five, 5 sixes in a row, and this turned the game. It doubled the score in the 4th over.
Yeah, it certainly did. You're absolutely right. He went from 30 off the power play to 60 in the 4th. But then they went quiet again. Arthur Godso, I mean, I was already saying he's got to be the player of the match after his batting performance and his bowling. But now, they might be talking about Nakvi Harrison Ward, I don't know what he was doing there. Well, maybe that was the Harrison Ford and doing a bit of the Temple of Doom dance, but I don't know what all about it. But Doom ended up being the word, but it's Doom for England because once again they can't get the victory thanks to some great hitting from Nakvi.
This is the thing though, even though Italy were losing wickets, nobody really chewed up deliveries in there. They seemed to go second or third ball. You saw that with Anik Ahmed, even Kalagamage hit 1-6 and then got out soon after. But yeah, it didn't really hurt them too much. Because they still had plenty of deliveries left. But it did feel like England's game to lose there as the rate climbed. I think it got towards 15 or 16 and over in the last 3 overs. And then this, I thought this was curtains, to be honest, when Gujar got out of the first ball of the ninth. They say it all happens in the ninth. Well, it certainly did, because the next 5 balls ended up going for 25 with 4 Maximos.
Yeah, it was quite sensational, the hitting. I mean, here we go. And you can see there, Sikander Abbas saying, that's one, I want 2. He said, okay, you want another? I'll give you another. But look, this was that moment. This is when there was a lot of talk out there. He wanted a wide wrist and saying, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you doing? You can't hit it, he's probably saying. And he's saying, well, wait, I'll show you that I can hit it. And he hits it. And it was Rishton who goes down and he feels the pain. And they feel the joy as Nakvi pumps the ball over extra cover for 6. They needed 3, they got 6, they win the match. England, well, they are still waiting to get the points on the board.
And how about the bat flip? That will be seen around the world for Zain Nakvi. He knew he got it, and that was it. Down goes the bat, and the Italia.
Wait for the gloves.
They are away. And what a finish. I mean, Rishton bowled a really good last over. I thought he got it right every ball but one. The last over went 1-1.1.6, and it is Italy that win the contest in the end. It's Italy 125, England 11 121. This is what's coming up next. Another great contest. They just keep on coming here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship week. Spain versus Scotland 11. Spain winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So Spain, they want to chase. I think Scotland 11, they were probably happy batting first anyway. It'll be interesting to see if Ollie Hares returns to the top of the order for Scotland in that one. It's coming your way in just about 10 minutes time. Let's have a look at this, and you can see what I'm saying, that no one really chewed up a lot of balls. It was Sharif with 44, including 30 off and over, that did the damage up front. Baljit still a little bit off for me, played a couple of nice shots for his 10. 17 for Gujar. When he left, I thought it could be big trouble, but Nakvi 29 off 8 at the end, batting with his fresh tropical teammate Sikander Abbas, got them home off the very last ball. And for the England 11, well, look at Rishton. He got 1 for 11 in the end, but 6 of those came off the very last ball of the match. He bowled very well, but he'll remember that game just for that last ball, I'm sure about that. 2 wickets apiece for Godsall, Tom Dinnis and Alex Russell. And of course, we certainly hope the injury to Tom Dinnis wasn't as serious as it looked. But, well, time to stop and maybe just take a breather, because that was an incredible cricket match. You'll only see that kind of action here on ECN. It's cricket on steroids here from the Cartama Oval, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with the next match. Match 8, it will be the hosts, Spain against Scotland 11. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly right back here in the Dream Box for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And I can tell you that we are heading into the third match of the day now, and the hosts, well, I've got Spanish fever. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of buzz around Spain at the moment about their national cricket team, and it is Spain taking on the Scotland 11 in match 8 of Championship Week. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Heads. Heads is called. This tails. We'll have a bomb.
You can see there that Adrian Neil stepping in for Ali Evans in this game as skipper. Evans having a rest, but it is Christian Munoz Mills who wins the toss, and he elects to bowl first. Well, these two teams have something in common. They both beat England yesterday, so they were two upsets, you'd have to say, with the defending champions not winning a game on day one. But I think that Spain, they will feel pretty good about themselves. Can they keep this pace up, though, into day two? That's the question. They did do it chasing yesterday in their first match, and that's what they're going to try and do again here in match 8. But for Scotland 11, I think that they are a pretty impressive lineup. They have won only that one game against England. They lost both against the Dutch, but I do think that they look like a team that are going to be very challenging for all their opponents this week. And it's good to see the big man Adrian Neil at the toss. I'm sure he will be pretty keen to send down some thunderbolts very, very shortly. But it will be Spain that are winning the toss and bowling first, so they will be chasing. Over to you, Rico Full. We might have a little special guest commentator a little bit later on, but right now, Rico will take you through the first moments of match number 8.
Muchas gracias to Vinny Sandu. Y ahora, míralo, tienes mucho que ganar para verlo. Este partido de España. Aquí en España, en Andalucía. Eso es de Cartama Oval, en Málaga. Sí, 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 viva España, así me gusta. Well, I'm liking this, all the Spanish flags are here, the Spanish fans and flags are being waved. There we go again, and even Ken Weston is waving that flag as well, and it's nice to see that Almarie and Chloe are there as well, and maybe we're going to see that golden 6 and the 4's being lofted as well, especially when the Spanish are hitting the ball all over the place. But Spain have won the toss and have elected to take the field, so it will be Scotland that are batting first. And you saw Vinny saying some changes there. Adrian Neil is going to take over the captaincy as well, Ali is going to take a bit of a break, but they've looked good, Scotland. I like the way they're coming together. Oliver Hayes has played well. Taimur Ahmed, that's coming to the side, and maybe somebody like Garden and some of the other batters there that we saw in the group stages can come good for the team as well, particularly talking about the likes of Jack Jarvis, who is looking to come back with a bang, and maybe something like McBride can also play his part. Liam Naylor, he's been rested for this one as well. Spain, though, I mean, that team, they've made it such a sensational start. They were on top form yesterday, liking the introduction of Charlie Rumi coming into the side, the spinner. I think he's certainly somebody that can add some value to the side. You already got the likes of Yasir Ali there, and Lorne Burns was the man that played brilliantly yesterday. But it's Lorne Burns that's going to have a break from this one. So straight swap, like for spinner. Burns comes out of the side, and Charlie Rumi comes in. Mohammed Kamran is going to be opening the bowling, and he will be bowling to Ollie Hayes. I'm liking this. I think Hayes certainly is being in good form. And the left-hander. This is going to be a good battle. Mohammed Kamran. See if he can get it right. He was expensive actually yesterday for Spain. Just bowled a little bit too short for me. Oh, Asad Ali, the Italian stallion's got a smile on his face. He says, okay, let's get ready, let's play. Here comes the first ball. The hitman Cameron. To Hayes. Goes for the full toss, and it gets worked away. It is a Gundy ball to start off with from Mohammed Cameron, and it just gets played away. And, well, I'm liking this, a little bit of the spite between the bowlers and the batters here today. Well, this is a Gundy ball. I don't think Mohammed Cameron should have had anything to say about it. But looks like Hayes and Mohammed Cameron have a few words with each other. Mohammed Cameron has been struggling with a little bit of a shoulder complaint, and you can see that, well, he's been duct taped together. The physio's been at work with Cameron. Let's see if you can get it right. That wasn't a good start. So let's take the single here and run quickly. So Jarvis will go on strike here now. Jarvis was fantastic in the group stages. Batted beautifully. Let's see if he can find his form again. 262 runs to him.
I think they put that out there already.
Looking to maybe get past the 300 mark here with a good knock, but it's got Mohammed Cameron to deal with first. This hit straight down the ground. The captain, Christian Munoz, should and will make the stop. Keep an eye for Christian. I mean, when you talk about good catches, we've got an array of them here. But Christian, some of the catches that he's taken have been absolutely superb. Here's backs on strike. Short, hit hard, but doesn't really get hold of this. No run there. So a bit of a miss hit. I don't know if he got beaten a little bit by this pace there of Cameron, but doesn't get the timing right. Jarvis looks on from the non-striker's end. So after that loose start, gets it right. But you can see he does keeps holding that sort of collarbone part of his body. This one is hit down the ground. Work to be done by the fielder. He's not going to get there, and that's Asjad. Chases it hard, Asjad Butt, but it's 4 more runs, so the second boundary. And once again, it's a shorter delivery. And here's he's waiting for it. He's ready for it. Gets enough on this. And Asjad, well, it's always a few meters away from him. 10 of the over. Here's looking for a big finish. Cameron, I hope he wanted to sneak in a dot ball here. Well, seems to be a little bit, not sure what the word is here, agitated. Doesn't seem comfortable, does he? Short, badly directed. This is going to be, well, let's see the fielder can get there first. He gets a foot on it, so it does make the stop. That's Govinder Singh, but it's not a good ball. That's going to be too wide, so definitely not right, I don't think. Kamran, once again, that's a good bit of work there from the keeper, Adam Alja. He gets a glove onto it to slow it down. Making a change in the personnel department behind the stumps as well. So Mohammed Cameron wanted to finish well, doesn't. Fires a Gundy ball down the leg side. Jarvis. Well, he gets a short one as well. It's in the air, and it's going to be safe. One bounce to the fielders there. So sticking with the short stuff, Mohammed Cameron. And maybe he gets lucky with this one, because Jarvis was looking to dispatch that away. 18 comes off the first over, and that's not a good start. Well, 18 becomes 13. I'm not sure what's going on there, but 13 sounds more like it. So 13 it is. Just have a look at some of the top performers in this contest. Thanks again to our stats gun Ravi and to Shazad. And there on the Scotland side, Jarvis, we know what he's capable of. Hasn't clicked yet. Championship week. Garden as well, another man who can score runs well. Great strike rate for him. Waiting to click. And Kester Jard has been putting in some good performances as well. On the other side, Daniel Dolkaya, he's been good. Prince Liman, and well, what a show we had yesterday from Hamza Dar Salim as well. So this is promising to be such an exciting contest. So it's going to be Yasir Ali who's going to be bowling the next over. A little bit short, and that's been whipped away. A very good shot. Very quick hands there from Jarvis. And that's one thing he does really well. He may not always get his feet to the ball, to the shot that he's playing, but his hands are so good, and he seems to have plenty of power in his forearms as well. And this is just like a squat. He sees it down the leg side, and he squats it away. 4 runs of the first ball from Ali. Now he goes down the ground, and he's going to get this. He goes all the way. Balle, 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 ginna sona, shaka. Well, Yasir Ali, welcome to the party. And Jarvis, once again, that's the power that he has in those forearms. Good shot, yeah, exactly. Jack Hogarth saying shot. It was good. Both these batters have made a positive start. Rico Fool in the dream box here. And I'm out here having a good time. Part of the good time crew here myself. Vinny, Corey, when he's available as well, as this one is going to get a bit lucky. Hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte. Y hay suerte ahí por Jarvis. 4 más. And a good time to introduce back into the dream box Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, who is wearing the Spanish colours today.
Well, by coincidence, let's say, but maybe I got a bit of the Spanish fever yesterday after they won both of their games. Hey, how about England right now? Extra points for that shot. That went through the little gap. England 0-3, staring down a contest with the Netherlands. The match after this is Yasser. This is in the air. This one should be out, and it'll be taken easily by Asjad Butt. So Jarvis, a sweet 16, but will go no further. And Scotland 11 lose their first wicket in the second over, and it's spin to win once again here at the Cartama Oval. It's 27-1.
Yeah, and once again, Jarvis, he plays some lovely shots, doesn't he? But he always lets himself down, finds a way to get out. And that's the one thing that I think that the coaches will be talking to him about, saying, look, you know, you're looking good, you play some beautiful shots. When he's out there, he looks really good, but he does find a way to get out, and that's certainly something that their coach, Daniel Sutton, will be having a chat to him about. I mean, he does get them a start, but really, I mean, the way he's hit the ball, 16 of 5 before getting out to that 6th delivery, he's got to stay out there longer and make it count. So he's going to make his way back. So the wicket, and it is Asjad Butt that takes the catch.
Yeah, another bat hits the ground. This time it's not in triumph. It's in disappointment from Jack Jarvis. He has to go for 16. It was off to such a good start, but just misjudged that. I think a slight bit of extra bounce did him there. But yeah, Scotland is still going to a fairly good crack early on here in the power play. Going at a strike rate of 270 as a side. That's pretty decent. Run rate of 16.2 and over. This is Christopher McBride coming to the crease. Now, he hasn't been able to really do too much with the bat so far. They gave him the opportunity at the top of the order this morning. Now he's coming at number 3. I think it's a matter of time till he finds his feet. Facing Yasser Ali. Let's just knock back. And Rico, you've been doing a very, very good job today. And I know you've got a couple of games to come. So I think we can kind of organise a special guest commentator coming up in a minute. And we're talking about England having to play the Netherlands 11 a little bit later on. Well, reverse edge. Well, that's a shot of a guy who was pretty confident. How's the stumps gone over here? Maybe Alger knocks them over himself. Yeah, I think he does. I think Alger kind of jumps away and knocks over the stumps.
He has the ball here. That's what he does. No ball, but
takes the imaginary ball, not the actual ball.
He's having a few problems with a few of the wasps around here. But yeah, I'm going to leave you to have a look at these standings. I'm going to have a wonder, maybe say hello to some people in the fan zone, maybe get a bite to eat and leave you with your special guest.
Yeah, I'll reveal who that is in a second. But right now, let's have a look at the table. Netherlands 11 sitting pretty 3-0 at the top of the table. At the other end, England 0-3. And Spain are going to get a wicket here with Cameron, and he blasts straight through Ollie Hares. Well, splitting hairs there at the start of the third over. Cameron is back, and he's back with the vengeance. That's a huge wicket, a huge moment at this point in the game. It is 27 for 2. And really, it was just too quick for him, really. Check out this on the replay. And, well, Hares, he's the ultimate hit and miss, isn't he? And Cameron, I know he's struggling with a number of injuries, but he gets this one just right. Hares takes it on, probably one that he should have been a little bit more careful. But yeah, the hitman does it again. And Scotland 11 lose a big player. It is 27 for 2. Well, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And as Rico just stops to have a spot of lunch, as we say goodbye to Ollie Hares for now. It's my pleasure to have a guest commentator from the Netherlands 11 all-round sensation, Ryan Klein. Welcome, Ryan, to the commentary box.
Cheers, thanks, Vinny. Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's really nice to have you in here. And I know that you guys have been spending some time at the ground. One thing I've noticed with you guys, when you have the break, the 1 or 2 game break between your games, you like to switch off, don't you, and kind of do something that takes your mind off the cricket. How's that working for you so far?
Yeah, I think it's something we did in the first week as well. The boys, it could be a long afternoon here between games, and yeah, we just found a cool game called Mafia where it just really gets the boys around each other, and yeah, you start seeing sides of some characters you never would see normally. So no, it's been good, nice to switch off. You know, it keeps the group nice and tight, keeps the focus on ourselves. So no, it's been really good.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you as my guest. See, Cameron's got that collarbone taped up. He's bowling to Timur, and he knocks him over as well. That is an absolute seed. It comes in, seams away, top of the middle stump, and the hit man with the double hit. Unbelievable scenes. Cameron on a hat trick, and it's 27 for 3. What a ball this is, Ryan.
Goodness me, the hitman strikes again.
This was something really special. Timer has batted really well in this series so far for Scotland, but I don't know how you meant to play this. If it's as good as it looked the first time, it'll be certainly worth watching. Look at that seam, that out seam. And you can excuse him for trying to whip that one away to the leg side. It just does everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just looks like he's kind of gets squared up a little bit there. Maybe a bit of pace on the delivery. Didn't expect that. So yeah, great delivery from Cameron, and looks like he's on a hat-trick now.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken absolute seed there. Sometimes there's a ball with your name on it, and for Ty Moore, it happens very first ball. And you know, moments like that, you just look to the skies and say, well, I suppose this wasn't my day. Well, Mohammed Cameron, he's already on this list. You'll see him around here, number 26, because he did take a hat-trick in Group A. So he already has a hat-trick in this series. But right now, I wouldn't want to be the batter facing up. I remember it was Faf Stoneman that had to face the hat-trick ball from Portugal before, and he got an absolute heater, and he was just gloved up in the air. And so that's Callum Garden who's going to face. Now, these guys, they love to attack, but at the moment, Ryan, they probably are just thinking of survival.
Oh my word, look what's happening here. 2 slips in, Cameron. Interesting. I think he might look to take it away from the right hand here.
I think the slips might have to go back about 10 metres, though. If there's an edge, it could fly. Here we go, Mohammed Cameron. Can he get his second hat-trick of ECC 22? And it's Garden on strike.
Oh,
and it's in the air. He's taken it on. He's going to get away with it. Well, that is brave. In fact, it's whiffed at by Daniel Doyle-Kaya. It's going to be a boundary. Well, that is brave from Garden. 4 runs.
No, it's good to see from Garden there. I think, yeah, that's kind of the mantra we've had this week is the best form of defence is attack. You know, regardless of the situation, you've got to back your guns and look to hit boundaries.
That's such a good shot, honestly. And Doyle-Kaya just couldn't judge the bounce off this Cartama oval service. Well, if you're in the comments section, now's a great time to get your questions in for Dutch all-rounder Ryan Klein, who's my guest in the commentary box right now. And Cameron gets this past Garden, and he's got 2 balls left. You feel like these 2 balls are very, very important to the health of this Scottish innings.
Yeah, the Scottish lost 3 balls of the power play. I reckon if they can get to 40 for 3, I think that'll be a good power play for them. We've seen, you know, in the beginning, Ollie Hare's good, powerful batter. I think we were very lucky to get him out in the first game for pretty cheaply. So yeah, definitely going to be a tantalising game.
Right, goes after this, and he gets enough, I think. It's down the ground, it's out of here. Maximo! Well, Garden changes the narrative pretty quickly, and that is really, really brave batting. It's one thing to say, attack everything. It's another one to do it so early in the innings and to a guy that's on fire like Mohammed Cameron, but he just kind of times that, doesn't have to swing too hard. He uses the pace against the hit man, and it's the end of the power play. In fact, it's not yet. We have 1 more ball to go. 37. Cameron with the right of reply. Now he's happy to be careful and take the single. Direct hit, but safely home is McBride. And so, yeah, the end of the power play, it is 38 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce there from the hitman. Heard a lot about him from the HBS boys when they came here for the ECL. A couple of boys, yeah, definitely were a bit rushed with his pace. So, no, good to see him continue his rich vein of form here for Spain.
Yeah, really, really good. He's an exciting player to watch as well, no doubt about that. So you can see the power play, despite the 3 wickets, they actually produce a decent power play of 38. The 3 overs went for 13, 14 and 11. 1 wicket to spin to Yasser Ali, and 2 wickets to Mohammed Cameron. So now we're going to see another good young pace bowler. It's going to be Latif Mohammed to bowl, and he took a hat-trick earlier in the year for Pakai Camp here on the Cartama Oval. So it'll be Garden facing up. This will be a good contest between 2 talented young players. This one's not too much on this one. Garden knocks it down for a single. Anyway, so let's talk about your team, the Netherlands. You're 3-0, playing some very good cricket, and obviously you played last year. You've had a bit of time probably to think about it, to pick it apart, to analyse your performance last year and what you can maybe do better, who you could use. I just think you're looking very, very good at this stage, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I think it's something that we've really been looking forward to. Last year, getting a little bit of a taste of it. Yeah, we've massive lessons learned last year. We topped our... Oh, it's a great shot.
Yeah, well, just interrupt you for a second. Well, there's an orange vest chasing a ball. It's not you guys this time. That's Indy down there, and he's have to pick that one of the bushes. Maximo and McBride. He'll be happy to get off the mark with a 6. Yeah, so, yeah, you guys really come looking like you mean business this year, and so far you've shown it on the field.
Yeah, last year, as I was mentioning, I think we you know, we rewarded players that did well in the Dutch league. So this year we've gone for more, I think, people that can clear the rope, a couple of specialist spinners. I think that's one thing that's really worked well for us is our spinners and our plans. Yeah.
Next ball, this one missed at. Yeah, that's something I've really noticed, and particularly your ability to use spin and the extra bounce you tend to get out of this surface, the overspin of your wrist spinners, for example. I think you've got some spinners that aren't easy to pick, like Skeep Zulfikar. And the other thing is you've got a lot of players with some top-level experience, including yourself, Ryan.
Yeah, no, I must say we've got a nice blend here. I think, yeah, as you mentioned, Sakib's a very good leg spinner. He's also been capped a few times at international level. Ooh.
Well, for QN this time. McBride will sneak through for a single. Yeah, I mean, well, tell us about your summer personally, because it must have been great to play some top-level ODI cricket.
Yeah, this summer's been good. I actually made my debut for the Dutch 11 against Afghanistan in Qatar in January, which was quite an awesome experience, playing against Mujib and Rashid Khan, which was pretty cool. And then afterwards being selected to go to New Zealand. Yeah, that was an awesome tour. We were there for a month. It's been really good to, you know, mix with all the best around the world. And then, yeah, the Dutch summer of cricket, as it's been called.
Yeah, that was a great.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Great shot there, and well stopped. Well, this is where this Southern Cross field comes in handy, because it is Chris Minos-Mills in that straight hit position. He's a tall man as well. He gets down, prevents the boundary.
Yeah, captain leading from the front there. Yeah, as I was saying, the Dutch cricketers summer, we had quite a few teams in the West Indies, England and Pakistan come over, and yeah, it was good to get exposed to that kind of level and the thinking that they do and the brands of cricket they play. So no, it was really, really good.
Yeah, it's been really good to watch from a distance, though I did spend a little bit of time in the Netherlands earlier this year. This one's full up from Mahmood, gets through the batter. It's the end of 4 overs, and the score is 47 for 3. Yeah, so maybe tell us a little bit about your cricketing background. Obviously, you've played in a number of places around the world.
Yeah, so born in Cape Town, grew up there, went to Rondebosch Boys High School, played the age group cricket for Western Province, and then got my first contract with them. I think I was 19 years old. Played there for a couple of years, and then decided to come over to Holland. Played at HBS in The Hague for the last 2 seasons, and yeah, it's been really good to, you know, come over to Holland. It's an awesome system to be a part of. A bunch of great guys. You know, it's a small cricketing community, so everyone's.
And we would have seen you at Habias Kreinhout in the ECL, but I believe you weren't in Europe earlier in the year.
Yeah,
right?
that's when I was in New Zealand with a Dutch team.
Yeah, with the Dutch team, of course. I remember that at the time. It's always nice to see you here at the Cartama Oval, though, the home of European cricket, we like to call it. Anyway, here's a player that we haven't seen so far in the series, but he's a very good young left-arm spinner, Charlie Remistrovic, who is coming out to bowl over number 5. So it's a nice opportunity for him. So once again, Spain turning to spin. And he is only 17 years of age. And he might have a wicket first ball. He does. And Garden hits it straight down the throat of Atif Mohammed. So Charlie comes up with the goods very first ball. Probably wasn't the best ball ever bowled, but it's effective. And Scotland have lost a key player here at the start of the 5th over. It's 47 for 4.
Yeah, what a moment for the youngster there, picking up a wicket off his first delivery in T10 cricket, I believe, for the Spanish team. So yeah, I bumped into Corey last night after the day, and he was saying that they got a nice little prospect in him. So it's been good to see him take a wicket on his first ball.
Yeah, it's not a bad ball, to be fair. I thought it was a bit more leg stumpish, but on review, you can see Garden got a long way across. He wanted to sweep. All he had to do was beat that man, and he couldn't. And that's the way this game goes sometimes, right, Ryan?
No, nice little moment there. I know we've also got a young spinner in Udit Nashir, playing his club cricket at VRA.
Another 17-year-old as well.
Another 17-year-old as well. And yeah, I've really been super impressed with the way he's come in and he's executed our spin game plan. So yeah, it's been awesome to see, such an awesome opportunity for the youngsters, to be exposed to some form of international cricket. And yeah, for Udit as well, I think he's got the qualifiers with the Dutch under-19 side next year. So it's a good lesson for him here. He can learn and showcase his skills and get some good experience.
I've been impressed with him, particularly how he seems to hold his nerve and doesn't seem to be too bothered when he gets whacked. Because I think it's inevitable you're going to get whacked in this game.
That was one big learning last year. I remember for the first time, you can bowl one delivery a good length, you can whack you for 6, and the next ball you can get him out. So no, it's T10 format is one you got to get used to very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. New batter out in the middle is Kes Sajjad, and he's had a pretty good series for Scotland 11. He's one player we did see back in the group stage. He pushes this one back to Remistrovic straight away. Look, speaking of excitement and big changes in the game, how about that last game between Italy and the England 11? I know you caught the end of it. I'll ask you about that in a second. This one's a bit quicker, and I think it's going to go the journey. It does. Maximo Sajard off the mark, and this is the lesson, isn't it? You just miss your spot by a little bit, and you pay the price as a bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to end of day 2, batters are they figured out their scoring zones and where they're looking to go. So yeah, anything slightly shorter with a bounce of this wicket, well executed shot there.
Yeah, it was a very good piece of batting. Misery. Let's him go a little bit slower than that, maybe trying to lure Sajard forward. That's exactly what he does, and it'll probably work. It does.
Oh,
and Yasser Ali takes the catch. 6-and-out situation for Kes Sajard. And Scotland in some trouble here against the hosts. Now it's 53 for 5, and 2 wickets to Charlie in his first over.
Yeah, awesome to see from the youngster. I mean, well bowled, showing that he's sticking to his guns. You know, I'm sure he would be a little bit nervous, be tempted to bowl a little bit quicker. I'm sure the skipper's told him there, just keep tossing it up, keep enticing them to play the big shots. And no, it's good reward.
Yeah, I think it's the instinct, isn't it, to try and bowl quicker after you get hit, as if that'll help. But you have to be brave, and I really like this variation. And it's exactly what I said before that ball. And Charlie saw it go up. Yasser does the rest. And yeah, losing wickets quickly. 5 wickets down now, and we're not even at the halfway point of this innings. And Sajard will be kicking himself. It's hard to know where the line is between aggression and probably going too far. On review, he'll probably feel like he didn't have to go after that one as he departs for 6.
Yeah, no, Kes Sajard, I know he played a good knock against us yesterday. So I think maybe they might have done a little bit of homework, a little bit slow, a little bit wider. So no, good piece of bowling from the youngster.
I know that all of Charlie's teammates will be watching. He plays for the La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club, and I know a lot of them are watching right now. Hello to everyone there from La Manga. Hope you're well. I'm a big friend of that club. I'm sure they'll be watching with a lot of interest. Also, you've got Adam Alger behind the stumps, keeping to Charlie. This is Hogarth, spinner himself. He comes in and just knocks that into the offside for a single. And Hogarth's nickname, he calls himself the Bison. Have you ever had a nickname? People call you Kleiny, I imagine.
Yeah, the Bison I've had a few times as well after Mitchell Marsh, similar player.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's Kleiny, Clanky, Rhino. There's a few of them. So yeah, no,
Rhino's a pretty good one. I know Mitch March is someone I've been associated with a few times, and I know that he's called the Bison because apparently the Bison has the world's largest head proportionally of any land mammal, and he does have a giant head. Speaking of giants, I am here in the box right now. And it's Finney Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network in the Dream Box. Rico has just stepped out for a little bit, and I'm here with Ryan Klein. It's great to have your company. And we were just talking about that last ball finish between Italy and the England 11. It was Zayn Naqvi. Hit the last ball to 6 to win the game off Rishton, and that's every cricketer's dream, isn't it, to do that?
Yeah, definitely. I think Rishton, would have stuck to his guns, bowled brilliant over. I think in his first 11 balls only went for 5 runs, so a little bit harsh. But that's T10 cricket, and yeah, credit to Italy, they played well, and yeah.
It was a very, very good spectacle. Good advancement of ECN cricket. So is this, it's up in the air, it's teasing the fielder, and it's out of here. Maximo McBride, well, he's standing up where others are falling around him. Maybe he can pull this innings out of the fire. I mean, the run rate isn't too bad. They are going at 11s in the first half, and that one disappears over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, no, it's a great shot there from McBride. A little bit of a counter punch there. It's good to see that he's trying to continue with the momentum, even though the wickets have been lost.
Sneaks across a little bit. Wants the same again. This time he 30% more careful, but still gets it in a gap. And plenty to do for Cameron out there. He's able to keep it to a single. Yeah, well, obviously, you must have ambitions to play more cricket for the Dutch national team. And maybe a bit unlucky not to be on the plane for Australia, but I'm sure you're wishing all the guys well over there.
Yeah, no, it's the way it goes. Try and put your best in, work hard throughout the year, and selection, you just got to take it and keep moving forward, learn as much as you can, and yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the boys. Their first game is on Sunday in the knockout, the pre-stage, so I'm backing the boys all the way.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. A lot of friends of the ECN there as well. There's the reverse, risky. I think this was just going down the leg side, or maybe the reverse offside. Let's have a look at this.
Looked really tight.
Yeah, I just think he's probably sneaking this one down. Oh, actually, maybe that is missing leg stump.
It's really tight.
But not the way you'd think. And the next ball's pumped for 6. Anyway, Maximo time. Oh, he gets a bit lucky there, but then cashes in. Next ball disappears out of the ground.
Yeah, beauty of T10 cricket that. It's great to see the mindset here, keeping it going.
Yeah, I mean, it's also obviously pretty distracting for the umpire with those reverse shots. They can kind of lose their perspective and their proportion. Remember, they're looking up really quickly, watching the bowler's foot. Yeah, I think he's very lucky to get away with that, McBride, but maybe it feels like he's earned a bit of a right to have some luck as well. Hasn't had too much in this series so far. Down the ground just for one.
Yeah, of course, T10. I mean, I was in the previous game quite lucky. You know, got a few outside edges that flew over short third man.
I was going to say, if we'd known you were coming up, we probably would have put a compilation of your edges together.
Yeah.
But it was nice, actually. You had a good moment with the bowler. It might have been Ali Evans.
Ali Evans.
That you kept edging.
Yeah.
And,
no,
as a bowler yourself, you'd probably have a bit of sympathy for him, right?
no, of course. And then I think that's probably one thing that we've learned as a team is, you know, T10. It's such an unforgiving format that you just got to. Whatever happens has happened, and obviously I've had a few nicks against myself, gone for 4 or 6. So when you do it the other way, you've got to have a little bit of a chuckle about it and move on.
Mr. Mitrovic come back for a second over. First one is going to be out of the ground. Maximo. Well, this is what happened last time. He's got a bit short, and when he did that, the batters seemed to be able to pull him out of the ground with relative ease. This is where he has to make the adjustment, but this is well struck by McBride.
Yeah, great shot. I think he's just camping on the back foot a bit there, looking for anything short. So it would be nice to see the youngster just toss it up a little bit more, get him coming forward. So yeah, it'll be good to see if he can stick to his guns. Wonder what the captain said to him over there.
I think you're trying to do exactly the same that you did last over. Toss it up a little bit higher, trying to lure him forward and force a false shot. He goes faster instead. McBride happy just to tuck it away for a single. Yeah, so talk us about this T10 format. Obviously, you've played a fair bit of it now. I mean, last year, was that the first time you'd played 10 over cricket?
First time ever played T10.
And what surprised you about it last year when you first started playing?
I think just the fact of the mindset of some teams. I think when you...
This ball from Stretch does his own fielding, and so does the batter.
Well fielded, yeah. When you first come into it from a... I'm going to call it a traditional cricketing league or T20 leagues. We play a lot of 50 over cricket in Holland. There's a short block of T20. So double steps there, goes down to long off for a single. Yeah, as I was saying, so it was we came in the first couple of games. We really struggled to find our a feel for the format. I think as we got on to the end of the group stage, a couple of guys started clearing the ropes.
Wait for this ball from Mitrovic. He's got 2 for 16 here with a couple to come. And this is going to be out of the ground. Well struck, McBride. Well, this is a very, very nice shot. Easy swing of the bat. You can see why he's in the team. And he climbs into the 30s now.
Yeah, beautiful. Gives himself a little bit of room on the leg side. Just beautiful swing of the bat. Launching it over a long one for 6. Yeah, so I think we've just learned this year about, the format is it's all about hitting boundaries. So... you just got to keep the momentum going. If a batter's gotten off to a good start and he loses a wicket, you just got to keep the momentum going and keep hitting boundaries.
Now this is going to be bad news, and it just gets over DDC. This is out of the ground as well. Maximo, or Charlie, with a dream start, but the dream turns into a nightmare in his second over as Scotland fight back. That one ends up going magical 20 come off the 7th over, and it's 90 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, good athletic effort there from DDC. And yeah, the youngster, Sham, I think just last over, just missed his length slightly, and that's the thing about T10 cricket. You miss it slightly, you're going to go the distance.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We saw it there. Well, there's my Instagram at Mr. Maximo, and if you'd like to send in some questions for Ryan Klein, then you can do so. And I've already got a few coming through, so yeah, get them to me on my Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, but Instagram is the one I'm looking at right now. Don't forget also to follow us at European Cricket. I've got a question from Steve Kemp, and he's watching from Perth in Australia. And he has a question about a fellow Western Australian.
All right.
And I will ask you that straight after this over starts, and it's Prince Demand bowling over number 8. And it'll be dot ball to start. Yeah, he's asking, what was Ryan Campbell like as a coach, and did he help you develop as a cricketer?
Yeah, so my first meeting of Cambo was, I think it was back in 2016.
Yeah.
Was when my brother was actually playing for 2019, when my brother was playing for the Dutch under-19 side, and I kind of got in touch and said, I've got a passport and I'm coming over to watch my little brother play. Could I maybe join him for a few sessions, just meet the guys, and yeah, he was really welcoming and it was awesome to be a part of it. And yeah, so last year was my first year. Hold on as we see him running into ball here. Uses his feet, smacked it offside only for a single. Yeah, so Cambo, Yeah, he gave him my debut, so I'll be forever grateful to him for that. And yeah, he survived a scare this year, which is
of course.
yeah. So it's awesome to see him on the recovery, and he's actually joined the boys in Australia. So as a consultant.
That's great to hear.
So it's good to see him on his road to recovery and that he's doing well.
Big friend of ECN as well, Ryan.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is up and it's in the air, and
shot.
that is going to pepper the fan zone. In fact, that's gone over the roof. McBride showing some muscle. Scotland, they've batted their way out of the hole here, and they're actually in really good position. They're on about 129 pace. Despite losing those 5 wickets, McBride has kept them in this contest.
Yeah, so just back to Cambo. Yeah, Cambo was a Dutch coach for the last 5 years. He's done an awesome job, promoting Dutch players coming in and giving them debuts, likes of Philip Bosseveen, Buster Leder, absolute talent at the moment.
He's having a good summer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's having a great summer, and yeah, great to see him progress. And he's only very young, and his father, Tim De Leder's our manager. So it's the De Leder,
the Prince of Voorburg,
the Prince of Voorburg, and the King of Voorburg. There we go.
Very well. Yeah, they're good people. Here we go with Demam with the comeback ball. McBride, 47. He wants his 50. Will he get it? You bet he will. Maximo stands, delivers. It's a flat bat smack that gets him there in 17 balls. What a breakout innings for Chris McBride. And he has been sensational for Scotland here. And he's batted them right out of a tough spot. That's his 8th 6. Hasn't even hit a 4. And that half century has put Scotland, I think, ahead in this contest.
Yeah, some clean striking there from McBride. Well-deserved 50s. Yeah, it's time to pencil for today. So, yeah, fair play to him.
Yeah, so he's faced 17 balls. 8 have gone over the ropes. That's
wow.
a pretty good Maximo rate. And Prince just kind of gone away from plan A here. I think they're giving him too much length to work with. So he tries to go Yorker. It's better. And the straight fielder will come and clean this up. Just a single. Yeah, no, Ryan is a great friend of ECN. In fact, Ryan Campbell is one of our commentary team for our first ever major tournament. This is the European Cricket League. So I worked with him back in 2019. Also played grade cricket against him for quite a long time in Western Australia as well. And yeah, he's a good man. And we were so happy, obviously, as everyone was, that it turned out to be okay after that health scare. It reminds everyone, as we get to the end of the 8th over, it'll be 105 for 5. It reminds everyone, how important it is to brush up on those first aid skills and try and arm yourself with what's required. We had quite a nasty situation in Germany earlier this year where a player had a bit of a seizure after a collision, and we had to deal with it until the professionals arrived. Thankfully, it wasn't too long, but yeah, it's just a reminder to try and do, if you can, learn something like that, to learn the first aid and to learn maybe from professionals.
Yeah,
it
for sure.
could save a life. And actually, I think Ryan was super lucky because the person that basically was there at the time had just completed
it.
Right?
Yeah, so no, it was a horrible situation, but yeah, as I said, grateful that he's doing well and with the boys in Australia, and yeah, wishing him and the team well.
Plenty of ECN favourites there as well, because back in that same tournament, the ECL, we had Maxio Dowd.
The VOC boys, yeah.
Yeah, VOC, Rotterdam guys, Maxio Dowd, Scotty Edwards.
World record holder Scotty Edwards, I believe.
Yeah, Peter Saylor. Well, actually, come back to that in a second.
Well bowled.
Because actually is in the side today. Number 11 for Spain here is Gurvinder Singh. And he is the man that beat Scotty Edwards' T10 score.
Oh, wow.
Gurvinder Singh in the Barcelona series last year scored 156 not out of 45 balls.
That's
and it was like a perfect storm. I think they had 3 big batters. Both the other 2 got out cheaply. He faced 45 balls out of the 60. And yeah, there he is. He's playing for Spain today. And again, he's getting opportunity because of his performance in ECN cricket, I think, and this form of the game. Latif Mohammed's back, and he gets a little baby ramped here. But fielder is going to come back, does very well. That's Yasser, puts his body on the line and fires a throw the long way. But he saves 2 runs. Also good running by McBride to make sure that he gets the strike back. Yeah, but 156 in a 10 over game. It's crazy stuff, really.
Yeah, that must have been a... Do you know how many Maximos hit in that game?
Yeah.
Must have been a few.
I could look it up right now. That's the power of EuropeanCricket.com. I think I want to, actually. That was for Gracia. They just won the domestic T10 here on the weekend, in fact.
Yeah, you guys have been pumping out the games on the ECN network, giving European cricket a great name around...
Very nice catch, actually, this time. And guess who? It's Gurvinder Singh that takes the catch. Well, right on cue. He pulls this one, and it wasn't an easy catch. Probably looks easier than it actually is. But he had to go back with the flight of the ball, and he will take a very, very good catch. And just checking the score now. The score Scotland 11 is 108 for 6. That ends a very good innings from Chris McBride. 56 off just 20 balls. So he gets to his 50. He doesn't make a lot more, but he certainly has batted his team back into the contest.
Yeah, no, awesome knock there. I think good piece of bowling from the bowler there. Kind of kept it out of his swing. I think it was a little bit of a leg cutter from him. So no, well batted and good piece of bowling.
Very, very good piece of bowling from Atif Mohammed. He's difficult to drive down the ground. We've seen that time and time again. And so, yeah, I'll never forget that innings. It was a crazy innings, really. Look up the scorecard and I'll tell you how many he hit. I mean, the main thing was he faced, I think, the second most balls we've ever seen. I think the most we've ever seen, Lorenzo Ingram, actually in the Dutch series 2 years ago, faced 47 balls in an innings on the way to 100.
Yeah, Lorenzo, Excelsior man. Yeah, he's a veteran overseas at Excelsior. Yeah, he's a very good batsman, left arm offie as well.
Yeah, here's Atif. New batter is Uzair Shah. This one's going nowhere fast. We often say it all happens in the ninth, and, well, a bit happening at the moment. This game right in the balance now, I think.
Yeah, looking to go over deep square. There's a guy out just in front of square, so I think, yeah, he's looking to target behind square if he's going to come around the wicket and bang it in short.
With 5 outfielders, you're always looking at gaps, aren't you? That's Tyrone, he thinks something's hilarious. He'll be doing the commentating next week when we're in Croatia, believe it or not. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Yeah, it's an interesting field, this. I've actually spoken to Corey, the Spanish head coach, a few times, just picking his brain, and he loves coming up with, funky and weird ideas, which is awesome to see in the T10 format, always trying to find some edge over your opponent, and yeah, it's always interesting to see.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's an innovative kind of a guy. Atif, again, good young talent. Here we go, found the scorecard now. That innings by Gravinder. Wait for this ball though. And he almost ramps this onto his stumps, but he gets lucky and it misses the stumps. Instead it goes to the boundary. 4 runs for Hogarth. And he finally gets going and it ends the ninth with the 4 runs that will help Scotland to 113 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, awesome shot there, just manipulating the ball past the fine leg, short fine leg, so yeah.
So looking at this innings from Gravinder Bajwa, taking you back to the 23rd of February 2021. It was about probably the 3rd week of the season in 2021 at the Montjuic ground in Barcelona. So yeah, how's that for a scorecard? He scored 156 off 45 balls. The other batter scored 2, 7 and 3 not out. And they scored 182 for 2 off their 10 overs. He hit 17 sixes and 9 fours in that innings, striking at 347.
That's an incredible innings from the man there. Wow.
It was crazy. And I'll tell you something else about that in a second as we see Prince coming back for over number 10. And, well, this is right at the end of the bat. Might be a run out. He's going to be run out here. They're going to check this, but he might as well start walking. That's Hogarth. Yeah, he's off with the pitch, isn't he? He's looking to run, maybe hustle back for a 2. But Prince first drops the catch. So Uzair Shah really, he's the one that probably should have been out. It was more or less off the bottom of the bat. You can see that the throw just hits the stumps in time. Even though he's blocking, you can tell the batter, unless his bat is very, 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 very long, he's short of his ground. So good recovery from Prince Taman. And so the 10th starts with a wicket, and the score is 113 for 7.
Yeah, unlucky there for Hogarth. As you said, the bowler dropping the catch and he being run out in the non-strikers end.
Yeah, 156 in it. T10's a lot of runs. Hogarth, a bit unlucky for him, but I'm sure he'll have the right reply. He's a very good leg spin bowler. He's had a lot of success in this tournament, and I'm sure he'll be out to bowl a couple of good overs in the second half. Yeah, we've even seen in some of the T20 cricket we did show on ECN, we saw one batter score 251 not out in an innings.
Wow.
The team scored 311 for 1. So, yeah, we're no stranger to high scoring. Demand to continue.
Oh, it's well bowled.
Good rolling cutter. I want to know how you maybe change your, like when you do variations, do you just kind of going on instinct? Are you just thinking in real time, or are you thinking 2 or 3 balls ahead sometimes?
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm still very young in my white ball development, I'd say, as a bowler. I grew up in South Africa playing a lot of red ball cricket. So as you see him running into bowl here. Oh, banged it in short. Yep, caught that short fine leg. So good piece of bowling then, banged in short. a little bit of a top edge, and we'll have to see the end of him.
It's been a funny kind of an innings, hasn't it? Because, I mean, Scotland started with a blaze of glory, 13, 14 and 11 in the 3 power play overs, so they were 38. But then Spain kind of came into it, took a couple of wickets, but then it was Scotland that counter-attacked. You look at over 6, 7 and 8, going for 15, 20 and 15. But now it feels like Spain is coming back into it again. Look, this is one of the things that I was so surprised with when I first started doing T10 cricket about 3 years ago, that there are so many momentum swings in such a short game.
No, it's incredible. Yeah, T10, it's a beautiful format. You can be on top of the world, and then all of a sudden 2 overs later, a few quick wickets, and you're staring down the barrel. I think Scotland, they'll be disappointed with themselves. They started very, very well. But yeah, as I said, it's important that you've got a team that you can bat deep and you can trust to just to keep the momentum going. And I think that's been one really key area for us, is we bat all the way down to 10. Sorry, Viv. But although Viv has played a few very good shots, he scooped me in the Dutch League for 6 over little.
Is that right?
Little ramp shots. So maybe I should give him a bit more credit. No, it's just the brand of cricket we're just looking to play is really positive, looking to judge ourselves on intent. Instead of everyone's
instead of outcome.
Yeah, instead of outcome.
I think you're exactly right, and that's what most professional sports people do, not just in cricket but in other things. Get the process right, get the approach right, and hopefully the results will take care of themselves. Here's Neil, the big man's in at number 10, and he's going to ramp, and he's not going to ramp far enough to be caught. It'll be a single, and yes, Ali is going to back it up. Got to go to the keeper here, blind throw, and wow, Neil, about 7 steps for him to get down the pitch. He slides in for a 2. Good.
Yeah,
good
a couple of steps and a dive from the big man there. Yeah, it's covering a lot of ground on the wicket.
I just want to say a quick hello to Jordan Kingsley. He wants me to say hello to the Animal, Emaf, and JK Honey, the Nobu dogs from Australia. Yeah, the boys. That's the most Australian thing I think I've heard in a while. It's great to have a lot of people watching. It's prime time at the moment in Australia. A lot of people going into the wee hours of the morning with the ECC. Demand with a couple to come.
It's well bowled.
And gets this one through. So I also want to say hello to Steve McWah. Big shout out on behalf of Joel Hicks. So hopefully you're going well. And once again, great to have Ryan with us. We might be able to grab you for the first little bit of the second innings if you can stay. I know you've got to get ready for the next game. I'm going to ask you about that, I think, in the second half. Right now, strap yourselves in. It's last ball time. Neil hits to the straight fielder. And Neil showing very little interest in it too. He'll just be happy with the one in the end. And Scotland 11, more or less, bang on a pass score here at the Cartama Oval. It's 116 for 8 off the 10 overs. Well, it was very lucky that McBride clicked because not many others did for Scotland, but that's all you really need, I think, in this format of the game to put on a competitive total. And I think that is pretty competitive for Scotland 11. Yeah,
I think, as I said, I think they'll still be a little bit disappointed, but the runs are on the board and T10's a funny game, so a couple of early wickets and they could find themselves right in the contest.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, well, you can see there, Scotland going off. And, look, they'll feel if they can bowl and field to their potential, then they will be able to defend this. But remember, Spain, they've wanted to chase and they get their wish here in match number 8. As we saw Scotland winning the toss. Well, so Spain, in fact, won the toss. They elected to field, but Scotland, I think they wanted to bat first anyway. And it was a very interesting start. Yes, Ali, he was able to get the first wicket. Jarvis, after a bright 16, he just holed out there to Asjad Butt at point. And, well, Jarvis wasn't happy, but then it was bang, bang time. And as a fast bowler, you got to love the side of this. The stump's getting disturbed 2 balls in a row.
Unbelievable. It's always good to see the stumps getting castled, and yeah, the hitman strikes again.
And then this was an absolute seed, wasn't it? Looked like it was just going to angle and miss the leg stump, but it deviated and hit the top of the stumps. And the hitman, well, he has that steely look in his eye, and you know that's trouble. But then, hey, give some credit to Callum Garden. He came out and he still attacked that 3rd over and pushed 11 off it. So they got something from nothing then. A dream start for Charlie Remitrovic. He took 2 wickets in his first over.
Yeah, good to see from the youngster. As I said, it's going to be a great tournament for him, great week as he, builds his experience and repertoire for Spanish cricket.
Wicket with his very first ball as well for Charlie. And the Spanish supporters, well, they were up and about, as you'd imagine. And this was the second one where Sajad, unfortunately, he couldn't move the needle. And Scotland looking on. They needed someone to step up, and it was Christopher McBride that did that. And his innings was peppered with Max Mo's 8 sixes in all. In fact, striking at 280. He hit 56 off 20 ball. And was very, very, very pleased to bring up that half century in just 17 deliveries. And towards the end, you can see And Spain just fought their way back in towards the end. It was a nice catch by Govinda that we talked about a little bit. Well, Tyrone, plenty of teeth on show there. You see more of that in Croatia next week. Well, he'll be replacing me for a week. Smart little recovery there from Prince Taman. He knocks over the stumps after dropping the catch. And then Uzair Shah, well, he went around the corner to Atif Mohammed. He was a late casualty. But Scotland, they're in the game, aren't they? I think with 116 runs on the board. Spain, look, it's a kind of target I think they'll feel pretty confident chasing. It's a similar kind of target that they chased yesterday against Italy. They had to chase 119 on that occasion. They got there with 2 balls to spare. And Spain also chased successfully against England yesterday, chasing 105 in 7.5 overs. Look at the scorecard. It's dominated by Chris McBride. 8 Maximos in his 56 off 20 balls. Apart from that, Jarvis got off to a fast start, getting to 16 off just 6 balls. Then Callum Garden with an attacking 13, but he fell a bit too early, I think, as far as he was concerned. And yeah, Spain, they did all right just to stay in the contest. Cameron as the victim of the counter-attack in the third, but did get those 2 early wickets. Ramistrovic was impressive on debut, 2 for 28, but he was a little bit expensive in his second over. Wickets also to Yasser Ali, Atif Mohammed and Prince Taman. So all 5 bowlers getting at least 1 wicket in this innings. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Ryan Klein for the start of the second innings in just a few minutes' time. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Ryan Klein. And Rico will be back very shortly as well. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. Well, blue skies are out and we're ready to play. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes today between these two teams in the second half of this match. As the umpires make their way to the middle, it is Spain versus the Scotland 11. And I can tell you the news so far here in match 8. Scotland 11 was sent in by the Spanish captain Christian Munoz Mills, and they've managed to scramble together 116 for 8 of their 10 overs. Pretty much bang on a par total. I know that last year the par total was 115. It's been a little bit lower this year, more like 107. But I just think with these top teams, you're going to need kind of 115, 120 to be competitive. That's been the story so far in Championship Week. There's a batter that has really come of age this year, Daniel Dorcaillet, former South African, opening the batting for Spain. He'll be out there with Yasir Ali. And the opening partnership could have a big bearing on how this innings goes. I think typically when they've chased, it has been based on good starts. Interesting for Scotland 11 as well. There's no Brad Curry in their bowling lineup. There's no Ali Evans either. And so I just think that could also be a little bit of a factor in this chase. There's Corey Ruckers. Well, he'll be in the commentary box for a stint in the fourth match of the day. That's going to be a very good one as well between the England 11 and the Netherlands 11. That was my pick for the final earlier in the week. But right now I don't know what to think because the English, they haven't won a game in their first 3 and Italy just beat them off the last ball. Things going from bad to worse to whatever's worse than that for the England 11 so far. And there you see Vamos España with a little picture drawn there, maybe by Mohamed Kamran, who's a bit of an artist, as he showed us yesterday. Anyway, almost ready to go. Here we go, 117 to win. And it's Lewis O'Donnell who's going to open the bowling, and he's going to get hit for 4 straight away. And so it's an uppercut, and Yasir Ali, he's not afraid to go with it. There was no outfielder back there. So Spain off to a very good start. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box once again for a few more minutes until he has to get ready for the next game is Dutch all-rounder Ryan Klein. Ryan, welcome back, and pretty good start for the Spanish there.
Yeah, thanks, Vin, and well, welcome back to all the ECN viewers, wherever you may be in the world. Yeah, good start there for the Spanish. I think it's quite a short delivery, but well done there by Yasir Ali. I think just to, just hit it over the vacant third man region, so beautiful start for the Spanish.
Yeah. Yasir Ali, he's been drafted into the squad. Pretty much a straight swap for Mohamed Babar, who, well, congratulations to Mohamed Babar. He's just welcomed a child into his family, and so
congrats.
He's off for family time. Classical shot this time from Yasir Ali, but there is a long on back and just a single. So yeah, we're just talking briefly about that next clash between you guys, the Netherlands 11 and the England 11. They're going to be desperate for some points, no doubt about it. How do you feel going into that clash?
Yeah, the boys are confident. I mean, we're focusing very much on ourselves, so I think it'll be a good game. England struggling a little bit in this week. I think a little bit on the back foot, not having a group stage game. But yeah, as I said, we're going to be focusing on ourselves as the bowler runs into ball here.
O'Donnell gets driven. He gets driven well.
Shot.
And that's pure from
Maximo?
DDC. That might have been. They're going to have to check this. And Daniel Dorcaillet, I mean, it wasn't opening pretty much the whole time in the group stage till the final.
Yeah.
I think it does just carry. And it does. Maximo time. Asad Ali, the Italian stallion, gets his arms up in the air. So what a perfect start that was. And yeah, DDC, I know they tried to use him in the middle order as a bit of a specialist against the spinners. He can still do that. He can also start on 30 or 40 when they come on. Short and pounded, and this is going to go square of the wicket, and it's going to go for 6 as well. Maximo back to bat, and this is a rollicking start now for the Spaniards.
Yeah, beautiful 2 shots there from DDC, a fellow South African. So I think he grew up in the Eastern Cape, I believe. Came across his path for the first time this year, so it's good to see him, coming and doing very well.
Really lovely young guy as well, and he's been spending the last 3 weeks in between the group stage and now coaching kids every day. I think
beautiful.
Over 1,000 kids here, and I'm sure they all watched him drop 2 catches yesterday, but that's history as well. Here we go with the next ball. It's a full toss, and this is going to be more runs. This will be 4. Doesn't quite get it, but it's not good from O'Connell, who's gone magical, and there's still a ball to go in this first over.
Yeah, a good start here from the Spanish. I think Corey's going to be one happy man. Put a smile on your face there, Corey.
Yeah,
there it is.
Half a smirk from C. Rutgers,
yeah,
who, to his credit, when Spain won both games yesterday, he said he would pay for the empanadas last night.
Did he end up paying?
He did, in the nervous 90s, 92 euros. And So, thanks to Corey. I would have paid good money betting against him actually paying the bill, but it happened. Anyway, O'Donnell's got to sort it out, and quick. Wrong. Gets it really wrong. Camera 6. And this is going to be a beam up. Free hit coming up for DDC. Just searching for a Yorker there, Ryan, and just gets it wrong.
I was guilty of that last night against the Italians. Almost took someone's head off, and yeah, no, it happens.
Ami Sharif, who then got an even better beamer from your captain, Sebastian Bratt.
Yeah.
And I don't know how old Ami Sharif is, but I know that his life definitely has flashed before his eyes.
100%.
Anyway, here we go. Free hit time. And he goes over the offside. He goes a long, long way. It's a magical start for Spain. After just one over, they're 28 without loss.
That is an incredible cricket shot there from Daniel. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of young Spanish kids who are watching this, and they're watching with interest. And yeah, Corey just trying to keep a lid on it at the moment. Had a few questions coming in for you, and asking you. It was Pistabai actually asked, how are you going, Ryan? And why aren't you bowling all the time? First, I'm just going to have a look at the golden ball counter. 55 matches without a golden ball. I think we're due. We normally get one every 70 or so, but of course sometimes it can be longer. Sometimes they'll come close together. But I know that you have been bowling a little bit. But how are you going right now with your body?
Yeah, at the moment it's been a long year for me. I picked up an injury I made my T20 debut against New Zealand in August, and yeah, as we watch Hogarth into bowl here. Oh, that's gone straight up. Opportunity here for the field there.
Should catch it. And does. And that is Ollie Hares that will take the catch. And, well, won't be happy with this at all. He doesn't wait to have a look at Hogarth. Goes ultra attacking. Hogarth is one guy. I feel like you maybe just need to take one ball to know what's coming at you. But Yasser gets greedy and he gets going. And that's just the wicket Scotland need to steady things. It's not Daniel Dorokaya, who's 22, but it is Yasser Ali gone for 5, and it's 28 for 1.
Yeah, coming back to your question there, Vin, I'm feeling good. It's a nice opportunity with a bat these last 2 weeks that we've been a part of. As I said, I picked up a hip injury. I landed on it against New Zealand in the T20 two bilateral series we had in the Netherlands. And yeah, ever since then, I've just needed some rest, but the schedule hasn't really allowed for it. So yeah, just managing my bowling loads. You know, some days it's more painful than others, and yeah, looking forward to a well-deserved break when I get back home after the finals week.
Yeah, well, you certainly will deserve it after the year you've had. I mean, you mentioned not just the summer, the fact that you debuted against Afghanistan back in January, and it's a big load, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a very good year for me. I think it's been one of a lot of learning. You know, you get put in some high pressure situations, and you learn a lot about yourself, and you know how to improve and continuously get better. And picking the brains of some of the best in the world definitely helps it. And yeah, looking forward to hopefully having a long career.
Yeah, well, you're a young guy. Here's Govinda. Well, he's a guy we just talked about his 156 that he scored in a T10 match, and he smashes the first one over long off, and this will be 4. I don't think it carries all the way, but still it's a very confident start just inside the boundary, but still very good batting from Govinda first up.
Yeah, Govinda must be listening closely to what we're saying, because he's come up with a point to prove today.
Now he's going to turn one around the corner. He's one guy, I mean, we have seen him open the batting for his club side. He floats around this order. Sometimes he's used lower down, 7, 8. I mean, Spain have a lot of guys that are very capable with the bat. They've got a long batting order. So he's getting an opportunity here at number 3. I'm sure he's keen to make the most of it. Hogarth with the wrong in this time. Down the leg side. Garden's got a very good understanding with Hogarth because they are teammates at Forfarshire. They're a club from Scotland that will see the ECL next year. Yeah. We're planning to release the ECL groups on Friday, on finals day for 2023. Okay, yeah. He gets his wish to play against spin here. He doesn't have to wait too long, because they bring it on in the second over. Yeah, so Ryan, what I liked about your captain, Sebastian Bratt, and your strategy in the next match is that Sebastian Bratt won the toss for the Netherlands, and he's elected to bat, even though I'm sure that England are very happy with that. Wrong in this time. Well, he likes it. And I wonder if this has raised it all. Gardens? Yeah, his body language tells me he thinks it might be out, but it probably isn't. Let's have a look at it. You see, it does. One. Does it ever?
Oh, foot's up. Foot's up.
No, oh. I think he's okay. I think what you'll see here is the heel's up, but enough of the toe in the middle of the foot is just down. this bit of the foot there, for me, is just behind the line. And I don't think you can really give that based on that evidence. So yeah, the heel was up, but he just had enough of the ball, the foot down. And as a keeper, I know those ones. And Mohamed Kamran, well, he agrees with the decision.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's drawing any pictures over there today. But yeah, what I was going to say is, okay, you went with your strength rather than doing the opposite of what England wanted to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You went with you are backing your ability to put a score on the board, defend it. And England, they have lost 3 times when they've been batting first.
It's a roll bowled.
So I'm also going to tell you something, that England have never lost chasing in the ECC. So if you can win the next game, then that will be history, because England have chased 11 times and they've chased successfully 11 times.
Yeah.
But
So as I mentioned earlier, it's one key thing that we've really been focusing on is focusing on ourselves. And if that maybe maybe history, then history's always there to be rewritten. So I think we're just focusing on ourselves. We'll do our strength, and I think one thing that's important for us as we look at the table there, seeing Netherlands at the top. So I think if we can get another win, take us to 8 points, we will be sitting pretty at the top.
Yeah.
So it'll be quite good. But just back to the game. I think if we can just continue our momentum, as T10 is a momentum game, it should be an interesting clash.
yeah, sure will be. And here's an interesting character. It's going to be Adrian Neil. Well, he's captaining Scotland 11 in this game in the absence of the captain Ali Evans this week. And this is edged and gone, and Dorkaya goes after him straight away and just plays down the wrong line. It's a good catch by Guard, and this is still going up when it reaches him. And so a big wicket falls, and a big moment perhaps in this game. Spain off to a flyer, but they've lost both openers now. It's 35 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket there for DDC, going for one, trying to continue from where he left off. And the tall bowler there from Scotland claiming a nice scalp.
Yeah, so Dorkaya again just tries to play through his arc. So nothing too wrong with his shot. Let's see if it does anything. Not really. I just think he plays down the wrong line, and he must be a difficult guy to drive, because even full balls, they just would bounce more than you get off a regular bowler. And I've faced Bruce Reid a few times, former Australian bowler, and that was like facing a regular bowler that was up a ladder. Anyway.
Yeah, no, Adrian Neil is a very tall man, and I suppose the bouncy track here at Cartama Oval definitely assists him. It's been interesting to see how he's actually bowled in the ECC. He's been used at the death in the group stage week, going for his wide holes.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, interesting to see that maybe against Spain, trying to use his height and the bounce of the wicket to his advantage.
Question from Barry in the chat while we've got you. And he was actually looking after the players and match officials area last year, Barry, but he's now taken up a job in Abu Dhabi. So hello to you, Barry. Hope you're well. And here's the new batter. It's Prince Demand coming out at 4. Spots the first one back. He wants to know, do you prepare differently with the bat from match to match? That's his question. How do you guys normally prepare for your batting?
Prepare for the batting, I think what we like to do is, go out in the middle, as we can see in the distance there, the England 11 getting their warm-ups done early.
Yeah.
We like to just go out and, just get the bat swings going, try and relax the swings. Piers Fletcher, our head coach, is very big on that. Just relaxing our swings so we can have a nice clean hit through the ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of how we prepare.
It's funny how their batting warm-ups have changed as the cricket has gotten shorter. Missing, I think, probably high.
Yeah, it's
that extra bounce.
Extra bounce and the extra height, as we spoke about.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot at the bowler's end either. You can see that's certainly Prince Demand wasn't in a rush to run. I think he gets this on the back leg. He has a little look behind and has to hustle. Now, I know, Ryan, you've got to go in a second because you're about to prepare for the next game, and obviously wish you all the best. Maybe before you go, is there anyone you want to say hello to while we've got you here on the European Cricket Network?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if the Dutch boys are watching down in Oz, but if you guys are watching, the lads are backing you all the way, for the World Cup, and we've got a few messages from you guys. So yeah, thanks for all your support, and then to any of my family or friends that are watching, thanks for all the support, and we'll try to bring it home.
Yes, it's off the leg, but they'll get a leg by here. I think people don't realise sometimes, for you to now be an international cricketer, a lot of people have gone into that. A lot of coaches, a lot of support people over the years, and they'd all be thrilled for the success you're having. So we wish you all the best going forward as well, Ryan.
Cheers, thanks for having me, and to all the viewers, thanks for tuning in, and keep your eye out for the rest of the week, and hopefully we can put in a few more good performances for all of you.
Yeah, all the best. Ryan Klein, our special guest commentator here in match number 8 in Championship Week. And it's hard not to like that guy, isn't it? And we'll see him before too long. And I know Ryan's very courageous. He plays it down, but he has definitely carried some injuries through this summer and into the winter. And I know he's planning to try and rest up, and we'll have to see if he requires surgery to keep his body going and in the kind of shape to continue as an international cricketer and get the best out of himself. Right now, Neil's come up with such a good over in the third. It's a full toss. And it's just missed by Demand. Be an interesting one on the height here. It was high, but how high? Yeah, borderline. Borderline, put it that way. Anyway, gets away with it. And at the end of 3 overs, the score is 38 for 2. So a strange power play, if you think of it. 28, 7 and 3. So O'Donnell's over going for plenty. But the net result of that is that Spain are still ahead of the rate. They've got 8 wickets in hand. I do think the loss of Daniel Dorkaya is pretty significant. It has been the kind of glue that's held their batting together during this ECC. But it gives an opportunity for somebody else. As we see Jack Jarvis coming into the attack. Starts with the ball, just sneaks inside the tram line. Prince Tamar just struggling a little bit early here. Now it's a bit too early to say this, but Corey has said if any batters are struggling and it doesn't seem like their day, then he won't be afraid to retire them out for someone else that might be able to score a bit quicker. Prince Tamar 1 of 4, certainly not quite looking himself so far. Gets the end of the bat on this. At least he'll get out the way this time. Kesajad doing the fielding. Seems to have made a bit of a home for himself in that short third man position. And once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that asked questions and getting a lot of good feedback from my chat with Ryan Klein. Really, really nice guy and very talented cricketer as well. Govinda, 5 off 6. Cutter. You can kind of see the cutter coming sometimes the way that Jarvis kind of loads up. His grip is split finger a little bit. So when the forefinger and the middle finger together, it's generally a seam-up delivery. But you could just tell that time it was going to be one of those pace-off deliveries. There's one thing though to pick it, another thing to hit it, don't forget. Demand gets a fair bit on this, but field is well set. So again, just a single. And this rate is creeping up back towards 2 a ball. It started 11.7 required. It was below that after that first over of 28 off Lewis O'Donnell. But now we have seen it creep back up, and now it's at 2 a ball exactly. A very important middle overs coming up in this contest. Again, rocks out the cutter. And Govinda will just knock it down to third man. But yeah, look, you're looking for more than singles at this stage. And Spain, I think, a bit frustrated that they haven't found the boundary for a while. In fact, that's 15 balls without a boundary now. It's interesting to see if they bowl Neil out in the 5th or whether they save him up. I'll probably bowl him out. I think he's winning the contest between these two. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. Just 4 singles off that over from Jarvis, and he bookends it with dots. After 4 overs, it's 42 for 2. So keep the questions coming on our comment section, and also thanks to everyone that has been able to send me messages on my social media at Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers will be in the box sometime during the next game with Rico. I'm going to sit the next one out. Rico will be back very shortly to finish this game with me. Again, big thank you to Ryan Klein and all the best to him in the next game, which should be an absolute doozy between England 11 and the Netherlands 11. Time for over number 5. And they aren't going back to Neil. They're going to go for a slower bowling option. So I thought they might do this. I just would have been tempted. I think because Neil troubled these batters so much, maybe you get him on now, and if you can get another over of 3 or 4, then you're so far ahead in the game. Instead, it's Bashir that comes on, and he's going to get hit out of the ground. Maximo! I'll take that. Change of pace, change of luck for Spain. who break their streak of no boundaries. It ends at 16 balls in the end. This comes on, and not too much on that from Bashir. Now the next one is going to be hit down to deep backward square. So 6 and 1 to start the 5th over. That's demand. Let's see if he can get going. 3 off 7. I think it's hit out or get out time for him. Otherwise, he might have the decision made for him. I mean, this is the thing. He is 100% capable of playing a blistering innings, but some days, some innings, you just don't seem to have it. Misses out on this one. Bit of extra bounce from Bashir. 3 off 8. I'm curious to see what's happening in that Spain dugout at the moment as we bring back into the commentary box a regular partner after this ball. And Prince, big swing inside edge, not convincing yet. Just gets the 1. Rico Full joins me back for the conclusion of this game. Right now, game in the balance. Rico.
Yeah, great to be back. Thank you very much to Ryan Klein. Fitting in, doing a wonderful job. Yeah, game in the bag. The Prince, more than capable, Vinny, but at the moment just struggling. And Gurvinder, well, the good news for Spain is that he was able to break that long period of time without a boundary. I'm sure he'll go after Bashir some more here as well.
Big swing and a miss from Gurvinder, who's getting an opportunity here in the number 3 position. So nice to see him getting an opportunity, but right now you can just see Spain are drifting a little bit at a time behind the rate. And yeah, they were able to come home with a wet sail yesterday. They're making life pretty hard for themselves at the moment. Credit to Scotland though, they've been bowling well, and I think this will help Spain because there's no deep point out there, and so Gurvinder just times this one. He goes with the line of the ball, so Bashir ends up going for 12 in the 5th, and that's pretty much what they needed off the 5th over. As that rate creeps towards 13. At the moment, the score is 54 for 2 after 5. And once again, we want to welcome you into the Dream Box. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me back in the commentary box is Rico Full. We had a really good chat with Ryan Klein. He's a very interesting cricketer. Obviously, he's had a big year, made his full international debut against Afghanistan in January, toured New Zealand earlier in the year, played some cricket over the Dutch summer. What a great thing for this tournament to have players like him, and he's not the only one involved.
I think it's absolutely fantastic, and it gives the opportunity for some of the other players to have a chat with him, talk about his experiences, and also I think it gives them the push, maybe the motivation to see how far they can go as well, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how you get better. You get better by mixing it with better players and better teams, even if you don't actually make it to that level yourself. I mean, I know myself, the fact I got to play against so many international and first-class players and play with them and against them, you learn so much about how they go about it, and you actually get to see them as regular people and realise that they've got a lot of the same issues that you do. This is going to be Uzair Shah. He starts with a wide. Really good keeping by Garden. I just want to show you something here. Garden does really well. He doesn't just go with his hands. He gets his feet over there. Look at that. Look at where his feet end up. He's ended up 2 feet off the pitch trying to get in line with that ball. And that's so important when you're keeping up to medium pace bowling. It's an attacking move from the keeper. Yeah, well, it's not going to pay off because who knows, he might have even caught this if he was back. I think he would have had a play on it, and this is the negative side of keeping up because those little edges, instead of being caught behind, they end up going to the boundary.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, you can see just though how much that carries. And we've already seen Garden take a sensational catch, didn't we, when he took the wicket off Daniel Doyle-Kaya. That catch was a great catch, a lot of pace in that ball. But yeah, there's a chance you take when you're standing up. But they're probably feeling right here that wickets is what they need.
This one almost to wide. Instead, it's going to be 4. And Prince Demand just hangs the bat out there, and he's happy with the result. Back-to-back boundaries. That one was a bit more convincing. And Spain just now kind of working their way back into this contest. They're still not in a bad shape at all with 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, they're getting, I mean, I'm going to say they're getting a little bit of the rub of the green. I don't think these are out-and-out shots that are being executed to plan by the Prince Demand or either by Gurinder Singh, but they're getting the luck. They're finding the gaps and evading the fielders and getting the boundaries.
So let's see if he persists with that wide outside off stump line. He does, and this would have been a big wide. Instead, he throws the bat at it, and he gets a good result. Maximo! Well, Demand's come good, and he had chewed up a lot of deliveries, but now he's cashing in. This would have been a big wide. He says, I don't care. I'm trusting my hands. He goes out, gets plenty on it. In fact, it goes over the fence for 6.
Yeah, he's just not getting his follow-through right for me, the bowler. It was there. I mean, every time he's letting go of the ball, he's really falling over away from himself, and the ball just continues down that path. I can see the big effort to get it outside the off, but too much for me. That's this one, he goes the wrong way, and this is being picked up as well. That will go all the way as well. Vale. 6 más, sí, eso es una 6, una grande. Gracias, Chloe. Una 6 de oro.
Yeah, and so now he decides to go straighter, but Prince has just opened his stance up a little bit, and he's in a good position. You see that little skip, which opens that leg side up, and, well, the golden 6 is in operation, and rightly so. It's amazing how a couple of overs have defined this innings, 2 magical ones. This one's worth 21 now. There's still 2 balls to go. Who's there, Sharp? Looking down the barrel. Oh, no. Well, I think this would have been 5 wides because the Garden, I don't know if he could have stopped it. Instead, it'll rocket off the bat of demand for 4 more. And this is a total disaster. Remember, 28 came off the first over. Now 25 have come off this, and there's still a ball remaining.
Yeah, it's just not what Scotland needed. It's come at the completely the wrong time. They go with Uzair Shah. You were talking about other options that they could have gone back to. But Shah they go with, and already we've seen 25 come off this.
As a keeper, I would have loved to have seen if Garden would have taken that, because that would have been a sensational take. He was trying to get there. And now it's going to be pumped, but how far? It's high. I think it's a catching opportunity, and Neil will take it. So Uzair Shah will finish with 1 for 25 off his over. And, well, I suppose it's not a bad result for the Prince, who batted himself into a hole, but then he batted himself out of it. He ends up with 28 off 15, and Spain lose a 3rd wicket. That's the end of the over as well. After 6, it's 79 for 3.
Yeah, it's a massive over, though. I mean, 25 runs that come off it, they do get the wicket off the Prince, but you just think that that's a win-win for Spain, because they've still got plenty of batters to come. It'd be interesting to see who they come out next. I would imagine that maybe the captain would fancy himself coming out there, but you also got the hard hitter of Hamza Salim Dar. I mean, he can come out there and finish the game off for you pretty quickly. And yeah, Charlie Rumi as well. It's lovely to see him playing, nice to see him bowling and picking up some wickets in his debut in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, but he's a class bat as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And look, Charlie took a wicket very first ball as well. It was T10 international career, great moment for him. But right now, here's Christian Munoz Mills. Now, he is a guy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's only faced 2 balls in this series, and they both went for 6. He's the one that went bang, bang, and brought up the victory for them yesterday. Now, he's going to have to deal with Jack Jarvis, so he won't be facing first up. Gravinda will be facing left-hander. Here's over number 7. Cutter beats him first up. Jarvis is bowling a lot of cutters. He's almost showing his hand, saying, yeah, look, it's going to be a cutter. You can tell from the way he's gripping the ball and in the load-up. But, I mean, it's no different to me. As if you're an off-spinner, everyone knows it's probably going to be an off-spinner. You still got to play it.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I like it. Gravinda hasn't really hit his straps yet in this 18. Now he can't catch up with this one. So it's an interesting one for me. He's 18 off 14 now with 1 6 and 2 4s. This is the kind of situation, if you want to be really crazy, you know, it's not a good matchup, I think, Jarvis against Gravinda. Do you replace him from a strategic point of view? Be a big call. You're hoping you can come good, a bit like Prince Demand came good earlier in the innings. Strike 3. Now, I'm looking up at the bench, because there's still 3 balls left in this over. And that's basically strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 so far. Jarvis has only conceded 4 runs off an over and a half. And as much as some of the bowlers have gone the journey, Jarvis has kept them in the contest.
He has. And if he can finish this off well with that over of 25.
Got to get across here. Got to get something on this, surely. He's going to stick with the intent, at least to get something on this. And it'll be a single. It's a hard thing, though, once you kind of hitch your wagon to this attacking strategy of swinging to then eat a 1. Now there's only 2 to come in the over. You're saying, okay, over to you, Skip. Yeah, but it's sometimes worth. That's why you see batters continuing to swing. We kind of saw it with Gawley this morning as well. Ended up making a maiden, actually. There's Alistair looking on with his piercing eyes.
Big moment this, because Christian, I mean, the way he, I mean, you mentioned it the other day, the way, hang on a minute, look, here we go. Here we go. There has been a change. And it's the first time I think we're seeing it in Championship week. I don't know if we saw it during the group stage. May have done, yeah, we did once, I think, So that's the case of, well, saying, okay, it's not quite happening for you at the moment, Govinda. I think it's time to maybe pull you back in. 19 of 16 he scored. So he's going to come back and the new batter will go out there and they'll probably find that they must have gone with Hamza. Yeah, they have.
Yeah, and okay, and Govinda, again, he'll understand that. That's part of the strategy. 80 for 4 then with Govinda retired out. And he's retired out for 19 off 16. So yeah, this is all about trying to get the guy out there that you think is probably in a better position to win the match. So one left-hander replaces another, but Hamza certainly was very, very impressive yesterday. He looked in good form with the bat, and they just didn't want him to be left on the bench too long as this game was slipping away.
Yeah, nobody at square leg to Hamza.
And now, similar kind of result. Another left-hander swings and misses at an off-cutter. Jarvis, outstanding performance from JJ. He doesn't take a wicket, but kind of causes one because he causes the retired out. It won't go against his name, but he takes none for 6 off his 2 overs and 7 overs down Spain, 81 for 4. This is what's coming up next. England 11, they are without a win so far in this series. And Netherlands 11, they are undefeated. They're 11-0 in ECC 22. These two teams will clash in match 9. And it's coming your way in around about 35 minutes. And just have a look at those two teams and news from the toss. Netherlands 11, I mentioned it first, that Netherlands 11 won the toss, elected to bat. So I think England will be happy chasing. That's what they want to do, I think. And stay tuned. Rico Full will take you through that one. Corey Ruckers plans to be in the commentary box for that one as well. But that may depend on if Spain win or not, because he can get a bit grumpy.
He'll be here. He'll be here.
He'll be there.
Made a fantastic start, haven't they? And I think, well, he's probably already over the moon with the start that they've had.
Right, let's go. Over number 8. And it starts with a stand-up sweep from Christian Munoz-Mills for a single. Yeah, so how many do they need that? They need 36 off the last 3. Dead onto a ball. This game for me is anybody's game right now.
Yeah, but this boy can finish it off in no time. Hamza.
Bashir gets hit leg side and gets hit into the jungle. Maximo! Well, this is why they made the tactical switch. One left-hander for another. Hamza is the kind of guy that can go large and get there quickly, and that's exactly what he does here off Bashir.
Yeah, I mean, he's played these shots so well. I mean, we saw him hitting them big yesterday. I mean, that's nothing. That's just a little paddle for Hamza. When he starts hitting them properly, they go over those trees. And I can see that Daniel Weston and Roger Finer, the founder and CEO, are taking a walk down that side of the ground. Well, be careful, chaps, because these could be coming your way.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I was just mentioning about that retired out. Look, the reason it's a bit of a gamble because you do lose a wicket, of course. You can't have Govinda back now, so it can't pay off. But it also can backfire because if the guy you send in then gets out, it can kind of spark a collapse as well. This one's called a wide. Steps across and he escorts this one into the jungle as well. Maximo! Well, Hamza Salim Dar, 3 balls, 2 sixes, and Spain. They made the switch and it's working out very, very well for them so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. I told you he's going to get bigger and bigger. Well, that one's slightly bigger than the last one. That's halfway up. Well, like I said, he can quite easily clear it. Well, I thought maybe Danny Weston and Roger Finer were going to run up to get that one, but they leave it be. That is, of course, the killer python part of the ground. Leave him be.
Trying to think what tools Bashir can use here against Hamza. Maybe make him reach for it a bit more. He does that. It's better bowling. This one's just okay.
Yeah, that's where you got to be. He tried the ball before, the one that was pounded for 6. It was called a wide. Then he went back straight to his body, got plummeted away. That's where he has to be. You've got to back yourself to get the ball in that area to Hamza.
This is smacked, but it's smacked towards the fielder on the bounce. It'll just be a single. And so they've got it now under 10 and over required. Spain in the box seat. But again, a few good balls. And remember, Adrian Neal still got an over, and he was pretty much unhittable in his first over. There were 3 off it. 2 of them were leg buys. And he picked up a wicket first ball, the wicket of Daniel Dorkayet. Last ball of the 8th. Bashir's gone for 27 plus this. Goes after it. And I may think it 2 here. No, they won't. Sajjad cleans up down at deep backward square. End of the 8th over. Spain are 97 for 4. 20 runs required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, even your boys, but this is the over for me. I mean, if Spain are going to win this, they've got to get, I think, majority of those runs in this over. You do not want to take it deep. Now, who did they go for? Do Scotland go for the captain? Does Adrian bowl it and say, right, that if I get a good one in here, let's leave about, I don't know, 15 or so to get off the last? Or does he back himself to bowl the last one and hope that he's got runs to play with?
Yeah, so they're going to go for Hogarth here, looks like, in the ninth. I mean, two pretty good options, to be honest, still to come. So they decided to go back-to-back spin. I actually don't think it matters too much because they're two such good bowlers. Anyway, here we go. It all happens in the ninth. Spain need 20 off the last 2 overs of this match. And this one gets through. Chris Munoz-Mills first up. We've been treated to some really close finishes today, haven't we? How about that last ball finish between Italy and the England 11 earlier? And I wonder if we could get one here. That would be something pretty special. Strike 2, but this time they'll run off the pad, so at least it changes the strike. Now this will be interesting because Hogarth does have a bit of a wrong end. It's not easy to pick. He's got a whippy kind of wrist spin action. I think this contest could decide the match as he's bowling at Hamza Salim Dar, who's red hot.
It could. I'm very surprised with this field. Go back to that after this delivery.
Thick edge, running away. Can't see this being caught. It isn't. 4 runs. Gets lucky, but you make your own luck. Frustration for the Scots. We're staring down the barrel of 1 and 3 now if they can't defend this total. Hamza, not sure if he picks it or not. I think it's more or less a top spinner, but he just throws the hands in it, gets enough bat on it, get it to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, to Hamza, they got mid-wicket back behind square in the boundary. You need one more on that leg side. That's where he's going to aim for.
Yeah, but I mean, how far back? He can't be in the jungle. Goes straight and goes true. Maximo! Well, Spain masters of the chase so far. They won both games chasing yesterday. They get their wish again. Chasing today, that makes it 9 off 8. And right now, it is advantage Spain.
What a top shot this is. And Hamza, well, that's me saying he likes to go over cow corner mid-wicket. Well, this one is as pure as they come, straight down the ground. What a lovely shot that is.
Got to say, credit to Spain. They had the guts to make the big call and retire out Gravinda for Hamza, and Hamza's got 23 off 7 right now. You're watching cricket changing before your eyes. Last ball of the over. Next time he goes, and he's going to be dropped by Sajjad.
Can't believe it.
Well, that was straight to him, and he's got the sun behind him. It's a big moment in the game, because not just that, it's actually still one to come in the over, but it means Hamza Salim Dar, he can pretty much stay at the non-strikers end now for this ball and tell Munoz-Mills to swing away, because I think they want Hamza facing up for the start of the last over.
Cannot believe that drop. I mean, that's just pressure time, I suppose. Pressure moment. Take that catch. Who knows?
It's a bad place to be when you drop a catch in that situation. Here's the last ball of the over, and it's a gift, and it's a full toss, and that's almost it, really. Maximo! Just 2 to win now as Spain climb to 115. And Neil is going to have to bowl the over of his life if Scotland are going to pull this one out of the fire after 9 overs. It's 115 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's catches. I mean, one thing I will say, I'm in Spain. I don't know what's going on with it, but remember yesterday in that match against Italy, it was very tense. And there, it was a Sekinder Abbas that dropped Hamza. Hamza gets dropped. They lose the match. And that was, a match-defining moment. I think we saw the same there. Sajjad puts Hamza down. And, well, at that point, we know... Well, it was just 9 runs needed. It would have been a catch, no runs, dot ball. Bowler would have been bowling at a new batter. Yeah. Could have got a dot ball in, and we would have gone into what, 9 needed off the last. As it is, there's only 2 to defend.
That's
big
true.
moment.
And bowling's a confidence game, right? Most things in cricket are, and you just wonder if the next ball would have been a full toss if a new batter had been out there.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been.
Anyway, here we go. 1 to tie, 2 to win. They bring everybody into the infield. Neil's just got to try and beat the bat of Hamza Salim Dar, who can win it with 1 stroke of the bat. Steps across, and they're going to take it on. Oh, yeah, you'd rather have the infield in further to stop a single like that. That's a bit criminal for me. That ties the match, and so Chris Munoz-Mills will have 5 chances to win it for Team Spain.
Yeah, Hamza, big smile on his face, and hasn't he been a top performer for his side? Hasn't been given the opportunity to have a bowl. He doesn't have to. Everybody's been bowling so well. He's a great all-rounder. But with the bat, he is producing some magical displays.
Come on, Chris. Do it.
Here we go. Any score wins it for Team España. And, well, 1 chance, gone. And so, yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. I mean, he's an awkward guy to even get bat on ball to, Neil, because the extra bounce he gets, and this pitch has been pretty suitable for his type of bowling. Field's coming really tight now. They have a pretty short mid-on that could probably take the stumps if Neil can't get back there. Take two, Spain.
Battle of the captains. One captain looking to win it for each side. Christian Munoz-Mills.
Straight swing and a miss. They think about it. He would have been run out, but he's not. And now the ball's kicked away. All right, 2 dots. We need to get to 5 dots. We've got a golden ball.
Well, Garden should have had the captain of Spain here. And look, all he needs to do is hit him. He misses.
I mean, theoretically, if let's say he does miss the next couple, do you put a new batter out there? Maybe not. You'd think he's going to get closer. Chris Munoz-Mills, maybe don't worry about the one. Have a big swing at this.
Yeah,
don't worry about the one.
that's
Have a big
what I'm
swing.
surprised about.
And if you miss, you've still got time to reassess. Neil trying to do the pretty much impossible here. 5 dots in a row to force the golden ball.
Come down the track, get something on it. Even if it's a pad, you got your run.
There it is, and it's going to be done with the 6. It's a full toss, and Christian Munoz-Mills, well, 3rd time lucky for the skipper. Spain continue their undefeated fairy tale run through championship week. They're 3-0, and Scotland 11, wow, different side of the coin for them. It's their 3rd loss. The Spanish supporters go crazy as Spain do it, and they pull off this chase with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, this is what I like about it. I love it. Well, they're up and about again. Those Spanish flags are waving as the Equipo Rojo, they bring up another victory to them. Well, they stay right up at the top spot, right with the Netherlands, the unbeaten team. And they're playing some very good cricket there at the moment. And they're enjoying themselves. And once again, it is the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, who's out there to hit the winning runs. And, well, he seems to be hitting 6s for fun at the moment as he finishes on a high. But Hamza Salim Dar, well, what a knock from him. And also, you know, it's we're talking about the way the game is changing. A brave call there from, I suppose, the coach and the captain to bring in Gurwinder Singh, who, look, he didn't bat badly, but he wasn't quite hitting the ball the way they needed to at the time. He was putting them under some pressure. He comes retired out. Hamza comes in, and he blasts the ball all over the place and gets victory for the Spanish team. Don't they love it out there at the moment? Well, this is a dream start for the Spanish team, and well, their home supporters are loving it. Vamos España, it says. Well, there was plenty of passion and energy there. Well, what a start it was. It was absolutely blistering.
It was crazy. 28 come off the first over. And look, you know, we're focusing on what happened at the end of the game, but don't forget there were 2 overs in there that were crazy magical. 28 off the first, 25 off the 6th. That's 53 runs off just 2 overs. And so it was a case of the overs that went well and the overs that didn't. Neil got the big wicket of Daniel Dorkaye, who edged behind the first ball he saw from the big man. But, you know, Spain, it was interesting. They batted Gurwinder at 3, Prince Demand. He just wasn't himself either. We even talked about maybe retiring him out because it wasn't working. And ultimately, Spain, look, strategically, I think it's smart. And they are not bound by tradition. They will do that retired out. They've said it. I think here, it wins them a cricket match. I just think that Gurwinder, very capable, but wasn't happening for him. And, well, Rico, he was reeled back into the commentary box. But yeah, that was the big moment, was it, when we saw a slight tactical switch, and it worked really well because Hamza went absolutely crazy and ends up winning the game for Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. I ruled him back in. Look, nothing against Gurwinder Singh. He's a fantastic player. In fact, look at his stats. I think he scored one of the highest scores in the European Cricket Series, but it's just not clicking for him there. Brave call, bring him out, bring somebody else in, and you win the game. For that, talking about winning game, that for me is still the match-winning moment. That catch goes down, things could have been completely different. I don't think the last ball from Hogarth would have been a full toss. That was pumped for 6. That was just frustration from the bowler's part with that catch going down. They would have had more runs to play with there towards the end. Could have been very different. So Spain, maybe they're the home side at the moment, getting a little bit of the rub of the green as well. I think they got a little bit lucky with Italy as well, and maybe a little bit lucky there as well. Catches wins matches. If you don't take your catches, especially at important parts of the match, then you're going to end up on the losing side, and I think that's why we saw that result there. Well, talking about results, well, this is going to be something classy. England, that haven't been able to get a result. They lost against Italy off the last ball, 6 being pumped off Richton, who looked like he was going to pull something amazing off, just defending 6th in the last. It wasn't to be. They are 0-3. But the Netherlands, they are the unbeaten side. They did not lose a match in the group stages, and they've been pretty hot here in the championship week as well. Well, that one, Well, most people can only see it going one way, but you just feel that England, they're ready to pounce.
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, I think it's a fairly even contest, even though their history in this tournament hasn't been particularly friendly for England. I mean, I don't know what kind of universe we'd be living in if England go 0-4. That would be something quite remarkable. Join us in about 20 minutes, and Corey Ruckers will step into the box for a little bit of that game as well. Let's have a look at the chase. And, well, they pieced it together. 3 batters hit the 20s and 2 hit the teens. Yasser Ali went early, but Daniel Dorkaya, he made a bright start, 23 off 7 balls. Guravinda ended up retiring out 19 off 16, just wasn't going at the kind of strike rate required. He was pulled for Hamza Salim Dar, who ended up scoring 25 off just 9 to win the game. Munoz Mills, he contributed at the end, hitting the winning runs at demand. 20 out of 15, he came good after a kind of slow start for him. As far as the bowlers went, well, there's 2 that won't want to look at these figures. Nizar Shah does take a wicket but goes for 25, and O'Donnell, being introduced into the team, went for 28. Remember, no Curry, no Ali Evans in that bowling lineup. And look at the bowlers that did well though. Adrian Neil 1 for 8, 2 overs for only 6 for Jarvis as well, and he kept them in the contest, didn't he? The other wicket went to Jack Hogarth. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and when we do, it'll be match 9 time. It's the English versus the Dutch, so don't go too far. Back very, very shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks once again to our guest commentator, Ryan Klein, who will be on the park in match 9, but also Rico Full with you. And Corey, not so far away either. This is ECN, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're into the fourth match of 5 today now, and this should be a blockbuster between the England 11 and Netherlands 11. Well, one team hasn't won a game yet. It's hard to believe the reigning champions are yet to get on the board here in Championship Week, but this will be a really interesting opportunity for them to pick up some points against a Dutch team that hasn't lost yet. They're 3-0. So contrasting fortunes for these two teams as we head into the toss for match 9. Rob Kemming is with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call.
HCL.
It is HCL.
We have a bet.
So Sebastian Brutt of the Netherlands 11, he's won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Interesting, because I think that the English team would love to chase because they have lost batting first in their first 3 matches. But I think it's a case of the Dutch saying, look, we're not going to worry about what you want, we're going to do what we want. And I think the Dutch feel really confident that they are able to defend runs on the board if they can get the runs on the board in the first place, no doubt about that. Let's see how England 11 handle the spinners that Netherlands will throw at them as well. I think spin will play a big part in this game. So England-Netherlands, well, they were probably my pick to be the finalists earlier this week. Right now, I don't know what to think, but let's go up to the commentary box. Rico Full will take you through the first part of this one, and Corey Ruckers isn't too far away as well. Over to you, Rico, and the news in match 9 is that the Dutch, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu. Well, he's got a big smile on his face. Of course he has. Well, he's wearing the Spanish colours, and Spain, they produced another magnificent performance. Another win on the board for them, beating the Scots and maintaining their unbeaten run. Well, the other team that are unbeaten, one unbeaten in the whole championship, are the Netherlands 11. And they're back out there again to see if they can maintain their unbeaten start and go clear at the top of the table. 2 points over Spain if they can get this victory against the England 11. There's our umpires. They're making their way out for this one. And Stefan Gooch is out there with Assad Ali, our men in black. So what a wonderful job that the men in black have done, being well led by Sir Rob Kemming as well. The umpiring has been superb, as has been some of the cricket out here. It's been quality. And Netherlands, they've been playing some good cricket themselves with bat and with ball. Clayton Floyd, who just seems to be finding his form for me. I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic with the bat, with the ball as well. And Musa Ahmed, well, Musa, even though Netherlands got that good win this morning against Scotland, and he was the one that well, missed out. He was run out of the diamond duck, so hasn't really faced the ball in the day. So he's looking to get his campaigning today going. Yesterday, though, he was pretty ruthless, wasn't he? We saw him score a very quick fire 75 not out of just 25 deliveries, earning him the player of the match performance against Italy in that win. Italy posting 116, Netherlands getting him with 16 balls to go. So he's in good form, a very attacking player. If he gets in, he can really just take the game away from it. He is such a hard and aggressive hitter. England, they had to overcome a tricky encounter with Italy. It's a game that they thought they had won, and then one magical over, went for 25 the 9th, and then they needed to defend 6, and they almost did it. And it was the Rishton who bowled superbly well, but Nakvi did get the boundary of the very last ball when they needed 6 to win the game. So that would have hurt them a bit. They're looking to bounce back well. A few changes in the sheet. They've got Tom Keast in the side. And he's hoping that he can make a good introduction. And Mughal Russell comes into the side for them as well. With the Netherlands, a little change for them. Aratha Alphonse, he comes in the team as the wicket keeper. So first ball, and it's going to be an edge. It will race away, and that's how your fortunes go. And Musa, he was run out for a diamond duck this morning, and yet here he gets a little snick. Will get 4 runs. So 4 from the very first ball. Nothing the keeper can do about that, and all the fielder given the chasing the Kafi Kitty, but Lagya Joka 4 runs. Pierce firmly hit, but in the gap, and nobody's catching this. There's going to be 4 more runs. And first 2 deliveries boundaries. This one just a little bit over pitch, and Musa just negotiates it into the area that he wants it to go. More flight, gets this past Musa, gets A rapturous round of applause, Pierce, for getting that dot ball in. Need things to start happening. Need some encouraging signs. This is hit pretty well, and there's going to be 4 more. Well, after getting a dot in, he floats this one up, but Mutsa, he's up and he's ready, gets back onto it, fires it for another boundary. 3 boundaries, gets down on one knee and gets executes a beautiful sweep shot. This one is back wide outside the off once more again, and Musa not able to get too much on this, so he'll get a single and he'll give the strike back to Glenn Floyd. Looks set to face his first delivery. Change in the field, going from a left to the right-hander. Very warm welcome back to everybody on the viewers chat. We've certainly had some entertaining cricket here today, haven't we? It's been an absolute blast. The interesting thing was yesterday in all the games, the lowest score that was scored, as this one's been hit away for 4 more, smashed down the ground. So Clayton Floyd said he's not losing out, and the first over goes for 17. Both batters not wanting to hang around, just gets enough of this. That's firmly hit. I mean, you see the bowler making an attempt there, but I think that goes past Sam Pearce before he even has a chance to get his jump in. 17 off the first. And remember, plenty of ways that you can stay in touch with us. Rico Full, I am here. Rico.Full at 1. And then also, well, Corey will be joining us pretty shortly. And he's looking forward to get in the action as well. Well, he has already been in the action, hasn't he? And he's going to be a very, very happy man at the moment. And I reckon he's buzzing, and he'll be joining us shortly as we get ready for Rishton to come and have a bowl. He was almost the man that provided England with what would have been an amazing victory. Andy Rishton starts well. This is just guided away by Musa. He'll take the single. Rishton, school teacher, his main profession at Felton Fleet. So hello to all the children at the Felton Fleet School. No doubt that you're watching your teacher perform. And of course they're hoping that that England, led by his teacher here with a good bowling performance, maybe do something instrumental with the bat as well, can get the first win on the board for them. Firmly hit down the ground. Will be fielded, just the 1 run. England, don't forget, coming into Championship week, not having to play in the group stages, quite simply because they are the reigning champions. So the defending champions coming back to defend their crown, but are finding it tough going at the moment, finding it difficult to find their feet, and they're finding the opposition just a little bit too hot to handle. Slower delivery, cleverly disguised, and Musa just defensively prodding this back down. Yeah, nicely bowled. Clayton Floyd had to be pretty quick to get back to his mark. Well, I hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching from, and I know that if you're watching from Spain, maybe you're watching via Liga TV or some of the other alternative methods you have available to you, you're certainly having a good time. You're having a bit of a party, of course you are, because Spain are on song, played 3, won 3. Saw them beat England yesterday, or earlier today, or just moments ago, we saw them get another victory against Scotland. I mean, those are big fish. I mean, Spanish cricket, I mean, if you told anyone that's been following Spanish cricket for a while, if you watch this one defensively played out, single taken, yeah, if you told anybody that Spain were going to be beating the likes of England and Scotland in this championship week, people will be saying, what are you on, man? What are you talking about? Well, they have done it, and I tell you what, a very proud man is about to join us in the dream box. Well, he probably is dreaming. He probably is on cloud 9 at the moment, and that is the manager of the Spanish team, and also my good friend and also fellow commentator Corey Ruckers coming back into the box. Hello, welcome, Mr. Happy. How are you?
Thank you very much, Rico. Looking forward to this game as well.
Asking the question, I don't see anything on this, to be honest. I think, I think the good teams will try this on maybe. Maybe get a little bit off the bit of the pad here on the way through.
Yeah, potentially. It's not given a wide. Did look a little bit outside the leg line, but not given out in the end. And it does take us to the end of 2 pretty interesting overs so far. And well, here's the standings, Rico. I'll let you talk through them.
No, you do. Please tell me. How are you feeling at the moment? I mean, look, you're right up there with Netherlands. 6-6. Both 2 teams are on unbeaten at the moment in Championship Week. Netherlands obviously got the opportunity to push ahead here, but of course you do have that game in hand, and of course that will be the night game against Italy.
Yeah, really excited for that. But I just want to say this whole group, the standard of cricket right now is just amazing, and it's so exciting for us to be a part of, and super proud of our players at the moment. They're standing up against some really, really good opposition.
They've been absolutely sensational, Corey. They really have, and they've been some mammoth performances as Arthur Godsall comes in, starts with a slower delivery, which is lost and missed by the captain behind the stumps, Dan Lincoln. Yeah, I mean, talking about big performances, I mean, the young man that I remember, he was no higher than my knee when he started playing, Charlie Rumi. Great to see him out there. I mean, what a performer, what a performance. Get the wicket off his very first ball.
Yeah,
I mean, this is what, I mean, European Cricket Network is all about players' dreams come true. That was a magical moment. A dream come true or what?
So nice for the young 17-year-old who's come up through the Spanish ranks. So,
Yep.
yeah, special moment for him.
Edge, and this is going to fly away all the way. It does. Well, watch out, watch out. There's a kookaburra about. Well, you may want to take some pictures. I tell you what, can you imagine he's there with that big mother of a lens, and next thing you know, this massive thing is coming your way. I bet he's, well, I tell you what, the toilets are over there.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if that had taken a
Whoa.
worse bounce, you might be losing that camera, and I guarantee that's about €5,000. So he gets a little bit lucky there.
So that's a fright and a half, isn't it? Well, he's not deterred. He holds his line. This one is catchable. He's got a tend with the sun, and he does really well. It's a very, very good catch taken there. And that is the first wicket, and that is Andy Rishton. Well, that man is everywhere, isn't he? Well, there's loads of kids in England now jumping up and down and say, yes, sir, go, sir. Well done to Andy Rishton. Good catch.
Yeah, good catch. And fun fact about Andy Rishton, I just got a message from a good friend, Tom. He actually played his Dutch age groups growing up. So he was in the Netherlands playing for HCC, but and obviously went back to the UK. He's a very effective bowler, a very good fielder. And that's a big fish. Clayton Floyd, we know how dangerous he is. And the Netherlands lose their first wicket. But this promises to be a big game. I'm super excited to be involved. This is a big game, Rico.
Yeah, it's a massive game. I mean, big because of where England find themselves in the standings?
Yeah, I think everyone's a little bit surprised. They've played some good cricket, but maybe just in patches a little bit. So you can't take away from some of the teams. Italy, that was a great win, and Scotland played well against them yesterday. So I just know this English side, knowing their coaches, Tom Lambert and co. They're very calm. They're like, boys, we just got here. We'll figure this out. And England, it's English cricket. You do feel at some stage they'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure with that. I mean, I spent a bit of time with them and around them in the fan zone. And, yeah, they were very calm. The coaches were very calm and saying, yeah, it will come. We're just finding our feet. He said, just wait till Friday. That's what they're saying, just wait till Friday. Of course, they've got to get there as well. So they do need to start picking up a few wins. I mean, you don't think about Friday if you finish bottom of the pack because you won't be going there. So they've got to start to get some wins together. And, of course, with Italy getting that victory over them, that puts them right at the bottom. And, well, they're playing catch-up time. Godsall, I'm liking his bowling. He bowled very well against Italy. And he certainly was the man that stood up, scored a valuable 41st with the bat, scored him with 14 deliveries, helped them get the score on the board, and then he was very good with the ball. And ends up being on the losing side with a performance like that. It must have hurt.
Yeah, he's a very talented all-round cricketer. Good slow balls, good changes of pace, bowling to a good batsman though. Boris score late. Shot. Wow, what a shot, Rico. We said he's a good batsman. It's in the slot, and he absolutely bombs it.
Well, this is what Boris does for me. That's best. I mean, he is, and we know he likes to get funky. He likes to play the ramp shot sometimes. He likes to get funky in his crease. But when he stands and he delivers like this, well, I don't think there's too many that hit it sweeter than him. Lovely shot straight down the ground.
Yeah, look what he's doing here. Batting right on off stump. Different sort of guard, asking questions.
This time goes.
Oh, no.
Misfield. And that's going to hurt. I think that might be Might be Callis there. Doesn't quite get down quick enough, and he gets through him. 4 runs.
Well, it's a game of margins, and I tell you what, 37 off the power play. I reckon the Dutch feel ahead, but if he stops this and they're only on 33, I think the English feel ahead. So a bonus 4 runs, and England need to pick it up a little bit. As you can see, the power play here, 2 big ones and a little one. But last year, Rico, Netherlands never got over the English. I think they played 3 or 4 times, and they didn't beat them once. And sometimes it's a psychological bridge.
Yeah.
Netherlands look amazing this tournament. They are such a good team. Super proud of them as well. Obviously, I've got a bit of Dutch heritage. But I just feel they have to get over this hurdle, this sort of got to beat the team that you couldn't beat last year mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's when you know, when you're playing well. Of course you know when you're playing well because the performance you've got backs it up. And, well, there's Fletcher there. Piers Fletcher, he's giving us a thumbs up. But, yeah, you always have your voodoo sides, don't you? You always have sides that you can't get one over.
Yep.
It's when you beat them that you think, yeah, this time, this year, it is our year. So this is a really big match. Looks like we're going to see Mungo Russell for the first time here today.
Yeah, bowling up against Musa, who's been in pretty good form this tournament.
And, not a good delivery. It's way down the leg side. Good take from Dan Lincoln.
Yeah, so for England, I mean, let's say it goes badly for them in their 0-4. Is there a way back? They're going to have to really turn it on tomorrow. This is a big game.
Yeah, you've got to turn it on tomorrow. And I think if it does go that way, of course, the match that they have against Italy will be the big one. And you've got to try and get a win over a team that you can catch up with. Now, this has been launched. It's not a bad delivery at all. But what a pick up and hit this is for Musa. Well, that gets moosed. That's a big hit from, well, I think Mungo Russell is probably thinking, well, what did I do wrong here? Well, not too much. It's just a great pickup. What an eye.
Yeah, when Musa Ahmed's in form, he scores 360. He's good off his legs. He's good outside off. And, well, maybe gets it. He doesn't hit the Yorker length he's hoping for. And Musa cashes in. Nice shot from him. Great start from the Dutch now. They've won a lot of games in a row, the Dutch.
Yeah, they are on a roll, and their batting, it's just been, it's been a joy to watch. Just doesn't matter. I mean, remember we were saying Musa here batting. He was out for a diamond duck in the first match. Didn't even get to face the ball. He was run out, and yet here he is, making the most of his opportunity.
Did he get a diamond duck? Did he? I missed that. You don't see that too often.
No, it's a direct hit when he was running to the striker's end, and without facing the ball. So. Yeah, so he was looking to come back and come back big, and he started well here, hasn't he? They always, and that seems to be the thing. They may lose a wicket or two early. We've seen that, but somebody performs, and quite often they've always got 3 main contributors that get to scores about 20s and 30s, which helps them get to the sort of scores that they've been posting. Russell, and not for the first time, we see Gawley getting his pants dirty and not making much contact with his shot. Yeah, he's going for it again. He says, well, I'm not shying away from it. I know I can play it. I will play it. But that one, I think the length of that, he would have been far better off hitting this in that gap between backward point and cover.
One thing about Boris Gawley, he doesn't lack any confidence. No matter how many times he might not get it, he will try. He knows it's a weapon for him, so I do respect that.
This time, he just punches this out, which will be fielded. The man that's out on the extra cover boundary takes a single.
I haven't had a chance to be with you for Championship Week, Rico, but I'm just curious because you've watched every game. I've been obviously missing some games at the hotel, but tell me, what's the par in this group? Because from my coach's perspective, I think the batting's gone up a bit, and I think it's about 125.
It has. The last time we had a look at it overall, yeah, it was about 121.
Is it?
12.1 per over. Yeah, it's sensational. I was just saying, actually, before you came on, that so far, every match has produced a score of over 100. And I was just in the process of looking. I'll tell you, actually, what the lowest score that we've had batting first. I think it may have been that one Scotland batting first against the Netherlands with it earlier today, 105.
Yep.
No, I'm staying corrected. England, first match to play 104, but every match going over 100, and that just goes to show how the standard has gone up. And even teams like Italy posting 116 and 118 losing.
Yeah, I think there's such a big swing from 116 to 124 even. That 8-run swing makes a big difference in the last over of the chase.
Certainly does. And if you need an example of that, I think the last match with yourself and Scotland posted 116. But look, as you said, 8 more runs on the board.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it went down to the wire.
Well, there's 2 games in a row that Prince demand, the lovely boy that he is. Italy were on 115 versus us, and they only made up a 118. Previous game, he bowled the last. They're on 115, and we only needed 119. So even that last over is so crucial.
Yeah, it certainly is crucial. And tactics are key, and you made a big tactical ploy, something we've talked a lot about. And it was when Govinda, lovely guy, batted well. He's a good player, we know he is. But sometimes you're just not clicking. I mean, I think he scored, what, 19 or 16
It was
balls,
19 off about 16. But we had Hamza Dar sitting there.
Hamza sitting there.
He's looking in hot form.
Smashing the ball all over the place. You make the call, you tire him out. Hamza comes out, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, I could have had some egg on my face if Hamza gets out first ball, but you got to go with your gut, and it's nothing against Govinda. He's a very talented player, but sometimes it's not your day.
Yeah.
Shot. What a shot by Musa. Well, it's a rolling off cutter on about 4th stump. He opens that front leg and splices it for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. This is an area that I've seen him score so many runs. And, such an intelligent player this way. He manages always to get enough leverage on it to get it over that fielder. He does look good when he's flowing like this. And he'll, even though you've got 3 men there waiting for that type of shot, he's still going to take this on. Clayton, what's his reply going to be? Slow up, but full toss. They might get called, actually. I'd like to see this side on.
Surely that's got to be high.
I mean, they're looking at each other. I mean, it's a slower delivery. Let's have a look how far the batter comes out. Does he stay in his crease or comes out? Stays in his crease, goes out. Yeah, that's going to be called for me.
I still think some of these are missed, aren't they? If
Yeah.
it's waist height, you got to call it.
Yeah, I think that one's one that's been missed. And, well, I think Clayton gets lucky. Musa unlucky. He's actually asking the question, but the umpires say no, it's okay. And this one has been launched into, it goes a long way up in the air, but it should be a catch, and it has been taken. Makes it look very easy, doesn't it? That's a really good catch, but this goes a long way up in the air. But look, you see, that's where these little moments come to fruition. I mean, if that one is called for a no ball, well, that's a free hit.
It's a game of margins, and he doesn't get the free hit. He gets caught the next ball. He got a lot of height on that Boris Gourlay, but just couldn't get it over the rope, so he'll have to go. And it's a rolling off cutter against slower ball. And look at the height on that. Just didn't get the distance. And it's a nice catch about 1 metre in from the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it goes a long, long way up. But, well, that was made to look easy, but it was far from it. That goes a long way up. And Harrison Ward congratulating the catcher. So that's the end of Boris Gourlay. This time, just 11 of 7. He batted very well earlier when he made 42 of 20 in the player of the match performance against Scotland. But this time, well, they've got him early, and you do need to. When you've got somebody who's hitting the ball so well, and he's such an exciting player to watch, you've got to get him early. Thomas Bevan doing the catching. He's got very safe hands out there in the deep.
Yeah, and it brings in the dangerous Ryan Klein. And, well, Ryan Klein's improved his batting out of sight probably in the last 18 months since he got established in Dutch cricket. He's a good fast bowler, but his power hitting has improved so much. Looking forward to him coming out here for the Dutch.
Yeah, Ben Clayton. That's who he has to deal with first. And he goes for a hit straight down the ground, and he gets it. Well, you mentioned his power hitting. Well, there's the power for you. Straight down the ground, and boom! Shaka!
They are pumped up for this. I tell you what, it's not easy to hit your first ball for 6, irrespective if it's a hard volley or not. And he absolutely got that. Nice shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Beautifully executed. Now he pulls this, trying to get it in the gap between long on and mid-wicket, but fires the man at mid-wicket. The take one, maybe have the opportunity, perhaps, to be searching for the overthrows, but they don't. He's well backed up.
Yeah, absolutely. And such a good batting lineup for this Dutch. I mean, Saqib Zulfikar still to come, Sebastian Brutt, his brother Sikander Zulfikar, Rafael Fons. And it's a dangerous batting lineup. And England, they've got to figure out a way to get a couple more wickets.
Yeah, certainly do. Smashed. Lovely shot. Love the way he gets a wrist involved here. Gets a wrist in play. Hits it on the up. There's going to be 4 more. And that's the end of the over. And that will go for 16 from Clayton. And they're moving along nicely into the 60s now. 63 for 2 wickets down. It's a great pleasure to have all our viewers around the world enjoying this great cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and to have Corey Ruckers here with me, the coach of Spain, a very happy man after a very good performance. And I tell you what, the mood in the camp, it can be better at the moment, could it?
No, it couldn't be better. We're really proud of the guys. I think some people forget we don't always get to train together. Some players are playing on facilities that aren't probably at the standard of what this is or some of the other teams. So to come here and have Ireland as a scalp, Scotland and then England, well, there's one more big fish to get. And let's not forget Italy. They're a very good side, Italy. So it's just exciting to be a part of it. Absolutely loving it. And, let's hope the momentum continues.
Yeah, and, I think the team morale at the moment, the team spirit looks fantastic. With this one, quite easily could have been chopped back onto the stumps. As they do go with Arthur Godsalt to continue.
Yeah, well, good bowling, slower into the pitch. It's one of his stock deliveries that he does so well. Musa Ahmed, 32 of 16. He's threatening to get away here.
Yeah, it's lovely to see a lot of people around the ground enjoying the cricket. And nice to see that we've been joined by Cricket District as well.
Yeah, sensational.
So, boys from Cricket District around with their gear, capturing some of these magical moments as well. Oh, this has been launched. Adios, Pelota. That has gone a long way. Well, that goes into the killer python zone. And, well, if you don't know what killer pythons are, well, this is what they are. And you know what? I'm going to no, you stay away. The last time I left a bag of these up here, they disappeared. Well, there we go, the killer pythons. And hang on, why don't you have... Listen, why don't you have the... I'll have those. You have the jelly beans.
I already did this yesterday,
yes, I know.
It didn't work out well.
It didn't work out well because you didn't stop to pay attention at the packaging, did you? You went straight for them. I knew you were going to do that. I said to Vinny, I said, leave them there because Corey won't resist because I know how quickly you polished off my killer pythons. Godsall needs to get it right. And gets this in a better area. Good work from him. Good fielding. Pick up. Gets ready for throw.
Great platform now, 70 or 5.3, I believe it is. So, yeah, for England, even though you've been hit a bit around, you've got to say, guys, if we have a good finish, they'll only get 120. But if you have a bad finish and they get to that 140, 145, then you're in a bit of stress.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, we're seeing here and marvelling at some of the hitting power of the Netherlands, but their bowling has been just as good. They're really good at turning the screw and restricting teams to, scores of around about 95 to 100. And that's what would be called, no ball. It was going to be a wide, but no ball always takes precedence.
Yeah, disappointing. No ball with the front foot, so it's going to be free hit time.
Yeah, well, that doesn't show us. I don't know if we got an opportunity to see it from the side view of it. So no ball because of a foot fault. And, well, he recovers really well. Well bowled. I mean, you think you've got the likes of somebody like Musa Ahmed, 38 not out of 19. He's a free hit, and yet he's could get the dot ball in. Takes a lot of doing, so well bowled for Arthur Godsalt.
Yeah, good bowling, good comeback. The free hit doesn't get cashed in on. So another dot ball. Tension in this game at the moment.
Swings hard, but only gets it far as the fielder that's out there mid-wicket. Musa will get the single. So hands the strike back over to Ryan Klein, who, well, I think he's thinking of going big here, finishing the over with a boundary.
Yeah, Ryan Klein's come out and showed that intent and that power that he has. And one thing I like about Klein, he hits it through the V. He doesn't really go across line. It's not slogging. You see the keeper now coming up to the stumps. Dan Lincoln, a very, very, very good keeper.
Yeah, very good keeper, but look, he's making sure that his third man goes much finer. Yeah, big shot, because Godsall is, well, he's not slow, is he?
No, he's quick. He's definitely quick.
Oh! Full toss and gets punished. Well, this one is going a long way. Well, watch out, TJ. Now, watch your records. Watch your mix-up, because this is a kookaburra coming your way. He picks this up beautifully. Here's a full toss. I think sometimes that does throw the bowler a little bit. I know when I used to bowl, the wicketkeeper used to stand up. I must admit, I wasn't always that keen on it. I just think it just affected my line. So that one from Godsall ends up being a full toss and gets plummeted to the boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, 6 runs. And you see the bowling figures here. That brilliant over from Andy Richardson, who's been the star for the England 11 so far in the 3 runs. But everybody else is getting towed up a little bit. So a lot of pressure right now in England. They haven't won a game. They've come in a bit cold, and some people did expect that maybe, or are a bit surprised. But right now, they don't want to go 0-4. They've got to find that sort of that English spirit. Yeah. They've got a lot of fans here. Get a couple of wickets and get back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. They have got a lot of fans here. all there and supporting the English side here. But at the moment, they haven't had too much to cheer about. They were almost there with a victory against Italy. Italy somehow pulled it out of the bag to register their first points. So England, they've got some chasing to do, and they're going to be chasing some leather in this one as well, as Musa hits his big straight down the ground. Well, this is a spizz away supersonic hit. Boom, shaka, lagia, kinna sona, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una seis, una grande, una Ariana.
Well, the thing for Musa played the national team of England not long ago. He was playing them in one-day cricket. Now he's playing in England 11, so he's a player of high stature. He could get another 50 here.
Well, he goes for it. I don't think he gets the middle. It's a long way up in the air, and the catch has been taken. And, yep, you snookered him all right. He might get a 50. Well, it doesn't matter who you are, even if you're a commentator stroke manager. You still got the commentator's curse, and that's the wicket. I'm not sure what that celebration was. Let's have a look at that again. I think it's something to do with Rishton there. But a nice, clean catch. Musa, he will go after he scores a fine 45 of 23 deliveries.
Yeah, he'll be super disappointed to get out there. He was looking the goods for maybe a score in the 70s, but he gets that wide half volley, tries to drag it to the leg side, and I think it's a wrong one as well. So going against the angle, on another day, I think he'd rather hit that over cover, and a nice catch in the end, so he has to go. But a good T10 innings. This man's in red-hot form, and his team will be very happy with that performance.
Yeah, and well done to Goodsall as well. He takes the catch of the bowling of Pearce to get rid of Musa. He gets a warm, healthy applause. And, well, one good player goes and another one comes to take his place. And it's the captain of the Netherlands, Sebastian Bright, comes out there. He's gone out, he's had a few hits, but hasn't quite found his rhythm and his form yet. So he's looking to try and make amends as he goes out there to bat against the England 11.
So Pearce picks up the wicket. He's gone for 24 so far. Sebastian Bright, the captain of Hermes back home and the captain of this Netherlands 11. And he's a good man, a powerful striker. Him and Ryan Klein are almost clones of each other sometimes. They both are brute forces.
Well, this is not the best of start that he wants. It's a ball that's on the legs. He gets a bit of bat onto it, but not as much as he likes. And it's a catch that's taken by Elliot Callis. So the captain of the Netherlands, Sebastian Bright, comes out and he puts the first ball straight into the hands of Callis. He will go for a golden duck.
Yeah, he has to go. Well, this is down the leg side and he tries to help it on its way. It probably deserved to go, but it hits high on the bat, so he doesn't get enough power. And it's a pretty good safe catch from Elliot Callis, who takes the wicket. And it's 2 in 2 for the English. We said they needed some wickets to get some momentum. It's not going to get any easier with the Zulfikar brothers coming. But Sebastian Bright, you're right, he goes for a golden globe.
Goes for a golden. And you know what that means? We're 2 in 2. So Sam Pearce, he's on a hat-trick. Well, we saw one of your boys, Mohammed Kamran. He was on a hat-trick again. Well, if he was able to complete it, we know he's already got one hat-trick in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So maybe if you see the Hall of Fame, you can spot his name on there. But now it's an opportunity for the bowler from England, Sam Pearce. 2 for 24. Well, keep an eye for Mohammed Kamran. I think you'll see him coming up on the second page. There he is, 4 for 7. He took against Portugal. And, well, we are into the third page here now. Jai Sin was the last person to take one in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And Sam Pearce now has an opportunity.
Well, he's got a good chance if he tries to hit his first ball for 6.
A bit more sensible approach from Zulfikar. Takes a single.
That's what the wickets do, don't they? The new batsmen sometimes will come out with a little bit more of a sensible approach and give themselves a ball. So top over this from Pearce. He's got a bowl to Klein now. Klein might try to tee this up.
Oh, that is epic.
Oh.
What a hit this is. This is huge.
Wow.
Absolute monster strike that is. Well, that was brutal as it goes smash. That's probably one of the biggest ones that we've had straight. I think we had the camera team in a spot of bother with this one. What a hit.
Well, we're looking at a man that's probably 6'2", 6'3", built like a certain type of house, and when he hits it, it stays hit.
What a shot. And I like the way he just hits it, moves away and says, right, come on, I'm ready for the next one. Here is the next one. And he goes again, and it's 2 in 2. Oh, yeah, this is sweet. This is what we're talking about. Boom, shaka lagia, shaka time at the Cartama Oval. Yes, folks, this is what you're seeing. European Cricket Network, a frenzy of action-packed entertainment that's serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. And how can you doubt it? Well, what a way to finish the over. And what looked like was going to be a pretty decent over from Sam Pearce, well, ends up being a biggie, as the 100 is almost up now, 98 for 4.
How much came off that over in the end with the wickets there,
I think
Rico?
that's 20
So
off the over.
in a funny way, do you go, that's a good over or a bad over? You pick up 2 wickets, but it goes for 20. So just a crazy format and crazy skills as we look at where we're going next. We're off to Croatia, Malta, and then back to Spain. We'll finish in Barcelona for 5 weeks. Me, Rico Full, and Vinny Sandu will be there in Spain.
I'm looking forward to that Barcelona. Hey, listen, you might pick up a few more players.
I've got too many. I don't want any more.
That's where they keep coming from. What a position for you to be in at the moment. I mean, they're just coming through thick and fast.
Well, it's just exciting because it's very new. We're finding these players and they haven't played much together. So, yeah, really proud still. Anyway, start of the 8th.
Russell, slower delivery. Doesn't quite get hold of this, but I think the key thing is to try and get something on it, get a single, and get Ryan Klein back on strike, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, with 17 balls left, this could blow out for England. They need to have a good finish because they don't want to chase in the 140 vicinity. The best case scenario from here is if you can keep them to 130. I think keeping to 130, you believe you can chase it. 140, 145, and then it starts alarm bells.
Yeah, Klein, he's the man they've got to remove. He's on strike now. Russell comes in. It's well bowled. He wants to. Pulls it early, and then, well, they side against it. But I'm liking that. It's an early shout of 2. They run the first one fast. They want them, putting pressure on the field. We don't see enough of that.
Yeah, we don't see enough. Like, you put the pressure on, and then if there's a big fumble, you might get a chance to go. But I have seen a few times players of this caliber fumble it, but their arms are that good. They're still getting the run out. So it's a fun thing. Do you run on the misfield? Maybe, maybe not.
Short, and he ends up playing a straight pull at this rather than waiting for it and maybe playing the uppercut. I think it was a slower delivery as well, so good variations there from Russell.
Yeah, good variation, slow into the pitch. It makes it hard to cut, hard to pull straight. Zulfikar yet to get a boundary. Kleiny, 27 off 7. He is motoring along.
Goes for the short one,
Wow.
but it's not going to work well. What a shot this is. It's short, and he just says, well, don't bowl it there to me. You're not going to get away with it for me. And he smashes it away. Well, look at that. That's cheeky. Kookaburra is at the bar, and it wants a drink. Well, why not? He's done a bit of travelling, and, well, James Cantor thinks about having a throw and then thinks better of it. He thinks, I'll just go back to my Victoria. Here you go. You can have your ball back. Have a look at this. Up the stairs, into the bar, knocking on the bar, saying, click, click, click. Can I have a Victoria, please?
I'm not surprised to see James Cantor shy away from throwing it in because he throws it pretty softly. It went past Bertus de Jong here. He's a Dutch journalist. He's here also supporting the team and probably writing a couple of good articles. But what a shot from Kleiny. That was a bouncer, slower ball, and he just tennised it. Just served it.
33 of just 8 deliveries. Yorker length, hit firmly. Will get fielded. They'll take the 1, think about the 2. And, well, that's what I like to see. They turn. He sees the throw's not coming to his end, takes a few steps to get down the other end. Doing a bit of stretching here now because we know he is still struggling with that hip injury.
Yeah, he's had a hip injury for a while, and that's why we haven't seen him bowl as much in Group A and with this team. He's told us that after this tournament, he's going on a bit of a break. He needs his body to rest, but what a special innings from him. 34 off 9.
Yeah, Russell just wants to make a change in the field. Just wants to push back the man further back. Zulfikar. Gets a fair bit of this, and it's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, just losing his shape a little bit does the bowler. Strays down the leg side, and Zulfikar, well, he picks it, sends it away, 4 runs. And that's the way you need to finish an over. And you were talking about the score, what they've got to try and contain this to. But at the moment, with that boundary, it takes it to 112. And, well, there's still 12 deliveries to come in the innings.
Well, all I can see is skyscrapers. Besides the second, sensational batting scorecard at the moment for the Netherlands is brewing. It looks like they're going to go back to Andy Rishton, who did bowl that second over.
Yeah.
He's proven to be so effective at these wide Yorkers. He's going to be going up against Kleiny here. Good contest. Netherlands, who might have some mental scarring of last year against England, it isn't showing right now. This team is flying.
Yeah, isn't showing. This is going to be such a good contest. Gets a bit of that onto this.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, taking it on.
Oh, he's gone.
Here comes the throw, and well, I think the dive might have got him in. They're going to go upstairs and have a look at this. He needed the dive. I mean, it's something that Ryan Klein probably doesn't want to put himself in this situation because, of course, we know he does have that injury. Well, he started to make his way off the field. Well, maybe he's going to just stand out the way and wait for the decision. He's not that confident, but it's all about the dive here. Does he make it? Does he make his ground, although the bails come off beforehand? We're going to have a look at this. But once again, I mean, you called it straight away. It was always going to be risky, and it's a good throw. He's always going to be in trouble.
Yeah, it's tight. Oh, he might have made it. That's really tight. Oh. No, it looks like he's just dismissed for me. He's going to be gone. So only by an inch or so. What a great dive, but great fielding as well. And it's Clayton, the bowler. My apologies, but... yeah, very big run out that is. They went for a 2, and I tell you, on the dimensions of this ground, it's just so difficult to get a 2 with the fielding level that there is.
Yeah, I think when you see the ball going straight to the fielder there, and these guys have got great arms, such a good throw. So you can see that the amount of work that Dan Lincoln had to do there was very minimal. He didn't have to take the ball from too wide away. It was literally in the gloves and whip off the bails, and that's why they get that run out. But only after, once again, another superb knock from Klein. You see he's hobbling a little, so that hip, well, the diving around is not going to help. We saw him stretching it a few balls earlier, and now diving there, that's going to hurt. But a fine knock from him, and he certainly has helped his side get to a good score here, 35 of just 10 deliveries. That's amazing hitting.
And here comes Sikander Zulfikar. He's the twin brother of Sakib Zulfikar. He's played 11 T20Is, a first-class game, and 11 list day games for the Netherlands. He averages 45 in list day cricket. I remember watching him hit a splendid 50 against Zimbabwe a few years ago. He's one hell of a player.
Well, dot ball, which is massive at this stage. So once again, it goes back to that. Is it going to be around about a 120 something score, or can they push on between 130 and 140, which is what, Corey, you're saying that Netherlands will be eyeing up here?
Well, they should. You'd imagine they'll want that 130. Great over from Clayton so far, though.
Hit firmly straight. Fielder comes in. Oh, well. This is a desperate effort to take the catch here. I don't know if I'm going for the catch here or whether I'm trying to save the boundary here. Godso, he fancies himself to do something special. It would have been special. It would have been a tremendous catch, but I just get the feeling here you're looking really to try and save the boundary.
I tell you what, that's a coach killer because he goes for the catch, but I tell you what, I'd rather him just run around and keep it to 1. It's a game of margins, though, isn't it?
Short, hit, hard, thumped, and that's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, brrr, shaka, lagya. Well, Ryan Klein may have departed, but now you've got the brothers out there, and the Zulfikars are looking to cash in here and get this score to that 140 mark.
Well, Sikander Zulfikar with his twin brother Sakib gets going straight away. He's 10 off 3.
Hits this pretty hard as well, and it's going to be another one. What a shot, the power in this. Shaka time here at the Cartama Oval. Well, the brothers are smiling, the brothers are in arms, and they're causing more misery here for the England team. This is just power.
When I saw the Dutch had lost Bossevane and Duddy and Jane, I was worried. But when they got Sikander Zulfikar, I was like, this team is very good still.
Slower delivery takes the pace off it. They will just take the 1. Think about 2, but here comes the throw. And it wasn't quite taken cleanly by Dan Lincoln, but it's been well backed up. The end of the over. That score now, 130. 6 balls to go.
Well, 130. We've been witnessing a batting masterclass from the Dutch. Who how many games in a row have they won? It must be 13 or 14. They're such a good team. It's great to watch. Right now, though, you've got to be telling Rishton, who is going to come bowl us. If you bowl a very good last time, you keep them to 135, you're still in it. But if this over blows out to a 15 to 20 run over, it's a long way back for the English.
Yeah, so Rishton it will be to bowl the last. It's not a bad one, Clayton. He started well, but then it was Sikander Zulfikar that went after it. Well, Vivian, he's pretty happy at the moment. Got a nice smile on his face. And it looks like he and Clayton are just sharing a little bit of a joke with each other. Okay, all to go here. We know what what's going to be bowled here by Andy Rishton. It's going to be trying to get that Yorker length delivery right on the money, just inside that the guide wide line there for the umpires.
I always wonder with Rishton, if he's going to be bowling this wide Yorker, surely you want third man back, just for that little edge that can go down there.
Here we go. Very important last over. Ends up being over pitched. Strikes it pretty well. Trying to get it through the two fielders. Well, that is an amazing bit of relay fielding. Let's have a look at this again. Was this meant to be, or did it just happen? This is sensational.
That's Bevan from Glamorgan passing it over to Ward from Sussex.
Have a look at this.
Top fielding. This is high level fielding. Gets down, scoops. Oh, tell you what.
Hang on a minute. Let's have a look. Where are the feet here? Can we see the feet?
That might be given, you know. That could be just touching the rope.
Well, I mean, first of all, there's the flick up.
Marginal.
Well,
It was great fielding, but that could go either way. Let's see again. He's got the ball in his hands. They're still touching it there.
Is anything conclusive to tell you that anything is touching the rope? You don't see it move. I'll say that much. So it's one that the third umpires will have a look at. But what about that flip? I mean, that is, if this is not 4, that is probably the most amazing bit of ground relay fielding that you'll see. He slides it, flicks it up. Well, they're going to say, no, it's fine. So that's an exceptional bit of play, isn't it?
Yeah, sensational fielding. Saves too. Great to watch.
Oh, there you go. That's that Yorker length. That has been so effective, and so many batters have not been able to get it. He just masters it, doesn't he?
Well, so, okay, my thing with this is when Rishton bowls this, and you've got that sort of short third man, backward point, and cover point, I'd like to see batsmen just try hit it through those 3 men. If you know he's bowling it there, why not just go with it instead of fighting it? Yes. But easier said than done.
Yeah, not sure what's going on here. A bit more talk. I mean, Rishton had this issue with the Italians in the last one, and now, well, a little bit of talk here from Rishton towards Sikandar Zulfikar. Sikandar gets a fair bit out of this. Maybe they look for 2, but it's a good throw, and they won't beat. So get the single.
There's been a bit of chat around in the cricket fraternity today. The English and the Scottish were having a bit of argy-bargy yesterday. Then the English and the Italians.
Yeah.
I just tell my Spanish boys, just keep smiling. Don't make any enemies.
Yeah, well, you know the Spanish. In Spanish, we don't like to get involved.
Relaxed people, aren't we?
We're relaxed people. Give us a sangria, and we're happy.
3 balls left.
Well, they take him on, and they are going to get a bye. So you do get Sikandar back on strike. That's important. You would expect Dan Lincoln to hit them from here. He doesn't.
Yeah, the old, I'm not going to invite Dan to my 10-pin bowling team. Just missing the leg stump that time. Good bowling from Rishton again, though, isn't it? No one can really get a hold of him at the moment.
Yeah, it's very good bowling. He's very clever. But you're right. I think as this week goes on, teams will have a look at what he's bowling and try and find a way to get to it. This one is straighter. And they go for the 2. In comes the throw, a very good arm, and I get the feeling this will be out.
Yeah, it's given out on field, so he definitely doesn't make great throw from Goldsall. They were doing the right thing with the team there, trying to steal an extra run if it was a bad throw, but it's a perfect throw, and it's just the 1 run for the Netherlands, and a wicket.
Yeah, it's good work, and you're right, good throw from Goldsall. So Sikandar Zulfikar, he will go for 21. He'll get the 1. 21 off the 9 deliveries. You see, I mean, no shortage of trying to get there, but a perfect throw. And good work from Dan Lincoln. Takes it, gets the, knocks the bails off. Does a little bit of the rock and roll as well. Lands up on his feet, so Zulfikar has to depart. But he's almost got them there. So 136 on the board. We're just waiting for that to be confirmed. And a ball to go in the innings. So once again, Rishton, I mean, his bowling's just been sensational. He just delivers all the time. And this is where it went wrong for him against Italy. And that will play on his mind. That last ball that he bowled, defending 3, got smashed by Naqvi for the 6, which gave the victory to Team Italia. So got 1 ball to bowl. He would not want this to go to the boundary.
No, and it's Ollie Ellenbast coming out from Hermes Cricket Club in the Netherlands. He'll be looking to tee this up. He's a powerful batsman, more a seam bowler, but he has worked on his batting also. You see the Dutch, well, they're very close with each other, aren't they? They're enjoying their time together.
Yeah. And Rishton, well, he's giving, I'm not sure He's giving some commentary to somebody. I don't know to who. I think he's just saying to the. I think he might be saying to the umpire, look at his guard. So if I bowl it there, I don't want you giving it a wide. I don't know what it is, but he's always giving some sort of commentary.
Oh, tell you what, he's hit that so hard. It's almost taken his partner out. And they'll end up getting back for 2. So 2 runs. And that should bring us to the back end, well, the end of this innings.
Yeah, well, not sure what's going on here. I think keep an eye on. I hope we keep this running. The throw doesn't come in, but keep an eye on Dan Lincoln. I think he takes the imaginary ball here and knocks the bails off.
I think, these days, I don't think you're actually allowed to do that. It's like fake fielding.
That's what I'm talking about it. I mean, the batters, I wonder if he's done that. The batters have seen it just go for another run. Just say, right, he's knocked the bails off. Let's just keep running. Let's see what happens here.
Well, you never know. But in the end, what a splendid batting display from the Netherlands. 137 for 6. They're ahead in this game, you would say. We think maybe about 12 over par. The par's definitely 125 in 20 championship week. So looking forward to seeing if this English team can respond.
Yeah, certainly are looking forward to them. They do have to. Look, they've got their supporters out there, haven't they? The English. But the Netherlands, they've got their supporters there too. Both teams are being well supported. Let's have a look at these highlights. And a big round of applause for the England 11 when they went out there. But they had to get wickets early. We know that Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed can be pretty key. Well, yeah, it was a nice moment with us two. Well, myself and Corey, I've been in Spain for a long time, so of course I'm going to be delighted with the way Spain have performed. Well, there was, one or two people getting into danger with the ball almost coming their way, but no problems there from Richard. He takes a nice catch. And, that just brought out Boris Gawley. Gawley's been in pretty good form, so he couldn't quite get into his rhythm. A little bit like Clayton Floyd. He also made 11 before he had to depart. He was caught very well by Bevan. But it was all about the batting at the moment. Well, at that time of Musa, he played some lovely shots. Played shots all around the ground as well, but there was some biggies as well from Ryan Klein. Wasn't he hitting the ball big, and wasn't he hitting it well? But just think Musa was just spot on, wasn't he? Yeah,
he was, and this dangerous lineup was so good again. This is where Ryan Klein, he comes in the middle, and he's just brute power. So if you miss your margins, it goes the journey. You can see the reactions like, oh no, not again. Yeah. It is such a tough sport. Dan Lincoln was trying things coming up to the stumps, and unfortunately, Ryan Klein just kept it going.
Yeah, there was such big hits. The timing was epic, and of course, while he's out there, everybody's having a good time because you're just watching some amazing hitting. And Musa, he was played a pretty good knock as well. Trying to bring up, I think he's 50 with a big hit, just slicing up in the air. And it was Gotzo, who again, I think had a good day out there in the field. He was pretty good with his catching. Didn't bowl pretty well as well, but this was the unfortunate one. This was the captain, Sebastian Bright, coming out, and he was out very first ball, caught by Kallis. But it didn't matter because, if one batter goes, another good one comes, and Sakib Zulfikar, he came out. He played some lovely shots as well. I'm just liking the balance at the moment from the Netherlands side, and liking what they do here. Desperate effort of Klein to try and stay in there, but he's certainly got the right acceleration in for his team. 35 with just 10 deliveries, but everybody going out there at the moment just seems to be going out there with so much time. They seem to be absorbing this pressure, and they're turning the pressure into fun because they're enjoying what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, and when you enjoy your teammates' success, usually you have a winning formula, and they're doing that. There was some brilliant fielding from the English. Even though they were getting hit around, they threw their bodies on the line. They got some run-outs really late. Bodies were going everywhere. And it hasn't been the tournament they would have hoped so far, but this is going to be exciting. Sometimes when you chase a big total, your mind is free.
Yeah.
And they might come out and just do this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they'll probably be saying, first of all, there was no shortage of effort from them and desire in the field. I think that you're right. They threw themselves around. They were gutsy and they battled hard. And I think, they contained the Netherlands to 137, where I think some other teams could have been quite easily chasing a 150-plus score. So credit to them there. But look, they've got plenty of work to do thanks to the runs from Musa Ahmed, 45 for 23. Ryan Klein, again, a good contribution from him, 35 for just 10 deliveries. And then all the other batters going in there, not chewing up deliveries, going out there, getting on with it, hitting boundaries, help them get to that score. But look, you're right. I think England would be saying, right, it's a big score. Well, that means we have to be We have to be productive. We have to fancy it. Let's just go out there and really go for it this time. You know, we haven't got any points on the board. Let's go out there fighting. If we go down fighting.
Yeah, we go down, swing as hard as you can, time the ball, and let's see if we can get into this chase. They require 138. It's going to be very exciting to watch. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for that exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. It looks absolutely glorious there at the moment. Corey and I, we're just tucking into some killer python, so excuse us if you hear us munching a little bit. We're having a little chat about the way the teams are performing. Of course, this one is all about England and Netherlands. What an important match this is for England. I mean, they haven't been able to get a victory so far. Netherlands, though, they're flying high. They were unbeaten in the group stages, went all the way unbeaten, and it looked great. We saw them winning their final against Denmark, and that kept them 10 out of 10, and then they've won all the games here at the moment. And the way they're playing at the moment, Corey, you just, I mean, England, you should test them as we have a look at the stats. And thanks again to Ravi and Shazad for providing us the information, but just talk us through some of those key facts.
The big thing for me, obviously, with this English lineup, there was so much talk about Harrison Ward, Dan Lincoln, and Tom Bevan. Now, none of them feature in the top batters for the English side so far. And if you had said that to, well, the cricketing fraternity, let's say, after 3 games, there's no way anyone would have guessed that. They're relying on Rishton, Godsall, and Callis, who come out at 4, 5, 6. So it just hasn't clicked for the top order. But if it does click, we know that Lincoln, Ward, and Bevan are crazy destructive. Yeah. On the other hand, Netherlands are clicking. You've got Musa, who opens, Gawley at 3, and Klein at 4. So they're finding runs from that top order, and it's making a world of difference. And there's one man we have to talk about. The reigning MVP is going off again with the wickets. I mean, he's got 2 wrists. He could have 2 watches.
He could have 2 watches. And he's starting to just click with the bat as well. We saw that in their match earlier when he went out there and he smashed the ball pretty well, 26 of just 10 deliveries. And yeah, with the ball, though, it's just great. And that's what you were talking about there, about the run
Wow,
rate.
okay.
I mean, so you saw that it started well, didn't it, with the groups? But then Group C and Group D, particularly, the rates were much lower. But Championship week, we'll have a look at that, 12.7.
I have a feeling in Group C and Group D that some of the batsmen's levels have just dropped off a little bit and the bowlers started figuring out T10. But yeah, Championship week, we've been saying in our dressing room, in the Spanish dressing room, just a little bit of insight, that we think 125 is par. So I'm not surprised to see 127. A team making under 120. For a batting unit, that's only 2 boundaries and over. If you hit a 6 and a 4 each over, you will get to 120.
Yeah.
So you keep it pretty simple. So 127, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, we were talking particularly during the last 2 groups, we were saying, yeah, you know, par score 114, 115. Well, we've seen that that's totally changing around in this one. And 120, teams are getting 120. I mentioned Italy just as an example. They were getting scores more or less 120, but not winning matches with that. Remember, you can stay up to date with all the latest news by a number of means. The European Cricket Network, the website is there, of course, europeancricket.com, and also by Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter as well as 1 or 2 others, including our Telegram channel as well. So no excuses to stay in touch, and I do encourage you to go onto the website, europeancricket.com. All the information about the teams, the standings, the players, the stats is all on there. And also, you can also go back and have a look at how these teams performed last year and what the stats were there. And well, I can spend a entire evening on that, looking at the stats, and find it quite fascinating. But stats are stats. What happens there in the middle is a completely different equation altogether. Nice to see England making a few more changes, going with Callis up at the top of the order. He's going to be the non-striker, and it will be Harrison Ward who will be taking the first ball. I mean, Wardy played some nice shots earlier today. Looks like he was getting into the sort of form that we have seen him. And let's see if he can do that again. I mean, he made 28 of 11 before he was out.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first change from the English team, they put Callis at the top. No Dan Lincoln. Interesting decision. Obviously, the think tank has thought of a new sort of play and style and want to see if this will work for them. I don't mind it. I think you've got to think on your feet during this tournament. And can Callis get away? And Wardy, we know Wardy really well. He's done some umpiring for us on the ECN network. A lovely bloke. It's a matter of time before he starts to click.
Yeah, it certainly is. And put it this way, he's too good a player not to click, and he will click pretty soon. And I think when he does, well, he's gonna show us something special, that's for sure. Netherlands will be hoping, if not in this match, Vivian Kingma to open up. Short, up in the air. Oh no, it could be gone first ball. Oh, he is. Well, that's disaster. We saw him get a golden duck in the match that he played yesterday, and it was the second match, and it's the same thing here again. He goes after it, slices it up in the air, and Kigma, he gets a wicket of the dangerous Harrison. Harrison Ward has to depart for 0. It's a golden duck for him.
Wow, it's just not happening for Harrison Ward. Vivian Kingmar's a talented bowler in his own rights. He bangs this one in, outside off. I mean, last year, Harrison Ward hit these balls for 6, and he hit them for massive 6s, but that hurried him up. That really did. It's a safe catch under the ball as well by Boris Gourlay. And for the Dutch, they're in Nirvana land at the moment. That's a big wicket.
Certainly is. You get the dangerous left-hander, Harrison Ward, early. And, well, he shrugs off. And, yeah, I mean, at the moment, he's just, well, sometimes that's the way things go. Just not able to get going. Like I said, he was good this morning. He scored 28 of 11 deliveries against Italy. But not able to recapture that form here now, so somebody else is going to have to perform. Thomas Bevan is the new batter that comes out.
Yeah, Thomas Bevan plays for Glamorgan. A big 130 in one-day cricket this year for them. A man of a lot of talent, waiting for him to click as well. And they don't have much time in this one to get themselves in. So big contest. Vivian Kingma, he's steaming in.
Oh, well, strays down the leg side. Great work done there by the keeper, Rata Alphonse. Well, he gets some glove on this. Does exceptionally well, too. Otherwise, that's going to be 5.
Yeah, though, he does very well. Rata Alphonse is a little live wire behind the stumps. Does brilliantly there to save 5 wides. Kingmar's got his tail up. I've watched Vivian bowl a lot in the Netherlands. I live there, obviously, and have played a lot with these players. When he's on, He's brilliant to watch, and his rhythm looks good. That ball zipped. That zipped Harrison Ward for pace. That ball zipped down the leg side. This is a great contest.
Plays this one into the gap and take the single. So Callis gets himself off the mark. Yeah, I mean, there's something about Kingma. I mean, it is championship week, so the bigger players, I think, are going to perform. They're going to have something about them. But I know he struggled with his knees in the group stages, but when I've seen him, I saw him yesterday, he just seemed so sprightly. Not so much with his bowling. Even when he was out in the field, he made some outstanding stops. He was diving around. He took a great catch. He's just with it, isn't he? He's focused, he's switched on, and he wants to perform.
Well, he's played at the highest level against some of the biggest teams in the world. He's bowling to the Pakistan national team 2 months ago, so he's of high cricket pedigree.
Goes for the cut shot. Will just be a single. So both batters, Bevan and Callis, get themselves off the mark.
Lovely boys, lovely boys.
Yeah, lovely boys. It's what you can hear from Netherlands at the moment. They're, of course, going to be very happy with this start. They've got the big wicket of Harrison.
Yeah, got the big wicket, but there's still some big fish they need to get. I think Callis, who they've brought in specifically into this squad to hit bombs, well, can he get going here? Oh.
This one is completely missed, and well, it almost shaves the off stump as it goes through. And, Alphonse makes a stop, but I think even he was surprised this doesn't hit the stumps. And I think that expression from Vivian Kingma says it all. How does it miss?
Well, top bowling from Kingma, and he's getting Netherlands miles ahead in this. It's now 14.35 required. It's already gone up 1 run. Every ball so important in the power play.
Oh, it's going to be another, massive grunt from Callis. It was a bit of a, oh no, as it hits straight to the captain. Sebastian Braat takes the catch. Kingma gets the second in the over. And, well, they're up and about, aren't they? And the team that they couldn't overcome in the 2021 championship, well, they look like they're going to overcome them here. England, it's not a good start. They're 4 for 2.
Well, we said they might have some mental scarring because they couldn't beat them last year. Well, it's 2022 and it's all going their way. And he just knows, sometimes as a batsman, as soon as you make contact, you know a split second if you got it or not.
Yeah.
And he just knew, and he let out that big sigh because it's an opportunity missed. And, yeah, for the English right now, it's not easy for them.
No, it's not easy. Rishton, he looks on. I'm pretty sure that he's going to get his pads on pretty quickly. Alice, very disappointed. You can see, very frustrated and disappointed. He knew as soon as he hit it that it wasn't right. He goes for 1 of 3 deliveries faced. Sebastian Braat, the captain, well, he was overjoyed to have taken the catch, but it's Vivian Kingma who does it again. Bit of a people's favourite, isn't it, Vivian Kingma? He's a lovely guy, she said. Looking to finish his first over off well. Once again,
oh, it could be out.
Oh, well, this would have been gone. Well, this is what I'm talking about with Vivian. He's just so up and about at the moment. He's so focused. He's so on it. He's disappointed that he hasn't hit the stumps here, but that would have been absolutely tremendous. Well, what an effort that is. That's absolutely sensational. And you'll see this. It would have been out, no doubt about it. That would have been out. There you go. Passion, desire, and agony as he just misses out. But what a terrific over it is. You see there, I mean, he's would have backed himself to hit him. But he can't be too disappointed. The first over has only conceded 5 runs, but he's picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's picked up 2 wickets. And, well, it's been 56 games since the Golden Ball. And as I look over my left shoulder, it does seem like the sweepstakes are still going. I didn't know about that. So, 56 games, I'm sure we will get one. I have a feeling we'll get one during this week.
Yeah, well, there could be one. And this one, I think, is down with Vinny's, and Vinny's probably already thinking, okay, you might as well forget this one. Well, you never know. Funny things have happened. Well, it could be in the last game. I wonder who's got that one.
Well, I don't think I can handle another tense game because this is a tense week, and some of the results have been, well, right down to the wire. Can England make a game of this one, though? They need a couple of good overs here. Ollie Ellenbaas into the attack. Shot.
Well, this is just beautifully timed. He doesn't try to hit this. He knows where the field is, and he just relies on the timing does Ben Clayton. Gets it over the infield, 4 runs.
Well, one of the shots of the day for me because he gets a little bit of width and sort of just drives it over the offside. And that was almost a lofted block.
Yeah, it was called a defensive push, but he knows what he's doing. He knows where that field is. Well, will he try it again? Here comes Alan Bass. Time tries to work it down the leg side.
So there's a ball that I think sometimes the England, when they get the short ball, they've been trying to flat bat it straight. I think that you want to go with it and sort of get inside it. Instead of just working one, can you pull that through square leg?
Lovely boys, lovely boys.
But yeah, England 9 for 2, 10 for 2, sorry. 14.7. I mean, if they get close, we're in for a crazy, crazy few minutes if they get close. They're going to need someone to step up, Rico.
Yeah, they certainly are. That rate is about 14, just over 14.5 at the moment. So they're going to need a couple of good overs to get them there. And also, just to maintain at that rate, they've got to go some. Alan Bass goes wide. Oh, gets called. I thought this is a tight call. Yeah, well, I'm with you, bowler. I thought it was pretty tight. Well, just have a look at this. Yeah, I think that's a tight one. I mean, the umpires have been very much, if it touches, they're going to call it. Oh, he's a little bit surprised, Alan Bass there, saying, really?
Oh, it's a tight one. I think sometimes when it goes that close, the bowlers always want it. The batsmen think they want it, but yeah, it's up to the umpire, the men in black.
Yeah, men in black, and being very consistent. Well, this
That's
one
good.
is good, yeah. And he says, what about that, umps? And Asad Ali says, yeah, that one's fine. No issues with that. Yeah, it's well bowled.
Very well bowled indeed. A lot of backing up from the non-striker there as well, Clayton. We know what Mancads have done in the English social medias recently. Wouldn't want to see it happen here.
Bevan wants to be looking to cut here.
Oh,
this one has caught him on the lid. That's right on the helmet. And nice to see the bowler just saying, hey, you okay? That's nice to see. I'm liking that. Look, because that could have been, I mean, that's right on the grill of the lid. And Alan Bass just gives the ball back to the umpire and says, here, umps, hold on to that for a minute. I'm just going to check that he's okay. And you know what? These guys, you know that they're out there. They're going to be competitive and they're fighting. They want to win. But at the end of the day, I mean, they'll have each other to bits as well. The sportsmanship there has been fantastic all the way through this championship.
Yeah, if anyone at home doesn't think that this is fierce and contested and the bowling's not quick, well, there you go. That's Bevan, who plays for Glamorgan, and he just got littered. This is fiery, and this is tense cricket.
Alan Bass back into Bevan. And he beats him again. This time it's a much fuller delivery. So just joining the dots up here as well. Well, after a very good over from Vivian Kingma, which produced 2 wickets and only conceded 5 runs, Bevan, even though he has been hit for 1 boundary, I think it was the first ball that he bowled, that was the 4 that was hit over the 30-yard circle through into the covers. He's come back well and he's looking to finish well here. 6 of the over so far, ball to go in it, 11 for 2. England are falling way behind this rate. Hit straight down the ground, looking to beat the fielder, but he won't. Doesn't quite get the power in it. They'll take one. And that's the other. Is that the shot you're talking about?
Yeah, for me, it feels like they're always trying to swat it straight, and I wonder if they can get inside it and clip it. But you're right, it's 12 for 2, and after 2, what a dream start for the Netherlands at the moment. This is where we sit on the table. Because I'm coaching, I won't say too much. You talk us through it,
Yeah,
Rico.
well, Netherlands and Spain, I mean, they're neck and neck at the moment, both unbeaten. Netherlands looking to go 2 ahead of the Spanish team, but Spain, I mean, playing some wonderful cricket. You know all about that. You're leading them, and I think they're looking to get a good victory here tonight in the night game where they take on Italy. And, well, we saw that Spain were victorious over Italy yesterday in a good contest. I think that one tonight will prove to be pretty decent as well, especially Italy having got that win and the way they got that win as well. I think they're going to be up for it.
Yeah, Italy are a good side. They're a dangerous T10 team. Really, really talented, and looking forward to that game in a couple of hours' time.
Sebastian Bright comes into the attack, and this one is hovering up there, and this is sensational. That is unbelievable.
No way.
Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Well, it doesn't matter who you are supporting. When you see something like that, you just got to stand up, and applaud, because that is fantastic. And if you want to know how the game of cricket has changed over the years, that sums it up. That is incredible.
Rico, this is one of the best catches I've ever seen because he starts in the ring. He was in the ring. It's not one of those ones where two boundary riders help each other out. The offside was in the ring. Two men go running back. I've never seen a catch like this from in the ring.
This is something special. Well, watch this again. Watch how good this is. I mean, this doesn't give it credit. We'll have to see it from the other way, but look at that.
Oh, my word.
Sensational. Absolutely sensational. Well,
Boris Gourlay is going to go down as one. That is one of the greatest catches. Ryan Klein will get the catch, but Boris Gourlay, that is unbelievable. That's one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Oh, that is magnificent. That is absolutely magnificent. I know they're not appreciating it at the moment because it's happened against England, but when you go back and you look at that, you're going to turn around and say, we've seen something special here at the Cartama Oval. Well, Cartamania is taking the world by storm. I always say it, well, this European Cricket Network is making players' dreams come true. Well, Boris Gourlay there, his work was fantastic. And, well, I think Ryan Klein just, well, he's going to get his name in the book, but that was sensational.
You know how many players, Boris Gourlay went and run after it, but for Ryan Klein to also know to run back as well with those two, that's where they are. They're in the ring.
Yeah.
So for them to go back and take that as a team, that is phenomenal. Netherlands, they're on fire.
Oh, that is something exceptional. Sebastian Braat, it may not be happening for him with the bat. I mean, he was out first ball for a golden duck, but with the ball, he's been phenomenal. And what a wicket that is. Well, that is going to get on the social media. And I tell you what, so many people are going to be watching that and saying, wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. We'll have a look at it again. He's run maybe 25 metres out of the ring, left, takes it, and Ryan Klein ran with him, perfect positioning. And that is 50 out of 10. And there goes the blade.
Well, yeah, there goes the blade. That one is not coming back by the look of it, because I think that one is going to be barbecuing the burgers and sausages later tonight in the barbecue behind there in the catering part of the ground. Well, sometimes it's just not your day, and when you're out to a dismissal like that, you know it's not. It didn't quite happen for Bevan, and it's not quite happening for England today. Surely we're not going to see England go down, losing both their matches in day 2 as well. Sebastian Braat. Nice looking shot down the ground, but again, it's just a single. They're not able to get any sort of momentum going here at the moment. Just the one boundary, and that was from Ben Claydon, who's still out there, but nobody else has been able to really trouble the scorers too much.
Well, here we go. This will be very exciting. What can Lincoln do coming out there? Claydon, he's still there. He's on strike now. They need a boundary desperately. Well bowled. Really well bowled. The Dutch are just on song, Rico. They can't put a foot wrong at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. And that's the thing. I think all the teams are watching, and probably watching, as are the coaches, and saying, right, okay, where can we find these weaknesses? Where do we have to work on? How can we get guys out? The thing is, though, there is none. They're just doing everything so well at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant batting, brilliant bowling, brilliant fielding. Everything overall. Just sensation from the Dutch, and great to see. I am a big fan of Dutch cricket. Been living there for 6 years, and great to see the boys play so well.
This one's not the best of deliveries. It catches a bit of the pad on the way through. I think Sebastian Braat is getting excited because I think the leg stick was probably left shown there by Dan Lincoln. So it was a battle of the two captains. The Lincoln survives. It's the end of the over, but again, not too many positives happening so far for England. They are 17 for 3.
17 for 3, needing another 121 off 7. Remarkable. It's not going to get any easier as Clayton Floyd, who's been so talented with his left arm off spin, is going to come into bowl here. You look at the comparative power plays and the skyscrapers. Well, yeah, miles behind at the moment, England. The reigning champions being put to the sword a little bit here by the Dutch, who have never beaten them in this competition. And right now, if the Dutch don't beat them here, well, they never will. They've got every chance.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd picking up wickets for fun. And this is going to be another one. Just as I say, he's been picking up wickets for fun. He gets another. And, well, this is a magical moment for Ratha Alphonse. When he's liking it, he shows himself to the camera and puts his arms up in the air. But Clayton Floyd, well, he just keeps on going and going. That's going to be 24 wickets now for him in this championship. And he's just looking so good, isn't he? And just outfoxes the batter. He says, I'm going to put it wide. I know you're going after me. Gets this one to rip the other way, and there's the keeper. He's into the action and turns round and gives us the celebratory salute. It's going from bad for worse for England here.
Yeah, it's going for bad for worse, and all I can say right now, Clayton Floyd with these, I'm going to call them donkey drops. He's bowling these slow donkey drops outside off. No one can figure it out. And it's great to watch. It's great to see. It's great to see this Dutch team playing so well. Ben Clayton goes for 8 off 6. And right now, this Netherlands team looks unstoppable. They have to have won about 12 or 13 games in a row. Super difficult and super exciting to see.
Yeah, 13 on the spin and trying to make it 14. It's just tremendous to watch. But the thing is, and the one thing is, and it sounds obvious. I'm going to say you can pick it up on Netherlands, you can pick it on Spain. When you're winning, of course you can. And there's that little bit of momentum. There's that drive. There's that passion. There's that flair. Everybody is backing each other up. Everyone's smiling. You're enjoying your cricket. There's this one. It'll be safe, will it? Yeah, just one bounce as it gets fielded there on the boundary by Klein. But once you're feeling that way, it's always rubbing off on each other. You know, every bit of moment of magic that you see out there makes somebody else want to perform that much better. And it's not just when you're winning. I think the Italians, I mean, they're doing it as well. They're not, you know, they've played well in the group stages, only lost the one match. Here in the Championship week, they lost the first 2 matches. They won the last one, but they're the same. There's a buzz about them. There's a way about them that they're playing at the moment. And with England at the moment, we're just quite not seeing that. Once again, great work from Rafa behind the stumps.
Yeah, unbelievable. Watch this. Lincoln goes, well, you can't have this field to me. He gets blinded and still gets his gloves in the way. That's beautiful. But that's what I think some batsmen need to do to Clayton Floyd. They've only got 3 on the leg. He's had this tactic and it works. You've got to be brave and try things. Well bowled. Clever look at him. He knows Clayton Floyd, he's having a bust. I'll tell you what, get his other wrist ready because he could have 2 watches by the end of the week.
Okay, goes for it. And once again, it's going to be a top ball. Thing is about Clayton, I will say this. I know he's picked up stat loads of wickets, but you can get after him. He has batters that have gone after him as well.
Yeah. He's
gone for plenty sometimes, but he always finds a way to hit back. And this one is going to stay hit. It's a big 6 straight down the ground. And Manos Arriba from the umpires because this one has been smacked out of there. And it's Rishton that is trying to lead the attack for England.
Well, Rishton's been the informed bowler and probably batsman for this team. And, well, that's a lovely shot. A shot of authority. Trying to figure out a way to play the left arm off spin. You can see that scorecard. It's a little bit sorry at the moment. 0-1-2-8. Tom Key still to come. Sam Pearce, we know, can hold the blade. Arthur Godsall made some important runs this morning. So, yeah, plenty on the line at the moment. .24 for 4, Rico. Can they get themselves back into this match, or is it a little bit too late?
I know that a lot of the England supporters in the fan zone pretty quiet at the moment. We're not seeing too much celebration from them. They want something to celebrate. Well, shots like this will help. And, well, this is going way over them. What a big hit that is from Dan Lincoln. Well, don't forget Dan Lincoln. We know all about him and what he can do. And his record speaks for itself. And though he hasn't quite hit his strides here as yet, we know what he can do. And that's a really good shot. Gets into position early and smashes that away for a massive 6.
Well, Lincoln wants to show everyone else, I think, how to try and play these sort of slow left arm offies that are trying to bowl wide of off stump. So I don't mind the tactic. You got to be brave and definitely trying to find a way to make it work for his country.
Yeah. What do you know about this young man? I've been very impressed with Udir Nasir.
Actually, it's not to sound too novice. I've never met him before. I haven't heard about him in Dutch cricket. It's great to see that there's some young players coming through, some new players. I know Piers Fletcher, the national coach, has big raps on him.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his bowling. And, well, at the moment, he's been plummeted to the boundary. Well, that's another big 6. Well, they're in the firing line out there. And Dan Lincoln, well, yeah, you're right. He's showing the boys at the top end of the order how to do it. But somebody else gets an opportunity to field the match ball. He's going to be pretty happy about that. But, yeah, just moves very quickly, gets himself in a position very quickly. So the youngster, 17-year-old, is Udir Nasir. So I'll just get some word of advice from the captain, Sebastian Brandt. Probably saying, right, okay, you see what he's doing, maybe fire in a slightly quicker delivery. Let's see how he goes. Well, he does the same thing again, and Dan Lincoln does the same thing again. So, we've been here before, halfway through and over, and we've seen 3 sixes. Boom, boom, boom. No hay dos sin tres. And, well, so far in this championship, on 2 occasions, we've had batters hit 5 on the spin. We know that it was the Italians that were showing us the way to do it. We saw Baljit Singh, the Italian captain, hit 5 sixes on the spin, and then went for a single. There's Fletcher giving us the thumbs up, but he's saying, yeah, don't worry about it. We're good. We're cool. And then we also saw Amir Sharif hit 5 sixes on the spin in 1 over. We've seen 3 out of 3 here so far. The young Nasheer under attack. And he gets into position to possibly have made it 4 on the spin, but doesn't quite get the cleaners of contact this time. Does exactly the same thing again. This time it goes for 4. So the over goes magical already. Now Nudir Nasheer, he's finding out the hard way that sometimes the big boys don't play fair. And Dan Lincoln, well, he's certainly going for it here.
Well, it's good batting, it's smart batting, and England, well, finding back. You never know.
It's got to go fuller though, hasn't it? Got to go fuller. It's been too short. And this is being whacked, and this goes all the way as well. Balle. Brrr. Another big one, and the over now goes for 28. The 50 comes up, and England finding themselves back into this match courtesy of their captain, Dan Lincoln. Well, he's taken the young spinner to the cleaners here, taking him to the sword. So a bit of carnage happening in the middle. Well, can this one go supersonic? 28 off it so far.
Yeah, good batting. They're back in this all of a sudden. He's bowling a little bit slow and he's getting it. Maybe a bit of an arm ball can come out.
Go short, and if you go short, it's going to be absolutely pumped, and it does go all the way. And this is 6 more. That is 34 that comes off that over. And just like that, well, Dan Lincoln, the captain of England, puts England back in this contest.
Absolutely. It's a drag down. Too much pressure for the young men. 34 off it. Game on, Rico. Look, I've enjoyed my time back in here. Thank you very much for having me, Rico. But I'm going to pass myself over to Vinny Sandu to call the rest of the game with you.
Thank you very much. Look, I know you've got some important work to do, and while Corey makes his way back to join his team, I'm going to wish him all the best and wish the Spanish boys all the best and hope that they and Italy give us a fantastic finish to the day. We are here in finals week in the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. Once this week is over, we have a week in Croatia starting on Monday. From there, we go to Malta, going back to our second family almost, Malta, been there plenty of times. And then we do, as Corey already mentioned, we come back to Barcelona to finish off with 5 weeks in Barcelona. And, well, what a finale that would be to our season. Back to the action here, 58 for 4 at the halfway point. Got him. And that's the wicket that they needed. They needed a breakthrough. I know it wasn't Rishton that was getting all the damage, but still, a partnership is a partnership. And Sikandar Zulfikar, who played a good contribution with the bat as well, gets one right on the money. And that's what the young man, I think, needs to learn from there. Udit Nasheer, he'll look back at where he was bowling and the length, and just have a look at that one there from Sikandar Zulfikar. It's just right up there. It just means that the batters are not able to play the sort of shots that were being played by Dan Lincoln. But Andy Rishton, he tries to go on the onside again, but it's a very, very good delivery. Ends up yorking himself. So, well, that is the end of Rishton. He has to depart. But we say adios to Rishton as he makes his way back. But we say muy buenas tardes to Mr. Maximo, who comes back into the Dream Box. Welcome back.
Buenas tardes, todos. Wow, what a turn of events we've seen over the last couple of days. England 11. Yeah, just the fact, I think, a few things conspiring against them. They haven't had a lot of luck, number one, but they've also run into some red-hot teams that are confident. They are not intimidated at all by the England 11. And yeah, Netherlands look like they're going to go 4 in a row. Having said that, Lincoln's still there, and he's hitting 6s for fun at the other end. But anyway, here's Keith.
Keith, the first time we get a chance to have a look at him, places out nicely. We get off the mark and gives the strike back to Dan Lincoln. Well, Lincoln, we saw how he dealt with the spin of Nasheer. Udit Nasheer, can he do the same thing here to Sikandar Zulfikar?
Slightly different proposition, isn't it? And so we've just got 2 of the 3 Zulfikar triplets playing because Asad Zulfikar is being rested this game. They typically just split their keeping duties between Asad Zulfikar in one match and Ratha Alphonse in the other match. Ratha doing the keeping at the moment.
Well, this is going to be a wide, and yeah, okay. Dan Lincoln looking to do the same thing that he did to Nashir, so Zulfikar fires this one in a little bit quicker. Only problem is it goes past the leg sticks, a white ball called. So you can see what Dan Lincoln's trying to do. So making himself room, going outside the off stump and then clubbing the ball over sort of the behind square boundary. This one he misses out on. The same pattern of play, but this time Zulfikar gets this ball quicker and it goes over the stump, so no wide.
Yep, that's why it's not a wide. I'm a bit curious why they're not going a bit fuller to Lincoln. I know he's a strong driver. He's strong pretty much everywhere, but he's really doubling down on this hitting across the line strategy. And I think, York at the base of off stump would be a hard one for him to sweep away.
Well, either Yorker, but look what he's doing. So why not bowl outside the off stick, but bowl it a bit wider? It won't be called a wide because he's moving so early.
Lincoln on 36.
Here we go. Well, this time he stands still and he thumps this away. Well, that's how powerful Dan Lincoln is. And this time he doesn't move, he stands still and he bangs this for a big six. And, well, you just got to think that while he's there, there is every possibility. I mean, this rate, it's just around 17, but he's almost hitting a six of every ball. So that means that the chances of them bringing that down while he's on strike is very possible. But he needs somebody to stay there with him. Can Tom Keast be the one?
There's a slow ball bouncing on wrong.
Up in the air, this is an opportunity, and there it is. That's the wicket they want. Dan Lincoln goes, and it is a delivery outside the off stump that gets him. So, adios to Dan Lincoln, but not before. Well, he makes a stunning 42 of just 12 deliveries. His unlucky 13 for him. That was the 13th delivery that he faces, and he has to make his way back. So, he does, if he does anything, at least for now, he does make the score look a little bit respectable.
Yeah. One time too many. Tries to tennis it out of the ground. This is a tough shot. Saw Richardson play it once very well a bit earlier in the innings. But yeah, if you get it slightly wrong when you're flat batting, if you misjudge the bounce even slightly, that's what will happen. It goes up in the air. Lincoln fights hard. And he hits 6 sixes out of the 13 balls that he faced, but he has to go for 42. It's all the sixes now for England 11, 66 for 6.
Yeah, good finish to the over from Sikandar. He picks up another wicket. Still got a delivery to go in this one.
I mean, assuming Netherlands hold on here, how big is that the last ball victory that Italy got over England in the earlier game today? I mean, that could be huge. I know those two teams will meet again tomorrow morning, but
yeah.
Again, England 11, tomorrow's a new day. Right now, they're still stuck in the twilight zone. Still less than 3 balls. It's not impossible. Godsall's coming out. He batted very well this morning.
He batted superbly. Godsall scored 40 off just 14 deliveries against Italy. It was quite an outstanding knock, actually. Let's see if you can do the same.
Should just be one off the gloves. Skip. I shouldn't say skip. I should say Sikandar Zulfikar right now doing a very, very good job for his team. He finishes with 2 for 9 off that over. And he removes the threat of Lincoln, which did seem like the last piece of the puzzle for the Netherlands at the end of 6 overs at 67 for 6.
Yeah, well, Netherlands, they're enjoying themselves out there at the moment. You can see there Vivian Kingma just sharing a joke with 1 or 2 of the other players. And this is one thing that the Netherlands have done as well quite often. They've bowled 6 bowlers, all different to start off with.
Yeah.
They all bowl one, and then the captain decides, okay, based on that, this is where we go now. Yeah. And it looks like they are going with Clayton Floyd.
It's like they're all auditioning for a second over,
yeah,
isn't it, every time? Anyway, it looks like Floyd wins the lottery to get over number 7.
Flights it up in the air, and Godsall, oh, well, this is going to be 6 runs. The ball has already gone over the boundary rope there, and that is Saqib Zulfikar, who's patrolling that part of the boundary. Godsall goes for it, backs himself, and gets enough on it. Good hit from him.
Has a fairly good idea it's going to be outside the off stump. This one, Saqib had no chance to keep that one in. So yeah, it's under that 3 ball point and no return that I often talk about. Godsall needs to go on an absolute rampage here. But England 11, it's not impossible.
Oh, and I think he will get back. I think this takes such a long time to get back to Ratha Alphonse. And Ratha saying, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Godsall does well to get back.
Because because it's so slow and the keeper can't touch the ball till it's past the stumps, right?
Yeah.
So he gets a bit of a head start getting back because it is so slow. He's just back.
Yeah, I think the bat just gets back in time, just there. There we go.
Yeah, just back, so not out. Yeah, can't really blame the keeper there. Alphonse was as quick as he could have been.
It's the bounce as well, isn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, it's the high bounce, so automatically he's having to wait for it. Then he's taking the ball pretty high up, and then the time it takes for him to gather it and bring it back down, the batter just gets the bat down in time, Godsall. A lot of batters, though, would have given it up.
Well bowled. That's his bread and butter, isn't it, Floyd? I mean, I don't know what you're meant to do to that. Maybe you can get to the pitch of it and drive it over cover, but good luck. Lincoln would have gone well across and just gone all in, probably trying to get that over square leg.
Oh, well, that's one way to
What
stop
a
it.
stop.
Well, this is stopped in his feet. Well, this is something special. And Ratha Font says, who needs the gloves? I can just do it. Well, put the gloves on my feet.
Have a
Do it
look
with
at
my
this.
feet. This is stopped in his feet. Have a look at this. Watch. There you go. Look at that. It's in the heels. In the heels of his feet.
Oh, this will just be one then. So, yeah, now we pass that point of no return at England 11. Another tough day at the Cartama Oval for the defending champs. And Floyd, once again, delivering for his team. Very rare that he goes wicketless. Has one in this innings. Almost had a second earlier in the over. Last ball of his match coming up.
This is a delightful hit. It would go all the way. Well, it's showtime at the Cartama Oval. And it is Keast who decides he's going to go the reverse Malachi, and he gets it pretty big and pretty well. And that goes all the way. Boom! Shaka! So Glenn and Floyd, he finishes his spell for a big six of it. So he'll go for 20 of his 2 overs, but he does pick up the 1 wicket. 23 wickets to him. This is what's going to be the last match of day 2 of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Italy taking on Spain.
Should
What
be
a
a
match.
really good one, Rico. Remember when they played yesterday, Italy set Spain 119 and Spain got there with 2 balls to go. It was a really close game. Italy had a very, very close game earlier when they hit a 6 off the last ball to beat the England 11. Both those teams have identical records in the tournament now, 8 and 3 through the first 11 games.
Big swing.
Yeah,
Trying to get it through the gap there between long on and mid wicket, but hits it really too well. They think about the second. It's not on. Take the single.
A few shout outs. I want to say hello to everyone playing the Indoor Cricket World Cup. I know that a lot of them have been watching, so hopefully things are going well at the moment. This one is in the air, and I think it's going to be gone, Rico. It will be. Sebastian Brutt takes the catch, so Keast going for the boundaries. He's kind of forced into that situation, but he can't clear the ropes, and the captain does the rest. That's 81 for 7.
Yeah, it makes no mistakes, does he? He just got such safe hands, does Sebastian Brutt. And Netherlands, they're just doing this all in their stride. The only real scare that they had was when the England captain, Dan Lincoln, was smashing the ball all over the place. Remember, he did take a Nasir for 34 on that 1 over. You know what I like to see here, just before you go back to all those shouts out, I like to see the man on the screen there give the youngster another over, because I think he could really do with the confidence. I mean, they've got this game in the bag. Look at the rate now. It's over 20 required. I mean, if this over finishes well, I think it could be a good boost for Adit Nasir to have another bowl.
True. Or do you just go ruthless and say, okay, we're going to go with what we think is going to guarantee us the lowest score against us for net run rate? I mean, it's that kind of a week that we're only not even 2 days in to group play, so not even halfway through. Things could change very quickly. Teams that have gone well could completely fall away, and vice versa.
This is up and away. That's going to be 6 runs. Yes, it is. Says Guerrero's Mas. Well, a lot of good fortune here from Pearce. His first ball is a thick edge, and it flies over the third man and just keeps going. Arriba. Says Guerrero's Mas. Well, Richards, well, he was a bit worried here. Look, he starts shaking. Well, Richie, well, can we have the ball back once you've dealt with Nasir? But, well, 6 more runs.
Just want to say a quick hello to Tim Rogers and his wife Lucy, who was feeling a bit poorly this week, but has been enjoying the coverage as always. Hello to you, Lucy. Hope you're feeling better today.
Well bowled, good comeback from Secunda, and hasn't he bowled well? I mean, okay, that's unlucky for that 6 to go off his bowling, but before then, he was 3 for 10, 3 for 17, now with 2 balls to go in his spell. Great bit of bowling for Secunda.
Yeah, he's been a great addition. And yeah, he must have felt a bit left out. They say 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but I like to see all 3 triplets involved in this championship week for the Netherlands.
Oh, well, trouble and gone. And that's when you do it nice and easy. Well, this is when you're running into trouble. The Gutsal, he just plays this, and Secunda saying, what is he doing? Does he really think he's going to get a single here? And, well,
I think he's just so surprised that he's probably never practiced that in his life, and he's just backflicked it back onto the stumps. He's kind of, I'm just going to do it in this general direction. It goes through the Pearce's legs, and he just says, okay, I'll have a go at it. Actually, it's pretty easy. So I know the Indoor Cricket World Cup's on at the moment. I'm sure they'd appreciate that little backflick from Secunda Zulfikar, and Godsall is going to have to go. We had all the 6s for England. Now we have all the 8s, 88 for 8 with 1 ball to go in the 8th over.
Yeah, nice bit of work there from Secunda Zulfikar. Makes it look absolutely easy. Well, a little bit of fun in the middle, and not so funny for Arthur Godsall. Not sure what he was trying to do there. I mean, it's not singles that you need anyway at this stage of the match. You need big hits. You need boundaries. Maybe he was just trying to make sure that he starts the next over on strike, but he doesn't get there thanks to that back flick run out from Secunda, who now looks to finish his over well. They're thinking about 2, but I don't think you want to be throwing away any more wickets at this stage. Great bit of bowling from Secunda, does really well. Not only does he take the 3 wickets, just conceding 18 runs, but involved with that cheeky run out as well. So he's certainly having a good day, as are most of the guys out there from the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. England 11, before this game, they had chased 11 times. They had chased it 11 times. They were 11-0, batting second. And now Netherlands 11 have made a little bit of history here by batting England 11 out of the game for the first time. I mean, I'll get you to put your coach's hat on. Rico, I know that you're aspiring to coach Papua New Guinea, but what are you saying to the England guys tonight when you get back to the hotel and you have a shower, you put your sensible hat on and you get objective? What are you saying to them going into day 3 tomorrow? Here's Brighton the 9th. The first ball is...
Beautifully taken.
Got that, has he?
Beautifully taken. What a good catch this is. And, well, at the moment, Secunda Zulfikar is on fire. He's bowling like a demon. He's taken 3 wickets. He's getting run out by just gently flicking the ball onto the stumps, and now he's taken a tremendous catch. This is all about keeping your eye on the ball. It's all about balance, and it's all about the timing of the take. What a great catch that is.
It was dropping on him so fast. I was just surprised he got there. Just glided in to the ball, didn't he? And well, that guy is unstoppable at the moment. It's going to Zulfikar. Brat loves his work, and why not Pearce? Well, his nutmeg led to a run out earlier, but now he's going to have to go. He's going to be dismissed for 7, and the score is 89 for 9.
Yeah, look, going back to your question, I think it's easy, isn't it, for coaches and players to say, look, we're a good team, we're just going through a blip, don't worry, we'll come good. I mean, yeah, okay, they are a good team, and the chances are they will come good, but I think now, you're at the point now when it's 4-0, that the players themselves have to say, well, yeah, that's all very well, but we as players, we have to start performing. We have to make sure it comes good. There's no point us just expecting it to come good. We've got to make it happen. And that's what they've got to say. The players here now have to take ownership and say, look, we're much better than this, and we are much better than this. Let's start showing it. Let's start showing it out there. Let's not expect it to happen. Let's not expect it just to turn up on a plate for us. Let's actually have to work for it. And that's what they've got to go back and think. They've got to come out here and with a different mindset. They've got to come out here tomorrow saying, right, okay, we now know we're in for a fight. We now know we've got to work hard to get ourselves back on track and to make it to, that's the key thing here, to even make it into finals day.
Still, I don't know. Can't see England 11 missing out.
Well, what happens?
But I couldn't see them going 0-4 either.
Here's a scenario for you. I mean, Corey's not in the box. I can talk about this now. What if Italy do Spain in the last match here tonight? They move now. Then England on no points, and the nearest team to them on 4 points.
Concerning.
Yeah, exactly. Hit hard. That will go all the way, and this is what I'm talking about. This is what they've got to do tomorrow. Come out positive and believe in themselves. The batters have to perform. They've got to come out hungry. They've got to come out hungry and wanting it and play more shots like this. Good shot. and that's Mungo Russell, who opens his account with a Maximo.
Here's something that's quite interesting. Mungo Russell, his first given name is actually Alexander, and so is Alex Russells. So you actually have two Alexander Russells batting right now. How often do you see two people with the same name batting together? It's not quite triplets, but it's noteworthy. But he does go by Mungo.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a bit of that. We've seen the Whitemans.
Yeah, no, but I mean
the
same first and last
yeah,
name.
Same first and last name.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to say hello to Barsha Sivakoti, who's watching from Nepal. He's been watching all this ECN action this year, including this tournament. Of course, we have 45 wickets of cricket per year at the moment on ECN. Get involved. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah. Hello to Barsha, as this is another one that goes the distance. So we're starting to see some fight, and it is Mungo Russell. He's saying, is it really that easy? Well, what's happened to the others? Good question. Well, he plays this lovely, just stays inside his crease, drops back a little bit, smashes it away. I think that was a bit of Lorne Burns doing a bit of fielding out there, was it?
Might have been. All right, I've got an equation for you. 9 wickets down, 36 runs to win, 6 balls. This could be the greatest win in history. Maybe we shouldn't give up on the English just yet. They needed 7 sixes off the last 7. Well, they've knocked 1 off, so just 6 more, Rico.
Well, we've seen on 2 occasions it almost been done in an over. Manjit Singh and Amir Sharif from Italy. Well, Dan Lincoln had a pretty good go. Well, he hit 34 of 1 over in this match. So, yeah, it is possible.
Send out Lincoln with a fake moustache, maybe. Hey,
yeah.
What about this action? I mean, we talked about the 6 sixes. We've almost seen it now twice, maybe 3 times almost, here at the Cartama Oval. It's a matter of time till we see that, hey?
Yeah, and look, it's a brave call because they are going with Nasir. Now, I was saying I would give him another over because you want the boy to finish with confidence. Remember, it was his over that was, well, Dan Lincoln ripped into him and smashed him for 34 in that over. And that was 5 sixes and a 4. So, brave move, brave call. 36 needed. Nasir has gone for 34 and 1 over there. You can see it on the screen. But this is going to be something I think is a bit like riding the bike. You fall off, you've got to get back onto it as soon as possible. And I think that's why Sebastian Bright has given the ball to the youngster here. That's a really good, for me, people might think I'm crazy, but for me, that's good captaincy.
No, I don't think you're crazy. She's very, very capable. He did go for 34 last time, but let's not forget that. Here we go. And, well, even if he concedes 34, they'll win by a run. Slight technical delay. Apologies for that.
Asad Ali's got a smile on his face. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, are you sure, Skip? Are you sure? No, he's shaking his head. He said, no, I'm not thinking that at all. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. I know what you're thinking. And, well, the Italian stallion there from Italy. Asad Ali, and then one of our umpires out there. And Stefan Gooch is out there with him at the man at square. So slight delay here at the moment, what gives us something to talk about.
Okay, so Italy-Spain tonight. Yep. That's going to be a great game. And you can see some of the top performers. No.
Yeah,
and I want to know what the supercomputer thinks about this.
Okay, let's bring it up.
I want to know if has the supercomputer got
what do you
Spanish
think?
fever as well?
What do you think? I reckon Spain to, well, there you go. Well, they're going with Italy. I was going to say Spain by just a couple of runs. They're going 106 to 105 to Italy. Well, where have they got that from?
We don't understand how the circuitry works.
Where have they got that from? You know what it is? It's all to do with those green dots there for Italy compared to the few red there for Spain. But, yeah, interesting. Interesting. I tell you what, that is interesting because if 36 don't come of this over, if it goes that way, England will really, really be up against it to try and make it into finals Friday because they'll be 4 points behind. I'm guessing Italy will be the nearest team for them to catch up with. Well, with that one not going to the boundary, that seals this match. So unless Nasir bowls a front foot no ball that gets pelted to the boundary, this game is done.
Just a single. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can't tell you. But I mean, Spain on a 5-match winning streak now. That eclipses their previous best winning streak of 4. Nearly on a winning streak of 1 after beating England 11 off the last ball earlier on today. Yeah, I think you're probably right about giving Nasir an over here. He'll just feel a lot better, I think.
Yeah, of course he will. I mean, there's always times, we've all had it. All bowlers have bowled an over when it's gone drastically wrong. But if you don't bowl again in that very match, the next time you come out there to bowl, it's on your mind.
Yeah.
You've got to get out your system, and this is really good from Sebastian Braat. And he's almost in the hunt from a wicket as well. So far, it's 4 singles.
That would have been, I think, the best win ever. If you could be 9 down and your number 11 can hit 6 sixes to win a game. Maybe one day we'll see it on ECN. We saw it, number 11 scoring 49 in Belgium, you know.
Well bowled, gets the dot ball in as well. So Nasir will finish well. But it is Netherlands that will continue their unbeaten record going. And England, well, they are in a spot of bother, aren't they? Last ball of this match. It gets played out for another single out on the off. So Nasir, he does finish well. He'll go for 39 off his 2 overs. Remember, though, 34 of them came off the first when it was the captain of England, Dan Lincoln, that really did lay into him. But what a good performance this is from the Netherlands. And you've got to say, apart from that 1 over when Lincoln went crazy, it was all Netherlands. They made the perfect start with Kingma, who bowled beautifully. I think he's in the form of his life at the moment. He just looks the part. He looks energetic. He's running around well. He looks fit. He's fielding well. He's taking catches. But more importantly, as the opening bowler, he's bowling such a good line at the moment, making it difficult for the opening batters. And then you've got the likes of Clayton Floyd, who, even though he does go for a few runs, always finds a way to pick up wickets. But really the star performer in this fielding performance for the Netherlands was Sikander Zulfikar. He was just sensational, picking up wickets, picking up run-ups, and picking up some great catches as well. And there he is there having a talk about it. He said, "Did you see the way that came to me? It was a good catch, you know." Well, we get a chance to see it again as we have a look at the highlights. It didn't start well, did it? It was a first baller once more for Harrison Ward. The second time in Championship Week, he's got a golden duck. And then, well, Kailash, you can hear as soon as he hits that one, he's saying, "Oh no, come on." Well, maybe he said different words, but I can't repeat them because it was straight to Sebastian Braat. He takes the catch, and it was a disastrous start. And Kingma, well, if he had got this flick on, well, take a leaf out of the book of Sikander Zulfikar. Kingma, have a look the way he does it. And then it could have been 3 wickets in the first over, just missing out on that. But it was an incredible start. 5 of the first over and 2 wickets. Well bowled from him. This was sensational. This is just magical. I mean, you weren't in the box with this, Vinny.
I had a good view of it.
Something out of this world. Best catch that I've ever seen in a long time.
With the goalie, no one saw him again. He disappeared into the ghost cube, and no one saw that bat again. And I know that axe throwing is a sport in some countries. Bevan was just practicing, and we saw Ben Clayton go all in on the charge. It was a simple stumping for Arthur Alphonse. And the Oranje, they're enjoying their cricket at the moment. They're 4-0. Potentially go into day 3 at the top of the table. Perhaps Spain will join them on 8 points. We'll have to see. But it was a pretty clinical performance. Remember, that's the first time England have been set a target and not achieved it in their ECC history.
Yeah, well, this is the point where England were given a lifeline when 34 came off the over. But then, well, this was the moment when we also saw Sikander Zulfikar come into the attack. And wasn't he sensational? Just the start, the first ball, the Yorker, bang on the money, and then he just kept on picking up wickets for fun. And there was another one, a simple catch taken by Ryan Klein.
It was good to see Klein out there fielding, considering, you know, he dived and kind of ran it when he got run out. You know, he's got that questionable hip, but he seems to be moving around reasonably freely. Maybe not a bad thing for him to have a run around. And the wickets kept tumbling, didn't they, Keith? Well, he tried hard, but couldn't do too much. Got to say, there was a few moments there where Sikander Zulfikar was absolutely on fire, including this. Straight through the legs of Pearce, little back flick, and Gotzel had to go. Then he took a very good catch soon after. So Netherlands, I mean, they've ticked all the boxes, haven't they? They've used kind of their whole squad. They're even like rotating their keeper game to game.
Yep.
Seems that they know their game pretty well. And you see, in the end, just waiting for the 10th over. The slight technical delay. The Italian said, okay, you can bowl it. 36 required off it, but they were only able to gather 5 runs. So Nasir's figures look a little bit better after that. Coming up in the night game, starting in only 10 minutes, it's Italy versus Spain. Spain winning the toss and electing to bowl. I think both teams wanted to chase in this. Remember, Italy pulled off that chase against the England 11 earlier in the day. And Spain, all 3 wins so far that they have achieved in Championship Week have been chasing. So join us for that. It's not too far away. And we'll be flicking the switch. In fact, the lights have just gone on here at the Cartama Oval. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And It was always going to be tough, wasn't it? And it was really the early wickets which caused the big problems for England 11. Once again, the top three missing out.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the scorecard in the last match as well against Italy, that they came close, and it was a similar scorecard. The only one man making a contribution on that occasion, it was the number 9 batter, Godso, that came out and smashed the ball all over the place. This time it's Dan Lincoln who gets into the 40s, but nobody else making a contribution. And when you look at the talent and the level of players that you have in that lineup, that is really disappointing. What isn't disappointing is what the Netherlands done. They were superb. Kingma was spot on again. We saw great bowling from Sebastian Bright as well. 2 for 17, but well, the player, or my player of the match here definitely has to be Sikander Zulfikar. I think he was sensational.
Yeah, I mean, plenty to choose from really there for the Netherlands 11. Quick turnaround here, so we're going to get out the way, but join us in just a few minutes for match 10. It's on the way, and I've got to tell you this, I'm a little bit worried because I'm about to go and mix with some of the Spanish supporters, Rico, so wish me luck. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Corey Ruckers for stepping into the box in match 9. Rico 4 will be back very, very shortly as we flick the switch and go into the night game, match 10 on the way. This is ECN, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Well, Spanish fever, it is real and it is catching on here because Spain, they are undefeated through their first 3 matches and they are on the park. It's Italy versus Spain. We'll be flicking the switch for the night match, match 10 of Championship Week on the way. Let's go out to the centre where Rob Kemming is with 2 captains for the coin toss, and a special guest coin tosser this time is Ken Weston, the father of ECN founder Daniel Weston. So the news from the toss is that it is the Spanish team. They've had an early win, they've won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. They've chased successfully 3 times. Can it be 4? Well, Spanish supporters are getting the best of me. Well, I'll tell you what, who do you guys think is going to win this game?
España!
Well, I've got to say good luck to the Italians. They had a last ball victory earlier today. Let's see if they can pull it off and end this fairy tale run for the host team, España. Over to you, Rico, as we get ready for the start of match number 10.
Olé, 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 sí, tengo mucho ganas para verlo, este partido. ¿Qué partido eso es? España con Italia. Looking forward to this match. And, well, Vinny Sandu, well, that's the danger of looking like Mr. Spain with the Spanish colours on. You're going to get all the fans all over you. Well, liking that. And, well, El-Marie and Chloe and Lisa there, they certainly have been showing their support. And it was great to see Ken in the middle as well. Happy birthday to Ken. And many happy returns to you. And maybe if you stick around when the matches are over, that myself and Vinny will join you for 1 or 2 victorias as well to finish off what has been a spectacular day. Welcome back to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sastri akal, Eyeball 1. This is going to be a cracker. And welcome to everybody that's been watching via fan code. What a match this is going to be. A lot of people on the viewers chat are very excited about this one as well. There's the 2 teams there. Italy taking on Spain. Spain, you saw there, they won the toss and elected to field first, so they want to be chasing. They've done pretty well doing that so far. Italy, though, look, I will say this. They are a dangerous team to put in first. I just get the feeling with Italy, because they've got this no-fear attitude, a little bit like the Spanish. I mean, these 2 teams are very similar in the way that they play, the way that their tactics are, the way that they deploy the spinners. But that's why it's going to be tight. You see there that, surprisingly, we saw this earlier, that the bat versus ball wall has Italy pipped to win by just that 1 run, 106 to 105. I think it will be close, but, well, I think that Spain will continue and keep the pressure on the Netherlands, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the Spanish supporters are hoping the same. But Italy, well, they could be the team that make a surprise in this one. But yeah, bit of a gamble putting them in. I think Italy, they themselves don't really mind. I think they got a surprising win, didn't they, over England off the last ball when it was 3 needed. The ball was smashed to the boundary by Nakwi. So let's see if they can produce some magic here again. Just having a quick look at their team. They're unchanged after that victory. And there's the same, I think, with Spain. Yeah, no changes from them either. So this is going to be a cracking match. Mohamed Cameron, he did come good in the last one, and he's looking to come good in this one as he's just going for the paces here, just marking up his run. First time that we saw him, just a little bit too short for me yesterday. But though his first over wasn't the best, his second one was far better, and he got those Yorkers going. That's when he's a completely different proposition for me, when he gets the Yorker length going. So we're getting ready, and we'll wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant from Geneva, to give us the thumbs up. And what a cracking match this is going to be. Umpires are out there ready. Tyrone Peters is out there, along with Rafi Ahmed. Here's the first ball. And it's clipped away by Rajmani. Rajmani, he's looking to come back into form here today. He's been a little bit hit and miss. That one has been signalled leg byes. Thought I heard a bit about on that, but Tyrone signals leg byes, and he's just having a little Mohamed Cameron just having a little chat with Rajmani. He's probably saying it won't hurt so much if you get the bat on it. So that's certainly one that's being felt by Rajmani. I think it's just missing the pad, so it's probably hit him just on the inside part or the outside part of the pad where there's no protection. The first runs on the board via extras. Here comes Mohamed Cameron once more. This one is down the leg side. It's not well directed. I think you just need to be stepping inside of this. Oh, look at those eyes. Well, if looks good, Keel, well, look at Cammy here. It's not a good delivery. I mean, if he's bowled a bouncer that has whizzed past the batter and had him all sorts of trouble, I can understand this. Look, it's actually not a good delivery. Oh, look at that. Here we go. Wait for it. There they go. Oh, yeah. So, well, if you got a fast bowler who's bowling over 140 coming at you and he's giving you that look, you're shaking already before he comes. Well, Amir Sharif gets ready to face his second delivery. This one is right up there, and he's unlucky, is Amir Sharif. That's a really nice shot. It would have been worthy, I think, of 4 runs because, well, the 2 men straight are inside the 30-yard circle, mid-on and mid-off. And Amir Sharif plays a pretty good shot here, but unfortunately it's 2 straight, and the stumps stop the Kookaburra going to the boundary. No run. Cameron. Edge, gone, adios, and that's the wicket. And sometimes that's the way it goes when your luck's not in. Well, Amir Sharif will probably be thinking, well, I should have had 4 runs or something to my name already. And maybe it shouldn't have been at that end. But Mohammed Cameron does it again. He's fighting with a few fitness issues, but he's fighting hard. And for the moment, he is getting the results for Spain. Gets another one, and he gets the big wicket of Amir Sharif. Sharif, we know what he can do. Earlier, he was hitting the ball for 6 for fun. He hit 5 sixes off 1 over. Missed out and trying to make it 6 out of 6. With the Spanish happy again. There's Chloe waving the Spanish flag. And well, she certainly has got the troops together here. Plenty of Spanish support. Viva España es de primero. And it's a duck, unfortunately. For Amir Sharif. There's another one that goes into the lake at the far end. Well, we are coming from the lake end this week. And I tell you what, there's plenty of ducks that have gone in there. So Sharif goes for a 3-ball duck. And that is not the start that Italy wanted. But Italy, so many times, they've had this sort of start and they find a way to get out of it. Somebody always manages to get something. Baljit Singh comes out now to face Mohammed Cameron. Clips this away. It's a risky looking shot. We know he does like to plant his foot down there. And he managed to get a bit of bat onto this. Nicely fielded there by Charlie Rumi. Young Charlie in the side, the 17-year-old. Very talented player. Just watch this. Just gets a little clip on it. And there he goes. Ooh, he says, you lucky so-and-so. Yeah, because if that hit, he would have been in trouble. Spain, remember, have beaten Italy already in Championship Week. More on that in a second when the teams met back in match number 3 yesterday. Edge, it's another. Yes, it is. And Mohammed Cameron, he does it again. 2 wickets from the hitman Kami. And this time it's Rajmani that he gets, flashing hard outside the off. It's another wicket. And it's all smiles on the faces. But he's struggling. Look, I don't know if you can see him through all the faces and all the bodies there. But he has got a little bit of trouble. Did it swing? Well, not a lot. I think it was just pace, buddy. Not too much, just straight. And gets the edge. So the answer is no. So Mohammed Cameron does brilliantly well. And well, yeah, it was just straight. No swing there at all. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, don't know, you know.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back. Hello, and welcome
Ready?
back.
Yeah, I survived. Unfortunately, the openers didn't against Cameron. They both nick off, and it is 2 for 2. Yeah, that's what pace does, you know, slightly extra pace. Just playing down the wrong line, Rajmani. Tried the expansive drive. Cameron with 2 wickets in his first over. And look, here's the thing. He's been so good in this tournament. He's the leading wicket taker in Group A, don't forget. And yeah, it just don't see him going for runs that often. As far as the top batters for Italy, well, their 2 top run scorers are back in the shed already, but Baljit's still there. What sort of Baljit will come out tonight? That's the question. Daniel Dor-Kayat has been one of the players of the tournament. We'll see him batting in the second half of this game. And now they are going with Yasir Ali in over number 2. And this is a miss hit, and it could be gone, and it is gone. So Charlie Ramiskovic takes the catch, and it's not a great contact from Baljit. Just looped up in the air, and Italy in some serious trouble here in the Costa del Sol Twilight. They are 2 for 3.
Yeah, it's a disastrous start. And, well, I keep saying that somebody always comes up and saves Italy. Well, who's it going to be this time? Well, Umar Gujar is still there. He hasn't got off the mark. Baljit Singh, he normally always provides something. This comes up high off the top of the bat. A really good catch taken by Charlie Rumi there. Comes in, keeps his eyes on it, gets down, gets dirty, takes the catch. And, yeah, he's overjoyed. That's another one. Well, Corey still asking. He said, did it swing? We said, no, it was just straight up. Well, this one, did it spin? Well, maybe it did. Yasser Ali, well, isn't it fantastic to have him in the side? And that's why he's so key. He will get you the wickets. He will make things happen for you. He's a great all-rounder. Baljit, he departs with just one. Things are not going well. One of just the 2 deliveries that he faces. Last time these two teams met, very quickly, Italy, they made 118. It was Umar Gujar who was the main contributor. He made a very fine 50. As you see, a single taken here. So the new batter, Fernando, gets off the mark straight away. He's got to perform, but Spain knocked him off with 2 balls to go, winning by 5 wickets. But that was all down to one big moment, and that was when Hamza, who was smashing the ball all over the place, was dropped by Sikander Abbas, and they went on to win the game.
They needed 45 off the last 3 overs, and they got it. They got it with a couple of balls to spare. So Gujar, you say, hey? Gujar. He is facing up for the first time here. Yasser Ali just hasn't quite been able to replicate those kind of heroics recently. Yeah, just looking up and down the team sheet, I don't see Lorne Burns in there for Spain, and I think that might be just because the matchup, Italy got hold of it. Gujar, I should say, got hold of it.
They used Charlie Rumi in the first match as well. There was no Burns, and the Burns isn't back today. And the only change is behind the stumps. It's one that I missed. Ishan is keeping wicket, even though Adam Alja is playing. But it's Mohamed Ishan that goes behind the stumps for this match.
Yeah. So Spain, fascinating, fairy tale start. I tell you what, leave me with those Spanish supporters a little bit longer. I was getting fairly consumed there. Oh, hello. There's another magic spray lady that's appeared. Oh, I'm starting to hope someone gets an injury, but right here is extra bounce from Yasser Ali. Does get a lot of revolutions on the ball. Italy trying to bat themselves out of a big mess. The top 3 already gone. Yeah, it's been another tight over. Now this could be out as well. Can anyone reach it? Yes, they can. Yasser Ali takes the catch. This is a top edge. I think it might have even flicked the helmet or something on the way up, and it looped back towards the bowler. So it's 4 for 4, Rico, after 2 overs.
Well, this is a sensational start from the equipo Rocco. And Espana, they are up and about, massive smiles on their faces. Yasser Ali, he takes 2 wickets in the over as well. What a good corner bowl this is one. Well, I thought maybe it was one the wicketkeeper maybe needs to be going for, but Yasser, he was quickest to it. Gets there, gets the dive in. Well, he takes a bit of a tumble, but takes the catch. Well, look at that. The Spanish flags are flying, and so are the fans. Well, I mean, both the fans, the fans on their feet and the fans that they're waving around. What a good catch that is. Well, he's giving his elbow a rub, but don't worry about it. You've got 10 players there that are going to give you a massage later. What a catch that was. And the Spanish are going crazy. And it is Fernando that has to go. There's another disappointing batter that has to go back. Well, Italy are in all sorts of trouble, but look, I will say this about them. I know they have lost those wickets. They've still got batters. Sikander Abbas comes out here now. You still got Naqvi as well. They just need to settle down and weather this storm.
No doubt. And both these teams have beaten England recently. How about that? Here we are after 2 overs. England 11 will be concerned if things keep going the way they're going. Tomorrow's a new day, though. I think he actually etches that one, and it comes off the helmet, maybe the grill. And that's why it doesn't go straight up. It goes back to Yasser Ali. Here's Kamran, who's back, and Gujar just whips him away for 1 first ball. Now, Kamran is bowling with this collarbone injury. Every time he bowls, I don't want to make you squeamish, but his collarbone basically dislocates and then kind of relocates itself. That's the kind of
why they're playing him in this match. I mean, you've won 3 out of 3.
Because no one wants to tell him that he's not playing.
You won 3 out of 3. You got other players. Give him a rest. You want him fit for the bigger games later.
If you're waiting for Cameron to be fit, you'll be waiting a long time.
It'd be a nightmare. It'd be a nightmare if he finishes here and then he can't play further because he does something. Look, You see there.
Think of the television viewers, Rico. Think of the television viewers. They want Cameron. We want Cameron.
Well, don't bowl his second over. He's bowled one over. You got 4 wickets down. Bowl somebody else. Keep him if you need him.
Good luck getting the ball out of his hand. That's all I'm going to say. He almost gets another one here. Nicked off 2 openers.
And there's nothing wrong with his collarbone. Look, his arms are going up there. No problems. Look.
And, well,
he's got one of those fake injuries. You know what it's like.
He's a man of many talents. We saw him do quite the drawing yesterday when he was
Don't go back
when
to
he
that
was
drawing.
in the area.
Do not go back to
Players
that
area.
drawing. No.
Pablo Picasso, eat your heart out. Well, this is a thick edge. How far is this flying? Not quite far enough. Oh, and it's been muffed by Hamza Salim Dar down there. Can't deal with the bounce. And Cameron, well, now he's using the arms for something very different, gesticulating. There's something quite Italian about those gestures, but it's a good result for Italy. They get 4 runs, and 3 of them they don't really deserve.
Yeah, well, something has to change the fortunes for the Italians. Well, there you go. He said, oh, yaar ki kitta. Halka di ball. So he stopped the card, didn't that? Well, not to be. It was a nasty bounce, but you thought that Hamza should have got something on that.
We over-attacked it. Got done by a little bit of side spin there, Hamza. 2 more chances for Cameron to get a 3rd wicket. Wow, he rushes him. And, well, he's very fortunate here, the batter, Anik Ahmed, because he was not in control of this shot. But he was lucky and it fell in a pocket of space.
Yeah, he does get lucky. And Ahmed is out there. Yeah, it's not Segunda Rabas as I thought initially, so apologies for that. So they've still got Segunda to come in. They've still got Nakvi to come in. So just need a partnership here. Get a partnership together, and then maybe someone like Hassan Ali can hit big towards the end.
Cameron has 1 ball at Qajar here. In the air, and it's going to be gone, and Daniel Dorkaya does it. He takes the catch, and Mohammed Cameron, that's why you bring him back. Even if he's being held together by sticky tape and string, he's still worth his weight in gold. Cameron with 3 wickets, and after a disastrous power play, Italy from heroes to zeros very, very quickly. It's 10 for 4. Roger that. Power play complete.
10 for 4. This is a very disappointing wicket because Gujar, he needs to be following through here and hitting hard. He doesn't. Stops the shot. I don't know why he does. And then offers an easy catch. Well, I say easy. Daniel Dorkaya, we've seen him drop 2, but he's not making any mistake there.
Hey, I just realised it's not 10 for 4. It was already 10 for 4. It's 10 for 5. They've lost 5 wickets, in fact, in the power play. And Gujar was the jewel in the crown for Italy yesterday, but just couldn't survive that last ball. He just needed to survive, but he didn't. And 10 for 5, Italy in some serious, serious trouble as we head into the middle overs. Atif Mohammed normally comes on to bowl the 4th.
Yeah, I mean, is there a positive for Italy? Yes, that is that there is no more of Mohammed Cameron to come, but they still got Yasir Ali, and looks like they're not going to go with Yasir straight away. They're going to hold him back. It looks like Atif Mohammed is going to come on to bowl. A very good young player. He's been on top of his game as well, so it's not going to get any easier for Italy. Here comes Atif Mohammed into the attack.
Catch it away for 1. I've got to be really careful what I wear to work now. I mean, the power of the red and yellow suit, Rico. What are we seeing from Spain? 10 for 5 in the power play. Oh, Italy. I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with them. I'll wear the blue one tomorrow. Great to see the guys from Cricket District here. And they're getting some great shots of this ECC. And let's talk about getting up close and personal, isn't it?
Well, there was one that almost got close and personal with them as well in the last match. There was one that almost went inside that lens. That's probably why he's down on the ground now. Doesn't want to take any chances. Talk about not wanting to take any chances. I think that's what Nick Ahmed and Zain Naqvi have to do here. Naqvi, he was the hero for Italy in the last match against England. When he blasted, well, he went magical in the 9th over when he smashed the ball all over the place. And then, needing 6 of the last, they took it all the way down to the last ball. Rishton bowled brilliantly, but with 3 needed of the last ball, it was Naqvi that blasted a 6. So we know what his capabilities are, but they've just got to buckle down here and weather this early storm.
Well, could be number 6. It'll be number 6 runs, though. This one was high, it was up, it was straight, and it's 6 to Anik Ahmed. And look, here's the thing. They might be in a lot of trouble, but these two can both whack the ball. Naqvi, he was the hero last time. He watches this one fly from the bat of his partner, Anik Ahmed, straight out of the ground, and Italy fighting back.
Yeah, they're fighting back. And like I say, they've got the batters. They have got it. I mean, but they need a partnership. One partnership here, one batter goes on and scores a 50, and you're going to get a reasonable score on the board. And we've always said this, and the night games, sometimes you don't score as many runs in the night game. So what we've seen, sort of 120s, 130s, being a good scores. Going into this night match, 105, 110 could be a good score if they can get there.
I liked it when the camera was on Corey then. He just held his hand up, but it looked like he was saying 5. And that's how many wickets they've taken so far. But Italy are a plucky team. They're the kind of team that could bat their way out of this, but it's a long, long way back at the moment. Try and work out a best case scenario in a second. I ain't going to run here. So let's say they're 20 after 4. We've got 6 overs. If you can go 2 a ball from there, you can still get 92 and bowl and field out of your skin and hope that Spain fall over under lights. But remember, Spain batted so well under lights in the Group A final where they chased something in the mid-130s.
Yeah.
So look, one thing I've learned, you never call matches too early. You never call them in the first 5 overs because there's a lot still that can take place.
Yeah, a lot can still happen though, really. I mean, the way this one is here now, Spain will be feeling, get one more wicket, any one of these two, and then really you are then into the tail. This has been hit pretty well. That's going to be 4 more runs. And, well, we remember that there was a time in the group stages when Italy were in a spot of bother. All the batters hadn't performed, and one man went all the way and scored a half century, and that was Anik Ahmed. Nobody else was performing. Is he going to do the same here again? He's still got Naqvi there with him. Naqvi, we know, he can blast a quick 30 runs from nowhere. You've still got other batters to come in that can give some support. So, really, they've got to just be positive. 22 on the board, 4 overs down. But it's the wickets that's the concern. 5 of them have been taken.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But a little bit of a mini partnership building now. These two came together with the score at 10 for 5. So that was at the end of 3 overs. Now, in that over, they get 12 and they don't lose a wicket. But now, something different. It's going to be Charlie Ramistrovic who's going to bowl over number 5. Young left arm spinner. Tosses up. It's actually a full toss he misses out on. Naqvi will be annoyed with this. I suppose rather miss this one than the last ball of the last game.
Yeah,
He had to hit.
Charlie Rumi started his campaign with a wicket off the very first ball he bowled. So what a start it was for the young spinner.
Tosses up, another full toss. This time it's not missed. This is a long, long chase from the field and he can't quite do it. Gets close there, that's Judd Butt, but just gets a fingertip on it. Doesn't keep it in the field of play. So the resurgence continues for Italia. They move up to 26.
Yeah, he's trying to get that line in that we see Clayton Floyd bowl so well, but maybe just a little bit too full. Ends up being a bit of a gentle full toss, and he seems a bit disappointed. Good effort there from Ashjad Butt, but just not able to drag that in.
Foolish, but this one drops into the block hole. It'll just be 1. So from here, Spain, they keep playing like this. They shouldn't just be thinking win. They should be thinking chance of a big win here. Chance of a big, big win. This group could, and I feel like it will tighten up over the next 2 days as well. Wow, that's probably a no ball. It's too high. And Charlie's just been a little bit full, losing the handle on a couple this over.
Yeah, gets called.
Yeah, now an opportunity for Italy to don the immunity cloak and catch in the free hit.
Yeah, just gets it wrong, doesn't he? A couple of times in the over, just over pitching. So now this one, well, if they can send this away, opportunity also for Naqvi to blast one out.
Goes quicker and shorter, and it's going to be sent out of the ground. Maximal! Well, Naqvi, he pulled off a minor miracle earlier, but this will be a major miracle if he can get Italy out of here, but he does get them up to 35.
Yeah, I mean, good hit, firm hit. It's a free hit. You can afford to take a risk. Charlie just going a little bit too short, and he's on top of that straight away. So under a bit of pressure is the young spinner.
Yeah, so he goes quicker on the free hit. I suppose you can understand that, but it just wasn't really well located. It was too short. It was kind of straight at the body. Probably had to go wider if he's going to go quicker there. This better ball drifts in a bit and just driven down to the wide long off. They've got this Southern Cross field at the moment, which is the 3 straight outfielders. So there's pretty much a straight hit. He's a very, very straight long on, and then there's a wider long on and a wider long off. But basically 3 straight fielders instead of 2. They cover more ground. Another one that drops out. of the sky and turns into a low full toss. Just tapped away, and that takes us to the end of the 5th over. Mistrich goes for 15 in that over. The score is 37 for 5. Well, it's a great opportunity to welcome you into the Dream Box here at the Cartama Oval. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Fool. And let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And it's England versus Italy first up. And, well, that's a rematch of that last ball thriller today. Scotland 11 versus Spain in the second game. And, of course, Spain beat the Scots earlier today. Netherlands 11 versus England 11. I mean, that was a very high-quality game as well. Then Italy-Scotland in match 14, Spain-Netherlands in match 15. Join us at the same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. And right now, well, after 2 days, the table looking a bit different than we would have expected, but I just think it could change again over the next couple of days.
It could change very quickly as we go back to the spin here. So, yeah, I mean, that match tomorrow could be the one where England get back into it. I mean, the game for Yassir here, I think Yassir's been brought in to try and break this partnership. I think Christian Munoz thinking, okay, let's try and break this before they really get going. They'll take a single here. They'll get there, have to run quickly. But yeah, that match tomorrow, I mean, just imagine if this goes Spain's way. Let's say Spain end up winning this. Well, Italy, if they are playing Spain, they're playing England first thing tomorrow. England get the win, then England, they're right back in it. They're on level pegging with Italy, and then it's going to be a fight out between England and Italy tomorrow. Which team finishes at the bottom of the pack and which one goes up into 4th place. This one has been hit big. It's been punished. It goes all the way. Balle, Ginnasona, Shakalagia. But Italy, if they can continue this fight back, if they can be victorious here, well then, that match, can you imagine it? England, no points. Italy are the closest team they can catch up with. And if Italy then win that match, well, England, surely then there's no way back.
It's unthinkable, really. I know we're focusing a lot on the England 11, but I'm just thinking about how they will be going into day 3 tomorrow. Come back to that in a second. Here's Yassir. Beats him for bounce. Isan likes it, but he has funny hearing. Tends to hear things that don't exist, Mohamed Isan. Not a lot of support from his teammates on that one.
There's a few generators on around the ground, maybe just hearing a few things. But Ishan, lovely guy.
There he is. Nice to see him back in the team. Block hole. And blocked away for 1. But in this form of the game, you kind of play your best when you're relaxed and carefree and you're not too worried about getting out.
Yeah.
And England 11 have to be the opposite. I mean, they have to be worried about getting out. And that's how naturally they would be feeling at this stage. And so it's a tough one to try and maintain that carefree, cavalier attitude when you're 0-4, and it hasn't been working out for you. It goes after this, and is high, and that is going miles into the night sky. Maximo. Well, Anik, he's been pretty useful for Italy this week. Plays his cricket for Rome Bangla Morning Sun. He finishes the 6 with a bang, and the 50's up as well for Italy. It's 51 for 5.
Cracking shot, because he makes that early trigger movement, goes across, outside his off stump. That's where he expects the ball to go. He anticipates it well and hits that big. So Yassir Ali, he did take 2 wickets in his first over. But he goes for a few in the second, and the recovery continues as the 50 comes up now. 51 for 5 after 6.
So let's see who we're going to get here. Looks to me like they're going to go back to Atif Mohammed a little bit earlier than usual. And
I'm surprised
still haven't seen the 5th bowler. Yeah, well, Prince, I think, is typically being used now as a death bowling option for 8 and 10. But, I mean, if you could bowl him now, it keeps your options a bit more open with potentially bringing in another bowler if you want to. Anyway, here's Atif Mohammed. Good slower ball. It's pretty well disguised. It was a rolling cutter, but didn't really seem obvious to pick. And the bat at Nakvi was miles early for it.
Yeah, I think this is, again, I think I'm liking this from Christian Mills. I think sometimes captains want to hold back the better bowlers, and rather than use them at a time where if they get you a wicket or 2, that's it. The fight back is over, and that's what he's trying to do. Use his key bowlers now to try and break this partnership. This is the key partnership.
That's massive wide, and don't care who's batting. That was going to be over the head, and he spent the bouncer.
Yeah, that could have been a wide given for leg side and over the head. Could have been 2 there, but it will be 1. But the other thing about that one is it means that takes a good short ball out of the equation. Now, if he bowls another short one over the shoulder height, it will be called a no ball. So he uses it too early for me.
Yeah, and I think he just misdirects it. It's way too short compared to what he was hoping for. Looks like a slight slower ball again. Just a subtle one from Latif Mohammed, who's a clever bowler. You can see why it's hard to time up, because he is pretty tall and he seems to get the ball to jump off a length, so you don't see him driven down the ground on the front foot too often.
Yeah. Isn't it wonderful, Vinny, though, for us particularly, bearing in mind that we've been to Barcelona, where we've seen plenty of European cricket series. We've been to Italy plenty of times where we've seen European cricket series out there. Isn't it wonderful to see players that we saw for the first time who were, well, this one is going to be lucky. There's going to be 4 runs. Well, they need a little bit of luck to go your way sometimes. And there was David Cooper there. And I think that was a little glimpse of the birthday boy.
Yeah,
as
it might
well.
be.
Ken Weston.
I'm going to chase the birthday boy a little bit.
Maybe I'll go down there and try and grab him. What about that? Shall we have the birthday boy up here? Well, listen, I'll tell you what I'm talking about here, what I was talking to Vinny about, is that we've been to Barcelona, we've been to Italy, we've seen a lot of these players when they were raw, when they're just coming into the scene. They got captured by the European Cricket Network. We saw them for the first time. They got captured by the federations, by the coaches, and here they are now, 18 months on, playing for the national teams. I think that's an amazing story. And if you want to know how cricket has developed in Europe, if you want to know how the partnerships between the federations and the European Cricket Network have taken shape and shaped the way European cricket is changing, well, that's a good example of it. We've seen a lot of players out here. I mean, I can list reams of them off from both these teams that were just playing normal domestic cricket. They weren't even looked at by the national teams, and yet here they are performing. Atif, he's a good example of it. We know that. In the Italian side, you've got the likes of Naqvi out there as well, Jagmeet Singh. It is a really wonderful story. It just goes to show just how well and cricket in Europe is thriving at the moment. And look, everybody that's been involved with the European cricket, all the federations, all the people that work behind the scenes, all the CEOs, all the presidents, and I know we've got Juan Carlos here, the president of Cricket Hispania, and also John Howden. I mean, how proud they must be at the moment to see Spain performing so well out there in the middle. It's a great moment for them. It's a great moment for all the federations in European cricket and all the players as well. Sensational, and it's proud to be part of it, isn't it? This one, he gets lucky here, I think. I think this is just a little bit wide. Goes with a slower delivery, and I've seen these given. To see it again, but look, the recovery does, I mean, maybe just sneaks it in, but the recovery sort of continues. It's not a bad over here, but well, maybe he does get that in just. The umpires decide that that was okay. End of the over, so 58 on the board. So good one again from Mahmood, just 7 runs from it, 58 for 5. 7 overs down.
Well, that's not Dr. Phil, that's Dr. Full in his white jacket, ready to prescribe something. And I'm going to have to ask the doctor to step out of the office for a second, because we do have a special guest commentator just for the last couple of overs of this innings. And he's the guy that actually tossed the coin for this game. He's a very important man. I'll tell you why in a second. But first, let's go to the Prince in over number 8. And he starts with a dot. He's being used as a death bowling option. And joining me in the commentary box is ECN founder's father, Ken Weston. And Ken, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday and welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny.
And
it's more than wonderful to be here in Cartama.
Yeah, and I know that you've travelled a long way to be here. Of course, your son Daniel is the visionary behind the European Cricket Network. As we see another good wide Yorker. So, yeah, so I mean, you must be very proud of what's been created by Daniel.
I'm proud of everything that's I've seen here over the last 3 weeks I've been here, Vinny, and I'm absolutely amazed at the vision that we can see, the carnival atmosphere.
Yeah, it's certainly something very, very special. There's an off-cutter, but just misses. They're thinking of a wide, but he might have moved. It should have been run out. Maybe he's run out again. He's not run out. This is an interesting one, because I think maybe there's a pre-movement. Just have a look here. So he goes a stump outside, which moves the line about a stump. So that's why he doesn't get the wide call. But I mean, as that shows, Ken, this cricket is from another planet, isn't it? It's not the cricket that you probably grew up with, right?
It's not the cricket I grew up with.
Wow, this is hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's high, but Doyle Kaye's under it, and he'll take the catch. Well, he doesn't have the yips anymore, DDC, and a wry smile from the Spanish opener as he pulls that one in. And that's the big wicket of Naqvi, who was the hero last game. But he's going to have to go for 21. And it breaks a partnership that was actually worth 49. These guys came together with the score at 10 for 5. But Italy in better shape, but still struggling in match 10. It's 59 for 6. And what a good catch that was.
That was a brilliant catch. And Daniel is a fantastic cricketer. he had a couple of yips yesterday. He dropped a few catches. But a terrific cricketer, and he's got a future in Europe. And hopefully he takes advantage of that opportunity that may come his way. But Vinny, just getting back to the atmosphere here, it's a beautiful look. I've had a look at a 5-week fixture, and I thought, you know, the big question mark is the ability of the wicket, the ground, to stand up to the traffic that was going to be on it. And you know, really, David Cooper, he's done a fantastic job in getting this ground to hold up. It's marvellous.
Yeah, it's second to none, really. And there's a lot of work that goes into this ground, as you say, but then a lot of ground kind of add-ons here. Infrastructure has been added to accommodate spectators and to accommodate the teams. It's a fantastic effort from a lot of people. His demand, he's got 1 for 1. Christian Kalagamagay, the new batter, he drives straight away. It's full toss, and that is out of here. Maximo, as Asjad Bhatt was prowling around, and that is the beauty of the modern game. And we're talking post-modern game now. First ball, doesn't care, hits it for 6 over cover.
Yeah, Vinny, I think we're talking about the cricket of the future. It's a rapid game. It's a game that goes every ball. Every ball has to go.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and there's only 13 balls left in this innings. So anyway, okay, so Daniel is basically our boss, right? So Daniel came up with I suppose what led to what is now known as the European Cricket Network as we get to the end of 8 overs. And I might come back to that in a second, because of course you've come in from Australia, and I want to thank you, because as we're just losing a bit of light here, but it looks like you've brought a couple of things with you, Ken. And firstly, we want to make you feel a bit more at home here. Sorry.
Yeah, the spiders make me feel really at home here. Thanks, Rico, for that.
So, so you've got Mr. Nibbles there, and Mr. Nibbles is looking pretty good. I mean, that doesn't scare Ken, because he's from Australia, of course. And this is what else we brought. And no, you've brought, I should say. Thank you for bringing the killer pythons. Happy birthday! Here's a killer python for you. And
killer pythons. Rico's made these killer pythons famous around the world. We'd like to think that we've helped the sales of killer pythons around the world.
Yeah, I believe so. And like you say, you can't eat parts of them. And one thing I like is that everybody is having a bit of fun here at the European Cricket Network. Even there, that was a pretty nice leg by signal from Tyrone. Gets late in the day, and he just plays a bit of the bongo drums on this one. Can you come back to that one after the score? That'll be a 1. And I was going to say, everyone is having a good time, and how could you not on the Costa del Sol?
You can't have a good time anywhere else. You can't have a good time on Costa del Sol. This is great. I was talking to a visitor from London just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, would that be Declan you're talking about?
I don't know if we were meant to give his name out over the air.
Okay, let's just call him Mr. X or Declan, whatever you like.
Mr. X or Declan, whatever he likes. He saw the games on TV yesterday. He decided he had to be here.
Yeah, that's a really great story. Come back to that in a second. This is Hamza. Gets another ball through for a dot.
Yeah, so he had to be here. He flew over, got the clearance from the wife and family, flew over, and he's here to watch the cricket. He thinks this is just marvellous. So anyone who's in close handy to this ground, England or away,
you can come and check it out. Next swing and a miss again. Yeah, it's halfway between Cartama and Coin.
Absolutely.
Just off the A7059. So if you are local, come down. It's free to enter, and of course food and beverage here. And I know that a lot of people are finding out about it. We had a huge crowd yesterday, especially for the first time. There we go. There's the little bongo leg by signal from Tyrone. He's a very versatile guy, Tyrone. He'll be actually replacing me next week. Well, I step off for a week away.
Hard shoes to fill, Vinny.
End of 9th over here, 69 for 6.
Yeah, so Mr. X arrived. He was here yesterday. He'll stay today for the evening, and then tomorrow, and head back to London tomorrow. And that, to me, that's commitment to a new style of cricket that we're playing here in Spain and all around Europe. And we're growing the game at such a massive rate. And when I say we, it's you and the team and Daniel and everyone else. I used to be Daniel's boss. He's now my boss. So,
I mean, you must be really proud. I mean, Daniel's had quite the journey himself. Come back to that in a second. It's time to strap yourselves in for another 10th over. It's going to start with a catching opportunity. I think this is off the gloves. And yeah, Isan just can't hold on, and runs is what is indicated by the umpire. This is off the glove. Look, he does everything to get there. It's good. Gets a good step on it. Gets 2 gloves. Isan should have done better there, I think.
yeah, a little snatch at the end that the ball didn't stick, but he covered some good ground to get to where he got.
This is Prince Demand trying to close things out. And he hits it, 2 drop catches in a row. Might have a run out. We will have a run out. And it's going to be Anik who's going to have to go. And I think he was just watching the drop catch and just went instinctively. Kalagamaga, because it was back to the bowler, was kind of already heading back to the non-strikers then. So just a miscommunication. I think that Anik gets caught ball watching and he gets caught short. He'll be run out, but not before 32 runs off 24 balls. He's been very valuable to Italy because he came in when his team was in a right mess. He leaves them in better shape, even though I wouldn't say they're ahead in the game just yet. It's 70 for 7.
Yes, and Vinny, your question on Daniel, yeah, we're all proud of him. I think when we know the history of Dan's commitment to initially the European Cricket League. I suppose before that, when he first started to take an interest in filming cricket in Germany, and then growing to the European Cricket League, the European Cricket Series, which is on virtually every day, and you know that because you're committed to
45 weeks of live cricket a year, 6 days a week. Well, at the moment, 7 days a week.
Yes, and it's a fantastic concept, and great entertainment for people who are loving their limited 10 overs cricket. It's
I've got more questions for you, and they're coming up after this ball. Skander Abbas swings and misses at this one, so 3 to come. Italy on 70. How much ECN cricket do you watch, Ken? Be honest, this is a safe place.
Be honest, in Australia, sometimes we were gifted by having cricket on starting at 3:30 p.m. in Perth, in Western Australia, in the afternoon.
Yeah. You get lost in it pretty quickly, don't you? 3 to come. This time Skander does hit it, but it's not right off the middle. It's down towards the end of the bat. It'll just be 1. It's Charlie Ramistovic that does the fielding.
Yeah,
so would you say you're a bit of an ECN junkie?
I'm a bit of I'm committed to my son's activities, and I'm committed to the team that's behind him and that's, propping and building this fantastic concept. All
right, yeah, with 2 to come, rolling cutter, edge, got to get it on the first bounce, he can't. It just spins past Hamza. This always has a lot of top spin, and so once it bounces, it's going to gain speed. And unfortunately, Hamza couldn't reel it in. 4 runs. Last question, though. I know Daniel's had a very exciting life already. And, of course, he's got plenty of living still to come. Representing Germany, for example. He must be very proud of what he did with his cricket in Australia as well. But very proud moment for you because you played a game together on Sunday afternoon, didn't you?
And it was a terrific finale to my cricketing career.
Well, don't retire just yet. In that game, Daniel scored 81 not out, which is actually, coincidentally, what the Italians are going to end up on here. They'll finish on 81 of their 10 overs with a 6 from Kalagamaga Maximo to finish off. And after this, we'll see Spain coming out to chase a target of 82. But we're going to go through the highlights. Ken, I just want to say it's been a pleasure to have you here on your birthday. It's a pleasure to have you here on the Costa del Sol. Of course, we met earlier at the 2019 ECL back in La Manga, which is a really special time for everyone. And who would have thought it would have spread not only to Europe, but to the world. But you know what? Strap yourselves in, Ken, because every 10 overs is a highlight. And it started with the Spanish supporters consuming me at the toss. That was the highlight of my day. But Cameron, he's a bad boy. The hitman was out for early blood, and he did pretty well. He nicked off both openers. And Cameron, he is such an exciting player to watch, isn't he?
Cameron's a committed man. He's. I did see a few little emails that were sent to his coach, Corey.
Corey saying, was there swing? I said, not really swinging, just playing down the wrong line.
Yeah, around about a week ago, he committed to doing a terrific job through this series, and he's got. I know he's carrying an injury, but he's forgetting the injury and he's trying very, very hard. And his players, his fielders are backing him up.
Yeah, well, the Spain crowd were going absolutely crazy. I'll tell you why. They lost their first 5 wickets for 10 runs, Italy. And even though that one seemed to bamboozle Hamza and Cameron, suddenly he had full use of his arms when gesticulating towards the fielder. And Daniel Dorkaya, he seems to be over his catching yips. He's a very good fielder, isn't he? And he pounced a couple in this innings. And well, here's the thing though, you got to keep swinging, don't you, even with those 5 wickets down. And it was a very important partnership that took place. 49 for the 6th wicket between Naqvi and Anik Ahmed that just got Italy somewhat to a respectable score, even though you feel like it won't be enough. But yeah, you have to be resilient, you have to fight back, don't you?
Yeah, cricket's a funny game. So the runs are on the board. Spain has to get them. I like Spain. I believe they've got the batting line-up that can do it. Let's see them go out there and get the runs. There's Daniel taking a great catch again.
Yeah, for me, a lot of it's on the start. And if they get a good start, it's hard to see them stumbling into chase if they get a good power play of 30 or 40. But to remember that Italy, they are good enough, as you joined us in the commentary box. And the Killer Pythons came out and the Big Spiders came out as well. And where we had Tyrone playing the bongos as well. Everyone having a great time. This was a catch that was dropped but then turned into a run out. Prince Demand just making sure to get rid of Anik Ahmed at the second attempt. And you can see that Italy, they weren't looking like they're having a great time, but here's the thing, a good power play for them. If they can get the early wickets, if they can restrict Spain, then they can make this total look a lot bigger. And I still think it's going to be a fascinating second half to match 10. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and you can see it was carnage early. The top 5 only scored 4 runs between them off 14 balls, but it was left to Anik Ahmed and Zain Naqvi to try and put the pieces back together. They did come up with a partnership of 49 for the 6th wicket and 32 from Anik Ahmed, the top scorer. Naqvi with 21. Kaligamage with a pretty handy 19 off 7 at the end, including a big finish, and pretty disciplined from Spain. You can see they only bowled 1 wide, 1 no ball in the innings, and they had plenty of good performers. That man, Mohamed Cameron, 3 for 7, was the best of the bowlers, no doubt about that. But Yasser Ali, he's been such a good addition for Spain in the championship week. He took 2 for 16. 1 for 20, a wicket for Prince Demand, and Hamza Salim Dar came in, just bowled the 1 over, only conceded 2 runs, but he couldn't bowl again because he bowled the 9th. Well, Ken, I want to say a big thank you for joining us up here in the Dream Box. I hope you've had a great time. Hopefully you're enjoying the view up here, and like everyone, I'm sure you will be watching the second half of this match with interest.
I will, Vinny, and I'll be watching the highlights, and I know that your highlights are the highlight of the commentary, so I'm really looking forward to continuing. You and Rico, all the very best. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Ken. Ken Weston, the father of ECN founder Daniel Weston, a very, very important man indeed, and it's great to have him here on his birthday in the commentary box. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you through the final innings of the day. And I can tell you that Spain, they will need 82 to make it a perfect start to their championship week. They'll be 4 from 4, but Italy, don't count them out just yet. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Ken Weston. Rico will rejoin me for the second innings just around the corner. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. The lights are on and we are at home. It's the Euros of cricket, 21 European nations coming together over 5 weeks. And we are into the final fling. It's the championship week. It's the end of night 2 coming up. And Spain, what a fairy tale start for their championship week. This is a team that almost didn't make it here. After one of the worst performances I've ever seen on a Friday morning in Group A, they recovered to knock Ireland 11 out of the tournament. And that's how they earned their place in the top 5 teams. And right now, they are playing Italy in match 10. News from the toss was that Spain won the toss. They sent in the Italians and Italy put on 81 for 7. At one point, they were 10 for 5 in heaps of trouble. Well, now they're still in trouble, but they do have a prayer. But they're going to have to bowl and field out of their skins to restrict Spain to 80 or less in this 10 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, joining me back in the commentary box after we had a special guest commentator, Ken Weston, in the first half. Is Rico Full to take us home. And Rico, or Spain, they can really, really put the exclamation point on a top 2 days of cricket if they can chase this target down. And I think they'll be trying to do it quickly.
Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos al campo de Cartama. Es en la noche con la luz de artificiales. Sí, welcome back. Yeah, Vinny, I totally agree with you. I think this is a big opportunity. Remember, they are neck and neck with Netherlands here at the moment. Win this one on the same number of points. But this is a massive opportunity for them to really up their net run rate. And we know Corey very well. And one thing Corey's always talking about, he's always talking about teams that losing the opportunity to improve the net run rate. He would have said to his boys, go out there and imagine you're chasing 140 and bat that way. And I reckon that's what they're eyeing up here.
DDC to face up. Hassan Ali with the ball. Let's get going. 82 to win. Tuesday night cricket from the Cartama Oval, and it's going to start with a boundary. And it is going to be 4 runs to get us going. And Yasser Ali, in fact, it was that faced the first ball. He cut this one away into the gap, and it smacked into the fence.
Yeah, lovely shot. A little bit short, but gets a width, and he's very clever in playing this one. Gets it over that man at point. A good shot to play in the power play. 4 runs, a great start. And what a magical moment this is at the moment for the Spanish team, the Spanish boys out there in the middle. They've won 3 out of 3. They've got great Spanish support here. The fan zone is buzzing here at the Cartama Oval. 4 of the first.
Missouri need early wickets. Not going to get one here, but it will be a dot. And I know that the Italians have relied a lot on their spin in the middle overs. Having said that, I think that Hassan Ali's had a very good tournament, the young left armour. He has a lot of parallels with Atif Mahmood. And there's Corey, business as usual for him. And he's no stranger to being up after dark, so he won't mind this night game at all. But, yeah, early wickets is what the Italians are hoping for. That one bounced a lot more. Hits him right in the pectoral. Yasser Ali.
Yeah, well, he's saying, oi, yaar mere lagi, shati te lagi aake. It does hit him right in the chest. Well, he's not afraid to give it a rub. Yes, it hurts. And, well, I'm not proud. I'm going to show you it does. Well, Hassan Ali is a big, strong lad. And he says, hey, yaar, that's right there. Well, there's no protection up there, is there? And, well, that one's a nipple burner. It certainly is.
Yeah, that'll get you. Yeah, get the Band-Aids out. Right now, Hassan Ali, surprising. Another Ali, Yasser Ali. That was a good delivery. Bounced a lot off a length. Wow, this one is going to be 4, and it jumps and it takes a little bit of the glove, and somehow it goes over the keeper, Zain Naqvi, behind the stumps. And Yasser didn't know too much about that one, but he'll get 4.
I tell you who also did it, the bowler. He's celebrating. Look at this. He thinks this is caught. He's saying, yeah, I've got my man. He's appealing. He said, how's that umpire? Umpire signalling 4. He turns around and says, how can it be 4? And it can be 4 because it whizzes past the wicket keeper. It's 4 runs. It's unlucky. That's great bowling.
I can tell you what it is. It's because at the moment that the ball reaches the keeper, the batter is in the way. So just have a look, you see. So he thinks, okay, you probably caught that. Is that out? Yep. And then he hears a sound. It was the ball thumping into the fence. 4 runs. Not ideal. So, yeah, if you're going to do this, if you're going to defend 81 against Spain, you're going to need to bowl well, and you're going to need to feel well, and you're also going to need a bit of luck. And the luck just seems against the Italians so far. And this isn't a good delivery down the leg side for a wide.
No, it's not. One thing we haven't seen from Hassan Ali, which is a little bit disappointing for me because I know that he has it, is the Yorker length delivery. I mean, his left armour, he's got the height, he's got the power. He should be really going for the toes, busting the toes. And he's got one at the chest, but he needs to go to the toes. Well, okay, take a guess. Who's that? Well, it looks like Santa Claus to me. Baba.
Oh, they're missing Mohammed Baba.
Yeah, I think that might be Mohammed Baba, you reckon? This is a lovely shot, but it's straight at the fielder. And now the shy comes in. All action there at the moment. Well, Mohammed Cameron's doing the drawing. We're in the middle. The batters are trying to do the hitting and get the win here. This one, I think, is right at the field. This is half a chance, I think. Let's have a look at this again. It's on the up. And I think that does go down from the fielder. We don't quite see it there.
I wasn't sure that it carried, to be honest. I thought it dropped just short. I tell you what, that is uncanny. Mohammed Babar,
I'm telling you.
Wishing you all the best.
I tell you what, for somebody who's got an issue with his shoulder, he's not resting it much, is he? I reckon that's what he's got, right as cramp. This one has been smashed away. It goes all the way. Balle, Quinna Sona, ole, viva España, eso es 6 carreras más.
There's the big 6, and Daniel Dorkaye spots it a bit short, plays a very good shot. Very, very good shot, elevating, and Spain are up and away now. I still want to know why Mohammed Babar's wearing headphones in the picture, but I'll come back to that later. Anyway, Hassan Ali ends up going for a few too many in the first over, 16 for no loss after 1. Well, our golden ball that we had here in this ECC was under lights. It was a Thursday night back in Group C, where Belgium and France played out a thriller in a monsoon. 57 matches since that. Just shows you how quickly we rack up the matches on ECN, as we see Gujar coming in for over number 2. And with that start, I mean, you can just cruise, but I don't think that they're going to be cruising in this chase.
This is going to be 5 here.
It will. It'll be 5.
Well, I think this does catch the batter, but look, purely accidental. I mean, you can't do anything about it. I mean, he goes for it. He probably catches the back off the batter here. Let's see this again.
I think it's the bat or the pad. And you see, he's just running. He's running a straight line. It's off the bat. Well, Ben Stokes, eat your heart out. And hits the back of the bat. And I talked about the luck factor. Well, that is walking under a ladder stuff, isn't it, for Italy? That'll cost them 5.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when things aren't going your way. And, well, I'll tell you what, this cricket is so good. There's people watching from different planets out there. I wonder if you can have a look at the night sky here. We've got the UFOs up there looking at the cricket. The European Cricket Network is taking the world by storm. Well, even the aliens are getting in the air. Talking about aliens, this one right there. No, it's not. That's Corey Ruckers. Sorry, Corey, you look like an alien. But I wonder if we can have a look at that night sky. The aliens are watching the cricket as well. It's all happening here in the middle. Well, that's one way to really get the run rate up. But everything going Spain's way at the moment.
You know you're going well when you're Yasser Ali and you're basically hitting a ball twice in one ball, and you get one off the back of the bat for 4. But yeah, it's strange. A few strange lights around tonight. And it's a very, very dark night already. We've noticed this. The days are getting shorter, so a lot more of the match being played in pure darkness at the moment. This ground looks fantastic lit up though. Gujar fought back well with the dot. Now, Daniel Dorkaye happy to just work a 1.
Yeah, they don't have to do too much here, I mean, especially when runs are flying their way. I mean, yeah, it's a bit like that, and it's a funny game. Sometimes everything goes your way. I mean, ask that man about it. He couldn't catch a thing yesterday, could he? And yet here he is today. He's catching, he's pumping the ball for big 6s, everything going his way. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Daniel Dorkaye, when he's not playing cricket, he's been out there as part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket Cool program, working with the kids. And now all those kids, all those hats, just think all those hats he signed, all of those kids now are edging him on. This one's up in the night sky. It's going to be a difficult one, but it's been really well taken, well judged. A good catch there. Well, they needed something to happen, and they do. And it is Roshan Silva, the 12th man, that comes onto the field of play for the absent Rajmani Sandhu, who got injured while he was batting. Good catch from him, always difficult, but they do get a wicket. And look, as we say, it's a funny game. Sometimes you just need that 1 wicket. Get the 1 wicket, anything can happen. Hey, look, I'm going to say a very big thank you to UV, who's in the viewers chat as well. He says, thank you for the brrrah. Well, there's a brrrah for the catch. And thank you for your lovely donation, UV, as ever.
Yeah, thanks very much, UV. He's a big fan of the brrrah. And some people think that maybe one day, about 37% of our revenue might come from your brrahs alone. But right now, it's Yasser Ali that has to walk back after holding out, and it was Roshan Silva, the 12th man, who takes the catch. Gujar with the wicket, and in the second over, it's 22 for 1.
Yeah, Gujar, he's been a key player, isn't he, for Italy. It just gives them hope in breaking that partnership, and it was Yasser who goes for 14 of the 7 balls that he faced, but Daniel Dorkaye still there, the man we were talking about. Certainly has been instrumental, and yeah, like I said, a lot of kids have had their cap signed by him, and they're saying, well, we know this guy, and look, Mum, Dad, he signed me cap. And now he's out there and he's performing for Spain, doing absolutely brilliantly well.
Is Asjad Butt, who's getting an opportunity at number 3. And we've seen Spain do this, just try and give more of their batting group an opportunity up the order. He's facing Gajar. He's happy just to push one away. Wants the run, doesn't get one.
Would you make, I mean, bearing in mind we talked about the net run rate, you got something like Hamza Salim Dar there, the left-hander, you can go out and blast it. I mean, would you send Asjad in? I can understand.
You're always balancing your short-term and long-term aspirations. And one thing you want in the long term is to have more people have opportunities. So in the business end of the tournament, they're feeling confident. So I think you don't lose too much by giving Asjad a bat. He's very capable. And then plays a big slog and misses, but it's the end of the second over. Kajar only goes for 6, and 4 of them came off the back of the bat for 4 overthrows, and after 2 overs it's 22 for 1.
Yeah, Daniel Doikaya over 330 runs in this championship, and plenty of other good batters out there as well, but he's leading the way at the moment. He really is batting brilliantly well, and not far behind him is Musa Ahmed from Netherlands. So you can see the top 2 players are playing at the moment for the top 2 teams in this championship. As we have a look
Who would
at the
have thought,
standings.
Rico, at the end of Tuesday night, England 11 would be rooted to the bottom of the table, 0-4. That just shows you championship week. Absolutely anything is possible. And all the teams that have gone well on the first 2 days, they could have a shocker tomorrow and the next day. It could really even up. If you were ever going to have a table where everyone had 4 wins, 4 losses, it could be this week. It's just, the possibilities are endless with these teams so even. Here we go, with Amir Sharif coming out to bowl. Sneaks his first one in.
Yeah, Sharif, he's been a good all-rounder for them, hasn't he? He's played a good part with the bat. It hasn't quite clicked today with the bat, but he's trying to do it with the ball here now. Just gets this one swinging away.
Good call, inside the line. Hey, so a bit of an injury update as well for Italy. Sujith Rilagadagi not playing today at all. He's got a bit of a rib injury. Took a blow when he was keeping yesterday there, so he's been told to rest for 3 or 4 days. As we see a laser square of the wicket, it's going to be 4. Daniel Dorkaya, he's got just such fast hands, doesn't he? He moves into double figures, puts away that full toss from Sharif.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries though. It's wide, it's full, and he just helps this along the way. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Well, that's one that goes into killer python territory. Watch out when you're in there. You know what's lurking. And look, yeah, just too wide. Smashes it away. 1 bounce over the fence it goes, and that's into killer python zone. Yeah. So 4 runs. As, well, leave it alone. Leave it. Don't dice with them. Don't make them angry. Another ball will come out. So Amir Sharif gets time to compose himself and say, right, okay, I've got to make the ball pitch. Spain in control at the moment. Italy, to get themselves in their match, they need wickets. They need them quickly.
Sharif, you're not wrong there. Pretty good outswinger, but driven down the ground. It's the thing. Good hitters at this level, they're technically good batters, aren't they? You can't really get away with too many kinks in your technique. And see, that was actually a decent outswinger because he's got such a good bat swing, a good plane of the bat. He can adjust and just plays away for a single. That's fine at this stage. Asjad Butt, though, I mean, he'll want to bat in a carefree fashion, but he'll know this is a big opportunity for him to stake his claim for a regular spot up the order. Anyway, this is going to be 4. It's smashed away, and this isn't a very good ball from Sharif. It doesn't swing back. It just drifts into the pads of Asjad Butt, and he's off the mark with 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the sort of delivery that you need when you haven't been getting too many opportunities to have a bat. You haven't really been able to show what you can do. When you get a loose one down the leg side, it's a free hit, and he just puts it away, gets the boundary. Thank you very much. Takes all the pressure off again. They can do it in singles, but of course that's not the plan. The plan is to try and hit big, get these runs quickly. I mean, they would be on up. I'm pretty sure the plan would be to try and do it before the 8th over. That's what they want to do to really boost their net run rate.
Sharif for the comeback ball. Not a bad one, but whipped away for 1. So it just seems that Italy are on the defensive here, and it's hard to see a path back into this game for them at the moment.
Well, if there is a path, the path is spin, Vinny. That's the one way they can do it. I mean, Jagmeet has been absolutely sensational. He's got it for me, bowl the next over, come on. If he can do something sensational, pick up 2 or 3 wickets, maybe a hat-trick or something, they're back in the game. But he, for me, is the last roll of the dice. Jagmeet and maybe Kulagamage as well, the spin. This one has been smashed. It's another full toss. It's going to be 4 more runs. They're just not bowling well, but full credit to the batters. And Daniel Dolkaya, this is why I think it's okay. We were harping on and on about this in the group stages. He's got to own it. That's why he's got open. He can get on with the job. He's not a slogger. He's just a proper, true batter. He plays the ball to its merit, and he gets you quick runs as well. And he's able to get partnerships with whoever's out there. He is going to be key for Spain going all the way here.
Have a look at the start that Italy had. They lost 5 wickets in the power play, and it was always going to be tough, although they did fight back with a 49-run partnership for the 6th wicket. But still, they've only posted 81 here. It's hard to imagine that'll be enough. There's Christian Munoz Mills.
El capitán de España. Qué contento de momento, muy contento. Porque, claro, de equipo somos ganamos.
He's wearing the sweater. Doesn't look like he's going to be required, I think, judging by his demeanour. As Gujar comes back. So they haven't gone for spin straight away out of the power play, but Gujar did bowl a good first over. That was in the second. He's bowled to Aschad Butt. And this is the top edge. It's flying away, but Aschad's going to get lucky. And this is a big one. Maximo. Well, it's a backwards Maximo, so I guess it's a Maximo from Aschad. Well, he can't afford to smile. Has everything rolling Team España's way here in Tuesday night cricket.
Sí, cuando no es tu día, cosas así por Italia. Tienes malo suerte. Esos 6 más. And, well, we thought the birthday ball there. Ken was going to be in the action. Do a little bit of fielding in the dark. Ken Weston, it was lovely to have him up in the dream box. Gujar needs to make things happen for Italy.
Slower ball, edged again. This time the fielder comes round and he'll handle it, Anik Ahmed. So, yeah, Italy, I mean, they'll be disappointed if they go down in flames here, but they can still say they took the important game against England. Hard to believe both these teams have beaten England already.
Their big match is tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Their big match is tomorrow morning. Take some positives from this. Try, if they can, to get that victory over England again. Do the double over them. And that will really put England in hot water. But it give Italy the breathing space that they need over England.
Knocked down by Dorkaya. He'll get 1. Yeah, so looking at the fixtures for tomorrow, I can tell you that Italy will play England and they'll also play Scotland tomorrow. Spain will play Scotland and they'll play the Netherlands tomorrow. I mean, it's no easy games here, that's the thing. Who's up now might not be who's up tomorrow or the next day, and vice versa.
Pasión, energía, orgullo, cojones. Well, I'm not going to repeat. Well, I could say what cojones is, but I might find another word for doing it. Let's just say you got to be brave. That's what they're saying. You got to be brave. You got to have passion. And these boys have shown that. I'm loving the way they're playing at the moment. Not just am I loving them, but anybody that's passionate about Spanish sport and Spanish cricket particularly, they're loving the way the boys are performing. There's a good feel about the team. Vamos España! Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of very happy Spanish supporters out there. The Team España Rojo is playing very well. And they certainly are showing the world just how much Spanish cricket has improved in the last few years.
It's a positive as well. Aschad Butt finding his feet. This has been dead ball because it goes backwards.
Well, there you go. Now you see it, now you don't. Well, have a good job keeping an eye on this to our camera crew from Spring Production. Well, there you go.
That was really close
Rafi Ahmed thinking, oh, yaar, mere ka te marna, man nahi marna, oh, batter maar de tenu, man nahi marna, man nahi kuch kiya. Well, have a look at this. He nearly wears this one.
That was so close. Keep your eye on the ball, hey, Rafi. Anyway, couple to come for Gujar. And this is hit really well. And it's not that far from the field. He's got no hope. Aschad showing us what he can do. We've seen it time and time again in Barcelona. He moves to 20 in pretty quick time. That also brings up the 50 for Spain.
Lovely shot. I'm loving that. Aschad, but massive smile on his face. You know why? Because he's got the opportunity to go out there and he's shown it. Look, it's taken a while to get going, but look, watch the smile come up here. That's a beautiful shot, cut shot. He's a player that can play all the shots. He's pretty strong on the offside. Sometimes he goes out there and tries to play everything on the leg side, but he's just showing what he can do here now.
Slow ball.
Again.
Well, he's got all the luck at the moment. This will be another 4, but he's swinging hard. Well, this is why, you said, why not send out a Hamza or something? I think you can have it all. I mean, I think you can send Aschad Butt out there with a license and give him basically a free roll at that, making some runs, getting some confidence. Okay, he's had a bit of luck too, but he's also played some nice shots. And that ends the 4th over. The score is 56 for 1.
Yeah, and they're going really well. And that's 20 runs coming off that one for Gujar. And okay. They've had a bit. I mean, I will say this. I think Italy have had some bad luck in all of their games, really. I mean, they managed to overcome the poor luck they were getting against England and to turn things around. But they've sort of been a little bit unlucky with little moments that have happened in the game for them. Even in this one, I mean, the been a bit unfortunate with some of these edges that have gone for 4 runs. But look, you know, sometimes the way it goes, tomorrow it could all work in their favour. It could be Spain maybe, that team that are under pressure tomorrow. They've got some tough games coming up, haven't they, against Scotland and Netherlands tomorrow. Not going to be easy for them, but, you know, with the points on the board, they know more or less, at least they've guaranteed their place in finals Friday, though we won't know where they actually play. Jagmeet comes in, hit hard, and this is going to be 4 runs. Nobody is going to stop that. What a cracking shot this is. Both these batters are in incredible form at the moment. Daniel Doyle-Kaya, his championship just keeps getting better and better. What a lovely shot that is. It's so nice to see Daniel Doyle there.
Now here's the thing,
really
I thought it was Mohamed Baba, but you know who it is?
Who?
It's not Mohamed Baba. It's I'll tell you in a second. Well, yesterday, Mohamed Kamran was drawing Karina.
Yeah.
But Karina's not over there today. Kirill's is over there.
Oh.
And that's Kirill's. So have a look. That's what he's drawn.
Kyrgios is a big
Do
man.
we have a shot of it there?
He's a big man. You don't want to mess with him. Oh, Mohamed, but that's why he's wiping his brow now. He knows, now I'm in trouble. He's sweating because when Kyrgios gets hold of you, Mohamed Kamran, you won't be worrying about your shoulder. You'll have other concerns. Well, if we don't see, this could be out. Yes, he's gone. This is good delivery. He's right up there, plays all around it. So Jagmeet Singh does get the wicket. This is why I was calling for him to bowl straight away. I wanted to see him bowl the 4th over. He's your wicket-taking machine. They went from Gujar. Gujar goes for 20, and it takes the match away from him. If Jagmeet came on and he did this in that 3rd over, maybe picked up a couple of wickets, kept it twice, they still would have been in the match.
Yeah, they would have. This is fairly adjacent, isn't it? Hits him fairly well back, but Aschard does get moving, and I think he'll be happy about that, but his luck runs out on 24, but he only spends 10 balls in there, 1 maximum of, and 4 fours for him. As he departs, the score is 61 for 2. Just 21 required now for Team España.
Yeah, he gets a nice warm round of applause. That's going to do him so much confidence. Can you imagine your batter? You're going out there, you haven't had much time to bat, you haven't had the opportunity. He gets the opportunity, scores 24 runs, gets a little bit like you say, but as he comes out there, he's knows he's performed well, and then you've got the crowd there cheering him on. That's going to do his confidence a world of good. Another man who could do with a bit of confidence and a bit of time in the middle is Mohamed Ishan. What a time to come out for him. The platform has been laid. I can tell you this guy, if he gets going, is such a good hitter off the ball. We haven't seen the best of Mohamed Ishan. We've seen him do good work behind the stumps, but as a batter and as an aggressive player, they don't come any better than him as well if he can find his rhythm.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, I think it's a pro to send Ishan out there. Didn't play the earlier game today. Face up to Jagmeet. And he smacks him straight away, but
he doesn't see it.
Picks this up at all. This is going to be 4. And Baljeet just had to move right about 3 or 4 metres, but Ishan hits it so hard. He's just a deer in the headlights.
He just doesn't see it, doesn't pick it at all. Look, he doesn't move. He has no idea. Look, he has no idea where that one is. And Baljeet saying, "Yaar, main dekhiya nahi ball mein kidda fall lama." Well, Jagmeet won't be happy about that. Ishan would love it. 4 to him to start straight away.
Good shot, because Jagmeet often just surprises new batters, just slides on a bit quicker than they think.
Yeah, a little bit of a sigh there from Jagmeet.
Well,
Captain lets him down.
A few pearly whites being shown already. This is hit square of the wicket. This will be another boundary. Well, the lights are on, but I don't know how long they'll stay on, because right now it looks like we're headed for an early night. Because we're not even at the halfway point, and Spain already up to 69.
Yeah, this one he strays onto the legs of Ishan, and this is where I know Ishan is really strong. Anything on his legs, anything short, he will smash it away. You've got to try and focus on him outside the off stump. Hey, you know what I'm going to do tomorrow morning? I'm going to go down to the little shop across the road. I'm going to buy some coloured crayons and give them to Mohamed Kamran. Maybe an easel as well. Just get him. Oh, absolutely hammered. This is big. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And Mohamed Ishan says, well, you're going to give me the opportunity, Skip? Well, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to mash it. This is brutal. This is big. This is 6.
This is a big win now. That takes us to the end of 5 overs. Only 7 runs required now in the second half. It's 75 for 2 after 5. And that's exactly what we talked about. We thought that Spain would have this approach. Okay, it's a modest target of 82, but they are approaching it like they're chasing a lot more. And sometimes we see teams going wrong because they get a bit too conservative in a chase like this. Spain not making that mistake, and they are in for a big net run rate boost here as well.
Yeah, not at all. Look, they had a few issues, didn't they, in the group games, but I think when they won that final against Ireland, I think all the players learned something, and that's go out there and approach the game like there's a big score. Tomorrow morning, what a match that's going to be. England, Italy, everything to play for both these teams.
It's going to be huge. huge. Join us the same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Right, 7 to win, Kalagama. Good luck. And it's going to start with a single off the bat of Daniel Dorkayet. And he's been decent since he's been out there. Hasn't had too much to strike. There's Sam Williams. He looks like a guy that's had a long day and probably wants to go home early.
Kalagama into attack. Daniel Dorkayet just takes us. This is all about saying, here, Ishan, I'm going to give you as much strike as possible. I've been out there. I've had time to hit the ball. Now it's your turn. Go out there and do what you've done. Well, he's 14 of the first 3 balls. That was a dot. But I'm pretty sure he's going to be eyeing up Kalagama here. Gamage, I think he's just got to be brave, get the ball right up there and try and get the false shot. Well, this is a false shot. It goes a long way up in the air. And, well, good luck. But no luck needed for the wicketkeeper. Takes the catch. So well done to Zain Naqvi. He takes the catch. Always difficult up there, and you know all about it, Vinny, when you've got the lid on. When you're looking up, you can lose it sometimes. But he's smiling now. But I'm sure his heart was in his mouth for a moment there. So Ishan, he goes out. And, well, he hits 3 big balls, but this one goes right up in the air. And no mistakes from the wicketkeeper, Naqvi. Takes the catch.
He seems to track it pretty early. And what makes these actually more difficult, even though they look easier, it's more difficult than taking a catch on the boundary, because on the boundary, the ball has a kind of an arc that you can predict. But when you are stuck right under it, sometimes you don't know if you need to move left, right, back or forwards. But Isan, not a bad innings from him. I think he scores well on the intentimeter. He goes for 14 off 5, 2 fours and a Maximo in there. And Spain still cruising, 76 for 3.
Yeah, and young Adam Alger comes out. He wasn't behind the stumps in this one. Mohamed Ishan was given the opportunity, but he was still out there in the field, played his part. And now, when he's out there, hopefully he'd be thinking to stay there till the end, provide good support for Daniel Dorkayet and knock off the winning runs. Only 6 runs needed, plenty of time to do it in. So it's a good opportunity to stay in the middle there and to receive the warm applause of the crowd when they win this match and continue their impressive and unbeaten start to this championship.
So Italy will be disappointed by this, but just imagine, I mean, if you reverse their matches today, imagine if they beat England off in the second match after losing to Spain. They'd be going home pretty happy. Well, they want to go for it in one hit, but it's not going to be there. Daniel Dorkayet is at risk, and he's dropped. Well, this is one that just isn't picked up. They're going to cruise back for a couple.
Yeah, I mean,
Sharif under that. Can't hang on to it.
It goes a long, long way up in the air, and he's saying to his captain, he's saying, I had it for a moment, then I'll lose it. He has a lot of time to get in the right position. Look, that goes a long way up. But, well, he gets in the wrong position here. I think he takes this. Yeah, he does catch it on his fingers, but too far away from his body. That's a really good stop. And that's actually a wicket. Forget the stop. Well, this is hit so hard, but I didn't even see the catch taken. What a marvellous catch that is. So Daniel Dorkayet goes, and Kalagama takes another wicket. That's unfortunate for Kayet, because I'm sure he wanted to stay out there and hit the winning runs, but it's not to be. We're going to see another Spanish batter go out in there in the middle. This is thumped. And what a good catch this is, low down. Well, I tell you what, he does really well to take this, because not only does he have to contend with the ball being smashed and coming at him low and hard, but Fernando, well, he has the umpire, Tyrone Peters, the Iceman, in the way. Well, he didn't look too cool out there, did he, Tyrone Peters, the Iceman? Looked like he was a little bit worried there, Vinny.
Yeah, it was a little bit, I think. I don't know how much Tyrone saw of it, but it was a good catch by Badusha Fernando. Daniel Dorkayet gets a good reception, and so he should, because he just made sure there were no wobbles for Spain in this chase. Kalagama gets a wicket, and the score at the end of 6 overs is 79 for 4. So credit to Italy for fighting this out. What I was trying to say earlier, sometimes you remember the last game more than the first game.
Yeah.
And Italy, imagine if they had this performance, which is not a good performance against Spain, but imagine that they then beat England off the last ball of the day. They would be so thrilled. So they should still be pretty happy with their day. This is going to start with a dot.
So again, Ravas comes into the attack.
Yeah, just sneaks it inside. So now just joined by Prince Daman. Again, I really like the way they've kept a mixture of stability and also flexibility in their batting order. He wants to finish it, and this could do it. It is going, and it is gone. Game, set, match, and Spain do it. 6.2 overs, and they're going to do this very easily in the end. It'll be 22 balls to spare, and Team España are flying through Championship Week. They're 4-0, Rico.
Yeah, and Adam Alger, he sends this one out of here, and a good hit from him, and a massive cheer from the Spanish boys. Corey Rockets, he's very happy. He's giving the boys a good clap. Mohamed Cameron puts his colours away for a moment as he starts applauding his teammates. And Baljit Singh and the Italian boys, they know that they're being well beaten here. It was a horrendous start from them, wasn't it? They just lost those wickets. Remember, losing 5 wickets in the power play. It was 2 for 2, then 4 for 4 in the first 2 overs, and then Mohamed Cameron picking up another wicket in the 3rd over as well. They didn't really recover from it, and in fact, you've got to give them credit for putting the score on the board. But Spain, they are just ruthless at the moment. They really are. Everything that they do is working well for them. I'm liking the way that the team are performing. The team spirit is good. The team morale is good. They're enjoying what they're doing at the moment, and so they should be. They're a team that are on a high. And with that victory and the mannerism they do it, I reckon, I've got a feeling here, Vinny, that when we have a look at those standings, they may be sitting pretty at the top, because that win would certainly have really boosted their net run rate.
Yeah, it was very comprehensive, wasn't it? So we knew that Spain would attack. They're not going to be too conservative going after this target of 82, and just everything seemed to be rolling their way, including this, which smacks off the back of the batter as he runs through. He says, guess what? That's a 5. What are you going to do about it? The gods are smiling on Spain at the moment, but you've got to give credit to them for the way they're playing. Look, credit to Italy as well. Okay, it didn't go their way. Had a real rough start, didn't they? They basically lose the game in the first 2 overs for me. After that, they fight back. But nice to see a couple of other batters getting a hit. Nice to see Asjad Butt out there again. He's a guy who we've seen opening and batting in the top 3 for his club. Minaj in Barcelona. Ultimately, he had a bit of luck along the way and played some nice shots in Spain. They were attacking all the way. They wanted to do this and do this quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good show from them. I think maybe, I mean, I know you don't have too many runs on the board, so Jagmeet, for me, coming on just a little bit late there. Gujar in his 3rd. In his 2nd over in that 4th, went for 20. That really took the game away from Italy. Maybe if he went with Jagmeet and just to gamble with a spin. Spin that's been working for them earlier. Things could have been different. Mohamed Cameron, he's ready to do the bungalow early. Well, he probably is going to be doing the bungalow now when they put some of the DJ play, some of those Punjabi tunes. But it was all go there for Spain. And one thing is, and when you got the runs on the board like that, you can afford to take the odd chance. Difficult one there for Sharif, that gets knocked down. This one was a great snatch, really good catch there from Fernando. And well, Kalagamagate getting a wicket. He certainly he tried his best. 2 for 4 he takes, but it wasn't enough. And in the end, it was all smiles for the Spanish boys. And well, at the moment, they are in dreamland. Apart from the drawing of Mohamed Cameron, everything else is going well.
What do you like better? This is Mohamed Cameron drawing Karina. I mean, that was a high standard, but I think he's outdone himself with his depiction of Kirill.
That looks like one of the characters in Snow White. I don't know. Kirill, well, yeah, he's wiping his sweat away because Kiriolis is going to be after him, I'm telling you.
Well, you've got to say, Spain are a team having fun. It's easy to do so when you are winning cricket matches and they win a 4th straight here in Championship Week. And that takes their winning streak to 6 in this ECC. They get the runs of 6.2 overs, and it was led by Daniel Dorkay, top scoring with 25 off 13. Asjad Butt with a pretty handy contribution of 24 off 10, and a pair of 14s. Yasser Ali and Mohamed Ihsan were there. Aljat finishing it off with a bang. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Well, they certainly tried hard, but no one really able to break through in any serious way. Kalagamagay, well, he took 2 for 4, but the game was well and truly done by then. He bowled the 6th over. Abbas came, but he didn't last too long. This game was done.
Well, keeping the pressure on the Netherlands are the Spanish boys. I'm still going to be looking forward to have a look at these tables. I think Spain will see themselves at the top of the table with that emphatic win.
Well, if you want to see that, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. We will be having all the stats, standings and fixtures, all of those things. You can even look ahead to Croatia, and maybe even Malta might be up there already to see who you'll be seeing in those tournaments. Of course, if you are enjoying this, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, because we have cricket coming all the way through to December 11th.
Right, I have a question for you now. There's 2 teams that are wanting to see you in their kit. Are you going to wear the English colours or the Italian colours tomorrow?
Well, it's an interesting one. They're kind of in common, aren't they? With the blue and the red. I think we'll have to see. But I mean, that's the power of the suit, I think.
Power of the suit.
Spain, they might have played
It was
well
all Spain today, and it was all Spain out there. Go, what a wonderful 2 days the Spanish team have had. And come on, put that away. My word. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Adios. Adios.
I'm just going to make a call. I just have to ask who I'm going to get tomorrow. Look, but what I can tell you is that these guys are so focused, aren't they, at the moment? They are really playing some good cricket, Spain. But look, so have all the teams at the moment, except for England. They haven't really strung it together at all, but we know how dangerous they will be. And they will come out fighting tomorrow, no doubt about that. So yeah, go to our website, europeancricket.com. If you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Nice to see that we just clicked over another 1,000 subscribers as well. So keep it coming. Live cricket all the time on ECN after this tournament finishes as well. And don't forget our social media at European Cricket. That's a great place to go. Rico, we'll come back and we'll do exactly the same thing tomorrow. Starting with a big clash, huge clash between England and Italy, you know.
It's going to be a massive start in the morning. I mean, that for me, I know it's still early days, but that for me sounds like one that could decide which team stays in going into Finals Day Friday and which one we'll have to say adios to. I mean, Italy, they played some good cricket. I think they've been the team. If you look at all the teams, they're the team that haven't quite had the luck. I think we haven't seen the best of them with their batting. They can click and they can pile on the runs, and we definitely know we haven't seen the best of England. I think tomorrow, my feeling is going to be a good day for Dan Lincoln, the England captain, tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
He's certainly impressed. He batted slightly lower, but he looked very, very good. It's just the task was so steep, I suppose, when he came to the crease. So we're going to have a bit of an early night. Why don't you join us tomorrow for more cricket starting at 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. And we have some highlights of the day thanks to our wonderful partners at Spring Productions. I know some of them aren't feeling that well, but those that are here, well, I know that they are doing such a great job. They go above and beyond, and we thank them so much.
Yeah,
and even the ones that aren't getting drawn by Mohammed Kamran are doing a great job as well. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu on behalf of Corey Ruckers and Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Here's the best bits of day 2. Tomorrow is coming, and it could be a new day for England. Let's see if it is. We'll see you tomorrow for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.
Mi familia. Hasta mañana.